Chapter 1. After the breakup, a system appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Yi, let's break up. Although you saved my life this time, and I am very grateful to you, but kindness is kindness, and feelings are feelings, and the two cannot be confused. Let's call it a day and part ways amicably. Haicheng. The First People's Hospital. In a quiet hospital room, a young and handsome man lay on the bed. He was wearing a hospital gown, his left leg was in a cast, and his head was wrapped in gauze, making him look rather pitiful. A young and beautiful woman stood beside the hospital bed. She wore a black, form-fitting dress that perfectly showcased her S-shaped figure, including her enviable curves, slender waist, pert buttocks, and long, shapely legs in black stockings. Okay, I agree to break up. Jiang Yi sighed softly, looking at his girlfriend of 4 years. The last glimmer of hope he had held onto had finally died. Jiang Yi and Lu Ruyan were college classmates. The two started dating in their freshman year of college and walked hand in hand through their youthful campus days, their relationship remaining sweet. But just as the two had graduated from university, the Xia Kingdom government, due to the problem of more women than men, suddenly abolished the previous marriage system and implemented a system of one husband with multiple concubines throughout the country. That year, many young and beautiful girls married rich men as concubines and lived a life of luxury from then on. That same year, Lu Ruyan's heart also began to stir. Because she has several close friends who married rich men as concubines, and then spend their days posting various photos on social media, showing off how superior their lives are. At the same time, almost all of Lu Ruyan's best friends were trying to persuade her. They advised Lu Ruyan to break up with Jiang Yi as soon as possible, saying that while she was still young, she might be able to marry into a wealthy family and become a socialite that everyone envied. Then Lu Ruyan invited Jiang Yi to a coffee shop and decisively broke up with him. Jiang Yi would definitely disagree. After all, he and Lu Ruyan had a relationship that lasted for 4 years. How could he just let go of it like that? But Lu Ruyan was determined to break up. After saying a few words, she left the coffee shop without looking back. Jiang Yi wanted to make a final attempt to persuade him to stay, so he hurriedly chased after him. Who knew? Jiang Yi had just run out of the coffee shop when he saw a car speeding towards him, its target Lu Ruyan, who was crossing the road. In a moment of panic, Jiang Yi rushed over and pushed Lu Ruyan away, but he himself was hit by the car and thrown into the air. What chilled Jiang Yi was that even though he risked his life to save Lu Ruyan, he still couldn't change her determination to break up. Apart from that, Jiang Yi didn't see even the slightest hesitation or lingering affection on Lu Ruyan's face. At that very moment, Jiang Yi suddenly regained consciousness. Screw love. I love you so much, Mama Twist. From this day forward, if anyone dares to say the word love to me, I'll drag them out and shoot them for 5 minutes. Jiang Yi, I am very grateful for your meticulous care and concern over the years, but Lu Ruyan bit her sexy lips, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a look of guilt finally appeared on her face. She had to admit that Jiang Yi was an excellent boyfriend. Jiang Yi is not only handsome, 185 centimeters tall, and has 8-pack abs, but he is also incredibly good to Lu Ruyan. For example, during her sophomore year, Lu Ruyan's mother suddenly fell seriously ill and was hospitalized. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi sold his house and raised 1 million yuan for the surgery, which saved Lu Ruyan's mother. But Lu Ruyan dreams of marrying a rich man. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi didn't have the money to give her the life she wanted. Jiang Yi is an orphan whose parents died early, leaving him only a house and some savings. During his 4 years of university, Jiang Yi spent most of his money on Lu Ruyan, and he even sold his house to pay for Lu Ruyan's mother's medical treatment. Jiang Yi is now completely penniless. However, Jiang Yi sacrificed so much for Lu Ruyan, but in the end he only got a breakup. It just goes to show the saying on the internet, simp, in the end, you get nothing. Lu Ruyan, get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Jiang Yi waved his hand to interrupt Lu Ruyan, then closed his eyes, as if even looking at her made him feel disgusted. You. Lu Ruyan's face flushed red and then turned pale. She stomped her foot angrily, then looked at Jiang Yi with a complicated expression before leaving the ward without saying a word. Quiet. The ward fell silent. Jiang Yi lay silently on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Unconsciously, his eyes became slightly moist. Ding. Host's ceiling heart and locking love has been detected, meeting the criteria. Card system activated immediately. Ding. System initialization in progress, please wait. Ding. Host Jiang Yi has successfully bound the card system. For detailed instructions, please check the introduction on the main page. Just then, a series of electronic notification sounds rang in Jiang Yi's ears, and the next second, a 3D virtual projection appeared in front of him. Card pool. Game currency, 0. Inventory, empty. User manual, please click to view. What's going on? How could I be seeing a 3D virtual projection? Am I hallucinating? Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Yi quickly raised his right hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously, but the 3D virtual projection was still floating in front of him. Splash. 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 Jiang Yi's heart raced, his eyes widened, and a look of shock and excitement appeared on his face. As a hardcore bookworm, Jiang Yi has read at least 8,000 to 10,000 online novels. What is a system? What is a gold finger? How could he not know? Jiang Yi never dreamed that something fictional from an online novel would actually happen to him. Hello, brother Tonzi? Ha? Why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that I guessed wrong? You're not brother Tonzi, but sister Tonzi? Jiang Yi tried to communicate with the system, but no matter what he asked, the system remained silent and ignored him, as if it were mute. All right. This is likely a low-level system, lacking intelligence and unable to answer the host's questions. So, let me figure it out myself. Whoosh. Jiang Yi tried to use his mind to click on the user manual on the main page, and the next second, the virtual projection in front of him changed. Card System User Manual. 1. Each time the host draws a card, it will consume 1 game coin. 2. Cards drawn by the host will be automatically stored in the system inventory by default. The host can open the inventory with their mind and freely store and retrieve various cards. 3. Each card has a magical effect. 4. The host can earn corresponding game currency by completing tasks issued by the system. 5. The final interpretation of the card system rests with this system. Any significant changes will be communicated to the host immediately. Chapter 2 First card draw, 3 in a row. Ding. Since this is the first time the host has bound to the gacha system, 3 game coins are given as a free gift. In the hospital ward. Jiang Yi's face was filled with excitement and exhilaration. He figured out how to use the card system in just 2 minutes. Draw cards. Give me a triple draw. Looking at the 3 game coins given away for free by the system, Jiang Yi took a deep breath, and then, with a hint of nervousness and anticipation, directly used his mind to select to draw a card. Buzz buzz buzz. The card pool in front of them suddenly shook, and the densely packed cards inside flew around, just like a lottery draw, making it impossible to see which card would be drawn. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Within just 3 seconds, the card pool stopped shaking. Immediately afterwards, 3 glittering cards suddenly jumped out of the card pool and floated in front of Jiang Yi. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won a luxury car card. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a martial arts card. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won a lottery card. Ding. All cards have been automatically added to your system inventory. Please check. As a series of system notifications sounded in his ears, the 3 cards that had been floating in front of Jiang Yi were instantly stored in the system's inventory. Open the system inventory. Jiang Yi quickly muttered the command in his mind, and the next second, a new page popped up in front of him. This new page is somewhat similar to a character's inventory in an online game. Jiang Yi roughly counted, and there were about 100 slots. But in the first, second, and third squares, there lies a glittering gold card. Luxury car card. After use, you will randomly receive a luxury car worth over 1 million yuan, based on your personal style. Martial arts card. After use, the user can randomly learn a profound martial art based on their temperament. Lottery card. After use, you can obtain the winning numbers for the day's double color ball lottery first prize. Note, this number can only be used to purchase a maximum of 5 sets. Once more than 5 sets are purchased, the winning results will become uncontrollable. Luxury car card? Martial arts card? Lottery card? Are these 3 cards really as magical as the description says? Whoosh! With a thought, Jiang Yi immediately saw the luxury car card that was lying in the first slot appear in his hand. Whether it's true or false, why not try it and see? Jiang Yi pursed his lips, then silently said in his mind, "System, I want to use this card." Whoosh! A flash of golden light appeared, and the luxury car card in Jiang Yi's hand disappeared instantly. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Host has used the luxury car card and obtained a brand new Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Ding! Insufficient space detected around the host. The system has parked the vehicle in the hospital parking lot. Ding! The vehicle is parked in parking space number 250, section B of the inpatient parking lot. Quiet. The ward was completely quiet. Jiang Yi, lying on the hospital bed, blinked first, and then quickly raised his right hand. At that moment, a Mercedes car key suddenly appeared in his hand. Holy crap! This isn't a dream, it's all real. Ah! Dude, I really got a cheat code. Jiang Yi was both surprised and delighted. He was seen rubbing the Mercedes car keys in his hand, eager to rush to the parking lot and see the Mercedes G-Class with his own eyes. But his left leg was still in a cast, making it very inconvenient for him to move around. Besides, Jiang Yi still has 2 cards left unused. I wonder what kind of surprises these 2 remaining cards will bring. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi quickly suppressed his excitement and opened the system inventory again. Whoosh! With a thought, Jiang Yi took out the second card, the martial arts card, from his system inventory. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, to see the splendor of the world. Every boy has a martial arts dream since he was a child. Jiang Yi was no exception. When Jiang Yi was a child, he would pick up a long, straight stick on his way home from school and use it as his weapon to cut down all the flowers and grass along the roadside. However, Jiang Yi practiced his swordsmanship diligently for more than 10 years, only to find that he couldn't even beat a rooster and was still being chased around by it. Heartbroken, he had no choice but to give up his childhood dream of becoming a martial arts hero. System, I want to use this card. Whoosh! As Jiang Yi silently recited the command, the martial arts card in his hand immediately disappeared, and the system notification sounded in his ear again. Ding! The host has used a martial arts card and has automatically learned the advanced martial art Heavenly Crippled Kick. Put! Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Yi almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. What? Crippled leg? System, did you see my leg was broken and are you here to mock me on purpose? I admit, my previous Mercedes-Benz G-Class really suited my style. After all, I had a lot of assets, it was very rugged and impressive. But this crippled leg, are you sure it's not a martial art for a cripple to practice? Buzz. Just then, a strange memory, not belonging to Jiang Yi, surged into his mind as if enlightened. The Heavenly Crippled Kick is a peerless martial art on par with the Tathagata Palm, primarily using leg attacks, and was created by an unparalleled genius in the martial arts world. The Heavenly Crippled Foot technique consists of 9 forms. Heaven and earth are ruthless, demons arise from the sea of sin, demons rampage the world, blood spreads across mountains and rivers, heaven collapses and earth shatters, jade and stone are burned together, irrecoverable calamity, slaughter of all living beings, annihilation of the 3 realms. If you cultivate the Heavenly Crippled Kick to its ultimate level, there is also the legendary 10th move, Rebirth of Heaven and Earth. Jiang Yi stood there, stunned. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and his face showed a mixture of shock and excitement. His whole body trembled slightly with excitement. Damn it! It's out! Who would have thought that a small card would turn my buddy into a peerless master? I'm not saying anything more, I'm going to take on 10 of them. Heaven and earth are heartless. Perhaps because he was too excited, Jiang Yi suddenly raised his perfectly intact right leg and then lightly kicked the wall opposite the hospital bed. Bang! The next second, an invisible gust of wind shot out from under his feet, slammed into the white wall, and left a footprint that was neither too deep nor too shallow. Quiet. The ward was completely quiet. Jiang Yi was still staring at the footprint in a daze when the system notification sounded in his ear again. Ding! Due to the host's mastery of the advanced martial art Heavenly Crippled Kick, you have automatically advanced to the yellow rank martial artist level. Ding! The realm of martial artists is divided into 5 levels: yellow level martial artist, profound level martial artist, earth level martial artist, heaven level martial artist, and martial saint. Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi. Chapter 3: Beautiful Ant. In the hospital ward. A look of joy appeared on Jiang Yi's face. After learning the Heavenly Crippled Kick, he suddenly realized that his left leg, which had been broken by a car, didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. A warm current emanated from his dantian, slowly nourishing his severed left leg through the body's internal circulation. I believe that the broken leg will recover quickly in just a few days. Martial arts are indeed a very magical thing. 2 words, awesome. Call. Zhang Yi let out a long breath, then opened the system inventory and took out the last lottery card. According to the card's description, using it will grant you a set of winning numbers, specifically the winning numbers for the day's double color ball lottery first prize. Isn't this just giving money to Zhang Yi? I'm not going to say anything more. It would be foolish not to take the money. System, I want to use this card. Whoosh. As soon as Zhang Yi had a thought, the lottery card in his hand disappeared instantly, and then a set of numbers appeared before his eyes. Red balls, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Blue ball, 16. Quiet. The ward was completely quiet. Zhang Yi rubbed his eyes and looked at the ridiculous winning numbers again, a question mark rising in his mind. Consecutive numbers? The red balls numbered 10 to 15, combined with the blue ball number 16, formed a 7-number sequence. System, are you sure you're not joking with me? Although Zhang Yi doesn't study lotteries much, he occasionally buys 1 or 2 tickets for fun, purely for entertainment. Throughout the history of the double color ball lottery, there has never been a draw with 7 consecutive numbers, not even 6 or 5 consecutive numbers. Can this set of 7 consecutive numbers really win the first prize? According to the prize structure of the China Welfare Lottery's double color ball game, the first prize is 5 million yuan, and if you buy 5 tickets, the prize money is 25 million yuan. After deducting the 20% tax, you'll end up with 20 million. Smack! Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself, saying with a face full of guilt, I'm such a bastard. The system's authenticity has already been verified, so how dare you still doubt it at this point? Brother Ton, I was wrong. I'll go buy a lottery ticket right now. After saying this, Zhang Yi immediately took out his phone to check the time. It's already past 5 p.m. According to the purchase rules of the China Welfare Lottery Double Color Ball, sales begin at 9 a.m. and end at 8 p.m. Therefore, Zhang Yi now has plenty of time to buy lottery tickets. Swish, swish, swish. He got out of bed and looked around, but he didn't find any crutches or wheelchairs in the room. Just as Zhang Yi was about to call a nurse to borrow a wheelchair, he heard hurried footsteps in the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. This is the crisp sound of a pair of high heels hitting the ground. Zhang Yi immediately realized that a woman had come in from outside. As expected. As the ward door was quickly pushed open, a mature and voluptuous woman hurriedly walked in from outside. Oh no, I heard from someone that you were hit by a car. Ha? Why are you the only one here? Where's that brat Ruyan? Why isn't she at the hospital with you? Zhang Yi suddenly looked up. The beautiful woman in front of me looked to be around 30 years old. Her long hair was piled up at the back of her head, with 2 strands falling down her cheeks. She had willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, and a high nose bridge. Below her lips were striking, fiery red lips that made one want to take a bite. She not only has a seductive face, but also an exceptionally powerful figure. A white shirt, a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, a standard office lady uniform that perfectly accentuated her extremely voluptuous figure. Especially her impressive assets, which are estimated to be at least F grade or higher, make her an absolute head-turner. A stunning mature woman, a Land Cruiser, slender branches laden with fruit, a natural-born gun mount, the epitome of the slightly chubby, a devastatingly beautiful enchantress. When all these labels are concentrated on one woman, you can easily imagine how terrifying she must be. Aunt Lu, what brings you here? A strange expression flashed across Zhang Yi's face. For some reason, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Since I can't be Lu Ruyan's husband, perhaps. Why not just become her father? That's right. The stunningly beautiful mature woman before me is none other than Lu Ruyan's mother, Lu Qin. Lu Qin, who is 40 years old this year, looks like a 30-year-old woman because she takes such good care of herself. She exudes a strong sense of wifely charm. Most importantly, she is a single mother. I heard you and Ruyan were in a car accident, so I immediately took leave and rushed over. Oh no, where are you going? Lie down quickly and don't move around, be careful not to fall. Perhaps it was because they saw that Zhang Yi's left leg was in a cast and his head was wrapped in gauze, yet he looked like he was about to get out of bed. Lu Qin exclaimed in surprise, then quickly walked over and, without saying a word, pressed Zhang Yi's shoulder, making him lie back down on the hospital bed. Jiang Yi was speechless. He endured the discomfort in his left leg and struggled to get out of bed, only to be pushed back down by Lu Qin. Depend on. What a wasted climb. Sure enough, women only slow down a man's speed in drawing his sword. Aunt Lu, please go to the nurse's station and borrow a wheelchair for me. I have something very important to do. Although Lu Qin has a lot of assets, it's like having 2 coconuts in her arms, close at hand, swaying and dangling, which is very intoxicating. But Jiang Yi hadn't forgotten about buying lottery tickets. With just over 2 hours left before the lottery sales deadline, he had to hurry and get this done to avoid any unforeseen problems. Borrow a wheelchair? Lu Qin frowned slightly and subconsciously asked, Xiao Yi, what are you going to do? Oops. Aunt Lu, don't ask so many questions. It's an extremely urgent matter. Go and borrow a wheelchair for me right now. I'll explain later. Faced with Jiang Yi's repeated urging, Lu Qin could only temporarily suppress her many questions and then ran to the nurse's station to borrow a wheelchair. Next, Jiang Yi sat in a wheelchair and then directed Lu Qin to push him out of the ward and into the parking lot behind the inpatient building. After searching for a while, Jiang Yi found a brand new Mercedes-Benz G-Class in parking space number 250 in Block B. Whoosh! Jiang Yi immediately took out his car keys and gently pressed the unlock button. Beep beep. The next second, the 2 headlights of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class flashed twice in a very cool way, and at the same time, they emitted 2 crisp horn sounds. The door lock is open. Jiang Yi suppressed his inner elation and immediately said to Lu Qin, Aunt Lu, quick, push me over there. However, Lu Qin, standing behind Jiang Yi, remained completely still. She stared blankly at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a look of shock and disbelief on her face. Aunt Lu, go get the car. Jiang Yi couldn't help but urge her again, then turned around and put the car keys into her hand. It wasn't until this moment that Lu Qin came to her senses. Oh no, this is your car? Xiao Yi, this is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The price after taxes and fees is at least 3 million. Where did you get so much money to buy this car? Aunt Lu, don't ask so many questions right now. Help me into the car, and I'll explain later. Chapter 4 Parking Space Taken Away. Haicheng. The First People's Hospital. Parking Lot. With Lu Qin's help, Jiang Yi climbed into the passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As soon as Jiang Yi closed the car door and fastened his seatbelt, he noticed a bulging file folder on the dashboard in front of him. Curious, he picked up the file bag, opened it, and took a look. Unexpectedly, it contained the vehicle registration certificate, purchase invoice, tax payment certificate, insurance policy, driver's license, spare car key, vehicle user manual, and more. In other words, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that Jiang Yi redeemed with the luxury car card has all the necessary paperwork and can be used with confidence. As expected of brother Tongzi. Awesome. Snap. 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 Just then, Jiang Yi heard a series of camera shutter sounds. He turned his head and saw that Lu Qin, who had just sat in the driver's seat, not only did not start the car, but also took out her phone and started snapping pictures of him. After taking the photos, she opened WeChat, seemingly preparing to select a few selfies to post on her moments to show off. Aunt Lu, you. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, but Lu Qin said without looking up, Xiao Yi, don't rush me, Auntie will post this on her WeChat moments first. Jiang Yi. Lu Qin quickly selected a few photos, skillfully edited them, added a caption, and then posted them on WeChat moments. After doing all this, Lu Qin put down her phone, quickly fastened her seatbelt, and turned to Jiang Yi to ask, Xiao Yi, where are we going now? Leave the hospital first, and I'll remind you where to park later. Okay. Lu Qin finally started the vehicle, then stepped on the gas, and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly drove out of the parking lot. 10 minutes later. Jiang Yi saw a lottery shop on the roadside and immediately told Lu Qin to drive over and park the car in front of the shop. Next, Lu Qin pushed Jiang Yi, who was in a wheelchair, into the lottery shop in a hurry. As soon as the two entered the store, Jiang Yi shouted to the lottery shop owner, Boss, I want to buy tonight's double color ball lottery tickets. At this moment, Lu Qin was dumbfounded. She had gone to great lengths to bring Jiang Yi out of the hospital, thinking he had some urgent matter to attend to. But it turned out that the extremely urgent matter Jiang Yi spoke of was just buying lottery tickets. Young man, did you choose your numbers randomly or manually? Pick your own numbers. For the red balls, by 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 for the blue ball, by 16. I'll bet 5 times on this set of numbers. Okay, please wait a moment. Aha! As the shopkeeper printed out a lottery ticket and handed it to Jiang Yi took out his phone to scan the code and pay 10 yuan. Lu Qin finally couldn't help but ask, Xiao Yi, you rushed out of the hospital just to buy lottery tickets? Jiang Yi nodded seriously, then said to Lu Qin, the matter is settled, let's go back to the hospital. Lu Qin. 10 minutes later. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove back to the First People's Hospital. Throughout the journey, Lu Qin kept a straight face and didn't say a word to Jiang Yi, seemingly sulking. Jiang Yi didn't bother with Lu Qin. He was holding the lottery ticket he had just bought, humming a cheerful tune, his mind filled with images of winning the prize. That's 20 million Dragon Kingdom currency. This amount of money is enough to buy a well-located beachfront property in Haicheng, a second-tier city. Brother Tongzi is awesome. Lu Qin thought that once she got back to the hospital, she would be able to park her car quickly, but after driving around the area, she couldn't find a parking space. Jiang Yi also noticed this problem. So he carefully put the lottery ticket back into his pocket, then stared wide-eyed around, searching for an empty parking space with Lu Qin. Over there. There's an empty parking space over there. Jiang Yi quickly found an empty parking space and immediately reminded Lu Qin to drive the car there quickly. Although Lu Qin was angry with Jiang Yi, she saw an empty parking space and immediately turned the steering wheel, quickly driving over there. It must be said that Lu Qin drives very properly and methodically. Instead of driving directly into the parking space, she drove to the right side of the space, put it in reverse, and seemed to be preparing to back into the parking space. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a BMW suddenly sped up and drove up. Before Lu Qin could back her car into the parking space, the other driver beat her to it, passing the Mercedes-Benz G-Class by its taillights, and parked in the spot. Squeak! Lu Qin reacted quickly and immediately stepped on the brakes, preventing a minor collision. Just as she had finally found a parking space and was about to back into it, someone else forcibly took it. Lu Qin, who was already holding back her anger, immediately lost it. Snap! Lu Qin quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, forcefully pushed open the car door, got out of the car angrily, and then pointed at the BMW and started cursing. You son of a bitch, do you even know how to drive? This is the parking space I saw first. What right do you have to steal it, you little bastard? Move your car right now, or I'll lose my temper. The Lu Qin has one distinctive feature. When she doesn't swear, she looks just like a gentle, virtuous, dignified, and elegant noblewoman. But as soon as she starts swearing, her image and temperament are completely ruined, and she looks just like a shrew who curses in the street. For example, right now, Lu Qin has one hand on her hip, the other pointing at the BMW, and then she's glaring at it, hurling insults at the other party's ancestors for 18 generations. One word, go for it. Snap. At that moment, the driver's and passengers' doors of the BMW were opened almost simultaneously. Immediately afterwards, 2 burly men wearing floral shirts, large gold chains around their necks, and tattoos on their arms emerged from the car with menacing eyes. Well. Lu Qin was startled. The words of friendly greeting she had just prepared were immediately stuck in her throat, and she couldn't utter a single word. It's obvious. She sensed danger. These 2 burly men in front of me are definitely not to be trifled with. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Lu Qin immediately turned around, seemingly wanting to quickly return to the car and leave this place of trouble. However, the 2 burly men rushed forward and blocked Lu Qin's retreat. You son of a bitch. You think you can just run away after you've finished cursing at someone? What do you want to do? Wow. I didn't expect her to be such a stunning beauty. No wonder she has such a temper. She's got guts. Wild. Hot. I love it. You, get out of my way. Lu Qin's figure is simply too domineering. The headlights of the F-Class car are an eye-catching feature, and coupled with her foxy face, she is practically the legendary stimulant for villains. The 2 burly men originally only wanted to teach Lu Qin a lesson, but after seeing Lu Qin's appearance and figure clearly, they both revealed evil and excited expressions. Beautiful lady, you just insulted us 2 brothers, causing us serious psychological trauma. Yes. So, you have to compensate us. How about this, we'll forgive you if you sleep with us. If you disagree, don't blame us for being impolite. Chapter 5, Damn Feet. Lucine never expected that two thugs would get out of the BMW. Seeing that she was being blocked by these two thugs, who not only showed evil expressions but also said some vulgar things, one of them even started to grope her. At that moment, Lucine screamed in fright. "Ah! Don't come any closer. Believe me or not, I'll call the police right now. Help!" Lucine's loud screams not only failed to stop the two thugs, but also made them even more excited. One of the bearded thugs stroked his chin and chuckled wickedly, "Ha ha! The louder you yell, the more excited I get." Another thug chimed in, "Beautiful lady, I advise you to come with us immediately, or you'll be in for a beating." Seeing the two thugs closing in, Lucine could only retreat until she reached the rear of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, where she had nowhere left to go. At that moment, a look of despair appeared in Lucine's eyes. The hospital parking lot was huge, and the surrounding area was completely empty. There wasn't a single security guard or passerby in sight. Although Jiang Yi was still sitting in the car, he had broken one leg in the accident and his head was wrapped in gauze. At this point, even if Jiang Yi got out of the car to rescue him, he definitely wouldn't be a match for these two thugs. What to do? Am I really going to get, by these two thugs today? But these two thugs were so ugly, just looking at them made me feel disgusted, and they weren't even a fraction as handsome as Jiang Yi. If I really get violated by these two thugs, how am I supposed to face anyone after this? It's all my fault for having this damn mouth. Why be so sarcastic when you haven't even seen the person clearly? That's great. She couldn't even keep her chastity. Wa'ada. Big cow, come with us. One of the thugs suddenly reached out and touched Lucine, his target being her headlights. At a critical moment, suddenly, a tall figure appeared next to the thug. Bang! Just a second before the thug's fingers were about to touch Lucine, a large foot suddenly kicked out from the side, slamming into the thug's left waist. Ah! The thug only had time to let out a scream before he was kicked flying. He flew 4 or 5 meters away, crashing heavily into a car on the opposite side of the road. He bounced back and finally fell to the ground with a thud like a toad. Quiet. The scene was completely silent. The other thug stood frozen in place, as did Lucine. Both were too shocked by what they were seeing to react. That's right. Jiang Yi made a move, oh no. Jiang Yi kicked. He actually used his leg, which was in a cast, to kick the thug away, making it impossible to tell that he was an injured person. Swish, swish, swish. Unexpectedly, the thug who had been kicked away immediately got up from the ground, pointed at Jiang Yi's nose, and cursed, "Fuck you." Ugh. Before he could finish speaking, the thug's expression suddenly changed, and he knelt down on the ground, clutching his stomach and vomiting repeatedly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He vomited bile, but the thug continued vomiting without showing any sign of stopping. Holy crap! You dare to hit my tiger brother? Are you looking for death? Seeing his companion kicked into such a sorry state, the other thug was immediately enraged. Suddenly, he turned around, swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, and slammed it towards Jiang Yi's face. However, the thugs were quick, but Jiang Yi was even faster. Before the thug's fist could hit his face, Jiang Yi kicked him hard in the stomach again. Bang! Another muffled thud was heard, and the second thug was also kicked away. He flew 4 or 5 meters away, crashed into the car opposite, bounced back, and finally fell to the ground with a thud like a toad. Ugh! Ugh! Just like the first thug, the second thug had barely gotten up from the ground when he immediately clutched his stomach and vomited violently, even vomiting bile and blood. It has to be said that Jiang Yi's heavenly crippled kick is indeed incredibly domineering. 2 words, awesome. Tap tap tap. After kicking the man, Jiang Yi suddenly limped toward the two thugs who were vomiting. Seeing this, Lucine finally came to her senses. She quickly walked a few steps to Jiang Yi's side and, without saying a word, took his arm. At the same time, Lucine's eyes also became exceptionally bright. Especially when she looked at Jiang Yi's handsome face, Lucine's eyes not only became slightly drool-worthy, but also rippled with tears. Lucine, who is 40 years old this year and whose daughter is 22, is already a middle-aged woman. She has to admit that just now, she really felt her heart racing. Jiang Yi is such a handsome guy. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare me, spare my life. Seeing Jiang Yi approaching menacingly, the two thugs who were kneeling on the ground vomiting were terrified and actually begged for mercy. Apologize. Jiang Yi didn't continue to teach the two thugs a lesson, fearing he might lose control and accidentally kick them to death on the spot. China is, after all, a country ruled by law, and murderers must pay with their lives. Zhang Yi didn't want to get himself into this kind of trouble. I'm sorry, big brother, we were wrong. The two thugs were genuinely terrified by Zhang Yi. The power of that kick would likely be a nightmare they could never forget for the rest of their lives. Apologize not to me, but to the lady next to me. Zhang Yi's face turned cold, and he pretended to lift his leg, which was in a cast, again. This frightened the two thugs, who immediately kowtowed and apologized to Lu Qin. Sister-in-law, we're sorry, we were wrong. We're bastards. We're animals. We shouldn't have spoken so rudely to you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, please spare our lives. When Lu Qin heard the two thugs call Zhang Yi big brother, she found it a little funny. But when she heard them call her sister-in-law, she was slightly taken aback, and a blush immediately appeared on her pretty face. However, Lu Qin didn't explain anything to the two thugs, she just coldly said, "Get lost." "All right. We're leaving right now." The two thugs were immediately relieved, got up from the ground, and fled the parking lot without looking back. After the two thugs left, Lu Qin suddenly turned around, looked at Zhang Yi with a surprised and uncertain expression, and asked, "Oh no, when did you become so good? I don't remember you ever learning martial arts, right?" However, Zhang Yi merely glanced at Lu Qin indifferently and said in a very calm tone, "You're not my wife, how much do you know about me?" "Hey! You little rascal!" Upon hearing this, Lu Qin's eyebrows shot up. "You're getting bolder and bolder, even daring to flirt with your future mother-in-law?" "Aunt Lu, you're not my future mother-in-law." "You brat, what do you mean?" "Aunt Lu, Lu Ruyan broke up with me this afternoon, so you won't have a chance to be my mother-in-law." "What?" Chapter 6, Mother and Daughter's Phone Call, System Mission. Haichang. The First People's Hospital. In the hospital ward. With Lu Qin's help, Zhang Yi lay back down on the hospital bed. "Oh no, you take a rest first. Auntie is going out to make a phone call." Although Lu Qin's face remained calm, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Before Zhang Yi could speak, she hurriedly left the ward. In Lu Qin's heart, Zhang Yi was the son-in-law she had chosen. Lu Ruyan broke up with Zhang Yi without even informing her, which infuriated Lu Qin. Tap tap tap. Lu Qin walked straight down the corridor to the stairwell, then took out her phone from her bag and quickly dialed Lu Ruyan's number. Listening to the voice coming from the phone, Lu Qin's thoughts unconsciously returned to that night 2 years ago. That night, it was raining heavily outside. Lu Ruyan brought Zhang Yi to visit her home, and Lu Qin warmly welcomed them. However, Lu Qin accidentally tripped and fell, and fainted. At that time, Zhang Yi braved the torrential rain and carried her all the way for 10 kilometers before finally getting her to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Lu Qin underwent a series of examinations and was eventually diagnosed with acute leukemia. Although this disease is curable, it costs a lot of money. Lu Qin simply couldn't afford that much money for treatment, and in order not to be a burden on Lu Ruyan, she once considered giving up treatment. At this moment, Zhang Yi stepped forward again. Without hesitation, he sold his house and paid 1 million yuan to the hospital for the surgery, which saved Lu Qin's life. If it weren't for Zhang Yi's 1 million, Lu Qin would have died 2 years ago. So, upon hearing that Lu Ruyan had broken up with Zhang Yi, and that the reason was that Lu Ruyan disliked Zhang Yi for not having enough money to give her the wealthy life she wanted, and that Lu Ruyan even wanted to climb the social ladder, Lu Qin was so angry that she almost exploded. Beep beep beep. The phone rang more than a dozen times before it was answered, and Lu Ruyan's cautious voice came from the other end. "Mom, why did you suddenly call me?" Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's voice, Lu Qin's anger flared even higher. She coldly asked, "Ruyan, you broke up with Zhang Yi? You think Zhang Yi is broke now and can't give you the life you want, so you're just kicking him to the curb and planning to find someone better?" Lu Ruyan, you're quite frank." Hearing her daughter's 2 consecutive mess, openly admitting her materialistic and snobbish ways, Lu Qin gritted her teeth in anger. Her impressive assets, along with her rapid breathing, triggered a global economic shock. "Mom, I know you like Zhang Yi a lot, after all, he saved your life, but gratitude is gratitude, and feelings are feelings. You can't force me to marry Zhang Yi and sacrifice my happiness for the rest of my life just to repay a debt of gratitude, can you?" Hearing Lu Ruyan's slightly reproachful tone on the other end of the phone, Lu Qin could no longer suppress her anger and immediately shouted, "Shut up! Lu Ruyan, oh Lu Ruyan! Did I force you to be with Jiang Yi in the first place? Or did Jiang Yi hold a knife to your throat and force you to be his girlfriend? You two were in a free love relationship, but just because Jiang Yi sold the house and spent all his savings, you started to look down on him for being poor, then dumped him and wanted to find someone better. How dare you say that I forced you to be with Jiang Yi to repay a debt of gratitude? Silence, no words. Lu Qin's angry rebuke silenced Lu Ruyan on the other end of the phone. But Lu Qin's angry rebuke did not end there. She continued to rant into the phone, as if she wanted nothing more than to grab Lu Ruyan and make her kneel down and apologize to Jiang Yi. 10 minutes later. Lu Qin was a little tired from scolding, so she paused for a moment. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's voice finally came from the other end of the phone. Mom, I used to really like Jiang Yi, but I don't love him anymore. If you love each other, stay together. If you don't, separate. Isn't this a perfectly normal thing? As for the 1 million yuan that our family owes Jiang Yi for surgery, you don't need to worry about that. I will find a way to pay him back. Hearing Lu Ruyan's calm yet heartless words, Lu Qin suddenly felt all her strength drain away, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. At this moment, Lu Qin truly felt sorry for Jiang Yi. At the same time, Lu Qin also hated herself very much. Why did she have to raise such an ungrateful daughter? In fact, Lu Qin felt a deep sense of guilt. She felt she had let Jiang Yi down. If a daughter is not properly taught, it is the mother's fault. A little while later, Lu Qin suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, Lu Ruyan, I'll ask you one last time, are you sure you want to break up with Jiang Yi? I'm sure. Lu Ruyan's voice came from the other end of the phone, her tone so firm, without the slightest hesitation or doubt. Okay. Lu Qin was almost laughing in anger. She said coldly, Lu Ruyan, I hope you won't regret this. Mom, you should know my temper. Once I make a decision, even if I hit a brick wall and get hurt, I will never regret it. Alright, remember what you said today. Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. On the other side. Jiang Yi, lying in his hospital bed, naturally had no idea about the content of Lu Qin's and Lu Ruyan's phone call. At this moment, he is studying the card system. Jiang Yi has already used up all 3 free game coins given by the system. If he wants to get more game coins, he can only complete the tasks issued by the system. System, open the task panel. As Jiang Yi silently recited the command in his mind, a brand new page appeared before his eyes in the next second. Task panel. Daily task, the host can earn 1 game coin by engaging in a close physical contact with Lu Qin. 2. Bounty mission, the host can obtain 3 game coins by marrying Lu Qin or taking her as a concubine. 3. Challenge mission, if the host marries 100 wives and concubines, she will receive 10,000 game coins. Note, daily tasks refresh at 6 a.m. every day, while bounty and challenge tasks refresh randomly and have no time limit. When Jiang Yi saw the first daily task, he was only slightly stunned, but his expression quickly calmed down. Isn't it just about getting intimate with Lu Qin? This task is not difficult at all. For the sake of game currency, Jiang Yi would even grit his teeth and get close to Lu Ruyan's mother, let alone her great-great-grandmother. What was that saying again? Make money without being shabby. However, when Jiang Yi saw the second bounty mission, his expression finally changed. Marry Lu Qin as his wife? Or take Lu Qin as his concubine? Such a blasphemous act is simply too exciting. This is exactly what I wanted. As I said before, if I can't be Lu Ruyan's husband, then I might as well be her father. But when Jiang Yi saw the third challenge, he was completely dumbfounded. Marry 100 wives and concubines? Is Jiang Yi going to open a women's shelter or build a chicken coop? Is this really necessary? Although Jiang Yi is young and vigorous, strong and healthy, with abundant resources and youthful energy, and can fight 2, 3, 4, or even 10 at once, he would never blindly believe that he can fight 100 at once. Never mind. Let's put this challenge aside for now. As for daily tasks and bounty missions, it seems they can be done together. Chapter 7, as long as the money is right, it doesn't matter who you marry? 8 p.m. In the hospital ward. Jiang Yi turned on the TV with the remote control. Lu Qin sat on a stool next to the hospital bed, holding her phone in both hands, watching some short drama. Because Lu Qin was wearing a bodycon skirt today, the skirt immediately stretched very tight when she sat on the stool. 2 sexy, black-stockinged legs were slightly pressed together, and a small shadow area was formed between the tight bodycon skirt and the plump thighs, instantly arousing endless imagination. Jiang Yi had to admit that Lu Qin, who was already 40 years old, was still charming and exuded a unique allure of a mature woman. To put it simply, it boils down to one word: burn. It's not the kind of sultry that involves revealing clothing, posing provocatively, or being vulgar and tasteless. It's a kind of sultry that emanates from the very core of one's being naturally alluring. So, even though Lu Qin is a single mother, she has had countless suitors over the years. But, for some unknown reason, Lu Qin has never accepted any man's advances, nor has she been involved in any scandal. She has remained single all along. Aunt Lu, I'm a little thirsty, could you pour me a glass of water? Okay. As soon as Jiang Yi said this, Lu Qin immediately put down her phone, got up and walked to the water dispenser, picked up a paper cup and bent down to get water. This was originally just a very ordinary thing. But, as soon as Jiang Yi looked up, he was immediately greeted by a stunning scene. Lu Qin's figure is really too voluptuous. With her back to Jiang Yi, she bent down to catch water, and her plump buttocks immediately stretched her skirt to its limit, creating an extremely full curve that looked like it might burst at any moment. As expected of the Land Cruiser, the pinnacle of the slightly chubby class, a wicked and bewitching beauty. Oh no, here you go. Lu Qin quickly filled a glass with water, then hurried back and handed the glass to Jiang Yi. Thanks. Jiang Yi thanked him, took the water glass, and drank from it. Drink slowly, don't choke. Lu Qin's voice was very gentle, and her expression was even gentler, which was a completely different face from when she was cursing people in the parking lot that afternoon. Glug. 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 After taking a few sips of water, Jiang Yi suddenly looked up at Lu Qin and said, Aunt Lu, we should talk about serious matters now. Is this serious business? Lu Qin was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then sat back down on the stool beside the hospital bed and asked Jiang Yi curiously, what is it? Aunt Lu, do you remember 2 years ago when I sold my house to raise 1 million yuan for your surgery? Upon hearing this, Lu Qin immediately nodded and said, Xiao Yi, don't worry, Auntie will definitely pay you back. Aunt Lu, that's not what I meant. Jiang Yi shook his head and, before Lu Qin could ask, continued, what I mean is, you don't need to pay me back this money. Ah? Lu Qin was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but Jiang Yi didn't give her a chance to speak and immediately dropped a bombshell. Aunt Lu, consider this million as my dowry for marrying you. Ah? Lu Qin was startled and stood up abruptly. She looked at Jiang Yi, who was sitting on the hospital bed, with a shocked and incredulous expression. Oh no, what do you mean? Aunt Lu, isn't my meaning clear enough? Since your daughter doesn't want to marry me, then it's up to you to marry me. Oh no, are you joking with your auntie? Aunt Lu, I'm not joking. Seeing Jiang Yi's serious expression, which suggested he wasn't joking, Lu Qin suddenly panicked. What's going on? Jiang Yi just said, he wants to marry me? Did this kid get into a car accident and knock his head out? No. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Qin immediately shook her head and said, Xiao Yi, you are my daughter's boyfriend, and I am your future mother-in-law. How can we get married? Aunt Lu, Lu Ruyan, and I have broken up. That won't do either. Aunt Lu, I'm telling you right now, if you accept 1 million from me, you have to marry me. Silence, no words. The ward suddenly fell silent. Lu Qin stood quietly by the hospital bed, staring intently at Jiang Yi, as if trying to see through his eyes to understand his inner thoughts. Call. After a short while, Lu Qin suddenly let out a soft breath, and then asked in a calm tone, Xiao Yi, Auntie is already 40 years old this year, a full 18 years older than you. You are still young. Stop, stop, stop. Before Lu Qin could finish speaking, Jiang Yi waved his hand to interrupt her. Jiang Yi pinched his brow, sighed, and said, Aunt Lu, we've known each other for so many years, we're old acquaintances, and I even saved your life once. I thought that with our friendship, getting married wouldn't be a problem, right? I didn't expect this. Sigh. It seems I overestimated myself and my importance in your heart. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin's face immediately showed a look of being both amused and exasperated. She had to admit that after hearing Jiang Yi's confession, she felt a moment of emotion and a slight flutter in her heart. After all, she was already 40 years old, and being confessed to by a 22-year-old young man must have made her somewhat happy. But Jiang Yi was Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. Even though they had broken up and had no relationship, it couldn't erase the fact that they had been together. If Lu Qin agrees to Jiang Yi's request, then what will that mean? She can't afford to lose face like that. Xiao Yi, listen to what your auntie is saying. Lu Qin opened her mouth, intending to patiently persuade Zhang Yi, while also pondering how to politely refuse him without hurting him. But Zhang Yi suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. In that case, let's try a different way of talking. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm coming clean. Aunt Lu, I'll give you 5 million as a bride price. I'm just asking you, will you marry me? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lu Qin immediately froze on the spot. When a man marries, he uses betrothal gifts, which means he invites the woman to come to his home to serve as the head of the household. Taking a concubine involved paying a bride price, which meant buying out the woman's personal rights. So, when Zhang Yi uttered the words bride price again, he clearly expressed that he only wanted to take Lu Qin as a concubine, not to marry her. That's not the point. The key point is that Zhang Yi immediately asked for a dowry of 5 million, which really startled Lu Qin. Oh no, where did you get so much money? Aunt Lu, don't worry about where I got so much money, I'm just asking you, will you marry me or not? Xiao Yi, are you sure you're not joking? Are you sure you want to give Auntie a dowry of 5 million? Sure. Quiet. The ward suddenly fell silent. Lu Qin covered her mouth, her eyes wide, her face filled with shock, and her impressive figure rose and fell with her rapid breathing. What a magnificent sight! Whoosh! Zhang Yi didn't look at Lu Qin again. Instead, he picked up his water glass and slowly drank from it. At that moment, Lu Qin made an unexpected move. Whoosh! She straightened her pencil skirt with both hands, then plopped down on the edge of the hospital bed, almost leaning against Zhang Yi. Immediately afterwards, she hugged Zhang Yi's arm, a bright smile on her face, and said in a very gentle voice, "Honey, when are we going to get our marriage certificate?" Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback at first, and the next second, he choked on the mouthful of water he had just drunk and started coughing repeatedly. Oops. Honey, be careful. How can you choke on water like that? Lu Qin quickly helped Zhang Yi up, then gently patted his back, her face full of heartache. At that moment, Zhang Yi seemed to understand something. Why did so many men pursue Lu Qin, yet she refused to date any of them? It now seems that it wasn't that Lu Qin didn't want to get married, nor that her suitors weren't good enough, but rather that no one could offer the exorbitant dowry of 5 million. Aunt Lu, didn't you say it wouldn't work? Oh. As long as the money's right, it doesn't matter who I marry. Aunt Lu, what I mean is to take you as a concubine, not to marry you. As long as the money is there, what does it matter if it's big or small? Chapter 8, Winning 20 Million. It is said that daughters resemble their mothers. Since Lu Ruyan is a gold digger, her mother, Lu Qin, must also have some gold-digging tendencies. Zhang Yi had already seen this out. For example, this afternoon, Lu Qin got into Zhang Yi's Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and the first thing she did was take a picture and post it on her WeChat Moments to show off. This is enough to prove that Lu Qin's vanity is not low. Why talk about feelings when you're dealing with a woman like that? Just throw money at her. Just as Lu Qin herself said, as long as the money is right, there's nothing that can't be done. Aunt Lu, I want to eat fruit. Okay, Auntie will go wash the fruit for you now. Aunt Lu, I want you to feed me. Okay, Auntie will feed you. Aunt Lu, I want you to feed me mouth to mouth. Zhang Yi lay lazily on the hospital bed, his mouth slightly open, smiling as he looked at Lu Qin sitting next to him. Who knew? Lu Qin's expression changed slightly. She put down the fruit plate in her hand and, with lightning speed, reached out and pinched Zhang Yi's ear. Hey! You little rascal! We gave you a little leeway, and you've taken it all for granted? I only call you husband because you've just broken up with your boyfriend and are injured, just to cheer you up. You don't really think I'm going to marry you as a concubine, do you? Upon hearing Lu Qin's words, Zhang Yi froze on the spot. Zhang Yi never expected that Lu Qin's promise to marry him was just to make him happy. For this reason, Lu Qin even swallowed her pride and called him husband. What an amazing mother-in-law! Ouch! 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 Aunt Lu, please be gentle. Although Zhang Yi had become a martial artist, he still felt pain when his ear was pinched. Heh, you know you were wrong? If you want some fruit, come and get it yourself. You only broke one leg, your hands aren't crippled yet. Seeing Zhang Yi begging for mercy, Lu Qin finally softened. She released her grip on Zhang Yi's ear, muttering under her breath, "You really think you can fool me? 5 million in dowry? You little brat, you're really blowing your own horn." Boom! A bolt from the blue struck Jiang Yi's heart. At that moment, he finally realized where the problem lay. Turn out to be. Lu Qin thought he was bragging. They thought he simply couldn't afford a 5 million yuan dowry. Viewers at home, it's time for the lottery draw for the double color ball game. Tonight, our notary is. Just then, the voice of the live broadcast host of the double color ball lottery came from the TV. Jiang Yi was slightly startled at first, then quickly sat up straight and patted Lu Qin on the shoulder. What's wrong? Lu Qin looked at Jiang Yi with a surprised expression, then followed his gaze to the television. The next second, as if she had thought of something, she immediately asked, Xiaoyi, I remember you went to the lottery shop this afternoon and bought a lottery ticket. It wasn't this double color ball lottery, was it? Whoosh. Jiang Yi didn't say a word, but simply took out the lottery ticket he had bought that afternoon and handed it directly to Lu Qin. Lu Qin took the lottery ticket and glanced at it, her face immediately showing a look of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Oh no, although I've never bought a lottery ticket, your numbers. 7 consecutive numbers? I'm not trying to discourage you, but your numbers have absolutely no chance of winning the grand prize. Lu Qin returned the lottery ticket to Jiang Yi, then stood up, seemingly wanting to sit back down on her stool. However, Jiang Yi acted quickly. Before Lu Qin could leave the bedside, he pulled her back and made her sit down next to him again. Oh no, what are you doing? Perhaps because the two were standing too close, Lu Qin bumped into Jiang Yi's arms. At that moment, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Aunt Lu, how about we make a bet? Oh no, what do you want to bet? I'm betting on this lottery ticket, will it win the first prize tonight? Lu Qin stood there, stunned. But after a brief moment of stunned silence, she pushed Jiang Yi away and covered her mouth to laugh. Your lottery ticket? 7 consecutive numbers? Still hoping to win the first prize? Oh no, you didn't really break your head, did you? After laughing for a while, Lu Qin actually reached out and touched Jiang Yi's forehead, looking as if she seriously suspected that he had been hit and become stupid. Jiang Yi. Dear viewers at home, the exciting moment has arrived. What number will be the first red ball tonight? It's here, it's number 10. Just then, the host's voice came from the television again. This time, however, the camera was focused on the lottery machine for the double color ball lottery, and the process of drawing the first red ball was broadcast live to viewers in front of their televisions. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Yi and Lu Qin turned their heads simultaneously and stared intently at the television screen. Lu Qin let out a soft exclamation, Huh? Oh no, it seems you hit a red ball. However, before Lu Qin could be surprised for long, the second red ball was also shaken out. The second red ball has appeared, and it's number 11. The third red ball is number 12. The fourth red ball is number 13. As one red ball after another was shaken out, Jiang Yi remained calm, but Lu Qin's expression grew increasingly strange. Her eyes widened, her mouth gaped open, she held her breath, and stared intently at the lottery machine on the television screen, her body trembling slightly with excitement. Oh my god! Oh my god! 1, 2, 3, all 6 red balls are in. Oh no, you've hit 6 red balls. As the 6 red balls were drawn, which were the 6 consecutive numbers 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 that Jiang Yi had bought, Lu Qin couldn't help but scream repeatedly and even grabbed Jiang Yi's arm and shook it. Aunt Lu, don't get excited yet, there's still one blue ball to be opened. Jiang Yi suddenly pulled Lu Qin into his arms and whispered quickly in her ear, Look. The basketball is about to start. At this moment, Lu Qin's attention was entirely focused on the television. Even though Jiang Yi held her in his arms, her impressive assets pressed against his chest, Lu Qin didn't resist at all. Her eyes were still fixed on the TV, as if she was afraid of missing a single second of the lottery results. What numbers will be drawn on the basketball court tonight? It's out, it's number 16. The red balls are 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and the blue ball is 16. My god! It's a 7-number sequence. These are the winning numbers for this week's double color ball lottery. I hereby declare that the winning numbers drawn this time are fair and valid. Quiet. The ward was completely quiet. Lu Qin, who had been shouting and yelling just moments before, became surprisingly quiet after seeing the last basketball being played. It felt like her computer had suddenly crashed. Aunt Lu, what's wrong? Jiang Yi wrapped his left arm around Lu Qin's slender waist, while his right hand quickly rose up to smooth the hair around her cheek. It wasn't until this moment that Lu Qin snapped out of her shock. Whoosh! She turned her head, about to speak, when she suddenly found herself being held in Jiang Ye's arms. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Qin, like a startled rabbit, immediately broke free from Jiang Ye's embrace. You little rascal, how dare you take advantage of your aunt when she's not looking? Aunt Lu, I won 20 million. You brat, even if you win a 20 million lottery prize, you can't take advantage of your aunt. Aunt Lu, do you still want the 5 million yuan dowry? Chapter 9. Make another call to Lu Ruyan. Under the lights. A blush crept onto Lu Qin's face. Her alluring peach blossom eyes were watery, and it seemed as if there were ripples of water in them, making Jiang Ye's mouth go dry. As I said before, as long as Lu Qin doesn't speak, she looks exactly like a gentle, virtuous, dignified, and elegant noblewoman. The unique charm and allure of a mature woman are undoubtedly incredibly alluring to young men. Whoosh! Jiang Ye didn't say a word, but suddenly pulled Lu Qin into his arms again and quickly kissed her fiery red lips. Don't want! Lu Qin gasped and tried to dodge, but it was too late. When their lips met, Lu Qin felt as if a firework had exploded in her mind, and she froze on the spot. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your daily task and having an intimate moment with Lu Qin. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 1 game coin. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Jiang Yi suddenly stopped breathing, and his hands trembled slightly. It's huge. She truly is a genuine elder sister. This kind of BBW woman is definitely not someone that an ordinary man can easily handle. Oh no, don't do this. Lu Qin quickly struggled to get up from the hospital bed and said, I'm going out to make a phone call. You calm down first. After saying that, Lu Qin didn't dare to look Jiang Yi in the eye, and hurriedly left the ward with her head down. Jiang Yi. Once outside in the corridor, Lu Qin first covered her burning cheeks, then took a deep breath to calm herself down before taking out her phone and dialing Lu Ruyan's number. Beep beep beep. The phone rang more than a dozen times before it was answered, and Lu Ruyan's lazy voice came from the other end. Mom, why are you calling me again? Upon hearing this, Lu Qin felt a surge of anger rising within her. She took another deep breath and quickly said, Ruyan, didn't you want to marry a rich man? Mom's telling you now, Jiang Yi is rich. He bought a lottery ticket today and won a 20 million yuan jackpot. Lu Qin thought that if she told Lu Ruyan the news, the other party would be very surprised and might even rush to the hospital to ask Jiang Yi to get back together. Who knew? There was only a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before Lu Ruyan's slightly sarcastic laughter came through. Mom, you'll really use any means necessary to get Jiang Yi and me together. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Lu Qin froze on the spot. She never expected that her own daughter would not believe what her mother said. You brat, do you think your mother is lying to you? What else? Ruyan, Mom didn't lie to you. Jiang Yi really did win 20 million. I just watched the live lottery draw. Alright, Mom. I'll say it one last time, Jiang Yi and I have broken up, there's absolutely no way we'll get back together, so just give up on that idea. Silence, no words. Lu Qin stared blankly at her phone, her expression extremely complicated, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. She knows her daughter very well. To put it bluntly, Lu Ruyan is a stubborn mule. Once Lu Ruyan makes a decision, even if she knows it's wrong, she'll stick to it no matter what, and nothing can change her mind. Ruyan, I'm asking you one last time, do you really not want Jiang Yi anymore? Mom, I've said it 800 times already, Jiang Yi and I have broken up. Please stop pressuring me, okay? Alright, remember what you said today, Lu Ruyan. I hope you won't regret it later. Mom, I will never regret it. On the other side. Lying on the hospital bed, Jiang Yi savored the feeling of kissing Lu Qin earlier for a moment before opening the system's main page. Looking at the game coin he had just acquired, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile slightly, then silently thought to himself, System, I want to try my luck in the lottery. Buzz buzz buzz. The card pool began to shake, and the densely packed cards flew around rapidly, just like a lottery draw, making it impossible to see which card would be drawn. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Within just 3 seconds, the card pool stopped shaking. Immediately afterwards, a glittering card suddenly jumped out of the card pool and floated in front of Jiang Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a special card Essence of Life. Ding! The card has been automatically added to your system inventory. Please check it. As the system notification sounded again, the card that had been floating in front of Zhang Yi was instantly stored in the system's inventory. Special cards? What is this thing? Since it has the word special in its name, this card must be some kind of powerful treasure. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly opened the system inventory and soon saw the special card. Life Essence. After use, it can give the host a golden waste, and the resulting waste essence will have miraculous effects of beautifying the skin, nourishing the complexion, and maintaining youth. Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Chapter 10 Aunt Lu, I'm a little angry. System, I want to use this card. Whoosh. A golden light flashed before my eyes. The essence of life that Zhang Yi had been holding in his hand vanished instantly, and a warm current surged through his body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the special card Essence of Life and obtaining a pair of golden divine wastes. Is that all? My buddy got a pair of golden kidneys just like that? I wonder how effective it will be. Zhang Yi blinked, then touched his lower back, but didn't feel any different than before. Snap! Just then, the ward door was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Qin, who had just run out to make a phone call, walked in with a somewhat unnatural expression. Whoosh! Back in her hospital room, Lu Qin didn't say a word. She walked to the bedside, plopped down on a stool, and then picked up her phone to continue watching the short drama she had been following. Zhang Yi trembled, intending to find a topic to chat with Lu Qin about the issue of the 5 million yuan dowry. However, just as he was about to speak, a sudden urge to urinate interrupted his train of thought. Swish, swish, swish. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yi sat up from the hospital bed, then dragged his broken leg and laboriously moved to the edge of the bed, looking down at his shoes under the bed. Oh no, where are you going? Upon seeing this, Lu Qin quickly put down her phone and rushed over to help Zhang Yi. Aunt Lu, could you help me to the restroom? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lu Qin's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly again. But her hands didn't stop moving. She carefully helped Zhang Yi off the bed and then helped him walk to the bathroom. When the two entered the bathroom, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Zhang Yi placed his hand on Lu Qin's shoulder, putting most of his weight on her shoulder. Now look at Lu Qin. She escorted Zhang Yi to the restroom and intended to leave, but as soon as she turned away, Zhang Yi's body suddenly swayed, which startled her so much that she quickly helped him up. Then, Lu Qin stared in disbelief. Oh no, you. Lu Qin was both ashamed and angry, but she couldn't help but glance downwards. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qin gasped sharply, a look of shock appearing on her face. No way? Is Ono really that well funded? This is terrifying. 10 minutes later. Lu Qin, her face flushed, helped Zhang Yi out of the bathroom. After finally getting Zhang Yi to the hospital bed, Lu Qin hurriedly went into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and started washing her hands. Splash! Looking at her flushed face in the mirror on the washstand, Lu Qin felt both embarrassed and wanting to slap herself. What exactly happened just now? Lu Qin lingered in the bathroom for a full 20 minutes until her face was no longer so hot before slowly emerging. She pretended nothing had happened, sat back down on the hospital bed, and picked up her phone to watch a drama again. Aunt Lu, I also want to watch a short drama. Just then, Zhang Yi pointed to the phone Lu Qin was holding and made a seemingly reasonable but actually scheming request with a smile. Don't you have your own cell phone? As a mature woman, Lu Qin naturally knew what Zhang Yi was up to, and almost instinctively rejected him. Aunt Lu, my phone is dead and I didn't bring the charger with me. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he immediately moved to the side, making enough room for him, and waved to Lu Qin. Lu Qin glanced at Zhang Yi, a hint of hesitation flashing across her face. But after a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Qin climbed onto the hospital bed, sat down next to Zhang Yi, and started watching dramas with him on her phone. Because the hospital bed was a bit narrow, Zhang Yi and Lu Qin had to stand close together to avoid accidentally falling off the bed. Call. Smelling the faint scent of Lu Qin's perfume and feeling the warmth emanating from her body, Zhang Yi's heart couldn't help but beat faster, and his mind began to wander. However, when Zhang Yi looked at Lu Qin's phone screen, he was immediately startled. Because the short drama that Lu Qin is currently watching is actually called The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me, a 40-year-old divorced woman with a child. Aunt Lu, I didn't know you liked watching these short dramas? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lu Qin, who had been somewhat absent-minded, seemed to suddenly wake up. She let out a soft gasp, frantically tapped a few times on the screen, and immediately closed the short drama and exited the playback page. At the same time, a blush appeared on her pretty face, and she looked like she had done something wrong. This feeling is just like when I was a kid and my dad caught me doing something naughty. Whoosh! Seeing Lu Qin's playful and adorable side, Zhang Yi couldn't resist and immediately pulled her into his arms. Oh no, no! With a gasp from Lu Qin, Zhang Yi quickly lowered his head and kissed her red lips once again. They embraced and kissed. This time, Lu Qin's resistance was not very intense. Later on, she even took the initiative to hug Zhang Yi's neck, responding enthusiastically and actively. After a long while, their lips parted. Lu Qin squinted, panting heavily, her pretty face flushed with an alluring blush. Huff! Huff huff! Xiao Yi, you just said you wanted to marry Auntie. Does that still stand? As soon as Lu Qin said this, Zhang Yi's lips curled into a roguish smile. It counts, of course it counts. But... Zhang Yi extended a finger and placed it on Lu Qin's red lips, gently caressing them, and said, Aunt Lu, I'm a little irritated right now. You. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin was slightly taken aback. After a brief moment of astonishment, her pretty face immediately flushed red down to her neck. Oh no. Lu Qin reached out and pinched Zhang Yi's arm, then said with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, You're injured like this, how can you still be thinking about doing that kind of thing? Aunt Lu, what about a dowry of 5 million? Do you want it? Yes. Of course I want it. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and try to please your husband. Under Zhang Yi's expectant gaze, Lu Qin hesitated for a while, struggled for a while, and wavered for a while before finally obediently choosing to submit. The moon outside the window shyly hid behind the clouds. The room was enchanting, filled with the colors of spring. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yi suddenly gasped, his brows relaxed slightly, and he couldn't help but recite a poem in his mind. The gentleness of that lowered head is like a water lily shyly trembling in the cool breeze. Chapter 11 Complete the Bounty Mission. The next morning. When the nurse came to check on them, Zhang Yi and Lu Qin were having breakfast. Honey, sweetie, open your mouth. AMU. Lu Qin sat smiling by the hospital bed, holding a bowl of white porridge in her hand. She scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it gently before offering it to Zhang Yi. Ah! Zhang Yi shook his head, both amused and exasperated, but still obediently opened his mouth and ate the spoonful of white porridge. Sweetie, have one more bite. My husband is amazing. Only by eating more can your body recover faster. Lu Qin didn't mind having outsiders present at all. She called him husband repeatedly, and every time she fed Zhang Yi a spoonful of porridge, she would wipe his mouth with a napkin. However, right after the nurse left, Lu Qin, who had been gentle and considerate, suddenly did something unexpected. Whoosh! She shoved the spoon into Zhang Yi's mouth as if she were giving him a nucleic acid test, and Zhang Yi almost swallowed the whole spoon. At this moment, Zhang Yi not only choked and coughed repeatedly, but also kept dry heaving. Vomit! Lu Qin, cough cough cough, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Zhang Yi quickly pulled the spoon out of his mouth, then angrily raised his head and looked at Lu Qin with a puzzled expression. He couldn't understand why Lu Qin, who had just been all gentle, would suddenly change her expression and even resort to this kind of trickery. He. To everyone's surprise, Lu Qin sneered and replied, Husband, I just wanted to tell you that this is really uncomfortable. Now you can understand how I felt last night, right? Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Looking at Zhang Yi's embarrassed face, Lu Qin couldn't help but sigh, then grabbed a new tissue and gently wiped his mouth. Honey, please be gentler with me next time, okay? Hearing Lu Qin's soft, sweet voice and seeing the aggrieved look on her face, Zhang Yi finally felt a pang of guilt. Aunt Lu, I'm sorry, I wasn't careful last night. It's okay, Auntie forgives you. Aunt Lu, how about? Get lost. Zhang Yi didn't play cards last night because his left leg was in a cast and he had great difficulty moving around. Perhaps he was too excited, Zhang Yi got carried away and almost made Lu Qin cry. That's why Lu Qin used this method this morning to express her dissatisfaction. But Zhang Yi now possesses a pair of golden, divine waists, from which the life essence produced has the effects of beautifying the skin and maintaining youth. Today, Lu Qin looked much better than yesterday. Even the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes had disappeared, and she looked several years younger. With Zhang Yi's continued nurturing, Lu Qin will only grow younger and more beautiful. I have to say, Zhang Yi really put a lot of thought into this. 9 a.m. Zhang Yi's attending physician came to the ward, examined his injuries, and then gave him a few routine instructions. After the doctor left, Lu Qin immediately helped Zhang Yi into a wheelchair, then pushed him downstairs to the parking lot behind the inpatient department. Just like yesterday, Lu Qin was driving, and Zhang Yi was sitting in the passenger seat. Boom! The Mercedes-Benz G-Class roared to life and sped away from the hospital, heading towards the lottery prize collection center. The awards ceremony went smoothly. Zhang Yi simply handed over the lottery ticket and his ID card to the staff, and not long after, he received a transfer of 20 million yuan into his bank account. Next, Lu Qin continued to drive, taking Zhang Yi directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fill out the application form, show your ID card, have your photo taken, get it stamped, and receive your certificate. The whole process took less than 30 minutes, and Zhang Yi and Lu Qin each had a brand new marriage certificate in their hands. Marriage certificate. Name, Zhang Yi. Nationality, China Dragon Country. Date of birth, August 1, 2003. Spouse, Lu Qin concubine. Nationality, China Dragon Country. Date of birth, December 5, 1985. This marriage application complies with the provisions of the marriage law of the Dragon Kingdom, and is hereby registered and issued this certificate. Registration Authority, Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau, Longwei. Looking at the bright red marriage certificate in his hand, Zhang Yi was momentarily dazed. I just got married like this? I did not marry Lu Ruyan, but instead took her mother as a concubine. So, from this moment on, I am now Lu Ruyan's stepfather. Awesome! Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the bounty mission and taking Lu Qin as your concubine. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 3 game coins. As soon as Zhang Yi stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a system notification sounded in his ear, which made him even happier. Boom boom boom. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped along the road. As Lu Qin drove, she turned on the car stereo and played a cheerful song. It's clear she's in a good mood. After all, she was a widowed woman in her 40s with a child, but now she is married a 22-year-old man who is worth tens of millions and has both good looks and a great physique. More importantly, Zhang Yi also promised her an exorbitant dowry of 5 million. A win-win situation. Lu Qin had gotten such a great deal that she was beaming with excitement. How could she not be happy? System, I want to participate in the lottery. Zhang Yi sat quietly in the passenger seat, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was communicating with the system in his mind. Buzz buzz buzz. Under Zhang Yi's tense yet expectant gaze, the card pool suddenly began to shake, and countless cards flew around rapidly. Before long, 3 glittering cards suddenly jumped out of the card pool and floated in front of Zhang Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a lucky card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a lucky card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a forced purchase card. Ding! All cards have been automatically added to your system inventory. Please check. A series of system notifications rang in his ears, and the 3 cards that had been floating in front of Zhang Yi were instantly put into the system's inventory. System, open the system inventory. Zhang Yi quickly recited the name to himself, and the next second, he saw 3 brand new cards in his inventory. Lucky card, when used, it grants the host extremely high luck for 10 minutes. Gift card, after use, the host can send money to someone once and receive a random return of 100 times. Forced purchase card, after use, the host can forcibly purchase any item on the market at a 90% discount. The purchase scope includes, but is not limited to, companies, shops, land, houses, securities, stocks, cars, jewelry, antiques, etc. Holy crap! These 3 cards are absolutely amazing, each one more incredible than the last. This wedding today was definitely worthwhile. Zhang Yi stared at the 3 cards excitedly for a while, his brain working at lightning speed, and he quickly made a plan. I'm not going to say anything more. After returning to the hospital, first use the lucky card, then use the wealth-giving card, and then give all the 20 million yuan bonus I received this morning to Lu Qin. Although doing so would have been a bit of a bargain for Lu Qin. But you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. He can't bear to part with his wife, but he can't catch the scoundrel. With such a high luck stat, the rebate multiplier of the fortune card should be quite high, right? GAA. Chapter 12 The Lively University Class Group. Noon. Haicheng First People's Hospital. Inpatient Department. To celebrate her marriage registration with Zhang Yi today, Lu Qin ordered a lavish lunch at a 6-star hotel and even had it delivered to Zhang Yi's hospital room. Next, Lu Qin showed her gentle and considerate side. Zhang Yi didn't need to lift a finger. Lu Qin personally brought the food to him and fed him bite by bite. Whoosh! Looking at the pretty aunt so close to him, especially her impressive F-cup figure, he felt as if he had 2 coconuts in his arms. Aggressive. Dazzling. Zhang Yi couldn't resist and immediately started touching Lu Qin inappropriately. Honey, stop it. Lu Qin just laughed and cursed a few times, without stopping Zhang Yi. Instead, she let Zhang Yi unbutton her shirt, revealing the sexy black lace pattern inside. Aunt Lu, you have a great figure. You brat, we're already married, why are you still calling me auntie? I don't care, I just like calling you auntie. Okay, whatever you want to call me is fine, as long as you're happy. Zhang Yi was like a playful child, holding onto Lu Qin and refusing to let go, looking as if he loved her dearly. Lu Qin's pretty face flushed slightly, and her eyes revealed a hint of shyness. But, seeing the expressions of infatuation, nostalgia, happiness, and excitement on Zhang Yi's face, Lu Qin couldn't help but smile slightly, and a feeling of joy and pride welled up in her heart. Although I'm already 40 years old this year, my figure is still great. Look how infatuated this brat is. Oh dear. This brat's drool is practically dripping onto my clothes. What a complete pervert. After lunch, Lu Qin was cleaning up the leftover food, while Zhang Yi lay on the hospital bed and quickly opened the system inventory. System, I want to use the lucky card. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, the lucky card that was lying in the inventory instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yi heard a system notification. Ding! Host has successfully used a lucky card. For the next 10 minutes, you will receive an extremely high luck bonus. Zhang Yi's lips curled up slightly, and he immediately muttered in his mind, System, I want to use the fortune card. Whoosh! Another golden light flashed before their eyes, and the fortune card that had been lying in their inventory also disappeared in a streak of light. Ding! The host has successfully used a fortune-giving card. You now have one chance to give money to someone else and receive a random return of 1 to 100 times. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhang Yi picked up his phone and quickly began operating it without saying a word. As we all know, in the world of novels, there are no restrictions on large amount transfers. Especially in female-oriented novels, the domineering CEOs can transfer hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions of dollars on the spot. Zhang Yi only transferred 20 million to Lu Qin. The moment he pressed the confirm button, the money was immediately and successfully transferred to Lu Qin's bank account. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a 100x return. Ding! The host gifted 20 million Dragon Kingdom coins to someone else and received a rebate of 2 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Ding! The funds have been transferred to the host's bank account. All procedures are legal and compliant, and the source of funds is absolutely safe. The host does not need to worry about any problems. A series of system notifications rang in Zhang Yi's ears. He simply blinked, and his bank card showed an additional balance of 2 billion Chinese yuan. Staring at the long string of OS after the number 2, Zhang Yi felt like he was dreaming and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. So they got 2 billion? My buddy became a billionaire so easily? Happiness came so suddenly, I'm a little unaccustomed to it. Beep beep beep. Just as Zhang Yi was slightly lost in thought, several WeChat notification sounds suddenly rang out on his phone, instantly pulling him back to reality. Zhang Yi subconsciously opened WeChat to take a look. Unexpectedly, it was a university class group that had been quiet for a while, and many people were tagging him like crazy. What's going on? Zhang Yi frowned and quickly opened the university class group. The first message he saw was from a classmate who tagged him, asking if he had broken up with Lu Ruyan. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Yi scrolled up through the group messages, and soon he found the source of the problem. It turned out to be one of Lu Ruyan's best friends, who tagged Lu Ruyan in the class group and asked her when she was going to marry Zhang Yi. Result: Lu Ruyan openly replied to a message in the class group. Lu Ruyan, I hereby clarify that I have peacefully broken up with Zhang Yi. The moment this message was posted, the entire class group chat exploded with excitement. Zhang Yi is undoubtedly the most handsome guy at Haicheng University. His good looks have captivated countless female students. Although Lu Ruyan wasn't the school beauty, she was definitely the class beauty. The two of them together were simply a perfect couple, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, making countless people envious. Zhang Yi and Lu Ruyan had been in love for 4 years, and after graduating from university, they were expected to get married. But Lu Ruyan said that she and Zhang Yi had broken up. Upon hearing this shocking news, the classmates naturally refused to believe it, so they tagged Zhang Yi in the group chat, wanting to know the truth. However, just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly posted a photo in the group chat, followed by a message. Lu Ruyan, photo.png. Lu Ruyan, I'm currently on a blind date. Classmates, please give me your opinion, is this guy reliable? In the photo, Lu Ruyan is sitting in a high-end Western restaurant. On the table in front of her was a steak and a bottle of red wine, and directly opposite her sat a mature man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Student A, holy crap. No way? Lu Ruyan really broke up with Zhang Yi? Classmate B, I thought Zhang Yi and Lu Ruyan would be the first couple in our class to get married, but I didn't expect. Student C, Lu Ruyan, are you at the Aegean Sea Western restaurant? Student D, wow. I just looked up the price of that bottle of red wine in front of Lu Ruyan online, it costs 30,000 yuan a bottle. Student E, is Lu Ruyan trying to hook up with a rich guy? Student F, although this man is a bit older, he seems like a successful person, so his family must be quite well off, right? Classmate G, Lu Ruyan, you're not thinking of becoming a rich man's concubine, are you? The class group chat became noisy again. Someone mentioned the word concubine, and the students in the class group immediately split into 2 groups, and then a heated debate ensued around this topic. Some people think that there is nothing shameful about being a concubine. After all, there are more women than men in China now. If each woman were to be assigned 1 man on average, more than half of the women would remain single. Moreover, the government abolished the previous marriage law and officially implemented a marriage law with 1 husband and multiple concubines. Since it's legal, there's nothing wrong with it. Some people also feel that being a concubine is shameful. After all, the new marriage law clearly stipulates that concubines and their children have no right of inheritance in the husband's family. The only legal property a concubine could obtain from her husband's family was the dowry he gave her when he married her. Certainly. The marriage law also clearly stipulates that the husband must guarantee the basic living expenses of his concubine after marriage. In addition, the concubine can freely dispose of any pocket money that the husband gives her. But how much or how little she gives depends entirely on her husband's mood. These are not the main points. The key point is that concubines have no personal rights or the right to divorce. As long as the husband does not agree, a concubine can never get a divorce. In addition, if a concubine commits any serious offense, such as adultery, filial impiety, betrayal, or plotting against her husband's family, the husband has the right to transfer the concubine to someone else. So, although the Dragon Kingdom practices a system of 1 husband and multiple concubines, the requirements for concubines are quite strict. Most women in the Dragon Kingdom do not want to be concubines, and only a small number of gold-digging women will lower themselves to become concubines for wealthy men. At this moment, when the students heard that their former class beauty, Lu Ruyan, actually wanted to become a rich man's concubine, they were all shocked. Really? Even the most beautiful love can ultimately be defeated by money. In this materialistic age, only the rich can find their happy ending, while the poor can only watch from the sidelines. Chapter 13, I am married, please do not disturb me. The class group chat was very lively. Almost all the students popped up, and everyone was excitedly discussing the new marriage law in China. Zhang Chen originally didn't want to speak in the group. He felt that breaking up with Lu Ruyan wasn't something to be proud of, and there was no need to discuss it in the class group chat. However, just then, another classmate tagged him in the group chat. Wu Kuan, hey. Zhang Yi, I heard you got dumped by the class beauty? Wu Kuan, I told you long ago, you're just a poor loser, how could the class beauty possibly marry you? Wu Kuan, Zhang Yi, do you want me to introduce you to a few rich women? Wu Kuan, I guarantee you, with that pretty face of yours, you'll definitely win over those rich women. As soon as Wu Kuan sent these messages, the once lively class group chat fell silent instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed. Zhang Yi also saw these messages, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. This man named Wu Kuan, relying on his family's wealth, was arrogant and domineering at school, and many classmates had been bullied by him. More importantly, Wu Kuan has always liked Lu Ruyan. Only Lu Ruyan rejected Wu Kuan's confession and chose to be with Jiang Yi instead, which made Wu Kuan resent Jiang Yi and oppose him at every turn during the 4 years of college. This time, upon hearing the news of Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yi's breakup, how could Wu Kuan possibly let go of the opportunity to mock Jiang Yi? Wu Kuan, Jiang Yi, say something. Stop playing dead. Seeing that Jiang Yi hadn't made any moves in the group chat, Wu Kuan kept clamoring in the group and kept tagging Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was getting really annoyed, so he took out the marriage certificate he had just received that morning, took a picture of it, and sent it directly to the group chat. Jiang Yi, photo.png. Jiang Yi, I am married, please do not disturb me. Quiet. The class group chat immediately fell silent. But after a brief silence, the students erupted like a volcano, with all sorts of messages popping up. Student A, holy crap. Jiang Yi got married? Student B, so it wasn't Lu Ruyan who dumped Jiang Yi, but Jiang Yi who dumped Lu Ruyan. Classmate C, Jiang Yi, who did you marry? Classmate D, Jiang Yi, you're not trying to fool everyone with a fake marriage certificate, are you? Student E, I just scanned the QR code on this marriage certificate, logged into the Civil Affairs Bureau's official website, and actually found Jiang Yi's marriage registration information. Classmate F, oh my god. Jiang Yi really got married. Student G, according to official information, Jiang Yi's spouse is named Lu Qin. Does anyone know this woman? Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. He was truly dumbfounded. He never expected that by simply posting a picture of the cover of a marriage certificate and accidentally revealing the QR code in the upper left corner, his classmates would follow the clues and uncover Lu Qin's identity. What left Jiang Yi speechless was that a female classmate in the class group happened to know Lu Qin, and this person was also Lu Ruyan's best friend Wang Monli. Wang Monli, huh? I remember Lu Ruyan's mother's name was Lu Qin. After Wang Monli sent this message, the class group was quiet for a short while, and then an even bigger wave of activity erupted. Student A, holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Classmate B, Jiang Yi, you didn't actually marry Lu Ruyan's mother, did you? Student C, Jiang Yi, you're too ruthless. Classmate D, Jiang Yi, if you can't be Lu Ruyan's husband, are you going to be her father? Student E, Brother Yi, please accept my utmost respect. Student F, I'd never support a wall in my life, but I admire Wild Bro the most. Classmate G, Bro, you're awesome. Looking at the various messages in the class group, Jiang Yi sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was just about to exit the chat interface and stop paying attention to these classmates who were just watching the drama unfold. Who knew? Just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly popped up in the group chat and tagged Jiang Yi. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi, what exactly is going on? You'd better explain this to me right now. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan's message, Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback, and a surge of anger immediately welled up inside him. Jiang Yi, Lu Ruyan, we've already broken up. What gives you the right to question me now? Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi, I never expected you to be this kind of person. You've really disappointed me. Jiang Yi, how did I disappoint you? Lu Ruyan, after I dumped you, you were resentful and, just to disgust me, you actually forged a fake marriage certificate. How could you be so despicable and shameless? Upon seeing this message, Jiang Yi was so angry he laughed. Without saying a word, he untied the wedding knot in his hand and took several photos of the contents of the certificate. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yi sent all of these photos to the class group. Jiang Yi, photo.png, photo.png, photo.png. Jiang Yi, let me give you a legal lesson here. Forging a marriage certificate from China is illegal and a crime. Not only will you be held legally responsible, but in serious cases, you could even go to jail. Jiang Yi, as you can see, I did indeed marry Lu Ruyan's mother. We obtained our marriage certificate this morning, and all the procedures were legal and compliant. There was no forgery whatsoever. Jiang Yi, from today onwards, I am Lu Ruyan's stepfather. Jiang Yi, Lu Ruyan, why aren't you calling me dad yet? Quiet. The class group chat has fallen silent again. Even through the phone screen, Jiang Yi could picture the scene of his classmates gasping in shock. However, after Jiang Yi sent these messages, Lu Ruyan fell silent and didn't speak in the group for a long time. Jiang Yi suddenly felt bored. So I exited the chat page and set the group messages to Do Not Disturb mode, refusing to receive any private messages or mentions from the group. After doing all this, Jiang Yi felt that the whole world was quiet. One word, awesome. Tap tap tap. Just then, Lucine, who had just come out of the restroom, suddenly discovered that her phone had received a bank transfer message. "Honey, why did you transfer 20 million to me?" Upon opening the document, Lucine immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. She then quickly walked to the bedside and stared at Zhang Yi with a look of astonishment and uncertainty. 5 million is your dowry, and the remaining 15 million is your pocket money. Zhang Yi waved his hand casually, as if in his eyes, 20 million was just like 2,000 yuan, a small amount of money that was not worth worrying about. But Lucine's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly sat down next to Zhang Yi, asking softly, "Husband, you've given me all the money, what about you? If I told you I had no money, would you support me?" Zhang Yi deliberately put on a conflicted expression, sighing as he spoke, but his eyes were fixed on Lucine's pretty face. "It's not impossible for me to support you, unless..." Lucine suddenly revealed a charming smile, then reached out a hand and gently lifted Zhang Yi's chin, her eyes flashing with a fiery light. "Unless what?" Zhang Yi blinked and raised his head in a very cooperative manner, even looking at Lucine with a curious expression. "Husband, if you promote me from concubine to wife, I'll support you. I can support you for the rest of my life." Lucine proudly waved her phone and deliberately showed Zhang Yi the 20 million yuan balance in her bank card. "You want to be my legal wife? Aunt Lu, you're dreaming." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and slapped Lucine's plump buttocks hard. "Your husband still has 2 billion Chinese yuan, I don't need you to support me." After saying this, Zhang Yi turned on his phone and, mimicking Lucine's smug expression, showed her his bank card balance. "What? 2 billion? Lucine's eyes widened suddenly as she stared intently at Zhang Yi's phone screen, then counted the long string of numbers repeatedly. "Honey, how do you have so much money? Aunt Lu, I'm really angry right now." "Ugh, not again? Aunt Lu, don't worry. I'll definitely know my limits this time." He. Chapter 14. The driver who caused the accident appears. In the hospital ward, Lucine was pinned to the bed by Zhang Yi. They embraced and kissed. The ambiguous atmosphere had reached its peak. Just then, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open from the outside, which startled Zhang Yi and Lucine. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi and Lucine separated like two startled rabbits. Zhang Yi quickly sat up against the headboard, wiped the lipstick stain off his lips, and tidied his hair, which had been messed up by Lucine. Lucine quickly turned around, fastened the shirt buttons that Zhang Yi had just unbuttoned, and then smoothed out her slightly disheveled pencil skirt. In short, the two of them maintained a relatively calm expression, but their actions revealed a sense of panic and guilt. Well, the two beautiful women who had just entered the room froze on the spot, too embarrassed to say anything. That's right. The culprit who suddenly pushed open the door and ruined Zhang Yi and Lucine's good time, and is now standing awkwardly in place, at a loss for what to do, is two very beautiful women with great looks and figures. The woman walking in front looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. A well-tailored suit perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, while her cool and sophisticated makeup, paired with alluring eyes, showcased her unique mature and sophisticated aura. Besides, the woman appeared to be wearing only a small black bralette under her blazer. Looking through the open collar of the blazer, you can immediately see a deep cleavage, which is very sexy and charming. But this woman possessed an air of superiority, giving off a cool, arrogant, aloof, and unapproachable feeling. A cold and elegant rose. This was Zhang Yi's first impression of this beautiful woman. The woman walking behind looked a bit younger, probably around 25 years old. Wearing a black leather jacket and pants, she perfectly showcased her hot figure, and her face was adorned with an exaggerated nightclub-style makeup, exuding a wild charm from head to toe. Little Wildcat. That was Zhang Yi's first impression of her. Tap tap tap. After a brief silence, the cold and beautiful Rose in front suddenly took a step and walked confidently to Zhang Yi's bedside. As for the little Wildcat behind her, she immediately followed closely behind the cold and beautiful Rose and also came to Zhang Yi's bedside. "Mr. Jiang, I'd like to have a talk with you." As soon as the woman opened her mouth, Zhang Yi instantly remembered that the cold and beautiful Rose in front of him was none other than the female driver who had hit him yesterday. However, before Zhang Yi could speak, Lucine, who had just finished tidying her clothes, suddenly turned around and asked, "Husband, who are these two ladies?" "Them." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and explained irritably, "She's the driver who hit me yesterday. As for the other one, I don't know her either." "What?" Upon hearing that the other party was the driver who caused the accident, Lucine was briefly stunned, but immediately stood up with a whoosh. Next, to Jiang Ye's astonishment, Lucine transformed into Balala the fairies again. How do you drive? Ha? Why didn't you slow down when you saw someone crossing the road ahead? Do you even have a driver's license? Did you forget everything you learned at driving school? While cursing at the two women, Lucine was rolling up her sleeves, looking like she wanted to fight them. However, both women remained calm in the face of Lucine's aggressive questioning. Suddenly, the little wildcat who had been standing at the back stepped forward, shielding the cold and beautiful Rose behind her. At the same time, she clenched her fists and looked at Lucine with icy eyes. In that instant, Jiang Yi clearly sensed a fluctuation of internal energy emanating from the little wildcat. Although this slight fluctuation of internal energy was so subtle as to be almost imperceptible, it was still detected by the perceptive Jiang Yi. Not good. This woman is also a martial artist. If Lucine were to provoke her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Aunt Lu, stop. In a flash, Jiang Yi immediately called out to stop Lucine, while also slightly bending his right leg, ready to fight the little wildcat at any moment. Although we don't know how strong little wildcat is, Lucine is, after all, Jiang Yi's concubine. Jiang Yi certainly wouldn't let her go and deliberately seek her own death. Husband. Lucine stomped her foot angrily, then glared at little wildcat and cold Rose, before walking back without a word and sitting down next to Jiang Yi again. It must be said that although Lucine can be quite fierce at times, she doesn't offend Jiang Yi in front of outsiders and is relatively obedient. Whoosh! Jiang Yi grabbed Lucine's hand and gently patted the back of her hand a few times, while giving her a look that said, "Take it easy." Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yi turned to the two women standing beside the hospital bed and said, "I'm sorry, my wife has a bit of an impulsive personality. Please excuse her." As soon as Jiang Yi said this, Lucine immediately reached out and pinched his arm, pouting her lips, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction. But Jiang Yi ignored Lucine and stared intently at the two women standing by the hospital bed, seemingly waiting for them to speak. "Mr. Jiang, if you hadn't suddenly crossed the road, I wouldn't have been startled, and I wouldn't have been unable to brake in time, thus accidentally hitting you. Ultimately, you should bear full responsibility for this traffic accident. If you hadn't suddenly rushed out, I would have naturally avoided the girl crossing the road if I had been driving normally. Your heroic rescue scene was completely unnecessary." The cold, beautiful Rose crossed her arms over her chest, her face icy, but the words that came out of her mouth were even colder. "What? You hit someone with your car, and not only do you refuse to take responsibility, you're also pushing all the blame onto my husband? Go to hell." Before Jiang Yi could speak, Lucine, who was sitting next to him, jumped out like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, and her fur stood on end. Whoosh! Jiang Yi immediately reached out and grabbed Lucine, while covering his forehead with his other hand, looking like he had a terrible headache. "Husband. They're really bullying us." From beginning to end, they didn't even offer a single apology, and they tried to shift all the blame onto us. "You can tolerate this, but I can't." Lucine was furious. Her impressive breasts rose and fell with her rapid breathing, trembling slightly, instantly triggering a global economic shock. Jiang Yi was stunned, dizzy, and started to feel carsick again. "Don't be angry, sweetie." Jiang Yi suddenly spoke to Lucine in an extremely gentle tone, as if coaxing a child. "We are cultured people, we won't stoop to their level." Upon hearing this, Lucine immediately trembled her lips, as if she wanted to say something more. However, Jiang Yi suddenly turned his head and looked at Cold Rose and Little Wildcat and said, "Although my wife has a somewhat impulsive personality, she is right about a few things." Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Jiang Yi immediately raised a hand, pointed at Cold Rose's nose, and scolded, "How do you drive? Ha? Why didn't you slow down when you saw someone crossing the road ahead? Do you even have a driver's license? Did you forget everything you learned at driving school? You're the one who hit me with your car, but now you're trying to pin all the blame on me. Screw you." Lucine. Cold and aloof Rose. Wildcat. Chapter 15, Kicking the Little Wildcat Away. "Shut up. You little brat who hasn't even grown all his feathers yet, how dare you disrespect our young lady? Who gave you the audacity? Do you even know who our young lady is?" Jiang Yi's barrage of insults and continuous outbursts immediately turned the two women's faces ugly. Especially Little Wildcat, the woman suddenly sneered, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yi, a strong killing intent flashing in her eyes. "Ha? Who is your young lady? Hurry up and tell me your name, let's see if you can give me a surprise." Although Jiang Yi still had a nonchalant expression, he was secretly making preparations. His slightly bent right leg was ready to deliver a vicious heavenly cripple kick the moment little Wildcat made her move. What's this called again? Strategically despise the enemy, but tactically take them seriously. This is what the instructor said, so quickly mark it as important, it's a sure thing on the test. You little brat, listen up. To Jiang Yi's slight surprise, the little Wildcat did not make a move immediately, but instead revealed her name and family background as the cold and beautiful Rose. Our young lady is the daughter of Xiao Zhang, the richest man in Haicheng, the current president of the Xiao Group, and the sole heir of the Xiao family, a powerful family in Haicheng. She is Xiao Lengyu, President Xiao. Upon hearing the words daughter of Haicheng's richest man, Jiang Yi's eyelids twitched slightly, but his face did not show much surprise. After all, he now has a system and is backed by the system's leader, so he is very confident. How could he be intimidated by the daughter of a mere billionaire? Oh. Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze from Xiao Lengyu, then looked indifferently at the murderous-looking little Wildcat and asked, "And who are you?" "I." The little Wildcat paused for a moment upon hearing this, then sneered, "I am President Zhao's personal bodyguard, and also a martial artist ranked 25th on the Tiger List." The Dragon Kingdom is a great nation where martial arts flourish, with a large number of people practicing martial arts among the common people, and various ancient martial arts masters emerging one after another. At the same time, the official website also released an ancient martial arts ranking list, the Dragon and Tiger ranking. The Dragon ranking has only 100 members, but every one of them is a top-notch master of ancient martial arts. The number of people on the Tiger list is not fixed currently, there are over 1,000 people on the list, but most of them are second-rate ancient martial arts masters. Little Wildcat is ranked 25th on the Tiger list, so her strength should be at the peak of the second-rate level, or even close to the first-rate level. "What's your name?" Jiang Yi blinked. Although he didn't know the exact strength of the second-rate expert, judging from the aura emanating from the little Wildcat, Jiang Yi was fully confident that he could defeat her. As for the reason, it's very simple. The internal energy fluctuations emanating from the little Wildcat, as well as the martial arts aura she exuded, were nowhere near as powerful as Jiang Yi's. In other words, Jiang Yi's current strength is either at the peak of a second-rate master or he has already entered the ranks of a first-rate master. You dare to know my name? Since you dare to disrespect our young lady, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. The little Wildcat rolled its eyes, a deep sneer on its face, and then rushed over in a flash, its right hand grabbing Jiang Yi's neck with lightning speed. "Get out!" Jiang Yi was already prepared. His right leg, which was slightly bent, suddenly kicked out from under the covers, aiming straight for the little Wildcat's chest. The little Wildcat was startled. She never expected Jiang Yi to act so quickly. Moreover, Jiang Yi's kick was really too vicious, aiming directly at her bulging breasts. If she had been hit by his kick, she would have been kicked to death or her breasts would have been blown apart. Whoosh! In a flash, the little Wildcat immediately withdrew her right hand and crossed her arms in front of her, seemingly preparing to take Jiang Yi's kick head-on. Bang! With a muffled thud, the little Wildcat's eyes widened, its mouth gaped open, and its face was filled with shock and disbelief before it was sent flying backward. Bang! Another muffled thud followed as the little Wildcat crashed heavily against the hospital room wall, not only creating a crater but also causing numerous spiderweb-like cracks to appear around the crater. That's not all. Suddenly, the little Wildcat felt a surge of blood in its chest. It immediately opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood with a pft, its face turning deathly pale in an instant. At last, the little Wildcat slid down the wall and knelt on the ground, a shocking trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, looking at Jiang Yi lying on the hospital bed with disbelief. You are actually a martial artist too. It all happened so suddenly. Lu Qi never expected that the little Wildcat would attack Jiang Yi so suddenly, without warning. She never expected that Jiang Yi had already prepared for a counterattack, not only displaying great strength, but also kicking the little Wildcat until she coughed up blood. Am I dreaming? Why does it feel a little unreal? When did Jiang Yi become a martial artist? Xiao Lengyu was also stunned. Lin Xianxian is a martial artist carefully cultivated by the Xiao family. Her strength has reached the peak of the second-rate master level, and she is ranked 25th on the Tiger ranking. However, at this moment, Lin Xianxian was seriously injured by Jiang Yi's kick, which shocked Xiao Lengyu. Surprised? Unexpected? After kicking the person, Jiang Yi slowly pulled his leg back and looked at Lin Xianxian with an expression as if she were an idiot. As for Xiao Lengyu standing to the side, Jiang Yi automatically ignored her. Who are you? Lin Shanshan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then slowly stood up from the ground, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yi, a look of fear finally appearing on her face. You? You dare to know my name? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly and returned to Lin Shanshan the line she had just spoken, word for word. You. Lin Shanshan's eyes widened, and she immediately took a step forward, clenching her fists as if she were ready to fight Jiang Yi to the death. Shanshan, stop. Upon seeing this, Xiao Lengyu immediately shouted to stop Lin Shanshan, then quickly walked over and took her arm, asking, "Are you alright?" "Miss, I'm fine, I just suffered some internal injuries." Lin Shanshan gritted her teeth, her eyes still fixed on Jiang Yi, her face full of resentment. However, these words caused Xiao Lengyu's expression to change once again. In just one exchange, Jiang Yi casually threw a kick, yet it injured Lin Shanshan, a master ranked 25th on the Tiger list. I misjudged it. Jiang Yi is quite something. Chapter 16. Xiao Lengyu bows her head and apologizes. In the hospital ward, Jiang Yi leaned lazily against the headboard. Lu Qin moved a stool over and sat down next to Jiang Yi's hospital bed. She held a fruit knife and an apple in her hand and was happily peeling the apple. After the apple was peeled, Lu Qin sliced it, then picked up a slice with a toothpick and smiled as she offered it to Jiang Yi. Honey, AMU. Ah. Is it sweet? Is it tasty? Tasty. Want another one? Seeing Jiang Yi and Lu Qin shamelessly showing off their affection, Xiao Lengyu and Lin Shanshan, standing on the other side of the hospital bed, were immediately filled with embarrassment and speechlessness, their toes practically digging a hole in the floor. Mr. Jiang, I take full responsibility for this traffic accident. I will cover all your hospital expenses. In addition, there are 2 million Chinese yuan in this bank card, consider it extra compensation from me. I hope you won't take the unpleasantness between us just now to heart. As Xiao Lengyu spoke, she took out a bank card from her bag and respectfully handed it to Jiang Yi. But Jiang Yi didn't take the bank card. Instead, he gave Lu Qin a look, and she immediately put down the fruit plate in her hand, reached out and took the bank card, and showed a bright smile on her face. Why didn't you just agree to this readily from the beginning? They only behave after my husband teaches them a lesson. Tell me, aren't you shameless? Snort. Although Lu Qin took the bank card, she still didn't give Xiao Lengyu and Lin Shanshan a friendly look, and even took the opportunity to make sarcastic remarks to them. This infuriated Xiao Lengyu and Lin Shanshan. If it weren't for the presence of the mysterious expert Jiang Yi, they probably would have torn Lu Qin to pieces on the spot. Lu Qin has a notoriously sharp tongue. Alright, I won't argue with you anymore. Let's leave it at that. I'm tired and want to rest. Take care, and don't bother seeing me off. Jiang Yi directly issued the order to leave, his tone indifferent, his face revealing no emotion whatsoever. However, his indifferent demeanor seemed to be a silent mockery of Xiao Lengyu and Lin Shanshan, making them so angry they felt like they wanted to vomit blood. What a terrible day. First, he was verbally abused and insulted, then he was severely reprimanded, and in the end, he not only had to apologize but also pay 2 million Chinese yuan in compensation. The key point is that they kept a sour face the whole time and didn't give me a kind look at all. Xiao Lengyu is the daughter of Haiqing's richest man, the high-ranking president of the Xiao Group, and the sole heir of the wealthy Xiao family. When has she ever suffered such humiliation? However, after Jiang Yi displayed his formidable strength, even Xiao Lengyu had to lower her noble head. Martial artists are a very special group of people. If they wanted to harm an ordinary person, they could simply rely on their superior strength to silently eliminate the target without leaving any clues or traces, easily escaping legal punishment. If you offend an ordinary person, there is still room for maneuver. If you offend a martial artist, you'll never have peace of mind. Mr. Jiang, farewell. Despite her many grievances, Xiao Lengyu still clasped her hands in a fist salute to Jiang Yi, and then quickly left the ward with Lin Shanshan. When the two arrived at the parking lot, Lin Shanshan couldn't help but ask, "Miss, that boy is too arrogant. I really can't swallow this." Flourishing. Xiao Lengyu sighed helplessly and said that Jiang Yi is no simple man. Even you are no match for him. If we don't choose to swallow our anger, what will we do if that guy goes crazy on the spot? Miss, are we just going to let this go like this? How could this be? When have I, Xiao Lengyu, ever been treated like this? This matter will absolutely not be left like this. Miss, should we gather our men and teach that brat a lesson? No rush. Let's go home first, then send someone to investigate Jiang Yi's background, and then we'll make further plans. On the other side, Jiang Yi was unaware of the conversation between Xiao Lenyu and Lin Qianqian. However, he had a vague idea that Xiao Lenyu would not let it go so easily and would definitely come looking for revenge later. Women. They're all petty and extremely vengeful creatures. Especially for a wealthy heiress like Xiao Lenyu, who is used to being high and mighty and being adored by everyone, and has never suffered a loss or stumbled, how could she possibly let it go? But when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. With the system as his biggest trump card, Jiang Yi naturally had no fear of Xiao Lengyu's revenge. After experiencing a car accident and being dumped by his ex-girlfriend, Jiang Yi has now completely let go of the past. You never know which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. So, live one day at a time, and be happy every day you can. Rather than living a cowardly, timid, and miserable life in this world, it would be better to die. Honey, keep this bank card. Just then, Lu Qin's voice suddenly drifted into Jiang Yi's ears. She handed the bank card she had just received to Jiang Yi, but her face was full of pain and reluctance. After all, that's 2 million. Money. Who wouldn't like it? Keep this card for yourself, consider it your allowance. Jiang Yi looked at Lu Qin with amusement, then waved his hand and pushed the bank card back. Honey, I love you to death. Moi. Lu Qin was slightly taken aback at first, then cheered and quickly accepted the bank card, and even gave Jiang Yi a big kiss on the cheek. At this moment, the more Lu Qin looked at Jiang Yi, the more handsome she felt, and the more she liked Jiang Yi as her husband. Jiang Yi is young, handsome, rich, generous, 185 centimeters tall, has 8-pack abs, and is financially well off. Moreover, he is a powerful martial artist. Why did Lu Ruyan give up on such an outstanding man? They're completely blind and incompetent. Fine. My mother came to the hospital to see Jiang Yi for a moment. Otherwise, if I had missed out on such an outstanding man, I would probably have spent the rest of my life in regret. Honey, I want to go home for a bit and bring back a few changes of clothes and some essential household items. This way, it will be easier for me to take better care of you in the hospital. You should rest well in your hospital room this afternoon. I'll cook you a nice meal tonight to help you recover, okay? Lu Qin snuggled in Jiang Yi's arms for a while, then suddenly asked to go home. Okay, be careful on the road. Jiang Yi handed the Mercedes-Benz G-Class car keys directly to Lu Qin and softly gave her a few words of advice. AMU. Lu Qin took the car keys, kissed Jiang Yi on the cheek, and then happily left the ward. Watching Lu Qin's departing figure, especially her plump buttocks swaying back and forth, Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Young people don't know how good their aunts are, and mistake a young girl for a treasure. Putting everything else aside, just in terms of providing emotional value, Lu Qin is many times better than Lu Ruyan. This old woman was worth marrying. If she can continue to be so obedient and well-behaved, Jiang Yi wouldn't mind feeding her more life essence to turn her into a young and beautiful girl. GAA. Chapter 17. Mother and daughter arguing. Haicheng. Liyuan residential area. Lu Qin drove her Mercedes-Benz G-Class in and parked it downstairs at her apartment building. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw a group of elderly men and women sitting by the flower bed downstairs chatting. Isn't this a Lu Qin? Lu Qin, why are you leaving get off work so early today? Wow. It's a Mercedes G-Class. Lu Qin, is this your car? Lu Qin, when did you start driving a Mercedes G-Class? The elderly people gathered around and circled the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, with some even taking out their phones to take pictures of the car. Feeling the envious glances from her neighbors, Lu Qin's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she immediately puffed out her chest proudly. This is my husband's new car, isn't it cool? As soon as Lu Qin said this, there was a moment of silence, followed by a burst of exclamations. Lu Qin, you're married? Yes, I just went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get my marriage certificate this morning. Lu Qin, what does your husband do? How old is he? Is his family very wealthy? My husband is only 22 years old this year. He is not only handsome, but also very rich, and he treats me very well. As soon as Lu Qin said this, the elderly men and women burst into another round of exclamations. Although Lu Qin is very beautiful and has a very hot figure, she is the recognized beauty of Liyuan community. Countless men are eyeing her body. But Lu Qin was, after all, a widow, and she was 40 years old this year. Her daughter had already graduated from university. A 40-year-old widow married a 22-year-old man who happened to be very wealthy. A domineering CEO falls in love with me, a 40-year-old widow with a child and nearing menopause? This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Why can't our daughter meet such an outstanding man? Why can't our granddaughter find a man like that? Next. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of her neighbors, Lu Qin tossed her hair, puffed out her chest, raised her chin, swayed her plump buttocks, and hummed a cheerful little tune as she strode towards her home. Awesome! This feeling of being envied and envied by others made Lu Qin feel great from head to toe. However, on the other hand, Lu Qin really has to thank her daughter. If it weren't for Lu Ruyan, how could she have known Zhang Yi? If Lu Ruyan hadn't broken up with Zhang Yi, how could she have gotten a lucky break and gotten married to Zhang Yi? This daughter was worth raising. An hour later, Lu Qin prepared a sumptuous dinner and packed the food into insulated lunchboxes. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qin hummed a cheerful song and quickly walked into the bathroom, where she took a refreshing bath. However, when Lu Qin came out of the shower, she picked up her phone and saw that there were dozens of missed calls. All of these calls were from Lu Ruyan. Lu Qin thought her daughter had something urgent to say, so she immediately called her back. Hello? After the call was connected, Lu Qin had only uttered one word when Lu Ruyan's exasperated voice came from the other end. Mom! What are you doing? Why aren't you answering my calls? Mom's phone was on silent, so she didn't notice your call. Mom! I'm asking you, did you and Zhang Yi get a marriage certificate? Ruyan, how did you know? Mom! You really got married to Zhang Yi? Faced with her daughter's questioning, Lu Qin hesitated only slightly before openly admitting that she had married Zhang Yi. Silence, no words. Lu Ruyan suddenly fell silent, but Lu Qin could clearly hear a series of rapid breaths coming from the other end of the phone. It was obvious that Lu Ruyan was extremely angry. But Lu Qin did not feel guilty, nor did she feel ashamed, nor did she feel that she had let Lu Ruyan down. After all, Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yi had already broken up, and it was Lu Ruyan who took the initiative to abandon Zhang Yi. She only went to get a marriage certificate with Zhang Yi after he became single again. From a legal perspective, Lu Qin and Zhang Yi's marriage is legal and compliant, and there is nothing wrong with it. However, from a moral standpoint, it seems a little unreasonable. But what kind of morality do we need? How much does morality cost per pound? Can morality be more important than one's husband? Mom! How could you do this? Zhang Yi is my ex-boyfriend. Why did you have to marry him of all people? Mom! Are you crazy? Half a day later, Lu Ruyan's roar finally came from the other end of the phone. However, Lu Qin said nonchalantly, Ruyan, you said it yourself, Zhang Yi is just your ex-boyfriend, not your current boyfriend, much less your husband, so why are you so agitated? What are you angry about? Mom! Anyway, I don't approve of your marriage. Ruyan, whether you agree or not, I have already registered my marriage with Zhang Yi, and that is an undeniable fact. Mom! Are you trying to drive me crazy? Hey! You brat, all I'm doing is getting married, how did it make you so angry? The mother and daughter argued on the phone for a while, then Lu Ruyan suddenly took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, Mom, give me a reason. Lu Qin was slightly taken aback and asked, what reason? Give me a reason why you knew Zhang Yi was my ex-boyfriend, yet you disregarded your reputation, weren't afraid of being laughed at, and weren't afraid of being gossiped about, and were determined to marry him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin's expression immediately turned serious. She took a deep breath and said in an extremely serious tone, just because of that night 2 years ago, Zhang Yi carried me on his back, braving the heavy rain, and ran 20 kilometers to get me to the hospital in time. Afterwards, he didn't hesitate to sell his house and raise 1 million yuan for the surgery, saving my life. Is this reason enough? Quiet. Complete silence. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruyan seemed to have been suddenly choked, and she couldn't make a sound for a long time. Clearly, Lu Ruyan had no way to refute the reason given by Lu Qin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just when Lu Qin thought her daughter had nothing to say, Lu Ruyan's voice came from the other end of the phone again. Mom, a life-saving grace doesn't necessarily have to be repaid with marriage. You can be reborn as a cow or a horse in your next life to repay his kindness. Isn't that how it's always portrayed in TV dramas? Why are you so stubborn? Upon hearing this, Lu Qin's anger flared up immediately. She never imagined that her daughter would actually be such an ingrate. How could Lu Ruyan have the nerve to say such shameless things? Lu Ruyan, you're really something. Since you don't intend to marry Jiang Yi, why did you start dating him in the first place? Aren't you bullying an honest person? Upon hearing Lu Qin's words, Lu Ruyan seemed to be provoked as well, and her voice unconsciously rose several decibels. Mom! I was young and immature when I started dating Jiang Yi. Now that I'm older, I want to pursue true happiness, so I broke up with him. What's wrong with that? On the contrary, my dear mother, you actually went and got married to my ex-boyfriend. You are shameless. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Lu Qin was so angry that her lungs felt like they were about to explode. Do you think I have no shame? I neither steal nor rob men, so how am I shameless? Lu Ruyan, which of us is the shameless one? Call. Lu Qin took a deep breath to calm herself down, and suddenly realized a very serious problem. Endure it for a while and you'll get breast hyperplasia. Take a step back and you'll get ovarian cysts. This is absolutely intolerable. Then, Lu Qin immediately said, Lu Ruyan, since you think your mother is shameless, fine. Today, your mother will show you how shameless she is. Didn't you ask me why I was so determined to marry Jiang Yi? I'll answer you right now. Because Jiang Yi gave me a dowry of 5 million and pocket money of 15 million. Jiang Yi is not some poor loser, but a hidden super rich man. Chapter 18. Life is like a game of chess. Once a move is made, there's no going back. Lu Qin was genuinely angry. She sent screenshots of her bank account balance and transaction records to Lu Ruyan, and then sent Lu Ruyan a WeChat message. Lu Qin, I just want to ask, if a young and handsome man offered you a dowry of 20 million, would you be willing to marry him? After doing all this, Lu Qin felt her breasts were clear and she was in a great mood. She then threw her phone aside, turned around, and went into the bedroom. What should I wear tonight? As the saying goes, cuteness is worthless compared to sexiness. So, choose a sexy stepmother dress, etc. She also needs to wear black stockings, preferably the kind that are easy to tear, which will definitely make Jiang Yi scream wildly. You little rascal, I'll make you swoon tonight. He. Just thinking about Jiang Yi's impatient look made Lu Qin's pretty face blush, and her heartbeat and breathing quickened involuntarily. However, just then, Lu Qin's phone rang again. Hello? What's up now? Lu Qin put on Bluetooth headphones and took off her clothes one by one, revealing a mature and voluptuous body. Mom! Are all those photos you sent me real? Hearing Lu Ruyan's surprised question on the other end of the phone, Lu Qin just smiled faintly, and then took out a set of wine red, hollowed out, sexy lingerie with lace patterns from the wardrobe. Surprised? Unexpected? Did you never dream that your ex-boyfriend was actually a super rich man? Lu Ruyan, do you regret it now? After getting dressed, Lu Qin walked to the full-length mirror and turned around in front of it. Perhaps because she was particularly satisfied with her figure, Lu Qin's smile suddenly became even brighter. Impossible. Mom, you must be lying to me. How could Jiang Yi be a tycoon? How could he possibly give you 20 million? Fake. All these photos you sent me are definitely fake. Lu Ruyan on the other end of the phone was clearly somewhat on edge. But instead of comforting her, Lu Qin went back to the wardrobe and picked out a very sexy stepmother dress and a pair of black stockings that looked very easy to tear. Next, Lu Qin bent down, lifted one leg, and then slowly put the leg up. Just as I finished putting on my stockings, Lu Ruyan's voice came from the other end of the phone again. Mom, say something. Tell me right now, this is all fake. Jiang Yi is not a rich man at all. These photos are all photoshopped. He's just a poor loser, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Qin couldn't help but sneer again. She calmly put on her stepmother's dress, then went to the dressing mirror and struck a few poses, her smile growing even brighter. Lu Ruyan, it's too late for you to regret it now. Mom, what do you mean? Because Jiang Yi is my husband now, you should call him Uncle Jiang, or you can call him stepfather. Mom. You. Lu Ruyan, actually, Mom really has to thank you. If you hadn't dumped Jiang Yi, how could I have found such a young, handsome, rich, and generous husband? Mom. How could you do this? Jiang Yi is my ex-boyfriend. You shameless person. Lu Ruyan's outburst did not make Lu Qin feel any shame. She walked over and sat down in front of the dressing table, then looked in the mirror and put on a delicate makeup. Hey. My looks are just as good as an 18-year-old girl's. It is said that young girls are alluring, while married women are captivating. When Jiang Yi sees his mother after she's put on makeup, and with this sexy outfit, he'll definitely be drooling with excitement, right? Mom, was it really a mistake for me to break up with Jiang Yi? Lu Ruyan's voice came from the other end of the phone again. This time, Lu Ruyan's voice was no longer so sharp and piercing. Instead, it carried a hint of sob and self-doubt. However, Lu Qin frowned and replied coldly, Lu Ruyan, you are an adult now. You should know what it means to live life like a game of chess, where once a move is made, there's no going back. Regardless of whether you're right or wrong in this matter, now that you've broken up with Jiang Yi, you need to look forward and not look back. You have to bear the consequences of the choices you make. Silence, no words. Lu Ruyan on the other end of the phone suddenly fell into a long silence, as if she was seriously considering what Lu Qin had just said. Half a day later, Lu Ruyan suddenly sighed softly. Life is like a game of chess. Once a move is made, there's no going back. Okay, I understand. Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Immediately afterward, before Lu Qin could speak again, Lu Ruyan hung up the phone. Well. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lu Qin could only shake her head helplessly, then took off her Bluetooth headset and continued to look at herself in the mirror. 10 minutes later. Lu Qin wore a sexy stepmother dress, had exquisite makeup on her face, and sprayed some perfume on her body. Then, carrying a large lunchbox in her left hand and dragging a suitcase in her right hand, she happily went out the door. This scene is just like that of a rural woman left behind, waiting anxiously for her husband who has been working away from home for a long time. Suddenly one day she receives news that she can go to the city to find her husband, so she dresses herself up beautifully, like she is delivering vegetables from afar. I can't wait. On the other side. Lying in his hospital bed, Jiang Yi first scrolled through short videos on his phone for a while. Suddenly, he realized that it was already the second day, and the system's daily tasks for the day had already been refreshed. Only. Jiang Yi was busy receiving an award and getting married this morning, and then had a conflict with Xiao Lingyu and Lin Qianqian this afternoon, so he forgot about this matter. Now that he suddenly remembered this, Jiang Yi immediately put down his phone and opened the system's task panel. Task panel. Daily tasks, completed. 2. Bounty missions, none at the moment. 3. A challenge mission, if the host marries 100 wives and concubines, she will receive 10,000 game coins. Note, daily tasks refresh at 6 a.m. every day, while bounty and challenge tasks refresh randomly and have no time limit. What? Have today's daily tasks been completed? How come I didn't know about this? A look of surprise and suspicion flashed across Jiang Yi's face. He quickly opened the system's main page and, sure enough, saw a striking number 1 behind the Game Currency section. Whoosh! Jiang Yi then opened the task panel again, checked the task completion record, and quickly revealed a strange expression on his face. Task completion log. 1. Daily task, the host and Lu Qin have completed an intimate moment together. 2. Bounty mission, the host must marry Lu Qin or take her as a concubine. This has been completed. 3. Daily task, the host and Lu Qin have completed an intimate moment together. What's going on? Today's daily task is exactly the same as yesterday's, to have an intimate kiss with Lu Qin. So, is my daily task for tomorrow still to stick to Lu Qin? Jiang Yi remembered that this afternoon, he and Lu Qin were kissing, cuddling, touching, and hugging in the ward, and he seemed to vaguely hear the system's notification sound. But Xiao Lingyu and Lin Qianqian's sudden intrusion startled him and Lu Qin. In a panic, Jiang Yi immediately released Lu Qin and quickly straightened his clothes, naturally ignoring the system notification sound. In retrospect, Jiang Yi was not hallucinating at the time, rather, he had completed his daily task, and the system had indeed given him a notification sound. Alright. Anyway, I've completed all my daily tasks for today and even earned a game coin. Let's start with the lucky draw. Chapter 19 Lottery, Healing Card. System, I want to participate in the lottery. Jiang Yi rubbed his hands together excitedly, his face full of anticipation. A lottery would be great. This feels just like calling a prostitute. Before the young lady arrives, you sit in your room waiting, and you can't help but start fantasizing. The girl you called, was she tall? Short? Fat? Thin? Pretty or ugly? Innocent or provocative? Was she your type? This process is like opening a blind box. It's truly heart-pounding, nerve-wracking, and incredibly exciting. Only when the women actually walk in, most of the men will say, "Manager, get me a new batch." Buzz buzz buzz. Under Jiang Yi's tense yet expectant gaze, the card pool began to shake, and countless cards flew around rapidly. Before long, a glittering card jumped out and floated in front of Jiang Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a healing card. Ding! The card has been automatically added to your system inventory. Please check it. A system notification sounded in Jiang Yi's ear, and the card that had been floating in front of him was instantly put into the system's inventory. System, open the system inventory. Jiang Yi quickly recited the name to himself, and the next second, he saw the brand new card in his inventory. Healing card designates a target and instantly heals all internal and external injuries on that person. This card can be used 3 times. Wow! Can it cure all internal and external injuries? Are these cards not one-time use cards, but cards that can be used 3 times? Ha 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 ha. I was so sleepy, and someone immediately came to bring me a pillow. Whoosh! Jiang Yi quickly took out the healing card, then took a deep breath and silently said, "System, I want to use the healing card." Ding! Please select a target person for treatment. Of course I choose myself, since I've broken a leg. Whoosh! The next second, a golden light shot out from the healing card in Jiang Yi's hand and then rushed into his body at an extremely fast speed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully restoring your health using the healing card. Ding! 1 use of the healing card has been consumed. 2 uses remain. Just as the system notification sounded in his ear, Jiang Yi felt a huge warm current envelop his left leg, which had been broken by the car. This feeling is warm and itchy. It's like soaking in a hot spring. The feeling of comfort is indescribable. But this feeling comes quickly and goes quickly. In the blink of an eye, the warm current disappeared, and Jiang Yi clearly felt that his left leg had miraculously recovered. Is that all? Fully healed on the spot? Discharged. I want to be discharged from the hospital right now. This damn hospital room, filled with the smell of disinfectant, I can't stand it for even a second longer. Whoosh! Jiang Yi got out of bed and was about to remove the cast from his left leg, but then he thought about it again and felt that it was not appropriate. A leg that was broken by a car was fully healed in just 2 days. This is not a medical miracle, but a huge shock. To outsiders, seeing Jiang Yi's terrifying recovery speed, wouldn't they want to take him for research and dissection? Well, Jiang Yi couldn't help but shudder at the thought. He stroked his chin for a moment, then pressed the call button hanging by the bedside, summoning the nurse directly. Next, Jiang Yi used going home to recuperate as his reason and was very firm in his attitude, making the nurse process his discharge procedures. The nurse couldn't persuade Jiang Yi otherwise, so she had him sign a waiver and then hurriedly ran off to complete the discharge procedures. But it's already past 6 p.m., and no matter how anxious Jiang Yi is, he can't be discharged today. The earliest he can be discharged is tomorrow morning. No way. Jiang Yi could only lie back down on the hospital bed, continuing to pretend to be an injured person, and then idly scrolling through short videos. Tap tap tap. Not long after, the sound of high heels echoed in the hallway outside, accompanied by the sound of a suitcase being dragged. Snap. Soon, the door to Jiang Yi's hospital room was gently pushed open. A mature, charming, voluptuous, and incredibly sexy woman strode in from outside. Hiss. When Jiang Yi saw the woman clearly, he couldn't help but gasp, and a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. That's right. The person who came was none other than Lu Qin. Because she had applied exquisite makeup, her appearance was instantly enhanced by a significant amount. A face of unparalleled beauty, with a touch of gentle grace amidst its cold elegance, a hint of allure within its gentleness, and a touch of intellect within its allure. A burgundy stepmother dress perfectly accentuated her extremely voluptuous figure. Mature and voluptuous, with a slender waist and full hips. Especially her impressive assets, at least 38F or higher, could absolutely crush 99.99% of women. Tap tap tap. Lu Qin didn't say a word, only a faint smile on her lips, and then walked very naturally to the bedside with cat-like steps. However, every step she takes forward causes economic shocks around the world. Every step they take shakes the ground, every step they take makes the mountains tremble. This domineering and majestic Aunt Lay exudes a strong charm at all times, making every male animal who sees her stand up in awe and have all sorts of fantasies. Honey, does it look good? Perhaps seeing Jiang Ye's dumbfounded expression, Luqine's smile was like an AK firing, impossible to suppress. She put down her suitcase and stood there, turning around once. Immediately afterwards, she lifted one of her black-stockinged legs, gently climbed onto the hospital bed, and then extended a finger to lift Jiang Ye's chin. Honey, I'm asking you a question. Am I pretty tonight? Faced with Luqine's persistent questioning, Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, then nodded seriously and said, I have a high fever. You. Luqine was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and a hint of shyness flashed quickly in her eyes. But the next second, she couldn't help but chuckle. Hee, since you said I'd burn one, then I'll burn one for you to see. As soon as she finished speaking, Luqine quickly lowered her head and kissed Jiang Ye's lips fiercely. At the same time, she lifted Jiang Ye's clothes with one hand and touched his 8-pack abs. Aunt Lu, wait a minute. My dear little husband, are you shy? I don't like the smell of disinfectant in the hospital, let's go to the hotel instead. Ha? To the hotel? Now. Are you going or not? Good. Chapter 20. Lu Ruyan was frantic with worry. Night fell. Haicheng, near Wanda Plaza. A popular restaurant. Lu Ruyan and her 3 best friends were sitting by the window, and the table in front of them was full of various delicacies. But Lu Ruyan's 3 best friends were eating and chatting, laughing and talking, but Lu Ruyan herself seemed absent-minded. Ruyan, what are you daydreaming about? Cece just asked you, what did you think of the guy you went on a blind date with at noon today? I actually think this man is quite nice. Although he's a bit older, already 35 this year, he's still the general manager of a company. I heard his monthly salary is over 100,000, plus year-end bonuses and profit sharing. What? Only a monthly salary of 100,000? With such a meager income, he actually wants Ruyan to marry him as a concubine? Is he dreaming? Lu Ruyan's 3 best friends were all her college classmates, and the 4 of them even lived in the same dormitory, which is why they had such a good relationship. It is said that birds of a feather flock together. The fact that these 4 women can become best friends is enough to prove that they are all cut from the same cloth and share the same rotten tastes. Lu Ruyan's 3 best friends are, the one with the big breasts is named Wang Manli, the one with the long legs is named Li Qian, and the one with the big hips is named Zhang Lan. Oh, right, Ruyan. What exactly did Jiang Ye mean by the message he posted in the classmates group today? He wouldn't really have married your mother, would he? Just then, Wang Manli suddenly leaned over and whispered a few questions in Lu Ruyan's ear. Who knew? Lu Ruyan's expression immediately changed, and she stood up and said, Lily, Shanqian, Lan, I'm sorry, I suddenly remembered that I have something to take care of at home and I have to go there right away. That's enough for today, let's meet again next time. I'm leaving now, bye-bye. After saying this, Lu Ruyan grabbed her bag and, ignoring her friend's attempts to stop her, rushed out of the restaurant in a hurry. Immediately afterwards, Lu Ruyan hailed a taxi on the roadside and headed straight for Haicheng First People's Hospital. On the road, Lu Ruyan took out her phone, opened WeChat, opened her chat window with Luqine, and carefully read through the screenshots Luqine had sent her. Are these screenshots all real? Is Jiang Ye really a hidden super rich man? Isn't this a show that Luqine and Jiang Ye deliberately staged together? No. We absolutely have to find Jiang Ye and get to the bottom of this. Tap tap tap. Lu Ruyan exited her WeChat chat with Luqine and instead opened Luqine's Moments, where she quickly saw a post Luqine had made yesterday. In the photo, Luqine is sitting in the driver's seat of a Mercedes-Benz, and the 3-pointed star logo on the steering wheel is so eye-catching. In addition, in the passenger seat behind Luqine, there was a man wearing a hospital gown, with half of his body exposed. Jiang Ye. As Jiang Ye's ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan recognized the man as Jiang Ye at a glance, even though she only saw half of his body. Moreover, Luqine also added a caption to this post. My future son-in-law just bought a new Mercedes-Benz G-Class. What do you all think? Is it cool? Mercedes-Benz G-Class? A luxury car with a purchase price of at least 3 million. Is this car Jiang Ye's? Lu Ruyan's eyelids twitched slightly, and her finger instinctively swiped lightly across the phone screen. Unexpectedly, Luqine's WeChat Moments was suddenly updated, and another post popped up. This post on WeChat Moments was made by Luqine this morning. In the photo, Lu Qin is holding two brand new marriage certificates in her hands, with the Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau in the background. In addition, Lu Qin also added a caption to this post. "Mr. Jiang, please guide me for the rest of my life." Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan's eyelids twitched slightly again, and an extremely complicated expression appeared on her face. It's quite obvious that her mother, Lu Qin, did indeed register her marriage with her ex-boyfriend, Jiang Yi. As for whether Jiang Yi is actually a hidden super rich man? Based on the clues Lu Ruyan has obtained so far, it can only be said that there are some suspicions, but it cannot be confirmed at the moment. So, that's why Lu Ruyan abandoned her best friend, hurriedly hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Haicheng First People's Hospital, wanting to personally verify with Jiang Yi. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the First People's Hospital. Lu Ruyan paid the fare and rushed to the inpatient department, pushing open the door to Jiang Yi's ward. However, the room was completely empty, not even a ghost in sight. Lu Ruyan immediately dialed Jiang Yi's cell phone, but the voice prompt said that the phone was turned off. Then she dialed Lu Qin's cell phone, but the result was the same. Lu Qin's phone was also turned off. Unable to find anyone, Lu Ruyan could only go to the nurse's station to inquire. It turned out that Jiang Yi had completed the discharge procedures this evening, and could be discharged directly tomorrow morning as long as the doctor signs the consent form. As for where Jiang Yi and Lu Qin are now? Even the nurse didn't know. No way. Lu Ruyan had no choice but to take another taxi. She first went to Jiang Yi's rented house, only to find it completely dark and empty. So she hurriedly returned to her own home. Next, Lu Ruyan searched her entire house but couldn't find Jiang Yi and Lu Qin. She was so anxious that she almost called the police. However, just then, Lu Qin updated her WeChat moments with another post. Lu Ruyan quickly clicked in to take a look, and the next second, her face turned ugly in an instant. In the photo, Lu Qin and Jiang Yi are standing in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, each holding a glass of red wine, and they are even drinking a toast together. Most importantly, both Lu Qin and Jiang Yi were wearing hotel bathrobes, and their hair was wet, clearly indicating that they had just come out of the shower. Hotel? Book a room? Drinking nuptial wine while wearing bathrobes? Ah! Jiang Yi is such a bastard, no way. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Lu Ruyan immediately opened the comments section and quickly left a message under this post. "Mom, which hotel are you and Jiang Yi at now?" However, there has been no response. Lu Qin acted as if she hadn't seen the comment and never replied to Lu Ruyan. "Mom, where are you? Please reply to this message, it's extremely urgent. Mom, I don't approve of you being with Jiang Yi. We need to have a serious talk. Mom, if you don't reply to my messages, I'm going to call the police." Next. No matter how many comments Lu Ruyan left, Lu Qin still didn't reply. It felt as if Lu Qin had turned off her phone and wouldn't turn it back on even if the sky fell. Ah! Frustrated, Lu Ruyan scratched her hair, then returned to her room, lay down on the bed, and planned to get a good night's sleep. But, lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. All I could think about was Jiang Yi and Lu Qin being all lovey-dovey in the hotel, from the living room to the bedroom, from the floor-to-ceiling windows to the balcony, from the bathroom to the sofa, and even taking a bath together in the bathtub. That night, Lu Ruyan couldn't sleep. Chapter 21: A Match Made in Heaven. Haicheng, Tianyu's 6-star hotel. Presidential suite. Lu Qin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Splash! Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, and a blinding flash of lightning appeared in the night sky, like the Milky Way descending from heaven. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a tremendous thunderclap swept in, and the entire earth trembled. Although outside the window there was a raging storm with thunder and lightning. But with Jiang Yi standing behind her, supporting her and protecting her from the wind and rain, Lu Qin was not afraid at all, and felt a great sense of security in her heart. Husband. Perhaps it was because she had been standing for too long, and also because she was wearing stiletto heels. Lu Qin suddenly turned her head and said in a pleading tone, My legs are sore." However, Jiang Yi leaned close to Lu Qin's ear and said with a wicked grin, "Aunt Lu, who was it that said they were going to teach me a lesson? How? Are you going to admit defeat so quickly?" Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Lu Qin felt both ashamed and angry. She narrowed her eyes, then kicked off her high heels, and stood barefoot in front of the large French windows, gently biting her red lips, gazing down at the city lights. But The song she hummed became increasingly urgent and high-pitched. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, Jiang Yi left Lu Qin's back and then swept her up in his arms. Ah! Before Lu Qin could figure out what was happening, she felt like a puppy being thrown onto the soft bed by Jiang Yi. Aunt Lu, you have a high fever. If I had known you were so lonely, so miserable, so suffering, I should have come to comfort you sooner. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Lu Qin blushed with embarrassment and wished she could dig a hole in the ground and disappear into it. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Yi was about to say something more, Lu Qin, feeling both embarrassed and angry, suddenly flipped over and pinned him down. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qin lowered her head and forcefully covered Jiang Yi's mouth, preventing him from saying those shameful words again. Jiang Yi. It's said that women are like wolves at 30 and like tigers at 40. At the prime of her life, Lu Qin met Jiang Yi, a spirited 22-year-old. They were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. In short, they are a perfect match. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the large French windows. Jiang Yi slowly woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a mature and voluptuous woman with a large S-shaped back. Lu Qin. At this moment, Lu Qin seemed to have already woken up. She was facing away from Jiang Yi and reached for her phone on the bedside table. Soon, Lu Qin got the phone, turned around, and immediately met Jiang Yi's gaze in midair. Honey, you're awake? The moment Lu Qin saw Jiang Yi, a beautiful smile curved her lips, and she quickly leaned over and kissed Jiang Yi on the cheek. Aunt Lu, what time is it now? Jiang Yi yawned, reached out and hugged Lu Qin's slender waist, and even rubbed his head against her chest. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, it's still early. Lu Qin tossed her phone under the pillow, reached out and smoothed Jiang Yi's hair, her eyes filled with tenderness. Perhaps he was too tired yesterday and his physical strength was severely depleted. Jiang Yi fell asleep again quickly while holding Lu Qin, and even snored softly. He. Lu Qin couldn't help but smile softly, then looked closely at Jiang Yi, occasionally reaching out a hand to gently stroke Jiang Yi's hair and ears. I don't know how much time passed. Lu Qin suddenly released Jiang Yi, and then slowly and carefully pulled her arm out from under Jiang Yi's neck. Although Lu Qin moved very gently, she still woke Jiang Yi up. Aunt Lu, where are you going? The moment Jiang Yi opened his eyes again, he saw Lu Qin sit up in bed, seemingly preparing to get out of bed. Honey, sleep a little longer, I'll go buy you breakfast. Oh. Jiang Yi mumbled a response, just about to close his eyes and go back to sleep, but the next second, all his sleepiness vanished. It would have been fine if Lu Qin hadn't gotten up, but the moment she did, her entire S-shaped back was exposed to Jiang Yi's view. Starting from the shoulders on both sides, the S-shaped curve suddenly shrinks by half when it reaches the waist, and then suddenly expands by twice its size at the hips, which is simply exaggerated to the extreme. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Qin sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the clothes she had thrown on the bedside table the night before, and started putting them on one by one. First the underwear, then the shorts, and then she picked up a pair of black stockings. Under Jiang Yi's gaze, Lu Qin raised one of her long legs and then slowly put the stockings on her leg. At that moment, Jiang Yi immediately changed his mind about continuing to sleep. Whoosh! Jiang Yi immediately got up, rushed over, and grabbed Lu Qin's wrist, stopping her from putting on her stockings. What's wrong? Lu Qin was slightly taken aback, then turned her head slightly and looked at Jiang Yi with a suspicious expression. Aunt Lu! Jiang Yi called out softly, pulling Lu Qin closer to him, a burning light seemingly flashing in his eyes. Want to come again? Lu Qin instantly understood Jiang Yi's meaning, and a blush immediately appeared on her pretty face, with a hint of shyness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Yi nodded quickly and said with a grin, anyway, it's still early. We can have breakfast later, okay? Quiet. The room fell silent. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yi immediately unleashed his inner power. Soon, the melodious singing of Lu Qin drifted from the room again. The room was enchanting, filled with the colors of spring. Chapter 22 Copy Card, to get a poem. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your daily task in getting intimate with Lu Qin. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 1 game coin. Inside the room, Jiang Yi was giving Lu Qin a severe lesson. But the sudden system notification sound startled him. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Yi did not stop what he was doing and continued to teach Lu Qin a lesson, but he quietly opened the system's main page. Card pool. Game coins, 1. Inventory, forced purchase card, healing card. What? Have I completed today's daily tasks without even realizing it? Could it be? Zhang Yi quickly flipped Lu Qin over and then opened the task panel. Daily task, the host and Lu Qin had an intimate moment together. Completed. As expected. Today's daily task is exactly the same as the previous 2 days, to get up close and personal with Lu Qin. How could this happen? Has Lu Qin become a tool for farming in-game currency? If that's the case, then we must protect Lu Qin well. If she runs away or something happens to her, where am I going to farm game currency in the future? Honey, I love you to death. At this moment, Lu Qin's voice was tinged with a sob. To her utter surprise, Zhang Yi, after a night of hard work, still had plenty of energy the next day. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have provoked him. It's over. If this trend continues, I doubt I'll be able to get out of bed today. Wa'ada. System, I want to participate in the lottery. Ignoring Lu Qin, who was about to cry, Zhang Yi immediately used a distraction technique and started playing a lottery game. Buzz buzz buzz. The card pool in front of them immediately began to shake, and the densely packed cards were flying around rapidly. Not long after, a glittering card suddenly jumped out of the card pool and floated in front of Zhang Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a copy card. Ding! The card has been automatically added to your system inventory. Please check it. Copy card, after use, it can copy any card that the host has ever used. The copied card has the same effect as the original card. Wow! Can you copy any card that you've ever used? Isn't this just a universal card? System, I want to use the cloning card. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yi used the card on the spot, and soon the system notification sounded in his ear again. Ding! Please select the card you wish to copy. 1. Luxury car card 2. Martial arts card 3. Lottery card 4. Essence of life 5. Lucky card 6. Wealth giving card 7. Healing card. A selection box suddenly popped up in front of Zhang Yi. Since the forced purchase card was still in the system inventory and Zhang Yi had not used the card, it was not among the options. I choose the martial arts card. As Zhang Yi silently recited the name, the copy card he had just obtained from the lottery flashed with golden light and immediately transformed into a martial arts card. Martial arts card, after use, the user can randomly learn a profound martial art based on their temperament. Money is just an external thing, anyone can take it away. Martial arts skills are one's own abilities, which can stay with one for a lifetime, and no one can take them away. So, money is just an embellishment in life. Learning martial arts to improve one's strength is the true path. Husband. Lu Qin's cry suddenly became urgent. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and hugged her tightly from behind, while silently chanting in his mind, System, I need to use the martial arts card. Whoosh! The martial arts card that was originally lying in the system inventory immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Zhang Yi soon heard the system notification sound. Ding! The host has successfully used the martial arts card and has automatically mastered the advanced martial art Buddha's palm. Ha! Tathagata palm? It was that peerless palm technique that descended from the sky, the Tathagata palm, which was even more powerful than the heavenly crippled kick. Buzz! Just then, a strange memory, not belonging to Zhang Yi, surged into his mind as if enlightened. The Tathagata palm is a martial arts technique that the Buddha bestowed upon mortals to save all sentient beings and relieve them from calamities. The Tathagata palm consists of 9 forms: Buddha's first appearance, Golden Summit Buddha lamp, Buddha moves mountains and rivers, Buddha asks the monastery, welcoming the Buddha to the Western paradise, Buddha's light shines everywhere, Heavenly Buddha descends to earth, Boundless Buddha Dharma, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. If you cultivate the Tathagata palm to its ultimate level, there is also the legendary 10th move Tathagata destroys demons. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi had completely digested this memory. Immediately afterwards, a surge of warm current rushed into his body and circulated through his body 81 times. At last, this powerful warm current sank into his dantian, and the qi that was originally stored in his dantian turned into liquid in an instant. Xian level martial artist. The transformation of internal energy from a gaseous state to a liquid state is the mark of advancing to the Xian level martial artist. Ding! Because the host has comprehended the advanced martial art Tathagata palm, he has automatically advanced to the Xian level martial artist. The system notification sounded again in Zhang Yi's ears, and a look of joy flashed across his face. His body trembled slightly with excitement. Lu Qin, husband. Zhang Yi. Happy times always seem to pass too quickly. An hour later. Zhang Yi leaned back against the headboard, lit a cigarette, and wore a satisfied expression on his face. Lu Qin nestled lazily beside him, her face flushed, her eyes glazed, and the strands of hair at her temples were damp with sweat, sticking to her cheeks. But she didn't even have the strength to move a finger, let alone tidy her messy hair. No way. Zhang Yi had to do it himself. First, he smoothed the hair on Lu Qin's cheeks, and then he took a few tissues and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Feeling Zhang Yi's gentleness and thoughtfulness, Lu Qin couldn't help but snuggle into his arms, a happy smile spreading across her face, displaying the perfect demeanor of a little woman. Zhang Yi looked down at Lu Qin. It has to be said that the effects of the life essence are truly miraculous. Morning and evening. The consequences of doing this are: Lu Qin has transformed from a middle-aged woman in her 40s into a young woman in her late 20s. Not only does she not have a single wrinkle on her face, but her skin is also as tender as that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, delicate nose and lips, eyes brimming with autumn water. A captivating face, a voluptuous figure, powerful assets, and the aura of a stunning young married woman. At this moment, Lu Qin looks just like a mature woman from an anime, exuding a strong and alluring aura. If Lu Qin and Zhang Yi were to walk down the street together now, people would only see them as a couple in a relationship where the woman is older than the man, and would never guess that Lu Qin is actually 18 years older than Zhang Yi. Honey, your leg, how did it suddenly get better? I'm a martial artist. I can easily heal all kinds of internal and external injuries with my internal energy. That's amazing? Didn't you just experience firsthand how amazing your husband is? Why are you emphasizing it again? Let's keep a low profile. Chapter 23 Sister-in-law, Lu Yun. Tianyu 6-star Hotel. Presidential Suite. Zhang Yi was a little tired, so he lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to take a good nap. Ring ring. Just then, Lu Qin's phone rang. Lu Qin quickly answered the phone, whispered a few words to the other end, and then leaned close to Zhang Yi and said, "Honey, Xiaoyun asked me to go shopping. Will you come with me?" Xiaoyun? Which Xiaoyun? Zhang Yi groggily opened his eyes and quickly searched his memory, but he couldn't remember who this Xiaoyun was. Lu Yun, my sister, your Aunt Yun. Lu Qin rolled her eyes, then covered her mouth and chuckled. You can't call her Aunt Yun anymore, you should call her sister-in-law, hee. Well. Upon hearing Lu Yun's name, Zhang Yi immediately pictured a beautiful woman. Lu Yun is Lu Qin's younger sister. She is 38 years old and a housewife. She looks about 70% like Lu Qin and has a similar figure. She is also a stunningly beautiful mature woman. Never mind, you go by yourself. I want to get some more sleep. Zhang Yi waved his hand listlessly, then closed his eyes again, ready to take a good nap. Shop? Do you really think I'm stupid? You two sisters went shopping and called me over, just so you could make me your free bag carrier, right? I'm not going. All right. Then you should rest well at the hotel. Xiaoyun and I are going shopping. Would. Seeing that Zhang Yi wasn't interested in shopping, Lu Qin didn't force him. Instead, she kissed him on the cheek and quickly got out of bed. See? The moment a woman mentions shopping, even if she's exhausted 1 second, she can instantly be fully recharged the next and excitedly head off to shop. It has to be said, women are truly amazing creatures. 10 a.m. Lu Qin drove Zhang Yi's Mercedes-Benz G-Class at breakneck speed down the road. Throughout the journey, Lu Qin hummed a cheerful song, a bright smile on her face, clearly in a very pleasant mood. Wow! A beautiful lady driving a Mercedes G-Class. What a beautiful rich woman. I thought all people who drive Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars are tough guys, but I didn't expect that a beautiful woman would jump out of the car. Sister, can I add you on WeChat? Sister, I'm 18 years old, 180 centimeters tall, with a six-pack. I love working out, and my strength and explosiveness are top-notch. Sister, do you like puppies? As soon as Lu Qin parked her Mercedes-Benz G-Class in front of a coffee shop, several bold young men immediately approached her and started chatting her up. However, Lu Qin narrowed her eyes, her face instantly turning extremely cold, and then chased all the boys away. Damn it! Are you trying to live off your mother like this? Do you really think I'm a sucker? A bunch of stupid, poor losers. Have they been watching too many short dramas? Do they think that just because they're innocent young men, they can be kept by rich older women? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves in the mirror? You bunch of deformed freaks aren't even as good as one of Zhang Yi's toes. Pa! Get the hell away from me, all of you. Don't smear my eyes here. Tap tap tap. After chasing away these gigolos, Luchine tossed her hair, then swayed her plump hips, a bright smile on her face, and strode into the coffee shop in front of her. Sis, over here. As soon as Luchine entered the coffee shop, she heard someone calling her name. Luchine looked in the direction of the sound and immediately saw a mature and gentle beautiful woman sitting at a dining table by the window. The beautiful woman's appearance was 7 parts similar to Luchine's. Her long hair was tied into a large braid, and her mature and charming face carried a hint of gentleness and fragility. But this beautiful woman has an absolutely stunning figure. Although she has impressive assets and doesn't have the same domineering presence as Luchine, she is still at least an E-class beauty, and most men can't handle a woman like her. She was wearing a floral dress with a low neckline that revealed a large expanse of her ample breasts, and almost every man in the coffee shop was secretly watching her. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way. Luchine walked over with a smile on her face. As soon as she sat down, she noticed that more than a dozen men's eyes were on her. No way. Luchine's figure is even more stunning than Luyun's. In addition, Luchine received a large amount of life essence from Zhang Yi, which made her look more than 10 years younger, and she looked like a young woman of 27 or 28. So, as soon as she arrived, she immediately replaced Lu Yun as the focus of the entire event. Sis, why do I feel like you've suddenly become more than 10 years younger? Lu Yun's eyes were fixed on Luchine. If she hadn't been very familiar with her sister, she wouldn't have dared to acknowledge Luchine just now. Really? I really look more than 10 years younger? Luchine smiled gently, subconsciously touching her face, while the words Zhang Yi had said to her last night came to mind. Aunt Lu, you need to eat more so you can stay young. Really, I'm not kidding. My husband's life essence truly has amazing effects on beauty, skin care, and rejuvenation. If you don't believe me, fine. But once you discover the benefits of the essence of life, you'll be begging me for help. At first, Luchine thought Zhang Yi was just fooling her. How could it possibly have such miraculous effects as beauty enhancement and rejuvenation? Does this kid really think he's Tang Sanzang, that any piece of flesh that falls from his body can grant immortality? But Zhang Yi is Luchine's newlywed husband. To please Zhang Yi, Luchine didn't mind doing so at all, so she readily complied with Zhang Yi's arrangements. However, the surprise came so suddenly. This morning, while washing up, Luchine suddenly realized that she looked more than 10 years younger. The fine lines around her eyes had all disappeared, and her skin had become exceptionally smooth, firm, and delicate. It wasn't until that moment that she realized what was happening. Zhang Yi wasn't lying to her. Zhang Yi's life essence seems to have miraculous effects such as beautifying the skin, nourishing the complexion, and reversing aging. Luchine was incredibly excited at the time. She wished she could wake Zhang Yi up on the spot, then lie on top of him and suck his blood until she turned into an 18-year-old girl. But after Zhang Yi slapped Luchine twice, she immediately became obedient. There's plenty of time. Anyway, she's Zhang Yi's concubine now, and she has food to eat every day, so there's no need to rush. If this incident causes Zhang Yi to get angry, wouldn't it be a case of losing more than you gain? Sis, what skincare products have you been using lately? Why did she suddenly become so young and beautiful? My God. You look like a girl in her 20s, not a 40-year-old middle-aged woman at all. The more Luyan looked, the more shocked and envious she became. If the two sisters were to walk out of here now, people would definitely not think that Luchine is the older sister, but would definitely think that Luyun is the older sister, and that she is more than 10 years older than Luchine. So, Luyun's eyes welled up with envy. As a woman, who doesn't want to stay young and beautiful forever? Chapter 24, The older sister gets married, the younger sister gets divorced? Cafes. The two sisters, Luchine and Luyun, sat in a window seat, chatting and laughing. Luyun took out her phone, opened WeChat Moments, and pointed to a post Luchine had made yesterday, asking, "Sister, you got married?" Luchine was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded generously and admitted, "Yes, we just got our marriage certificate yesterday." What? Why didn't you tell me about such a big event as your wedding? By the way, who is my brother-in-law? I want to see which man has managed to steal away our proud and arrogant sister who always treats men like dirt. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Lu Qin rolled her eyes and then covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Xiao Yun, who told you I'm arrogant? Who told you I always treat men like dirt? Don't spread rumors about me here. Lu Qin picked up her coffee, took a small sip, and couldn't help but think of Jiang Yi. That face, that physique, those 8-pack abs, that impressive figure, and that incredible fighting ability. TSK. He's practically a top-notch little wolfhound. Such a man is truly captivating, but he must be physically demanding. It seems I need to exercise more in the future to avoid overexerting myself. Sis, who are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so hard? Could it be that she's thinking about my mysterious brother-in-law? Just then, Lu Yun's words interrupted Lu Qin's wild thoughts. Lu Qin blushed slightly, then opened her bag and threw the marriage certificate directly in front of Lu Yun. Whoosh! Lu Yun picked up the marriage certificate with lightning speed and eagerly began to examine it. However, when she saw the photo on the marriage certificate in Jiang Yi's name in the spouse column, she immediately froze on the spot. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lu Yun suddenly raised her head, looking at Lu Qin with an incredulous expression, and said, Sister. You actually got married to Jiang Yi? Lu Qin nodded generously, took a sip of coffee slowly, and although a faint blush appeared on her pretty face, her eyes were open and honest, without any evasion or guilt. Sister. Jiang Yi is Ruyan's boyfriend. How could you? Xiao Yun, Ruyan has already broken up with Jiang Yi. But there are no buts about it. I've already registered my marriage with Jiang Yi. That's a done deal. Looking at the determined expression on Lu Qin's face, Lu Yun felt surprised and helpless, but still thought the whole thing was absurd. Even though Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yi have already broken up. Jiang Yi and Lu Ruyan were boyfriend and girlfriend for 4 years. This is an indelible fact. Now, Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yi just broke up, and Lu Qin immediately got married to Jiang Yi. What kind of nonsense is this? A mother and daughter fighting over the same man? If this gets out, where will the Lu family's reputation be? Sister, does Ruyan know about your marriage to Jiang Yi? Yes, I know. I told her yesterday. What was her reaction? At first, she reacted the same way you did, and was very emotional, but later she realized that the die was cast and gave up. Lu Yun. Seeing that her younger sister Lu Yun had fallen silent, Lu Qin didn't want to continue arguing with her on this topic, so she changed the subject and asked. Xiao Yun, it's the weekend. Instead of spending some time alone with Yan Kai, why did you ask me to go shopping? Upon hearing Lu Qin's words, Lu Yun's expression changed slightly, and her eyes immediately reddened. Call. Lu Yun took a deep breath and said in a calm tone, Sister, Yan Kai and I are divorced. What? You're divorced? Lu Qin was startled, and the coffee she was holding spilled a little because her arm was trembling. When? Lu Qin quickly put down her coffee and asked in an anxious voice, Xiao Yun, haven't you and Yan Kai always had a good relationship? Why did they suddenly get divorced when everything was going so well? Also, why didn't you discuss such a big decision as divorce with me? Lu Yun suddenly felt a lump in her throat, then grabbed a tissue from the table, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, Sister, Yan Kai is keeping a mistress, and she's already several months pregnant. Then you don't need to divorce Yan Kai. Lu Qin sighed, then took her hand and said, You can let Yan Kai take her as a concubine. After all, a concubine won't affect your status as the legal wife, so why go to the point of divorce? Sister, I had the same idea as you at first, but Yan Kai wants to make that mistress his legal wife and demote me to a concubine. What? Yan Kai, that bastard. He actually favored his concubine over his wife? Sis, if you were in that situation, what would you do? Silence, no words. The two sisters quieted down. Lu Yun's eyes were red the whole time, and her face was full of grievance and heartache. Lu Qin squinted her eyes and fell into deep thought. At first, when Lu Yun was preparing to marry Yan Kai, Lu Qin strongly opposed the marriage. Because Yan Kai not only proposed being childless and never having children, but also wanted Lu Yun to quit her job after marriage and become a full-time housewife to take care of Yan Kai's parents' daily life. This is hardly a marriage proposal. It's clearly like hiring a free housekeeper for the family. Besides, Yan Kai is the only male in the family, and his parents would never allow him to be childless. The fact that he married Lu Yun but was unwilling to have children with her reveals a lot of strangeness. However, Lu Yun is a hopeless romantic. She's determined to marry Yang Kai no matter what. What left Lu Qin speechless was that Lu Yun not only quit her job after marriage and worked as a free nanny in the Yang family for more than 10 years, but she also truly remained childless with Yang Kai and did not have any children. That's great. Lu Yun's husband had an affair and even had a child with another woman, but she was kicked to the curb, ending up divorced in middle age and all alone. Keep in mind, Lu Yun is already 38 years old this year. In China, there are more women than men, and for a woman of Lu Yun's age who was also a second-time bride, it's practically impossible for her to get married. Xiaoyun, how much property did you get in your divorce settlement with Yang Kai? Lu Qin took a deep breath and asked a rather important question. Yang Kai and I signed a prenuptial agreement, so. Lu Yun stammered for a long time, then cautiously looked at Lu Qin and said, I only took half of the 200,000 yuan savings from our marriage, which is 100,000 yuan. What? You only received 100,000 yuan? That bastard Yang Kai. How could a general manager like him only have so little savings? He must have transferred assets during his marriage. You've been working like a slave in their family for over 10 years, serving your in-laws with unwavering dedication. Even if you hired a nanny, you shouldn't be paid such a meager wage. Damn it. This is so unfair. I'm so angry. I'm going to go and kill this bastard right now. Lu Qin herself has a fiery temper. She only puts on a gentle and virtuous act in front of Zhang Yi. In front of others, she is always very fierce and will not suffer any loss. Hearing that Lu Yun had not only been kicked aside by Yang Kai, but had only received 100,000 yuan in divorce settlement, Lu Qin was furious. Sis, don't be impulsive, calm down. Lu Yun. Are you an idiot? At a time like this, you're still telling me to calm down? Calm down my ass. Sister, it's no use going to Yang Kai now. We're already divorced, and I've already got the divorce certificate. What? Lu Yun, are you trying to drive me crazy? Sister, I'm sorry. Lu Yun, you haven't let me down, you've let yourself down. Chapter 25, Sisters Go Shopping, Lu Qin flaunts her wealth. Haichang. Huayu International Shopping Mall. As Lu Qin drove her Mercedes-Benz G-Class into the underground parking lot, she heard Lu Yun's questioning voice. Sis, why did you bring me here? This is Huayu International Shopping Mall. It sells only luxury goods, and the prices are outrageously expensive. I can't afford anything here. How about, we go to Wanda Plaza instead? Lu Qin ignored Lu Yun and instead found a parking space to park her Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qin turned to Lu Yun and said, My silly little sister, I'm quite wealthy now, I don't need this little bit of money. I, as the older sister, will pay for all the expenses today. Just stay close behind your sister and tell me if you see anything you like. Don't be shy. To Lu Yun's astonishment, Lu Qin pulled her into the mall. Next, Lu Yun finally saw what the nouveau riche's true colors were like. As soon as the two sisters stepped into the mall, Lu Qin dragged her through the various luxury stores. Buy. Almost everything that Lu Qin set her sights on was bought by her, and she never even tried to bargain with the shop assistants. Gucci, Dior, Chanel, LV, Hermes. Lu Qin visited almost all of these well-known luxury stores. Lu Yun only glanced at a Hermes bag, and Lu Qin simply waved her hand and swiped her card to buy it. Keep in mind that this bag costs 288,888 yuan. Lu Qin bought the nearly 300,000 yuan bag without even blinking, and then immediately gave it to Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun had only one word in her mind: extravagant. Such extravagance. Sis, where did you get so much money? Seeing that Lu Qin had spent nearly 2 million Chinese yuan in just 2 hours, Lu Yun was shocked and couldn't help but ask the question that had been on her mind. It's the pocket money your brother-in-law gave me. Lu Qin smiled slightly, then pulled Lu Yun into a men's brand store, seemingly intending to buy Zhang Yi a few outfits. Zhang Yi? How could he have so much money? Lu Yun also knew Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi saved Lu Qin's life and then took care of her in the hospital for a period of time. Lu Yun met Zhang Yi in the hospital. At that time, Zhang Yi was not only Lu Ruyan's boyfriend, but also saved Lu Qin's life. Therefore, Lu Yun had a good impression of Zhang Yi and quickly accepted this future niece's husband. However, life is unpredictable. Lu Yun never dreamed that the nephew-in-law she had chosen would one day become her brother-in-law. This world is crazy. But then again, Zhang Yi is young and handsome, 185 centimeters tall, with 8-pack abs, definitely a little wolf dog. The older woman is dating a younger man, she must be laughing in her dreams. Zhang Yi gave me a dowry of 5 million, and after the wedding, he gave me an allowance of 15 million. Yesterday afternoon, he gave me another 2 million. My sister's bank account now has a deposit of over 20 million. Lu Qin seemed to be deliberately showing off her wealth, not only pulling Lu Yun aside but also turning on her phone to show the balance in her bank account. Hiss. When Lu Yun saw the long string of numbers in Lu Qin's bank account, she couldn't help but gasp. Sis, you still haven't told me why Zhang Yi has so much money? Who knows? What? Sis, you don't know either? All I know is that Zhang Yi bought a lottery ticket and accidentally won 20 million yuan. He then gave me all of it. However, in Zhang Yi's eyes, this amount of money is just a small sum. As Lu Qin spoke, she suddenly remembered Zhang Yi's bank card, which contained a total of 2 billion Chinese yuan in deposits. The next second, Lu Qin was so excited that she couldn't close her legs, and she couldn't help but start fantasizing about how she would live the life of a wealthy socialite in the future. Small change? Sis, that's 20 million. Is this considered a small amount of money? Lu Yun covered her mouth in surprise, and looked at Lu Qin with a hint of suspicion. He. Lu Qin smiled gently, then pulled Lu Yun aside and said, Xiao Yun, do you know how much money Zhang Yi has in his bank account? How much? A full 2 billion Chinese yuan. What? 2 billion Chinese yuan? Yes. I was also terribly startled at the time, just like your expression right now. Lu Qin's smile was practically blooming. She pursed her sexy red lips, just about to continue showing off, when her phone rang in her bag. Caller ID, Lu Ruyan. When she saw her daughter calling, Lu Qin frowned slightly before pressing the answer button and bringing the phone to her ear. Mom, where are you? I'm shopping at Huayu International Shopping Mall. Is there anything I can help you with? Mom, wait for me, I'm coming to find you right now. Ruyan. Hello? Hello? Lu Ruyan on the other end of the phone only said 2 sentences to find out Lu Qin's current location before quickly hanging up. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lu Qin couldn't help but curse you brat before putting her phone back into her bag. Next. Lu Qin's mood was not affected at all. She immediately called over the shop assistant and pointed to several men's suits in the closet, saying, this one, and that one, wrap them all up for me. Lu Yun. An hour later. Lu Qin and Lu Yun emerged from the third men's brand store, their hands full of bags and packages. As soon as the two stepped out, they bumped into Lu Ruyan, who was rushing over. Lu Ruyan did not come alone, her best friend Wang Manli was with her. Auntie? What are you doing here? When Lu Ruyan saw Lu Yun, she was slightly surprised at first, and then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In Lu Ruyan's view, Lu Qin was not with Zhang Yi, but was shopping with her aunt Lu Yun. Does this mean that Lu Qin did not go to a hotel with Zhang Yi last night? Or perhaps Lu Qin and Zhang Yi were putting on an act for her? Otherwise, why didn't Zhang Yi accompany Lu Qin shopping? They just got married yesterday. Logically speaking, they should be inseparable. How could they bear to separate? So, they're definitely putting on an act. Their purpose was to deliberately provoke me so that I would reconcile with Zhang Yi. Thinking of this, a mocking expression appeared on Lu Ruyan's face, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. However, when she saw that Lu Qin and Lu Yun were carrying more than a dozen luxury shopping bags, and each of them was carrying a Hermes bag, she was surprised. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was a little dumbfounded. Hello, Aunt Lu Qin and Aunt Lu Yun. Wang Manli greeted them very politely, but her eyes were drawn to the shopping bags in Lu Qin and Lu Yun's hands. Oh my god. Hermes, Chanel, LV, Gucci, Dior, Versace. They're all top international luxury brands. I never expected that Lu Ruyan's mother and aunt would buy so many luxury goods in one go. I guess it must have cost at least 2 million yuan. When did Lu Ruyan's mother and aunt become so rich? Ruyan, you've come at the perfect time. Mom and your aunt are tired from shopping, and it's lunchtime now, so they're looking for a place to have a good meal. Come with Manli, I'll treat you to a big meal today. Lu Qin first stuffed all the shopping bags in her hands into Lu Ruyan's hands, and then stuffed all the shopping bags that Lu Yun was carrying into Wang Manli's hands. Immediately afterwards, She took Lu Yun's arm, tossed her hair, and swayed her plump hips as she strode toward the mall's elevator. Lu Ruyan. Wang Manli. Chapter 26: An Encounter in the Elevator. Noon. Tianyu 6-star Hotel. Presidential Suite. Zhang Yi was half asleep when he was suddenly woken up by a ringing phone. That's right. It wasn't Zhang Yi's phone that rang, because he had already turned it off. It was the phone in his bedroom that rang. Ring ring. Hearing the annoying phone ringing, Zhang Yi stretched out a hand from under the covers and fumbled around for it several times before finally reaching the phone on the bedside table. Hello, Mr. Jiang, it's exactly 12 noon now. A very pleasant female voice came through the receiver, a standard mature and sophisticated voice, which slightly lessened Zhang Yi's morning grumpiness. Oh, is this a reminder that I should check out? Zhang Yi rubbed his eyes and yawned, but didn't get out of bed, seemingly wanting to stay in bed a little longer. No, Mr. Jiang. Your wife has booked the presidential suite at our hotel for 5 days, and she said she wants to spend those 5 days with you on your honeymoon at Emerald Bay Beach. This morning, when your wife left the hotel, she specifically instructed us to wake you up at noon and to make sure you ate a proper lunch. Tianyu 6-star Hotel is a resort hotel built by the sea, near Emerald Bay Beach, which is known as the most beautiful beach in Haicheng. Whether it's a holiday or a weekday, Emerald Bay Beach is always bustling with tourists, making it incredibly popular. Zhang Yi was also surprised that Lu Qin had booked a presidential suite for 5 days at the Tianyu 6-star Hotel. Mr. Jiang, I have already asked the hotel staff to deliver lunch to your room. When would be a convenient time for you to get up and have lunch? Okay, I'll get up now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi quickly got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Yi, wearing a hotel bathrobe and a pair of hotel slippers, opened the bedroom door and lazily walked into the living room. Who knew? Just as Zhang Yi was about to stretch, he saw a woman in a hotel uniform suddenly walk out of the restaurant next door. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to the presidential suite at Tianyu Hotel. I am your personal butler, Li Wanqing. You may call me Butler Li or Manager Li. The woman looked to be around 25 years old, with a stunningly beautiful face and a remarkably hot figure. She has a classic oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and almond-shaped eyes that sparkle with life. Her hair is gently pulled back, exuding a sophisticated yet alluring femininity. She wore a black mid-sleeve women's blazer, and her impressive bust, at least a D-cup, filled out the blazer, making her very eye-catching. She wore a matching short, tight-fitting bodycon skirt. The skirt stretched across her broad, rounded hips, creating several small folds that sparked the imagination. Her long, slender legs were encased in thin black stockings. Her thighs were shapely, her calves were slender, and her leg curves could easily outshine those of professional models. Especially when she walks, her two beautiful legs in black stockings cross each other, and her small bodycon skirt sways gently, giving people an urge to look under the skirt. In conclusion, although she isn't a stunning beauty at first glance, she's definitely the kind of woman whose beauty grows on you. The longer you look at her, the more beautiful and charming she becomes. Tap tap tap. Li Wanqing walked over quickly, a professional smile on her face, and extended a hand to Zhang Yi. Hello, Butler Li. Zhang Yi politely shook hands with her, only to find that her palm was very delicate and soft, as if it had no bones. Mr. Jiang, lunch is ready. Please feel free to enjoy it. Li Wanqing smiled again, then turned around and gestured for him to eat. Her meaning was clear, she was going to follow Lu Qin's instructions and make sure Zhang Yi ate his lunch properly. Zhang Yi nodded, both amused and exasperated, and then walked into the restaurant. At this moment, the dining table was filled with various delicacies, and Zhang Yi also saw an opened bottle of red wine that had been poured into the decanter next to it. Whoosh! Zhang Yi sat down at the head of the table, first taking a sip of red wine from his glass, then picking up his knife and fork to tackle the tomahawk steak in front of him. Next, Zhang Yi enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Throughout the entire process, Li Wanqing stood respectfully to the side, occasionally handing him a towel to wipe his hands and refilling his wineglass with red wine, demonstrating excellent service. After finishing lunch, Zhang Yi lazily leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and leisurely puffed out smoke. Li Wanqing first called a hotel waiter to come up and clean the table, then came to Zhang Yi's side and respectfully asked, Mr. Jiang, what are your plans for this afternoon? Zhang Yi stroked his chin and thought for a moment before asking, Butler Li, does our hotel have any places where we can exercise? For example, a gym or a boxing ring. In short, is there a suitable place for martial artists to stretch their muscles and bones? Upon hearing this, Li Wanqing's eyes widened suddenly, her long eyelashes trembled several times, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Mr. Jiang, you are a martial artist? Mr. Jiang, our hotel happens to have a martial arts training room, a training ground specifically for martial artists. What do you think? Then hurry up and lead the way. Tianyu Hotel truly lives up to its 6-star rating. The presidential suite offers undeniably top-tier amenities. Li Wanqing first had a set of training clothes brought up. After Zhang Yi changed into the training clothes, she led him out of the presidential suite and headed straight for the elevator. Next, the two entered the elevator one after the other, and Li Wanqing immediately pressed the button for the 8th floor. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand suddenly reached in from the outside and wedged perfectly between the two doors, forcing the elevator doors to reopen. This was originally just a very ordinary thing. Zhang Yi often encountered people rushing to take the elevator. But when the elevator doors reopened, Zhang Yi never expected to see two familiar figures: Xiao Lingyu and Lin Qianqian. At this moment, Xiao Lingyu and Lin Qianqian were both wearing white training uniforms, and their hands were wrapped with sanda bandages, looking like they were about to go to boxing. However, when they saw Zhang Yi standing in the elevator, both Xiao Lingyu and Lin Qianqian showed a look of astonishment. Clearly, they hadn't expected to run into Zhang Yi here. Quiet. The elevator was completely silent. But after a brief silence, Lin Qianqian walked in without changing her expression, then turned around, blocking Zhang Yi behind her, and gestured for Xiao Lingyu to enter the elevator. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Lingyu walked in without changing her expression and stood next to Lin Qianqian, but her eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi's left leg. Mr. Xiao, Ms. Lin, good afternoon. Li Wanqing clearly recognized Xiao Lingyu and Lin Qianqian. She immediately crossed her arms in front of her and greeted them respectfully. However, Xiao Lingyu simply nodded casually, while Lin Qianqian didn't even glance at Li Wanqing. Both women's eyes were focused on Zhang Yi, and a strange expression appeared on their faces. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Although Zhang Yi's face remained calm, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This world is too small. Why did I have to run into Xiao Lingyu and Lin Qianqian here? Never mind. Just treat them as two complete strangers. As long as you're not embarrassed, then it's others who will be embarrassed." Chapter 27: Another Fight. Bite. Just as the elevator doors closed again, Lin Qianqian finally noticed that Zhang Yi's left leg seemed to have fully recovered. So she immediately asked, "Zhang Yi, your leg is healed so quickly?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, not intending to explain anything. "No. Your leg was fractured by a comminuted fracture, and you're already walking on the ground after only 2 days?" Lin Qianqian's eyes widened instantly, staring at Zhang Yi in shock, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. "Whether I can walk or not is none of your business." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lin Qianqian was first slightly taken aback, then she was so angry that she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists involuntarily. "You? What do you mean, you? I haven't even said anything about you yet." Zhang Yi suddenly rolled up his sleeves, then pointed at Lin Qianqian's nose and cursed, "As a martial artist, how could you attack someone with a comminuted fracture of their left leg? Do you have any martial ethics at all? I just want to ask, do you particularly like picking on the weak? Are you a bully who preys on the strong? What are you glaring at me for? Try glaring at me again and see what happens. Do you believe I'll beat you to a pulp and make you cry your way home to your mother?" Lin Qianqian was dumbfounded. Xiao Lingyu was also dumbfounded. Li Wanqing, who was standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. Lin Qianqian never expected that her question, asked out of curiosity, would not only fail to get her the answer she wanted, but would also result in Zhang Yi's merciless insults. Xiao Lingyu never expected that Zhang Yi, a master, would act like a scoundrel, spouting a bunch of classic Chinese quotations. Li Wanqing did not expect that Zhang Yi not only knew Xiao Lingyu and Lin Qianqian, but also that the two sides seemed to have had some unpleasantness in the past. It can be said that enemies are especially hostile when they meet. The atmosphere was so tense, it was like gods were fighting. Li Wanqing was just a lowly guest room manager, someone no one could afford to offend, so she could only try to huddle in the corner of the elevator, afraid of accidentally provoking these powerful figures. Quiet. The elevator was completely silent. A series of clenching sounds drifted over. It was the sound of Lin Qianqian clenching her teeth. A short while later, Lin Qianqian suddenly reached out and pushed Xiao Lingyu behind her, then stared at Zhang Yi with a murderous look and said, "Zhang Yi, I admit your legwork is impressive, but don't forget, this is inside an elevator. Jiang Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes, then slowly turned around, staring straight at Lin Xianxian, and said, "What can you do in the elevator? I don't believe you can unleash your leg techniques in this tiny elevator." "Really? Then you can give it a try." "Okay. I'll give it a try. Since you're so confident, then come on." Seeing that Jiang Yi and Lin Xianxian were about to have a violent conflict, Xiao Lingyu subconsciously took a step back and leaned against the corner on the left side of the elevator. As for the corner to the right of the elevator, it had already been occupied by Li Wanqing. The woman curled up into a ball, looking at Jiang Yi and Lin Xianxian with trepidation, praying incessantly, "Please, no. Please, these two great gods, don't start fighting." However, Li Wanqing's prayers were in vain. Jiang Yi and Lin Xianxian still started fighting. Whoosh! No sooner said than done. Lin Xianxian threw a straight punch at Jiang Yi's face. The speed and power of this punch were perfect. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way to dodge it. Smack! Jiang Yi was quick as well. Having just learned the Tathagata palm technique, he casually slapped out a palm, knocking Lin Xianxian's fist aside and causing her to lose her aim. Drink! After Lin Xianxian's right fist was deflected, she did not give up the attack. Instead, she immediately swung her left fist from below and fiercely attacked Jiang Yi's chin. Whoosh! Jiang Yi leaned back slightly, easily dodging Lin Xianxian's hook punch, and then delivered an upward kick, directly aimed at Lin Xianxian's stomach. Bang! Lin Xianxian reacted quickly, immediately crossing her arms in front of her and pressing down, firmly blocking Jiang Yi's kick. However, Jiang Yi's kick was quite powerful. Even though Lin Xianxian blocked his attack, she was still knocked back and crashed into the elevator wall before bouncing back. Drink! Lin Xianxian did not give up her attack. Instead, she used the force of the rebound to suddenly throw out her right fist, which struck Jiang Yi's chest at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Jiang Yi did not choose to dodge. Because the space inside the elevator was so small, there was nowhere to dodge, so he could only confront Lin Xianxian head-on. In a narrow encounter, the brave would win. Whoever fell first would be the winner. Smack! Jiang Yi struck out with another palm, firmly catching Lin Xianxian's heavy punch. Bang bang bang! Not to be outdone, Lin Xianxian suddenly unleashed a combination of punches with both fists, attacking from both sides at an extremely fast speed. Clap clap clap. Jiang Yi also increased the speed of his palm strikes, directly clashing with Lin Xianxian, seemingly wanting to compete with her in speed. That's all. Jiang Yi and Lin Xianxian are both using a stationary attack style. One threw a punch, the other a palm strike. They exchanged blows, the fight a close and evenly matched contest. Whoosh! Suddenly, without warning, Jiang Yi took a step back, then quickly shook his right leg, making a kicking motion. Whoosh! Lin Xianxian reacted quickly, immediately taking a step forward, seemingly wanting to close the distance between her and Jiang Yi, and then continue to engage in close combat with Jiang Yi. She knew very well that once Jiang Yi created distance, he would have enough room to unleash his heavenly crippled kick. So, we absolutely cannot give Jiang Yi any chance to create distance. Ha ha! Lin Xianxian, you've been tricked. The fourth form of the Tathagata palm, Buddha, asks the monk. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi burst into laughter. Instead of using the heavenly crippled kick, he slammed his right palm, which had been poised to strike, hard towards Lin Xianxian. You! Lin Xianxian's expression changed slightly, and she immediately made a defensive move, trying to cross her arms in front of her chest to withstand Jiang Yi's palm strike. However, the two were so close that Jiang Yi could almost touch Lin Xianxian's body with a simple gesture. In addition, Jiang Yi's speed was too fast, as if he had exploded in an instant, and his palm strike was more than twice as fast as before. Bang! Before Lin Xianxian could react, Jiang Yi's hand passed through her arms and then grabbed, no! It slammed into her chest. Bang! The immense force sent Lin Xianxian flying, slamming her heavily against the elevator wall, causing the entire elevator to shake violently. Put! The next second, Lin Xianxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body slid down the elevator wall like a puddle of mud. Quiet! The elevator was completely silent. Xiao Lingyu and Li Wanqing stared wide-eyed and gaped, their faces filled with shock as they looked at the scene before them. That's too fast. Jiang Yi and Lin Xianxian moved incredibly fast. In just 1 minute, they exchanged at least 100 punches, and the power of each punch was terrifying. However, Jiang Yi was still a cut above the rest. He seized an opening in Lin Qianqian's defenses and immediately struck her with a palm, causing her to vomit blood. Fast. Ruthless. Accurate. Ruthless destruction of flowers. There wasn't a shred of pity or tenderness shown to the woman. Zhang Yi is a heartless rogue master. Call. Seeing Lin Qianqian kneeling on the ground, her face pale and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, she had completely lost her fighting ability. At this moment, Zhang Yi also stopped his attack. Miss Lin, you've lost. You. What? Still not convinced? I didn't expect your leg techniques to be so powerful, and your palm techniques to be so amazing too. I'm simply outmatched. I concede. Chapter 28 Rescuing Lin Qianqian. Bite. The elevator quickly reached the 8th floor. Xiao Lengyu didn't say a word, but just glanced at Zhang Yi indifferently, then helped Lin Qianqian up and prepared to take her away from this place. Just then, a system notification sounded in Zhang Yi's ear. Ding. The host has triggered a bounty mission. Save Lin Qianqian's shattered dantian. You will receive 3 game coins. Zhang Yi's eyelids twitched violently. He hadn't expected to trigger a bounty mission, and the mission's objective was to protect Lin Qianqian's shattered dantian. Wait a moment. Seeing that Xiao Lengyu and Lin Qianqian were about to leave the elevator, Zhang Yi almost subconsciously called out to them. Whoosh! Xiao Lengyu turned around, looking at Zhang Yi with an unfriendly expression, and asked in a very unfriendly tone, Zhang Yi, you've already beaten my men up like this, what else do you want to do? However, Zhang Yi ignored Xiao Lengyu and stared straight at Lin Qianqian, saying, first you were hit by my heavenly crippled kick, and then you were hit by my Tathagata palm. If I'm not mistaken, your dantian is about to shatter, isn't it? What? Xiao Lengyu was startled and quickly turned to look at Lin Qianqian, asking anxiously, Qianqian, are you really that badly injured? Is your dantian really about to shatter? What does a shattered dantian signify? This means that the martial artist's foundation has been destroyed, he is completely ruined, and he will never be able to continue practicing ancient martial arts for the rest of his life. In severe cases, it can even be life-threatening. So, Xiao Lengyu was so shocked and anxious when he heard that Lin Qianqian's dantian was about to shatter. Miss, I'm sorry. I may never be able to protect you again. Lin Qianqian didn't complain or show any dissatisfaction, and she didn't even show the slightest bit of hatred towards Zhang Yi. She simply sighed softly, her eyes slightly reddening, and a hint of regret and reluctance appearing on her face. Asshole. Xiao Lengyu suddenly turned her head and glared angrily at Zhang Yi, saying, Zhang Yi, you bastard. How dare you hit Qianqian so hard? Do you really think I, Xiao Lengyu, am easy to bully? I was originally going to spare your life and not hold yesterday's matter against you. Looking back now, I was too kind. Seeing that Xiao Lengyu was about to explode, Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and said, why are you in such a hurry? She's not dead yet. You. Xiao Lengyu was so angry that she couldn't speak. If looks could kill, Zhang Yi would have been killed 1,000 times over by now. Isn't it just a trivial matter like a shattered dantian? Look how anxious you all are. Don't worry, I can cure this. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Xiao Lengyu and Lin Qianqian were both stunned. Even Li Wanqing, who was huddled in the corner, looked at Zhang Yi with curiosity. Quiet. The elevator was completely silent. Perhaps Zhang Yi's words were too shocking, because neither Xiao Lengyu nor Lin Qianqian seemed to recover for a while. Whoosh! Seeing that Xiao Lengyu and Lin Qianqian were both standing there dumbfounded, Zhang Yi had no choice but to walk over himself, snatch Lin Qianqian from Xiao Lengyu's hands, and hug her tightly in his arms. Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Xiao Lengyu panicked and immediately reached out to stop Zhang Yi. Xiao Lengyu, do you still want me to save her? Do you want to see her become a cripple? Zhang Yi unleashed a torrent of insults, causing Xiao Lengyu's face to flush red and then pale. She gritted her teeth and glared, wishing she could sew his foul mouth shut on the spot. That foul mouth of yours is absolutely infuriating. Butler Li, quickly find me a lounge. Zhang Yi carried Lin Qianqian out of the elevator, then turned back and gave an instruction to Li Wanqing. The latter immediately nodded, then hurriedly walked out of the elevator and went around to the front to lead the way for Zhang Yi. Soon, Li Wanqing found a lounge on this floor. Zhang Yi strode in and saw a large sofa in the room. He immediately went over and placed Lin Qianqian on the sofa. Zhang Yi, how do you plan to treat Qianqian's injuries? Following closely behind, Xiao Lengyu frowned slightly, looking at Jiang Yi with a mixture of belief and doubt, her eyes unfathomable. Logically speaking, since Jiang Yi was the one who seriously injured Lin Shanshan, Xiao Lengyu would never have entrusted Lin Shanshan to Jiang Yi for treatment. But Jiang Yi's nonchalant expression and carefree tone seemed to be telling everyone that a shattered dantian was a trivial matter that he could heal with just a flick of his finger. It should be known that, throughout history, a shattered dantian has been incurable. Even if Xiao Lengyu brings Lin Shanshan to the hospital right now, no one can help her repair her shattered dantian. So, Xiao Lengyu had no choice but to try anything, so she handed Lin Shanshan over to Jiang Yi for treatment. Certainly. If Jiang Yi can't cure Lin Shanshan, Xiao Lengyu will definitely not let him off the hook. Call. Just then, Jiang Yi suddenly took a deep breath and said to Lin Shanshan, I can heal your injuries and restore your dantian to its original state. At the same time, I hope you will not provoke me again in the future. You're so bad. Fighting with you is really nerve-wracking. I'm always worried that I might accidentally kill you. After saying this, Jiang Yi ignored Lin Shanshan's expression and immediately opened the system inventory, then silently said in his mind, System, I want to use the healing card. Ding. Please select a target person for treatment. Lin Shanshan. Whoosh. A golden light suddenly flashed before Jiang Yi's eyes. He quickly raised a hand and placed it on Lin Shanshan's stomach, pretending to use his internal energy to heal her. Lin Shanshan was slightly taken aback at first, and then a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face, and a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. This is her little belly. Lin Shanshan has never had her belly touched by any man before. Jiang Yi, that bastard, touched her without saying a word. How is she supposed to face anyone now? Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully restoring Lin Shanshan to health using the healing card. Ding. One use of the healing card has been consumed. One use remains. Only after hearing the system notification again did Jiang Yi withdraw his hand and say to Lin Shanshan, Alright, you can be lively and energetic again. Ah? That's it? Lin Shanshan froze on the spot, and Xiao Lengyu also froze on the spot. I thought Jiang Yi was going to use some kind of miraculous medical skill, like the 13 Ghost Needles, the Tai Divine Needle, or the 9 Yang Divine Needle. At the very least, he would take out a mysterious pill and feed it to Lin Shanshan. Result. Jiang Yi simply touched Lin Shanshan's stomach, then stood up and told everyone that he had healed Lin Shanshan's injuries. Who would believe that? Jiang Yi, are you playing me? Xiao Lengyu raised her eyebrows, about to explode. Unexpectedly, Lin Shanshan suddenly exclaimed, immediately scrambled up from the sofa, and then assumed a meditation posture. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Shanshan's entire body. Moreover, this aura was constantly rising, looking just like a cultivator in a movie breaking through to the next level. This. Xiao Lengyu was stunned. All the harsh words she was about to say to Jiang Yi were stuck in her throat. Holy crap! A breakthrough after destruction? His cultivation is about to break through? Jiang Yi was also startled. He immediately took a few steps back, moving away from Lin Shanshan, and then stared at Lin Shanshan sitting on the sofa with a complicated expression. That's right. At this very moment, Lin Shanshan is breaking through. Jiang Yi never expected that this woman would actually benefit from the misfortune and was about to break through from a yellow-level martial artist to a profound-level martial artist. Chapter 29: Turning Enemies into Friends. Inside the room. The powerful aura emanating from Lin Shanshan quickly reached its peak. Immediately afterwards, this powerful aura receded back into Lin Shanshan's body like a tide. Not long after, Lin Shanshan slowly opened her eyes. Shanshan, how are you? Upon seeing this, Xiao Lengyu immediately went over and asked with concern. Miss, I. Lin Shanshan glanced at Jiang Yi with a complicated expression, then quickly replied, My dantian, which was on the verge of shattering, has been completely repaired, and my cultivation has also advanced further. I have now entered the ranks of Xian-level martial artists. What? Xiao Lengyu was slightly startled upon hearing this, but her face quickly lit up with joy. Shanshan, are you really alright? And you've even become a Xian-level martial artist? Lin Shanshan nodded gently, then secretly glanced at Jiang Yi, a strange blush quickly spreading across her pretty face. Very good. You're alright, that's so good. Xiao Lengyu excitedly hugged Lin Shanshan, who also smiled happily and then hugged Xiao Lengyu back. Judging from their intimate behavior, someone who didn't know the situation might think they were a lesbian couple. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the bounty mission and receiving 3 game coins. Just then, a system notification sounded in Zhang Yi's ear. His face lit up with joy, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Although it used up 1 healing opportunity of a healing card, you can get 3 game coins, so it's a worthwhile deal. But the bounty mission is one thing, but saving Lin Xianxian is another. Zhang Yi healed Lin Xianxian's injuries, preserved her dantian, and protected her path in martial arts. With such a great favor, shouldn't he take the opportunity to gain some benefits? Just then, Lin Xianxian walked up to Zhang Yi, pursed her lips, and said, "Zhang Yi, thank you." What? Just a verbal thank you? Lin Xianxian, we're all from the martial arts world, don't you know the rules? I must repay your life-saving grace with my body. Zhang Yi still had that annoying look. When he didn't speak, he was definitely a heartthrob who could charm countless girls. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was guaranteed to make people furious. It must be said that Zhang Yi and Lu Qin have something in common. Ha! This. Lin Xianxian was stunned. She never expected that Zhang Yi would take the initiative to flirt with her at this time. Is Zhang Yi serious? He's so handsome, has such high martial arts skills, and possesses incredible medical expertise. Such an outstanding man must never lack women around him. But what if he's serious? As she pondered, a charming blush suddenly spread across Lin Xianxian's pretty face, and a deep shyness flashed in her eyes. The way she looked at Zhang Yi also changed noticeably. No. Just then, Xiao Lingyu suddenly strode over. She pulled Lin Xianxian behind her and looked at Zhang Yi warily, saying, "You dare to flirt with my people right in front of me? You really don't take me, Xiao Lingyu, seriously. Please. Big sister." Zhang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes, then said to Xiao Lingyu, "This is a private matter between Xianxian and me. What right do you, an outsider, have to interfere in our affairs?" What? You called me big sister? And you still say I'm an outsider? Xiao Lingyu's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open, her face filled with shock and anger, as if she couldn't accept the 2 words Zhang Yi had uttered. Cough, cough. Zhang Yi coughed twice, then explained in a serious tone, "First of all, you're older than me, so it's right for me to call you big sister, isn't it? Secondly, after Xianxian and I get married, we will be husband and wife, and you will be an outsider." Then, I was discussing marriage with Xianxian, and you, an outsider, came in and started joking around. You know you'll get beaten up for that, right? Finally, I don't care what your relationship with Xianxian is, if you dare to oppose this marriage, I declare your opposition invalid. Xiao Lingyu. Lin Xianxian. Li Wanqing. Zhang Yi spoke these domineering and unreasonable words in a very calm tone, which immediately shocked the 3 women present. Who I am? Where am I? What just happened? Did I wander onto the wrong set? Oh my god. This world is crazy. Seeing that Xiao Lingyu was too excited to speak, Zhang Yi suddenly turned to Lin Xianxian and asked, "Lin Xianxian, did I just heal your injuries and save your dantian from shattering?" Well, yes. Was it because of me that your cultivation level broke through to the profound rank? Yes. I have done you such a great favor, shouldn't you repay me with your body? Yes. No. Zhang Yi's relentless questioning almost led Lin Xianxian astray, but luckily she reacted at the last moment and shook her head vigorously, afraid that she might accidentally get on Zhang Yi's bandwagon. Seeing that Zhang Yi's attitude was very tough, as if he wanted to take Lin Xianxian back to be his wife, Xiao Lingyu had no choice but to step forward and stop him. Zhang Yi, there's no need for us to escalate this conflict. Upon hearing Xiao Lingyu's words, Zhang Yi, who had been so aggressive just moments before, immediately softened his tone. Miss Xiao, what do you mean by that? Zhang Yi, it was just a small misunderstanding between us. If we escalate this small misunderstanding into a blood feud, it won't do either of us any good. Don't you agree? Yes, you have a point. Since you think so too, why don't we turn hostility into friendship, sit down, shake hands, and become friends? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's face remained expressionless, but he couldn't help but start making plans in his mind. In fact, Zhang Yi didn't want to be enemies with Xiao Lingyu either. After all, Xiao Lingyu is the daughter of Haicheng's richest man. She has a powerful background, influence, connections, and resourcefulness. Although Zhang Yi has the system backing him up, What he wants to do most is to lie down and do nothing, live a carefree life, and find a few beautiful women to live a shameless life with. If I really become Xiao Lengyu's mortal enemy, life will definitely not be peaceful, and I will definitely be plagued by all sorts of troubles in the future. Zhang Yi isn't afraid of death, but he hates trouble. Imagine you're playing cards with your beloved concubine when suddenly a man in black jumps in through the window to assassinate you. Wouldn't that be annoying? Once is not annoying, twice is not annoying. What if it's 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times? Damn it! This is unbearable. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Miss Xiao, we're all from the martial world, let's skip the formalities. How about this? If you really want to be friends with me, how about we burn yellow paper in front of Guan Yu, become sworn brothers, and become sworn siblings? Xiao Lengyu. Lin Qianqian. Li Wanqing. Chapter 30 Rich Sister. Tianyu 6-star Hotel. Presidential Suite. In the living room, Zhang Yi sat quietly on the sofa, looking at the statue of Guan Yu that the hotel staff had brought, the yellow paper that had been burned to ashes in the basin, and Xiao Lingyu sitting next to him. At that moment, he couldn't help but scratch his head. What's going on? Did I just have a brain fart? How did they actually burn yellow paper with Xiao Lingyu, become sworn siblings, and even swear an oath to die on the same day, month, and year as Xiao Lingyu? This is far too hasty. Zhang Yi, what are you thinking about? Just then, Xiao Lingyu's voice suddenly drifted over. Zhang Yi turned his head and saw Xiao Lingyu's slightly upturned lips and a fleeting glint of cunning in her eyes. If I were to say that I had a brain fart just now? Zhang Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a little regretful, but before he could finish speaking, Xiao Lingyu forcefully interrupted him. How? We've already burned yellow paper and sworn brotherhood before Lord Guan, do you really want to go back on your word? Xiao Lingyu raised her eyebrows, exuding an imposing aura without anger. Every word she uttered carried a faint sense of pressure and killing intent, putting Zhang Yi under immense pressure and causing his nerves to snap instantly. Who said I wanted to back out? Zhang Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead again, then forced himself to say, I'm just a little dizzy, I'll be fine after a rest, hee. Good. Xiao Lingyu suddenly chuckled, a sly glint in her eyes, and said, now that we become sworn siblings, shouldn't you call me elder sister? Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He sat on the sofa for an awkward moment, and finally could only bite his lip and softly call out, sister. Sister? Oh. My little brother is so good. Xiao Lengyu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had gained a great advantage. She immediately grinned and laughed, her whole body shaking with laughter, and her eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Zhang Yi. Seeing Zhang Yi's speechless expression, Lin Qianqian, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although she hadn't known Zhang Yi for long, and this was only their second meeting, she could tell that Zhang Yi was a very proud man who would never easily back down. So, seeing Zhang Yi's embarrassed expression, Lin Qianqian naturally found it very amusing. Whoosh! Just then, Xiao Lingyu suddenly took out a car key from her bag and threw it to Zhang Yi, saying, Here, this is a gift from your sister. Don't be offended. Well. Zhang Yi instinctively caught the car keys, and when he looked at them, his eyes were immediately drawn to the large letter beyond them. Bid? Ron. Who is Xiao Lingyu? How could the daughter of Haiqing's richest man, the president of the Xiao Group, and the sole heir of the wealthy Xiao family, possibly give away a BYD car? Could it be a Bentley? It doesn't look like it. Perhaps seeing the puzzled look on Zhang Yi's face, Lin Qianqian immediately explained, Zhang Yi, this is a limited edition luxury supercar that Miss just ordered from overseas, a Bugatti Red Dragon. Well. Zhang Yi was slightly startled upon hearing this, and the slight unease he had felt earlier vanished instantly. Bugatti Red Dragon. Even a regular limited edition costs 50 million Chinese yuan. Wouldn't a special overseas customized version cost hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan? Whoosh! Zhang Yi immediately put on a beaming expression and turned to Xiao Lingyu, saying, Thank you, sister. You're so generous. There's no one better than an older sister in the world. A child with an older sister is like a treasure. Zhang Yi rushed over excitedly, hugging Xiao Lingyu tightly and rubbing his head against her chest. This feeling. Since we're all family here, I might as well use my sister's face wash. No. You little brat, how dare you take advantage of your older sister? Get out of my way right now. Xiao Lingyu was both ashamed and angry. She quickly pushed Jiang Yi away, straightened her disheveled clothes, and then looked at Jiang Yi with a murderous gaze. "Oh, my dear sister. My brother has never received such a precious gift before. He was just so happy and excited that he couldn't help but give you a hug. Sis, you're not going to get angry with me over something so small, are you?" Although Jiang Yi's expression was sincere and his eyes were clear, Xiao Lengyu knew very well that Jiang Yi was faking it and that he was deliberately taking advantage of her. But Xiao Lengyu didn't mind Jiang Yi's little tricks. After all, Jiang Yi was a handsome young man, especially with his good looks. Even Xiao Lengyu had to admit that Jiang Yi was the most handsome young man she had ever seen. Women. They're all animals that judge by appearance. If it were any other man who dared to take advantage of Xiao Lengyu like this, she would have torn him to pieces and thrown him into the sea to feed the fish. But Jiang Yi. Xiao Lengyu can tolerate such a handsome, adorable younger brother. All right. Xiao Lengyu waved her hand, no longer bothering with Jiang Yi's little tricks, and changed the subject, asking, "Little brother Jiang Yi, I have a question I'd like to ask you." "What's the problem?" Jiang Yi put away the car keys, then sat up straight, looking like he was listening attentively to the instruction. "You." Seeing this, Xiao Lengyu's lips twitched slightly, as if she was amused by Jiang Yi's appearance. However, before Xiao Lengyu could finish speaking, her phone suddenly rang. Ring ring. Xiao Lengyu frowned as she answered the call, but her expression turned serious after only a few words. Jiang Yi didn't hear very clearly, but it seemed that something had happened at Xiao Lengyu's house, and the housekeeper was urging her to go home quickly to deal with it. Next, Xiao Lengyu could only apologize to Jiang Yi, and then hurriedly left Tianyu Hotel with Lin Qianqian. However, before parting, she and Lin Qianqian added Jiang Yi as a WeChat friend. Things are unpredictable. I never imagined that my buddy and the daughter of Haicheng's richest man would become sworn siblings. Considering how rich she is, she even gave me a luxury supercar worth over 100 million. This woman. I'll just have to accept this loss, even if it's a bit of a loss. Jiang Yi hates trouble. Rather than being Xiao Lengyu's enemy and having to guard against her revenge every day, it's better to join her camp directly than cling to her coattails and live a life of ease and comfort. They joined because they couldn't beat them. Jiang Yi was too lazy to fight, so he joined directly. It has to be said, Jiang Yi is definitely a qualified lazy bum. Call. After Xiao Lengyu and Lin Qianqian left, Jiang Yi suddenly remembered that he had completed the bounty mission and received 3 game coins. So he immediately opened the system's main page and eagerly shouted, "System, I want to draw a prize. Give me a triple draw." Buzz buzz buzz. Under Jiang Yi's tense yet expectant gaze, the card pool immediately began to shake, and countless cards flew around rapidly. Before long, 3 glittering cards suddenly jumped out of the card pool and floated quietly in front of Jiang Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a recharge card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a divine healer card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a martial arts card. Ding! All cards have been automatically added to your system inventory. Please check. Recharge card. When your bank card balance decreases, using this card can restore your bank card balance to its full value. Divine Healer card designates a target person and instantly cures all their ailments. This card can be used 3 times. Learn a skill card, designate a target person and selectively learn one of their martial arts techniques, automatically mastering that technique. Chapter 31: The Charming Female Housekeeper. Tianyu 6-star Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Yi took a shower, changed back into the hotel bathrobe, and then lazily leaned back on the sofa, casually opening the system inventory. Inventory. Forced purchase card, treatment card 1 use remaining, recharge card, divine healer card 3 uses remaining, learn from the master card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 5 cards. Among them, the healing card and the divine healer card are strategic resources. One is a card for healing injuries, and the other is a card for curing diseases. They must be saved and used sparingly. Both the forced purchase card and the recharge card are related to money. If you encounter a suitable opportunity, you can use both of these cards. Money. The more the better. Who would complain about having too much money? As for the last card, the Learn from Others card, you must use it with caution. After all, Jiang Yi's heavenly crippled kick and Tathagata palm are incredibly powerful and are top-tier martial arts. So, Ordinary martial arts skills are really not good enough for Jiang Yi to appreciate. Mr. Jiang, are you done showering? Just then, the door to the presidential suite was gently pushed open, and Li Wanqing walked in carrying a square tray. Jiang Yi nodded, then closed the system inventory page and looked up at Li Wanqing. At this moment, Li Wanqing was still wearing her personal butler's uniform, a blazer, a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Only. Her walking posture was a bit hot, especially the way her hips swayed, which was noticeably more pronounced than in the morning. One step and you twist your hips, 3 steps and you shake your buttocks. Jiang Yi glanced at it casually and immediately smelled a spring-like scent. It was the season for the little animals to bond again. Tap tap tap. With a faint smile on her face, Li Wanqing walked straight to Jiang Yi and gently placed the tray she was carrying on the coffee table. The tray contained some massage supplies, but the masseuse Jiang Yi wanted was not with Li Wanqing. Jiang Yi immediately asked, "Butler Li, where is the masseuse I asked you to call?" "Mr. Jiang, it's like this." Li Wanqing quickly smoothed her hair and explained, "All the hotel masseuses are currently on duty, and there are no available masseuses at the moment, but I also studied massage for a while. If Mr. Jiang doesn't mind, I can personally serve you." Jiang Yi clearly saw that when Li Wanqing said these words, a hint of guilt flashed in her eyes, and her pretty face also turned slightly red. It's obvious that this woman is lying. But Jiang Yi didn't dislike Li Wanqing. After all, she was good-looking and had a good figure, a perfect sex machine. There's a saying that goes something like this: don't miss out on good women, and don't waste bad ones either. Alright, then thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yi stretched and then looked at Li Wanqing with a half-smile. It is my honor and my duty to serve Mr. Jiang. A hint of joy flashed in Li Wanqing's eyes, and then she walked over with a slightly flushed face and carefully sat down next to Jiang Yi. Silence, no words. Jiang Yi didn't say a word, but just stared straight at Li Wanqing, a cryptic smile always playing on his lips. Feeling a little embarrassed by the stare, Li Wanqing hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying softly, "Mr. Jiang, why don't you lie down on the sofa and I'll give you a back massage?" Okay. Jiang Yi didn't stand on ceremony with Li Wanqing. He immediately rolled over and comfortably sprawled on the sofa. Soon, Jiang Yi felt a pair of soft little hands gently pull down his bathrobe, all the way down to his waist, exposing his entire back to the air. Then, those soft little hands, trembling slightly, tentatively and carefully, were placed on Jiang Yi's shoulders. "Mr. Jiang, is the pressure appropriate?" Hearing Li Wanqing's gentle voice asking, Jiang Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes and replied, "Yes, it feels very comfortable." Perhaps it was because of Jiang Yi's praise that a look of joy flashed across Li Wanqing's face again, and her movements became even gentler and more ingratiating. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Li Wanqing massaged Jiang Yi's entire back. A fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, but she had a bright smile on her face, indicating that she was in a very good mood. "Mr. Jiang, you can turn around now." "Okay. Shall I massage your arms?" After Jiang Yi turned around, he lay on his back on the sofa. He originally wanted to close his eyes and comfortably enjoy the massage. However, a casual glance made Jiang Yi's eyelids twitch slightly, instantly dispelling his idea of closing his eyes. At this moment, Li Wanqing was facing Jiang Yi, sitting sideways on the sofa, and she was also wearing a very short bodycon skirt. From Jiang Yi's angle, he could just see the hem of the pencil skirt, which was facing him and smiling. Li Wanqing's 2 long, voluptuous legs, covered by a thin layer of black stockings, exuded an endless allure. Especially near the groin, the thick, dark black design of the stockings is quite suggestive. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. As Li Wanqing massaged Jiang Yi's arms, her body swayed slightly, and her 2 beautiful legs in black stockings moved gently in response. Faintly, vaguely, and fleetingly, Jiang Yi seemed to see a bright red lace pattern. No way. Li Wanqing is the kind of woman with a perky butt and broad shoulders. A tiny bodycon skirt simply couldn't contain her exaggerated hip curves. Call. Gazing at the sexy, mature woman so close to him, inhaling the rich, feminine scent emanating from her, and feeling the warmth emanating from her hands, Jiang Yi couldn't help but reach out a hand and place it on Li Wanqing's leg, then openly began to examine the black stockings. Quiet. The living room was completely quiet. Li Wanqing's body stiffened visibly, her pretty face flushed red at a visible speed, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a hint of shyness flashed quickly in her eyes. However, she didn't say a word or try to stop Jiang Yi. Instead, she acted as if nothing had happened and continued to massage Jiang Yi's arm. Seeing this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. Since Li Wanqing has already tacitly agreed, why be polite? I can't be a beast, can I? Ah. Because of Jiang Yi's overreaching behavior, Li Wanqing suddenly gasped, instinctively tightening her legs, and her pretty face flushed red down to her neck. However, just a second later, Li Wanqing immediately relaxed her body and stopped keeping her feet together, afraid of affecting Jiang Yi's interest. However, Jiang Yi's actions became increasingly outrageous. Li Wanqing blushed deeply, almost burying her head in her arms, and even her cute little ears were flushed with a charming rosy blush. The atmosphere at the scene was ambiguous. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to happen. Just then, a soft click came from the doorway, followed by the sound of high heels. More than one pair of high heels. At least 4 pairs of high heels slammed onto the floor, making a crisp sound. In addition, the moment the door opened, Lu Qin's voice drifted into Jiang Yi's ears. Husband, I'm back. Jiang Yi. Li Wanqing. Chapter 32. My daughter's here too? Whoosh. Lu Qin's sudden intrusion startled both Jiang Yi and Li Wanqing. The next second, the two of them separated as if they had been startled rabbits. Li Wanqing quickly stood up, her back to the door, and hurriedly adjusted her bodycon skirt. Although Jiang Yi felt a little guilty, his expression remained remarkably calm. He calmly sat up, put on his bathrobe without changing his expression, and then looked up at the 4 women who had just walked in. That's right. There are 4 women in total. Lu Qin, Lu Yun, Lu Ruyan, and Wang Monli. Jiang Yi never expected that he would meet his ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, again under such circumstances. But Jiang Yi's gaze swept over Lu Ruyan without lingering, and then fell on Lu Qin. Honey, what are you and Butler Li doing? Lu Qin walked over quickly. She plopped down next to Jiang Yi, then looked at Li Wanqing, who stood beside her with a somewhat embarrassed expression, with a suspicious look. Mrs. Jiang, this is what happened. Before Jiang Yi could explain, Li Wanqing interjected. Mr. Jiang sparred with someone this afternoon, and his muscles were a bit sore afterward, so he called the hotel for a massage. It just so happened that all the hotel masseuses were on duty, and I know a little about massage, so I decided to serve Mr. Jiang myself. Li Wanqing explained the whole story in the simplest terms, but she concealed the ambiguous interactions between her and Jiang Yi. Are you really just giving me a massage? Lu Qin leaned back on the sofa, crossed her arms, crossed one leg, squinted, and looked at Li Wanqing with an unfriendly expression. At this moment, Lu Qin unleashed a powerful aura, instantly creating an invisible pressure on everyone present. Whoosh! Seeing Li Wanqing lower her head guiltily, Lu Qin's expression grew colder and colder, as if she might explode at any moment. At a critical moment, Jiang Yi pulled Lu Qin into his arms and said with a smile, Aunt Lu, I never knew you were such a jealous person. Husband. Jiang Yi's interruption instantly dispelled Lu Qin's fierce aura. After all, Lu Qin's sister and daughter, as well as her daughter's best friend, were all present. Jiang Yi hugged her so openly, and even flirted with her, whispering sweet nothings in her ear, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Alright, Butler Li is just giving me a massage. If you don't like it, then next time you can give me a massage? Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and, before Lu Qin could speak, turned to look at Lu Yun, Lu Ruyan, and Wang Monli standing to the side. Aunt Yun, hello. Jiang Yi greeted Lu Yun with a smile, while also looking her up and down. Lu Yun's appearance is 7 parts similar to Lu Qin. She is mature and charming, yet carries a gentle and delicate air. Her figure is absolutely stunning. A light blue floral dress with a low neckline revealed a large expanse of her ample bosom, which I estimate to be at least an E-cup or larger. Most men would never be able to handle a woman like this. The hem of the skirt is neither too long nor too short, just reaching around the knee. The pair of calves exposed beneath the skirt, covered by a thin layer of flesh-colored stockings, not only made the leg curves look smoother, but also gave off an elegant and intellectual feel. Oh no, hello? Hello. Lu Yun greeted him somewhat awkwardly, seemingly still unable to accept the fact that her niece's husband had become her brother-in-law. Still calling me Ono? Jiang Yi's lips curled up slightly, as if he wanted to tease Lu Yun on purpose, so he said in a serious tone, shouldn't you call me brother-in-law now? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was slightly taken aback, and an awkward expression flashed across her face again. She subconsciously looked at Lu Qin, who was being held in Jiang Yi's arms. However, Lu Qin ignored Lu Yun's pleading look and rested her head on Jiang Yi's chest, watching Lu Yun's embarrassed appearance with great interest. That. Under Jiang Ye's gaze, Lu Yun's pretty face inexplicably flushed. She bit her lip, steeled her resolve, and then called out, "Sister. Brother-in-law." "Why?" Jiang Yi smiled and nodded, then leaned close to Lu Qin's ear and deliberately said in a voice that everyone could hear, "Wife, has my sister-in-law always been this shy and timid?" "Put." Lu Qin couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot. Her smile made Lu Yun even more embarrassed, to the point that she wished she could dig a hole in the ground and disappear into it. However, just then, Jiang Yi seemed to suddenly notice something and said to Lu Qin with a surprised look, "Huh? Wife, our daughter is here too." Quiet. The living room was completely quiet. Utter silence. You could hear a pin drop. From the moment Lu Ruyan stepped into the presidential suite, she had been fantasizing about what it would be like when she met Jiang Yi. However, upon entering the room, the first thing she saw was Jiang Yi lying shirtless on the sofa, with a beautiful stranger sitting next to him, the two of them doing something indescribable. Even if you get caught red-handed. Jiang Yi dressed without changing his expression, as if nothing had happened. He even casually put his arm around his mother, glossing over what had just happened. The key point is that her mother didn't pry into the matter or dwell on it, as if she was deliberately indulging Jiang Yi. Next, Jiang Yi acted as if he didn't see her at all, first greeting her aunt and then teasing her a bit. Only at the very end did Jiang Yi pretend to suddenly notice her appearance. But the first thing Jiang Yi said wasn't to greet her, but rather to deliberately ask Lu Qin, "Our daughter is here too?" "Daughter? Who is your daughter? You only married my mother, not my biological father. How dare you call me daughter? Jiang Yi, are you getting revenge on me?" Lu Ruyan really couldn't take it anymore. Despite constantly reminding herself along the way that she had broken up with Jiang Yi and that Jiang Yi had married her mother, a fact that no one could change. But when she finally saw Jiang Yi, the anger she had been suppressing inside her finally erupted uncontrollably. "Revenge?" Jiang Yi frowned slightly, then gave a disdainful sneer and replied, "Lu Ruyan, why would I want to take revenge on you? Jiang Yi, if you're not getting revenge on me, why didn't you marry another woman? Why did you choose my mother?" "Because I love your mom, I truly love her." "Jiang Yi, do you have any shame? How can you say such nonsense? You don't believe me?" Seeing Jiang Yi's nonchalant expression, Lu Ruyan was immediately furious. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "Jiang Yi, I admit that breaking up with you was wrong of me. I heard you. I can understand that you acted irrationally because you were angry. But my mother is innocent. If you want to vent your anger, you can take it out on me. There's no need to harm my mother. Jiang Yi, I'm giving you a chance to change your ways. Go and divorce my mother right now, and stop doing these childish things, okay?" Lu Ruyan spoke at length, perhaps due to her emotional state, her impressive assets rising and falling with her breath. However, Jiang Yi laughed at this moment. "Lu Ruyan, I have never hated you from beginning to end. Why do you think that I am deliberately taking revenge on you? Are you thinking, if I'm not getting revenge on you, why did I still get a marriage certificate with your mother? I'll say it again, I love your mother, and I truly love her. Don't you believe me? Because under the cherry blossom tree, everyone looks beautiful. My love is passionate and intense for anyone." Chapter 33, Jiang Yi's Money Power. Tianyu 6-star Hotel. The restaurant is located on the 3rd floor. Inside a luxurious private room, Jiang Yi, sitting at the head of the table, was wearing a British-style dapper suit. The collar of his black shirt was slightly open, revealing a bright platinum collarbone chain underneath. It is said that clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Jiang Yi was already handsome and had a great physique. Coupled with his cool and roguish outfit, he attracted almost 100% attention when he walked around the hotel. This is all thanks to Lu Qin. Although Lu Qin is a bit extravagant, she has a very good eye for fashion. Jiang Yi's outfit was carefully chosen by her. "Mr. Jiang, here is the menu. Would you like to order something?" Just then, Jiang Yi's personal butler, Li Wanqing, walked up to him and handed him a menu. Swish, swish, swish. After Jiang Yi took the menu, he casually scribbled around it and ordered everything, including Australian king crab, Australian lobster, black abalone, bluefin tuna, Canadian geoduck, and so on. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yi checked 2 bottles of red wine worth 500,000 Chinese yuan on the beverage page. The main idea is not to seek the best, but only the most expensive. Honey, you ordered so much food, are we all going to finish it? Sitting to Jiang Ye's left, Lu Qin was wearing a deep purple evening gown that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure, while the deep V neckline revealed a large expanse of her full breasts. Indeed, purple is the most charming. Oh no, you don't need to order so much food, it's such a waste. Sitting to Jiang Ye's right, Lu Yun was wearing a black evening gown with a deep V neck that revealed a large expanse of her full breasts, perfectly outlining her mature and voluptuous figure. However, it seemed to be the first time Lu Yun had worn such a sexy dress. She kept her head slightly lowered from head to toe, with a faint blush on her pretty face. She looked a little reserved and shy. Jiang Yi, you're staying in a presidential suite at a 6-star hotel again, and now you're ordering such expensive dishes and wine. Looks like you've really struck it rich. Sitting opposite Jiang Yi, Wang Manli was wearing a pink shirt. Because it was unbuttoned, it revealed a white bralette underneath and a slender waist. She wore denim shorts that tightly hugged her round, perky buttocks, while also showing off her long, fair, and tender legs. Jiang Yi, you're just lucky, you won the lottery. If you don't listen to my advice and continue spending money so extravagantly, you'll ruin your family sooner or later. As for Lu Ruyan, who was sitting next to Wang Manli, she was wearing a pure white dress today. Her delicate face, aloof temperament, and hot figure gave people a feeling of both innocence and desire. Whoosh! Jiang Yi suddenly looked up and said to Lu Ruyan, "Hey daughter, when are you going to start calling me Dad? Dad has prepared a big red envelope for you, consider it a gift for changing your address to Dad. Do you want this money?" After saying this, Jiang Yi took out his phone, opened WeChat Pay, then clicked on Lu Ruyan's profile picture, then clicked on transfer, and then entered a long string of numbers. 1 million Dragon Kingdom currency. Jiang Yi is prepared to give Lu Ruyan a 1 million yuan change of address fee. But he simply entered the numbers, he did not click transfer. Since he hadn't heard Lu Ruyan call him Dad yet, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to send the red envelope to Lu Ruyan first. Jiang Yi, you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was both anxious and angry, and immediately turned her gaze to Lu Qin, who was sitting next to Jiang Yi. "Mom, you're not really going to make me acknowledge a thief as my father, are you?" Put. Before Jiang Yi, Lu Qin, and Lu Yun could speak, Wang Manli, who was sitting next to Lu Ruyan, suddenly burst out laughing. "Lily, you." Lu Ruyan immediately turned her head and glared at Wang Manli, who quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Ruyan, I wasn't laughing at you. I just remembered some happy things." "What's making you happy?" Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows and continued to glare at Wang Manli, seemingly not intending to let her off so easily. "Ruyan, please let me go. I promise I'll shut my mouth and not say a word." Wang Manli raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, her face filled with pleading and a show of weakness. "Call." Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, glared at Wang Manli again, and then turned to look at Jiang Yi sitting opposite her. "Jiang Yi, let me tell you, you think you can make me call you Dad? Keep dreaming." Jiang Yi didn't react much to Lu Ruyan's words, but Lu Qin, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but frown. "Ruyan, speak to your Uncle Jiang more politely. What kind of attitude is this? Mom. You, he, Uncle Jiang? Your Uncle Jiang and I are already married. Even if you don't want to call him Dad, you should at least call him Uncle. Don't you even understand the most basic manners? Mom. I. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. She never expected that her mother, who used to dote on her so much, would criticize her today because of an outsider. It's often said that once a biological mother has a stepfather, she becomes a stepmother, and that's certainly true. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt that her mother no longer loved her. "Honey, don't be angry. Our daughter is still young and doesn't understand things yet. You need to teach her slowly and patiently. Don't scold or criticize her all the time, as this will cause great harm to her young mind." Jiang Yi's sudden words plunged the entire private room into absolute silence. The entire room was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Wang Manli's eyelids were twitching wildly, as if she wanted to laugh but dared not, looking like she was struggling to hold it in. Lu Yun had the same expression, but her gaze towards Lu Ruyan seemed to carry a hint of sympathy and heartache. Lu Qin didn't show much expression, she just had a stern face and stared straight at Lu Ruyan, seemingly still angry with her. As for Lu Ruyan, the woman sat on the stool angrily, arms crossed, her eyes glaring fiercely at Jiang Yi. If looks could kill, Jiang Yi would probably have been raped by her long ago. Whoosh! Just then, Jiang Yi suddenly turned around, looked at Lu Ruyan with a smile, and said, "Change of address fee, 1 million. Quiet." The private room remained completely silent. But all eyes were on Lu Ruyan, and everyone seemed to be guessing what choice she would make next. "Jiang Yi, don't think that you can bribe me with money and I will give in. 2 million. Jiang Yi, don't think you're so great just because you have a few stinking bucks. 3 million. Jiang Yi, you. 5 million. If you still refuse, then forget it. Dad." Clang. 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 As soon as Lu Ruyan called out "Dad," a series of chairs fell over in the private room. Lu Qin, Lu Yun, and Wang Monli almost fell to the ground together because they couldn't keep their seats steady. It seems no one expected this. Just moments ago, Lu Ruyan was incredibly defiant, refusing to back down and as proud as a peacock. But after Jiang Yi shouted out a price of 5 million, she immediately gave in. Really? Money can solve 99% of the problems in this world. As for the remaining 1%, it's just that you haven't paid enough. Money power is the invincible skill. Chapter 34 My Sister-in-Law's Ex-Husband. Snap. 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 Once all the dishes were served, Lu Qin, Lu Yun, Lu Ruyan, and Wang Monli all took out their phones and started snapping photos of the food. Especially those 2 bottles of red wine worth 500,000. From opening the bottle to decanting the wine and then pouring it into everyone's glasses, almost every step was filmed by them. Next, it's time to post on WeChat Moments to show off. Lu Qin was posting, Lu Yun was posting, and Lu Ruyan and Wang Monli were even holding their phones so close to their faces that they were practically pressed against the screen. Everyone was posting on their WeChat Moments. However, just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in a suit strode in from outside. "Yang Kai?" Upon seeing the man, Lu Yun immediately gasped in surprise, her face instantly turning cold. "Lu Yun, you really are eating here?" The man quickly scanned the private room, and when he spotted Lu Yun there, a flash of anger immediately crossed his eyes. That's right. The middle-aged man in a suit who suddenly barged into the private room was none other than Lu Yun's ex-husband, Yang Kai. It's worth mentioning that Yang Kai was formerly the executive director of Tianyu Hotel, and was only promoted to general manager last week. The day after Yang Kai was promoted to hotel general manager, he couldn't wait to ask Lu Yun for a divorce. Tap tap tap. Yang Kai strode over, his eyes scanning the various dishes on the table, then the people present. His face quickly darkened. "Lu Yun, do you know where this is?" "This is the most expensive private room in the Tianyu Hotel, with a minimum charge of 500,000 yuan. Is this a place you can afford? Come with me right now, don't embarrass me here." Yang Kai went straight to Lu Yun's side, grabbed her wrist, and pretended to forcibly pull her out of the private room. "Yang Kai! Let go of me." Lu Yun struggled to get up, but she was no match for Yang Kai's strength, and he managed to pull her up from her seat. Seeing this, Jiang Yi hadn't made a move yet, but Lu Qin, who was sitting next to him, suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. "Yang Kai! You bastard! Let go of my sister right now." Lu Qin immediately rushed forward, shoved Yang Kai aside, and shielded Lu Yun behind her, while glaring at Yang Kai with a murderous look. Sister Qin? You're here too?" It was only at this moment that Yang Kai recognized Lu Qin. After all, Lu Qin had become more than 10 years younger under Jiang Yi's care, and now she looked like a young woman in her late 20s. It was normal that Yang Kai did not recognize her at first glance. "Pooh. Who's your sister?" "Yang Kai, you've already divorced my sister, so don't try to associate yourself with me anymore." Lu Qin then revealed her shrewish side, pointing her finger at Yang Kai and launching into a tirade, completely disregarding her image. But Jiang Yi, on the other hand, did not dislike the feisty Lu Qin at all. After all, she was a single mother who had raised Lu Ruyan all these years on her own. If she didn't act tough, she would easily be bullied by others. "Shut up!" Yang Kai was thoroughly berated by Lu Qin, and in a fit of rage, he immediately raised his hand and slapped Lu Qin across the face. That slap was really hard. If it really hit Lu Qin's face, it would definitely swell up half of her face. "Ah!" Lu Qin gasped in shock, never expecting that Yang Kai would dare to lay a hand on her. But at this point, it was too late to dodge. Lu Qin and Yang Kai were standing too close together. Even if Lu Qin managed to dodge in time, Lu Yun, who was standing behind her, would definitely be accidentally injured by the slap. Whoosh! Just as the slap was about to land on Lu Qin's face, at the critical moment, a size 45 shoe sole suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. Bang! The size 45 foot, clad in leather shoes, slammed into Yang Kai's left waist with tremendous force, sending him flying and crashing into the wall of the private room on the right. Clang! To everyone's astonishment, Yang Kai's body slid down the wall and fell onto the cold ground, where he lay motionless for a long time, unable to get up. Quiet. The entire private room was completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, faces filled with shock, all looking at the person who had kicked Yang Kai flying. That's right. This person is Zhang Yi. Yang Kai tried to hit Lu Qin in front of Zhang Yi. Wasn't that just courting death? You dare lay a hand on my wife? You're asking for trouble. Zhang Yi walked step by step to Yang Kai's side, then looked down at him and said in an icy tone, I'm giving you 3 seconds to get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless towards you. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai, who was lying on the ground, came to his senses. He struggled to his feet from the floor, then clutched his kidneys, glaring at Zhang Yi with gritted teeth, his face contorted with extreme anger, even the veins on his forehead bulging. You dared to kick me? Kid, do you know who I am? You're done for. As soon as Yang Kai said this, Zhang Yi raised a hand without hesitation and slapped him hard across the left cheek. Smack! A crisp slap rang out, and Yang Kai was immediately spun around 720 degrees before falling heavily to the ground. You dare threaten me? You're asking for it. After Zhang Yi finished beating the man, he wanted to rush over and kick him a couple more times. Suddenly, his left and right arms were grabbed by 2 slender hands at the same time. Honey, don't be impulsive. Oh no. Lu Qin and Lu Yun, the 2 old A8 sisters, almost instinctively reached out their hands and forcefully grabbed Zhang Yi. Lu Qin is the eldest sister of the F level, and Lu Yun is the eldest sister of the E level. In their panic, the 2 older women used almost all their strength to hold onto Zhang Yi's arm tightly. So, Zhang Yi felt his arms sink into a huge, soft place. Even a tough guy couldn't resist such gentle softness. Honey, Yang Kai is the general manager of this hotel. If you cripple him, we'll probably have a hard time leaving here tonight. Oh no, hitting someone is against the law. It's not worth it at all to get yourself into trouble for such a scumbag. Listening to Lu Qin and Lu Yun's advice, Zhang Yi still wore a disdainful expression on his face, but he couldn't help but secretly start making plans. He is now Xiao Lengyu's sworn brother. Even if you beat up General Manager Yang Kai, or even burn down this hotel, Xiao Lengyu will still bail him out. But Zhang Yi didn't want to bother Xiao Lengyu with such a trivial matter. It's easy to pay back the money you owe. But if you owe someone a favor, it's not easy to repay. Etc. My buddy seems to have a forced purchase card lying in his system inventory. If I buy this 6-star hotel, wouldn't I become Yang Kai's boss? Just do it. Before Yang Kai could get up from the ground, Zhang Yi immediately muttered in his mind, System, I want to use the forced purchase card. Chapter 35 Yang Kai feels like he's been cuckolded. Ding! Tianyu 6-star hotel detected. Current market value, 18 billion Dragon Kingdom credits. Ding! Host, you can use the forced purchase card to buy this hotel at a 90% discount. Ding! Does the host wish to spend 1.8 billion Dragon Kingdom coins to forcibly purchase 100% equity of the Tianyu 6-star hotel? A series of system notifications that rang in Zhang Yi's ears startled him. 18 billion? It's just a hotel, isn't it? Why is it so expensive? Etc. Could it be that the building where the hotel is located, as well as the land, are all included in the calculation? Never mind. Buy it first, then we'll talk. Yes. Zhang Yi silently recited the command in his mind, and the next second, the forced purchase card, that was originally lying in the system inventory, disappeared in a stream of light. Immediately afterwards, 1.8 billion Chinese yuan were withdrawn from Zhang Yi's bank card. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi heard the system notification sound again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully used the forced purchase card to purchase 100% equity of the Tianyu 6-star hotel. Ding! The share transfer agreement is being processed, please wait. Ding! All procedures for this transaction are legal and compliant. Please do not worry. At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly grinned. They bought a 6-star hotel worth 18 billion yuan for only 1.8 billion yuan. This deal was a huge profit. From this day forward, I'm the owner of this hotel. I like the title Boss Jiang. GAA. Security. Someone help. Where are all the security guards? Just then, Yang Kai finally got up from the ground again. This time, he was clearly much more careful. Knowing he was no match for Jiang Yi, he didn't directly cause trouble for Jiang Yi, but instead immediately called for security. Bang! Not long after, the door to the private room was pushed open forcefully, and 4 security guards stormed in aggressively. President Yang. Manager Yang. Mr. Yang, what's wrong with you? The security guard had no idea what had happened in the private room, but when he saw Yang Kai with a bruised and swollen face, he immediately realized that their general manager had been beaten up. What are you all standing there for? Quickly take this kid down. Ouch. That hurts. Damn it. You're done for. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he couldn't save your dog's life. Yang Kai covered his swollen face, gasping for breath, and ordered the security guards to take Jiang Yi away immediately, his face filled with resentment and hatred. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my husband will have to try. To Jiang Yi's slight surprise, before he could take any action, Lu Qin suddenly stepped forward. This woman not only spread her arms wide, firmly protecting Jiang Yi behind her, but also glared fiercely at the security guards, looking like she was ready to fight them to the death. Yang Kai, how dare you? To Jiang Yi's slight surprise, Lu Yun, who appeared gentle and weak, also stepped forward without hesitation and took the initiative to shield Jiang Yi. As for Lu Ruyan and Wang Monli, seemingly caught up in the atmosphere, the 2 women quickly walked over and stood beside Lu Qin and Lu Yun, then stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate, and a violent conflict might break out at any moment due to a disagreement. Lu Yun, you actually helped an outsider threaten me? Yang Kai was furious. Seeing his wife protecting a gigolo and throwing a tantrum at him, her husband, Yang Kai instantly felt a miserable sense of being cheated on from head to toe. Outsider? Lu Yun suddenly sneered, then stared at Yang Kai and slowly said, Yang Kai, we're divorced. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Jiang Yi is my brother-in-law, he has family with me, and you're the outsider. Upon hearing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned from light green to emerald green, becoming extremely ugly. In fact, Yang Kai did not really want to divorce Lu Yun. After all, Lu Yun has been married to him for so many years and has always been gentle, virtuous, hardworking, and managed the whole house in an orderly manner. She can be said to be an excellent free housekeeper. But Lu Yun was already 38 years old, and Yang Kai had long lost his passion for her. Moreover, the couple had been sleeping in separate rooms for 7 years. This time, Yang Kai got together with a female internet celebrity, but this mistress unexpectedly became pregnant with his child and even forced Yang Kai to marry her as his legal wife. When Yang's parents learned of this, instead of standing by Lu Yun's side, they supported Yang Kai in marrying his mistress. Yang Kai then discussed with Lu Yun the idea of making the mistress the boss and Lu Yun the mistress. How could Lu Yun possibly agree to something so absurd? Moreover, it was Yang Kai who initially proposed the childless relationship, but now, for the sake of his mistress's unborn child, Yang Kai wants to demote Lu Yun from his legal wife to a concubine. Lu Yun couldn't swallow this insult. Lu Yun would never simply endure such grievances obediently. Therefore, Lu Yun decisively filed for divorce. Yang Kai naturally disagreed with the divorce. If he really divorced Lu Yun, where would he find such a good free nanny in the future? But Lu Yun's attitude towards divorce is very firm. The mistress also kept threatening Yang Kai, saying that if he didn't marry her as his legal wife, she would immediately go to the hospital to abort the child. After much deliberation, Yang Kai decided to teach Lu Yun a lesson and make her suffer, so he signed the divorce papers. In Yang Kai's view, Lu Yun, who is 38 years old this year, is not only a divorced woman, but also a housewife who knows nothing. Lu Yun definitely wouldn't survive without him. When that time comes, Lu Yun will face setbacks and suffer greatly in society. With nowhere else to turn, she will have no choice but to come back and beg him. Yang Kai could then legitimately take Lu Yun as his concubine, and have her continue to serve his parents-in-law at home, working hard without complaint, as a free nanny for life. However, Yang Kai's plan backfired. Today, right here in this private room, Yang Kai suddenly realized that things seemed to be getting out of his control and beyond his expectations. After divorcing him, Lu Yun did not show any signs of misery. On the contrary, she lived a very comfortable life and even dared to spend money in the luxury private room of Tianyu Hotel. More importantly, Lu Yun doesn't seem to care about him as much as before. At this moment, Lu Yun was not only protecting a pretty boy, but she was also very nervous about him, as if she was afraid that he would be hurt. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to see himself in Lu Yun when they were young and just starting to fall in love. At that time, Lu Yun only had eyes for him and protected him just like that. But now, the person Lu Yun is nervous about and protecting has become this pretty boy in front of her. So, Yang Kai was starting to panic. He wouldn't allow his plan to go wrong in the slightest, he wouldn't allow Lu Yun to fall in love with another man, and he certainly wouldn't allow himself to be cheated on. Damn it! Enraged, Yang Kai immediately shouted at the security guards, "What are you all standing there for? Get this pretty boy sorted out right now. Break both his legs first, then throw him out of the hotel." Chapter 36. The new hotel owner, Zhang Yi. Stop! For security guards surrounded him menacingly, seemingly intending to break Zhang Yi's legs and throw him out of the hotel, as Yang Kai had instructed. Critical time. The door to the private room was pushed open again. Immediately afterwards, a large group of senior hotel managers, led by an elderly man, swarmed into the private room. The old man was about 60 years old. Although his hair and beard were gray, he stood very straight, his eyes were bright, and he exuded the aura of a superior. "Chairman, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the old man, Yang Kai was slightly taken aback at first, then, like a lapdog, eagerly went to greet him. However, the old man didn't even glance at Yang Kai, but walked past him and quickly went to Zhang Yi. "You're Zhang Yi, Boss Jiang?" Upon hearing the old man's words, not only Yang Kai was stunned, but Lu Qin, Lu Yun, Lu Ruyan, Wang Manli, and the security guards were all also stunned. "That's right, I am Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi nodded without changing his expression, thinking to himself, Yang Kai just called the old man chairman, so this old man in front of me must be the owner of Tianyu Hotel, right? As expected. The old man chuckled and said to Zhang Yi, "I thought the owner of this hotel was a successful, elderly man. I never expected Mr. Jiang to be so young. To be able to come up with 18 billion yuan in cash to buy my 6-star hotel in one go, Mr. Jiang is truly a young man with great potential, and it also greatly surprises this old man." After saying this, the old man immediately beckoned to a staff member behind him, who quickly came over with a document in hand and respectfully handed it to Zhang Yi. Quiet. The private room was completely silent. All eyes in the room were now focused on Zhang Yi. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Yi took the document, flipped through it casually, and was about to say something when someone spoke first. "Chairman. What did you just say? You sold the Tianyu Hotel to this kid?" Yang Kai stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, his face filled with shock, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. His mind was buzzing, and he couldn't process what was happening for a long time. "Yang Kai, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. What, this kid and that kid? Mr. Jiang has bought 100% of the shares of Tianyu Hotel. From now on, he is the new owner of this hotel." The old man glared at Yang Kai with displeasure, then shouted at the senior managers, "Why aren't you all coming over here and saying hello to the new boss?" Quiet. The private room fell silent for a few seconds again. Immediately afterwards, the staff members who had been following the old man surrounded him, bowed deeply to Zhang Yi, and said, "Chairman Jiang, hello." "Chairman Jiang, I am the Deputy General Manager of Tianyu Hotel." "Chairman Jiang, I am the hotel's Financial Director." "Chairman Jiang, I am the hotel's Executive Director." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He never expected that this young man, who looked to be in his early 20s, would actually spend 18 billion Chinese yuan to buy the Tianyu Hotel. He had just called over several security guards, threatening to break Zhang Yi's legs and throw him out of the hotel. At this moment, Zhang Yi has transformed into the owner of Tianyu Hotel. The plot twist was too fast. We're doomed. This is a complete disaster. Everyone, please be quiet. Just then, Zhang Yi pushed through the crowd and walked straight up to Yang Kai, saying, "Yang Kai, I am now announcing, in my capacity as the chairman of Tianyu Hotel, that you are fired." "Ah? Chairman Jiang, no." Yang Kai was so frightened that his legs went weak and he immediately knelt on the ground. But Zhang Yi showed no mercy and turned to the 4 security guards, saying, "You lot, throw Yang Kai out of here. He's never to set foot in the Tianyu Hotel again." The 4 security guards exchanged a glance, then pounced on Yang Kai and dragged him out of the private room. Chairman Jiang, I was wrong. Chairman Jiang, please give me another chance. I can't lose this job, Chairman Jiang. Chairman Jiang. That's all. In full view of everyone, Yang Kai was not only fired by Zhang Yi on the spot, but was also thrown out by several security guards. Even at this moment, Lu Qin, Lu Yun, Lu Ruyan, and Wang Monli were still in shock and didn't come to their senses for a long time. The original owner of Tanyu Hotel, the old man, seemed to have some urgent business to attend to. After officially handing over Tanyu Hotel to Zhang Yi, he immediately took his leave. As for the hotel executives who remained in the private room, Zhang Yi greeted them briefly, noted their names and positions, and then sent them home. After the private room quieted down, Lu Qin then let out a scream and rushed over with a face full of surprise, hugging Zhang Yi and asking, "Honey, you really bought this hotel?" At this moment, it wasn't just Lu Qin. Lu Yun, Lu Ruyan, and Wang Monli all looked at Zhang Yi, their faces showing shock, doubt, and disbelief. This is the share transfer agreement. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. Zhang Yi handed the transfer contract to Lu Qin, then turned around and sat back down in his seat, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, starting to puff away. Swish, swish, swish. As Lu Qin opened the share transfer contract, Lu Yun, Lu Ruyan, and Wang Monli all gathered around. The four women, with 4 pairs of eyes, stared intently at the contents of the contract. Ah! Half a day later, Lu Qin suddenly screamed repeatedly. She quickly walked to Zhang Yi's side, then stuck out her plump buttocks and sat down on Zhang Yi's lap with a smack, while wrapping her arms around Zhang Yi's neck. That's not all. Perhaps it was because I was too excited, too thrilled, and too surprised. In front of everyone, Lu Qin quickly lowered her head and gave Zhang Yi a hard kiss on the cheek. Honey, you're amazing. They bought the 6-star hotel without making a sound. From now on, you're the owner of this hotel, so I'm the owner's wife? Zhang Yi had his left arm around Lu Qin's slender waist, and his right hand held a cigarette. He flicked the ash lightly, his face always showing a calm and serene expression. Why be a boss's wife? Aunt Lu, if I remember correctly, you majored in public administration in college, right? Why don't you become the general manager and manage this hotel for me? As soon as Zhang Yi said this, Lu Yun, Lu Ruyan, and Wang Monli all turned their eyes to Lu Qin. But Lu Qin hesitated for a moment, then said, "Honey, I've never managed a hotel before, let alone such a large 6-star hotel. I'm afraid." What are you afraid of? Before Lu Qin could finish speaking, Zhang Yi interrupted her, saying, "Even if you bankrupt this hotel, it doesn't matter. You can just buy another 7-star hotel later." Lu Qin, Lu Yun, Lu Ruyan, and Wang Monli. Chapter 37: The Shy Sister-in-Law. Inside the private room, Zhang Yi is drinking a toast with Lu Qin. Although Lu Yun, Lu Ruyan, and Wang Monli were egging them on, each of them wore an expression of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Lu Yun was envious, Wang Monli was jealous, and Lu Ruyan hated. Especially when she saw Lu Qin take a sip of red wine and then feed it to Zhang Yi mouth to mouth, Lu Ruyan was almost going crazy. 2 days ago, Zhang Yi was still her boyfriend. 2 days later, Zhang Yi not only became her stepfather, but also hugged and kissed her mother in public, shamelessly. No matter who it was, they definitely wouldn't be able to accept this. Brother-in-law, let me toast you. Thank you for helping me get revenge today. Just then, Lu Yun picked up her wineglass and looked at Zhang Yi, calling him brother-in-law in an exceptionally sweet and affectionate tone. Sister-in-law, we're family. You don't need to be so polite with your brother-in-law in the future. Zhang Yi continued to hold Lu Qin, as if he were hugging a beloved toy and would never let go. At the same time, Zhang Yi picked up his wineglass, gently clinked it against Lu Yun's glass, and then drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp. When Lu Yun heard the words family, her pretty face inexplicably flushed red, for some reason. Seeing that Zhang Yi had already finished his drink, Lu Yun didn't hesitate and immediately finished her own drink as well. They say a slightly tipsy young woman is the most charming. After drinking that big glass of wine, 2 blushes immediately appeared on Lu Yun's pretty face, and her eyes became dreamy and alluring. Brother-in-law, you have to treat my sister well from now on, and you're not allowed to bully her. Perhaps due to a bit of intoxication, Lu Yun became much bolder. She raised a small fist and gestured at Zhang Yi, looking both cute and fierce. He. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly, then patted Lu Qin's plump buttocks, gesturing for her to sit back in her seat. Although Lu Qin was a little reluctant, she still got up and sat down next to her. But As soon as Lu Qin sat down, she immediately started serving Jiang Yi food with great enthusiasm. Whoosh! Jiang Yi ignored Lu Qin and suddenly leaned over, whispering in Lu Yan's ear, "Sister-in-law, do you want your brother-in-law to treat you a little better too?" Well. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan was slightly taken aback. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her pretty face seemed to become even more flushed. Seeing Lu Yan frozen in place, Jiang Yi immediately added, "They say a sister-in-law is like a brother-in-law's second wife. If I'm not good to you, who else can I be good to? Brother-in-law, you. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Brother-in-law, how dare you flirt with me? I'm going to tell my sister." Hey! How old are you? Why do you always have to run to your parents to complain? Aren't you ashamed? Although Lu Yan is 38 years old and has been married once, she stays at home all year round, either cooking or doing laundry and cleaning, and has no social circle at all. So, she is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Jiang Yi only teased her a few times, and Lu Yan's pretty face was already flushed red. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't lift her head. At this moment, Jiang Yi's playful side was aroused. He deliberately blew a breath into Lu Yan's ear, then said with a wicked smile, "Little sister-in-law, can I ask you something?" What is it?" Lu Yan subconsciously moved to the side, seemingly wanting to get away from Jiang Yi, because Jiang Yi was too close, which made her heart beat very fast and her head buzz. "Look, we're all family now, and you just happened to get divorced. Why don't you just marry me and become my concubine? Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could become even closer relatives?" Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Lu Yan's eyes widened, her mouth gaped open, and a look of shock appeared on her face. However, in the blink of an eye, the shock on Lu Yan's face turned into shyness, and her pretty face flushed red all the way down to her neck. "Brother-in-law, you shouldn't joke like that." Lu Yan quickly covered her burning cheeks, then stole a glance at Jiang Yi, but quickly looked away. "Sister-in-law, which eye of yours saw me joking?" Jiang Yi enjoys watching mature women blush and become shy. He seems to find it amusing and pleasing. But. Really? You don't want to be my concubine, you want to be my wife? Huh? No, I never said I wanted to be your legal wife. Since you don't want to be my legal wife, then you want to be my concubine? Brother-in-law, you. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Jiang Yi and Lu Yan whispering sweet nothings to each other, Lu Yan still looked blushing and shy. Lu Qin didn't react much, but Lu Ruyan was getting restless. Jiang Yi is such a bastard. He kidnapped my mother, and now he wants to kidnap my aunt too? Uncle can tolerate this, but aunt can't. Mom! Just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly slammed her hand on the table, stood up, pointed at Jiang Yi, and said, "Take a look at him. That bastard is actually flirting with your aunt right in front of you. Mom, aren't you going to do anything about him?" Quiet. The private room suddenly fell silent. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, no, you've misunderstood." Lu Yan was the first to speak, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she was eager to prove that she and Jiang Yi were innocent and that it was not what Lu Ruyan thought at all. However, before Lu Yan could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Lu Qin's cold shout. "Enough!" Lu Qin put down her chopsticks and said to Lu Ruyan with a stern face, "Lu Ruyan, kneel down right now and apologize to your father." "Mom! What did you say? You actually want me to kneel down? You want me to apologize to this bastard and admit my mistake?" Lu Ruyan's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open, as if she were seeing Lu Qin for the first time, her face filled with shock and disbelief. What's going on? Is this still the mother I know? Is she possessed by a ghost? Couldn't she see that Jiang Yi and Lu Yun were flirting and standing so close together, almost touching? However, ignoring Lu Ruyan's expression, Lu Qin continued coldly, "Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi is not only your stepfather, but also the head of our family. Besides, you just called Jiang Yi dad. Now that you've accepted him as your father, you, as his daughter, should respect and honor him, instead of calling him a bastard. Tell me, shouldn't you kneel down? Shouldn't you apologize to your father and admit your mistake? Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan." Chapter 38: The Lu Family Woman with Malice. "Dad, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Lu Ruyan knelt before Jiang Yi, holding a cup of tea in both hands. Although she looked somewhat reluctant, her overall attitude was acceptable. "It's okay, Dad will forgive you this time." Jiang Yi accepted the tea with a smile, took a small sip, and a very comfortable expression appeared on his face. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but Lu Qin was still watching from the side, so she could only swallow all her anger and dare not show any dissatisfaction. Get up, don't kneel, the ground is a bit cold. After Jiang Yi put down his teacup, he casually waved to Lu Ruyan, who immediately stood up from the ground and, without saying a word, turned and walked back to her seat. Look how much your dad loves you? You silly girl, why don't you just listen to your dad a little? Why do you always make him angry? Lu Qin's sudden two long-winded sentences almost made Lu Ruyan stumble and fall to the ground. Does he feel sorry for me? Should I go along with him a little? Don't make him angry. Mom! Do you know what you're saying? Are you still my biological mother? Ah! I'm so angry. Destroy it. I curse all those love-struck fools in the world, who will constantly find new lovers, change their bed partners again and again, and in the end, find themselves alone. Beep beep. Wang Manli, Ruyan, are you really going to accept Jiang Yi as your stepfather? Lu Ruyan had just sat down when she suddenly received a WeChat message from Wang Manli. She glanced at Wang Manli sitting next to her and quickly replied with a WeChat message. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi and my mother have already registered their marriage. It's a done deal. What can I do? Wang Manli, Ruyan, what are your plans for the future? Will you continue going on blind dates? Are you trying to find a man richer than Jiang Yi? Lu Ruyan, no, I'm not going on a blind date. Wang Manli, why? Marrying a rich man, isn't that your lifelong dream? Lu Ruyan, through these 2 days of blind dates, I've come to understand that for women from ordinary social classes like us, no matter how beautiful we are, we can only ever become concubines to rich men. It's almost impossible for us to become wives. Wang Manli, Ruyan, you didn't always think this way. Didn't you always say you'd rather be a concubine to a rich man than a wife to an ordinary man? Lu Ruyan, the past is the past, the present is the present. Wang Manli, I understand. Now that you have a wealthy stepfather, you'll never lack money again, and you won't need to be someone's concubine anymore. Am I right? Lu Ruyan, rather than marrying someone as a concubine and then trying to please those rich old men, I'd rather cling to Jiang Yi's coattails. Lu Ruyan, at least I'm his stepdaughter now. If I ask him for money, do you think he, as my stepfather, would refuse? Lu Ruyan, besides, Jiang Yi and I have been together for 4 whole years. I don't believe he doesn't have feelings for me. Wang Manli. Lu Ruyan is a complete gold digger. She can ruthlessly abandon her boyfriend of 4 years for money, and she can also bow down and acknowledge her ex-boyfriend as her stepfather for money. But this does not mean that Lu Ruyan is a brainless woman. Putting aside her materialism and ruthlessness, Lu Ruyan is actually quite clever. She knew very well that if she made a scene and tried to win Jiang Yi back or break him up with Lu Qin, it would only make Jiang Yi hate her more and distance himself from her. Rather than pushing Jiang Yi further away, it would be better to obediently become his stepdaughter, listen to him, stay by his side, and then slowly, little by little, gradually win back his favor. Men, you know. Money corrupts people. Moreover, men are creatures who crave novelty and excitement. Lu Ruyan refused to believe it. She's such a beautiful woman, always hanging around in front of Jiang Yi. Plus, her mother is also a great beauty. How could Jiang Yi resist eating this bowl of rice after a while? At that time, as long as we can win over Jiang Yi, then Jiang Yi's money is her money, isn't it? But how can I convince my mother to make this bowl of rice with toppings? My mother is a hopeless romantic. She likes Jiang Yi so much that if Jiang Yi himself made the proposal, she probably wouldn't refuse, right? Therefore, the key is still to win over Jiang Yi. Beep beep. Just then, Lu Ruyan received another WeChat message from Wang Manli. Wang Manli, Ruyan, I also want to latch onto Jiang Yi's coattails. Lu Ruyan, hey. You little hussy, do you want to be Jiang Yi's daughter too? Wang Manli, I'd like to become Jiang Yi's concubine, is that alright? Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan, you, Wang Manli, I treated you like a best friend, but you want to be my stepmother? Lu Ruyan, get lost. We're breaking up today. Wang Manli, no. Ruyan, let me explain. Lu Ruyan, I'm not listening. That's just a bunch of bastards chanting scriptures. Wang Manli. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan and Wang Manli, 2 best friends, are having a heated argument over a man. On the other side, Jiang Yi had his left arm around Lu Qin and his mouth close to her ear, whispering something to her, which made Lu Qin giggle from time to time. However, Jiang Ye's right hand, however, was secretly and stealthily placed on his sister-in-law Lu Yun's leg. Lu Yun was immediately filled with embarrassment. She tried several times to push Jiang Ye's hand away. However, Jiang Yi was very strong. No matter how much Lu Yun pushed him, his hand remained on her leg and was not pushed away even a little bit. No way! Lu Yun dared not make any big movements, for fear that others would discover Jiang Yi rubbing her thigh under the table. So, Lu Yun could only sit upright in the chair with her face flushed and her head down, not daring to move, as if she had done something wrong, her face full of guilt and fear. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Jiang Yi was going too far, and Lu Yun was becoming increasingly panicked. Suddenly, a cell phone rang, promptly interrupting Jiang Yi's further advances. Ring ring. The phone rang from Jiang Yi's pocket, so Jiang Yi had no choice but to let Lu Yun go for the time being and then took his phone out of his pocket. Call. At this moment, Lu Yun couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and her originally tense body slowly relaxed. But Lu Yun felt a strange sense of loss, a feeling of emptiness in her heart, and a deep sense of reluctance. Upon realizing this, Lu Yun was startled by her own thoughts. What happened? Even though it was Jiang Yi, that brat, who was doing the bad thing, why do I, the victim, feel a sense of joy, nostalgia, reluctance, and a desire to keep going? Could it be? Am I a beaker? It's just that it hasn't shown up all these years? No. I am a dignified and virtuous woman from a good family. I am not a beaker. Just then, Lu Yun suddenly noticed a gaze that seemed to fall on her face. She quickly looked up and unexpectedly met her sister Lu Qin's gaze in mid-air. Whoosh! Perhaps feeling guilty, Lu Yun suddenly blushed and hurriedly looked away, not daring to look her sister in the eye. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Qin couldn't help but narrow her eyes, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. Well, Jiang Yi is getting richer and richer, and there will definitely be countless beautiful women trying every means to throw themselves into his arms in the future. I doubt I can keep this brat's heart by myself. What to do? Since it seems my silly little sister has also taken a liking to Jiang Yi. Or, sisters in pairs, double the happiness? Rather than letting some other woman benefit from it, it's better to let my own sister benefit from it. It's settled then. This is what they call keeping the good stuff within the family. Chapter 39 Xiaolin Yu's Call. Ring ring. Caller ID, Xiaolin Yu. Jiang Yi was slightly surprised when he saw the caller ID, and then answered the call. Jiang Yi, are you free right now? Xiaolin Yu's unique, mature and sophisticated voice came from the other end of the phone. Her aloof voice seemed to carry a hint of anxiety and a pleading tone. Sis, what's wrong? Did something happen? Jiang Yi is a very perceptive person. Just from Xiaolin Yu's few words, he guessed that she must have encountered some trouble. As expected. Xiaolin Yu quickly replied, my grandfather is dying. All the doctors we've hired are helpless. Do you have any way to save my grandfather's life? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was about to reply that he was also powerless to help, since he was not a doctor and could not cure people's illnesses. However, in a flash, Jiang Yi remembered the Divine Doctor card he had drawn during the day, so he immediately changed his tune, saying, I can try, but I can't guarantee that I can cure your grandfather's illness. Okay, here's your address. Come to my house right now. Xiaolin Yu's voice was filled with joy, as if her grandfather would be safe and sound as long as Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. Jiang Yi was also baffled. I don't know why Xiaolin Yu has so much confidence in him. Is it just because he healed Lin Chanxian's serious injuries during the day and helped her break through from a yellow-level martial artist to a profound-level martial artist that Xiaolin Yu concluded he was a divine doctor? Never mind. Never mind all that. Now that I've become sworn siblings with Xiaolin Yu, I should help her with her affairs if I can. Aunt Lu, I have to go out for a bit. Jiang Yi put his phone back in his pocket and then said to Lu Qin, everyone has been drinking tonight, and it's not safe for them to go home at this time. Have Butler Lee book 2 more rooms later, and they can all stay at the hotel tonight. Honey, where are you going? Lu Qin quickly stood up and straightened Jiang Yi's clothes, her face full of curiosity. Be a doctor, save lives. Jiang Yi flicked his hair, revealing a mysterious smile, and then strode away from the private room with an air of indifference. Lu Qin? Lu Yun? Lu Ruyan and Wang Manli? Hotel underground parking lot. As soon as Jiang Yi stepped off the elevator, he saw a blue luxury supercar right across from the elevator entrance. This sports car has a very cool appearance and exceptionally smooth body lines, so it looks very valuable. In addition, the license plate of this sports car is high A.66666. Jiang Yi tried pressing the car key in his hand. The next second, the sports car in front of him flashed its headlights twice and also emitted a crisp horn sound. That's right. This is the Bugatti Red Dragon that Xiao Lengyu gave to Jiang Yi. A luxury supercar worth over 100 million yuan, specially customized from overseas. Tap tap tap. Jiang Yi quickly went over, opened the car door, climbed into the driver's seat, and excitedly stroked the steering wheel. What a cool sports car! Although Jiang Yi is rich, he has no connections to get a specially customized luxury supercar from overseas. So, the first thought that popped into Jiang Yi's mind after he got into the sports car was, it was worth it to have Xiao Lengyu as my older sister. With the Xiao family's status and strength, Xiao Lengyu could get Jiang Yi any kind of sports car he wanted. Boom boom boom. Without wasting too much time, Jiang Yi immediately started the sports car and sped away from the parking lot. About half an hour later, following the address sent by Xiao Lengyu, Jiang Yi arrived at an upscale villa area and drove his car into the courtyard of a detached villa. Squeak! As soon as Jiang Yi parked the car, he saw Xiao Lengyu and Lin Qianqian walk out of the villa and wave at him. Sister, what's the old man's condition now? After Jiang Yi got out of the car, he immediately went to Xiao Lengyu's side and quickly inquired about the old man's condition. Come in with me first, and we'll talk as we walk. Xiao Lengyu seemed extremely anxious and didn't care about anything else at the moment. She grabbed Jiang Yi's hand and turned to walk quickly into the villa. Well, although Jiang Yi had used Xiao Lengyu's facial cleanser before, this was definitely the first time he had ever held hands with her. However, Xiao Lengyu's hands are really soft and delicate, giving people the feeling of slender, delicate, and boneless hands. They must be very useful, right? Just then, Xiao Lengyu's voice drifted over again. Jiang Yi, my grandfather is 80 years old this year. Some time ago, he suddenly fell seriously ill. The hospital diagnosed him with late-stage liver cancer. Put. Jiang Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Late-stage liver cancer? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? This is late-stage liver cancer, not just a cold or fever. Do you have some misunderstanding about me, that you actually think I can cure this terminal illness? Jiang Yi, I know you're not a doctor, and I know my grandfather's illness is incurable. But if you can channel your powerful internal energy into my grandfather's body and protect his heart meridian, perhaps you can extend his life a little longer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's face showed a look of sudden realization. It turns out that Xiao Lengyu didn't ask him to treat her illness, but rather to help prolong old Master Zhao's life. Depend on. Why didn't you explain this earlier? This put my friend under a lot of pressure. He even thought his cards had been exposed. Soon, Xiao Lengyu led Jiang Yi to the second floor of the villa and then into a spacious bedroom. At this moment, on the only luxurious bed in the room, lay an old man with a sallow complexion, on the verge of death. Several doctors in white coats surrounded the bed, and a group of well-dressed men and women who looked wealthy and powerful stood not far away. Perhaps it was because they saw Xiao Lengyu bring in a strange man that, apart from the doctor who was treating the old man, almost all the wealthy and powerful men and women turned their attention to Jiang Yi. Is this the master you're talking about? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, and standing next to him was a noblewoman in a cheongsam, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Lengyu. So, Jiang Yi immediately guessed that the elegant middle-aged couple must be Xiao Lengyu's parents. Dad, Mom, his name is Jiang Yi, he's my sworn brother. Upon hearing Xiao Lengyu's words, Zhao's parents were only slightly surprised, but their faces did not show any dissatisfaction. But the group of people standing behind Zhao's parents were probably Xiao Lengyu's uncles or aunts. They all looked at Jiang Yi with wariness and suspicion. Jiang Yi, this is my father, and this is my mother. As soon as Xiao Lengyu finished introducing her parents, Jiang Yi straightened up, gave a polite smile, and bowed slightly to Zhao's parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. Today is my first visit to your home. As a junior, I should prepare a gift to pay my respects to you, uncle and aunt. But Grandpa Zhao's condition was very urgent. As soon as I received Sister Lengyu's call, I rushed over immediately. Next time I will definitely prepare a gift and then come to formally pay my respects to uncle and aunt. Jiang Yi is a polite and well-mannered child. His words were quite sincere, which immediately won over Mr. and Mrs. Xiao. Good. Xiao Lengyu's father, Xiao Zhang, smiled and nodded at Zhang Yi, just about to say something, but at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Cough, cough, cough. Put. Grandpa Xiao, who was lying in bed, suddenly started coughing violently and even vomited a mouthful of blood. The doctors in white coats surrounding the bed all looked visibly shaken, and then hurriedly began to examine old Master Xiao. Dad. Grandfather. Doctor, what's wrong with the old man? I don't care what methods you use, you must save the old man's life. Chapter 40, Jaw-dropping. Inside the room. Everyone was in complete chaos. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, old Master Zhao's face turned deathly pale, and his already cloudy eyes became completely dull. Several doctors in white coats gathered around the bed and tried several methods, but none of them could improve the old man's condition. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Several women even began to sob quietly. A somber atmosphere seemed to permeate the scene, quickly enveloping everyone's hearts. Zhang Yi, hurry! Just then, Xiao Lengyu suddenly pulled Zhang Yi to the bedside and pleaded, quickly use your powerful inner strength to protect Grandpa's heart meridian. I'm begging you. Quiet. The room was completely silent. Zhao's parents, the collateral relatives of the Xiao family, Lin Xianxian standing to the side, and the doctors in white coats, everyone present turned their attention to Zhang Yi. At that moment, Zhang Yi's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he suddenly felt that something was a little strange. According to the melodramatic plot of a novel, when the protagonist goes to save a big shot, there should be a villain jumping out to stop him. Why is everyone so quiet? No one stopped Zhang Yi, no one questioned Zhang Yi, and no one mocked Zhang Yi. Something's not right. Lying in bed is none other than the old patriarch of the Xiao family, old Master Xiao. They were so comfortable letting a young man of unknown origin practice medicine on old Master Xiao without a license. Could it be? Dude, I'm not the main character, and nobody here is a villain either. Zhang Yi, what are you waiting for? Make your move. Seeing that Zhang Yi hadn't made a move for a long time, Xiao Lengyu couldn't help but urge him again, her expression becoming increasingly anxious. Sister, if I use my internal energy to protect Grandpa Zhao's heart meridian, I can only keep him alive temporarily. This is like drinking poison to quench thirst, it won't save Grandpa Zhao's life. How about I cure Grandpa Xiao completely and give him back his healthy body? What do you think? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Xiao Lengyu froze on the spot. Not only Xiao Lengyu, but also Zhao's parents, the collateral relatives of the Xiao family, and the doctors present were all stunned by Zhang Yi's words. After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Lengyu immediately asked, Zhang Yi, what did you just say? You said, you can cure my grandfather's illness? It should be possible, right? As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, he immediately bent down, stretched out a hand, and placed it on old Master Zhao's forehead. At the same time, Zhang Yi silently chanted in his mind, System, I want to use the Divine Doctor card. Ding. Please designate a target person who needs medical treatment. Old Master Xiao. Whoosh. To Zhang Yi's great surprise, the commotion caused by the Divine Doctor card was enormous. A golden light shone from Zhang Yi's palm and instantly enveloped old Master Zhao's entire body. Most importantly, not only Zhang Yi could see this golden light, but everyone present could see it. Hiss. Wow. What's going on? What dazzling golden light. Just who is this man that the young lady brought back? Ha! There's not a single trace of internal energy fluctuation. This golden light is too mystical. Suddenly, a collective gasp filled the air, and everyone's gaze toward Zhang Yi underwent a dramatic change. But the golden light came quickly and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the golden light enveloping old Master Xiao gradually weakened at a visible speed until it disappeared completely. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using the Divine Healer card to completely cure all of old Master Zhao's illnesses. Ding! The Divine Healer card has consumed one use opportunity. There are 2 uses remaining. The system notification sounded again in Zhang Yi's ears, and he immediately withdrew his hand and looked down at old Master Xiao. You won't believe it until you see it. The old man, who had originally looked sallow, with dull eyes and on the verge of death, now had a rosy complexion, steady breathing, and bright, piercing eyes, looking at Zhang Yi with great curiosity. Well. Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback at first, then cautiously asked, Grandpa Xiao, how are you feeling now? Whoosh. To everyone's astonishment, old Master Xiao sat up from the bed without any help from anyone. Grandpa Xiao stretched out his hands, first touching himself, then moving his limbs, and then lifted the blanket covering him, making a motion as if he was about to get out of bed. Dad! Grandfather! Grandpa, lie back down quickly and don't move around. Oh my God! Has Grandpa recovered? Quickly! Doctor, give my grandfather a full checkup right away. At this moment, the Xiao family members, who were still in shock and daze, finally came to their senses. They swarmed around him, some helping Grandpa Xiao up, some urging him to lie back down, and others instructing the doctor to give Grandpa Xiao a full body checkup. But, despite his family's objections, Grandpa Xiao got out of bed with great agility and then stretched his body barefoot in place. Immediately afterwards, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. Hey! Amazing! Absolutely amazing! I feel that my back doesn't hurt anymore, my legs don't ache anymore, my eyesight is much clearer than before, all my minor health problems have disappeared, and I have inexhaustible energy. It's as if I'd become more than 10 years younger. Seeing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The cards produced by Brother Tonzi are indeed of the highest quality. 2 words, awesome. Compared to Zhang Yi's composure, everyone in the Xiao family was stunned. Because several doctors in white coats examined Mr. Xiao repeatedly, the final conclusion was that Mr. Xiao had fully recovered. All the cancer cells have disappeared. All the damaged internal organs have been restored to health. Furthermore, all of Grandpa Xiao's health indicators are normal. He is as healthy as can be. This is simply a medical miracle. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we would have thought we were dreaming. Very good. Grandpa has actually recovered. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. Upon learning that old Master Xiao had fully recovered, Xiao Lengyu was so excited that she hugged Zhang Yi tightly in front of everyone. Well, Zhang Yi felt 2 large, soft mounds pressing heavily against his chest. Although they weren't as domineering as Lu Qin's, the pressure was still considerable, making Zhang Yi feel like he couldn't breathe. Splash! Just then, the doctors in white coats suddenly surrounded Zhang Yi. Mr. Jiang, you're amazing. Mr. Jiang, may I ask how you did it? Mr. Jiang, what was that golden light just now? Mr. Jiang, are you perhaps a reincarnation of a deity? Mr. Jiang, could you tell me exactly what method you used to completely cure old Master Zhao's illness? Chapter 41. Zhang Yi is a prodigy. The Xiao family villa. The master bedroom is on the 2nd floor. Everyone surrounded old Master Xiao, showering him with concern and care. The Xiao family had already prepared a coffin and burial clothes, and were just waiting for old Master Xiao to take his last breath so they could hold a grand funeral for him. At this point, Xiao Lengyu invited Zhang Yi back, and everyone was just trying anything, not believing that old Master Xiao could be saved. After all, Mr. Xiao had late-stage liver cancer. There has never been a precedent for curing this incurable disease throughout history. However, the surprise came so suddenly. No one expected that the younger brother Xiao Lengyu brought back would actually cure old Master Xiao. This is late-stage liver cancer. Zhang Yi casually cured Grandpa Xiao, who was suffering from late-stage liver cancer, which shocked and amazed everyone. Beep beep. Just then, Zhang Yi received a WeChat message from Lu Qin. Lu Qin, honey, I prepared ropes, duct tape, blindfolds, handcuffs, and sexy lingerie. Are you coming home tonight? After reading the message, Zhang Yi immediately replied to Lu Qin with I'll be right back, and then bid farewell to Xiao Lengyu. Sis, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Zhang Yi, wait a minute. Surrounded by immense joy, Xiao Lengyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and almost instinctively grabbed Zhang Yi. You saved my grandfather's life, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. How can I let you just leave like this? Sis, why don't you check what time it is? Zhang Yi pointed to the time on his phone screen and said with a wry smile, my wife is still in the hotel, waiting for me to come back and pamper her. If you don't let me go back, and she gets lonely and finds another man, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Xiao Lengyu immediately froze on the spot. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face, and her red lips trembled slightly several times, unable to find any words to refute her. Sis, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm leaving now, bye-bye. Taking advantage of Xiao Lengyu's dazed state, Zhang Yi quickly broke free from her hands and ran out of old Master Zhao's room in a flash. Hey! Zhang Yi! Xiao Lengyu subconsciously took 2 steps forward, but then she realized that it was already past 11 p.m. Zhang Yi was in a hurry to go back to sleep with his wife. If I forced him to stay, wouldn't that seriously affect the couple's relationship? Never mind. It's really too late today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Half an hour later. Dressed neatly, Grandpa Xiao threw away his cane and, without needing anyone's help, went downstairs alone to the living room of the villa. The Xiao family members followed behind him, each with a look of surprise and joy on their face. Old Master Xiao was the former city lord of Haicheng, and he wielded considerable influence in both the business and political spheres. If he were still alive, the Xiao family would still be a super behemoth in Haicheng, and absolutely no one would dare to touch the Xiao family in the slightest. If he were to fall, it would be a significant blow to the Xiao family. Jiang Yi not only saved Old Master Zhao's life, but also restored Old Master Zhao's health to its best condition, which is an immense favor to the Xiao family. You were. As soon as Old Master Xiao sat down on the sofa, he eagerly asked Xiao Lengyu, "Where is the young man who just saved me? Where is he now?" "Grandpa, he's already home." Although she knew she was going to be scolded, Xiao Lengyu still answered the question with a stiff upper lip. "What? You're home?" Old Master Xiao glared at Xiao Lengyu, his face full of displeasure, and said, "He is my grandfather's savior. Instead of thanking him properly, you just let him leave like that?" Seeing that Grandpa Xiao was about to lose his temper, Xiao Lengyu quickly explained, "Grandpa, his name is Jiang Yi, and he is my sworn brother. They just got married and the young couple is on their honeymoon at the beach. It's already too late today. Do you want me to force him to stay and not let him go back to reunite with his new wife?" Upon hearing Xiao Lengyu's words, strange expressions appeared on the faces of the Xiao family members. Even Old Master Xiao was speechless for a moment, unsure of what to say. "Grandpa, let's wait until tomorrow. We'll invite him over tomorrow and thank him properly." Since Xiao Lengyu had said all that, Old Master Xiao had no choice but to give up. But Grandpa Xiao seemed very curious about Jiang Yi, and immediately ordered people to investigate Jiang Yi's identity and background. In less than 5 minutes, a stack of Jiang Yi's personal information was delivered to Old Master Xiao. Jiang Yi, male, 22 years old, a native of Haicheng, whose parents both passed away 7 years ago. Grandpa Xiao opened Jiang Yi's file and began to read it aloud in a low voice. At this moment, all the members of the Xiao family present couldn't help but prick up their ears and listen carefully with curiosity on their faces. 3 days ago, Jiang Yi saved his ex-girlfriend's life by pulling her from under the Xiao family's eldest daughter's sports car, but he himself broke his leg and was admitted to the First People's Hospital. 2 days ago, Jiang Yi won 20 million yuan in the lottery and then registered his marriage with his ex-girlfriend's mother at the Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau? This child, well, commendable courage. When Grandpa Xiao read this part, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face, as if he was startled by Jiang Yi's actions. Not only Old Master Xiao, but also the Xiao family members standing to the side all had strange expressions. What? Jiang Yi just got dumped by his girlfriend, and then he won 20 million in the lottery? He just won the lottery and then got married to his ex-girlfriend's mother? Good heavens! If he can't be a girlfriend's husband, he might as well be her stepfather. This personality, this temper, it's just like Niu Pai's mom. Open the door for Niu Pai is home. Cough cough. Grandpa Xiao coughed twice, quickly skipped that line of information, and began reading the next line. Yesterday, Jiang Yi fully recovered from his injuries, defeated the young lady of the Xiao family's personal bodyguard, and even extorted 2 million from her. This afternoon, Jiang Yi defeated Lin Shanxian again, almost shattering her dantian. He then healed her and helped her break through from a yellow-level martial artist to a profound-level martial artist. This afternoon, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family and Jiang Yi became sworn siblings, and she gifted Jiang Yi a custom-made Bugatti Chiron. Tonight, Jiang Yi bought 100% of the shares of Tianyu Hotel for 18 billion Chinese yuan, becoming the hotel's new owner. Upon hearing this, the members of the Xiao family were all stunned. A comminuted fracture of the left leg, and a full recovery after 2 days in the hospital? How did he defeat Lin Shanxian, who was ranked 25th on the Tiger list, in one move? He shattered Lin Shanxian's dantian with a single palm strike, then healed her and helped her break through from the yellow rank to the profound rank. They spent 18 billion yuan in cash to directly buy the Tianyu 6-star hotel? Most importantly, Jiang Yi also cured Grandpa Zhao's late-stage liver cancer and restored Grandpa Zhao's body to its healthiest state. TSK. These are all things that no ordinary person could have done. What secrets is hidden within Jiang Yi? No wonder the usually arrogant Xiao Lengyu was willing to become sworn brothers with Jiang Yi. It turns out this kid is no ordinary person. Do you know which school Jiang Ye's martial arts school is from? Grandpa Xiao suddenly closed Jiang Ye's file and looked at Xiao Lingyu sitting next to him. Have no idea. Xiao Lingyu shook her head, then added, his strength is really strong. He's probably in the top 3 of the Tiger ranking, and he might even make it onto the Dragon ranking. What? Can he make it onto the Dragon ranking? How old is he? The records show he's only 22 this year. A 22-year-old Dragon ranking martial artist? My god. If Jiang Yi can really make it onto the Dragon ranking, then he will be the youngest Dragon ranking warrior in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Young miss, is this boy truly such a monstrous talent? Chapter 42 The surprise Lu Qin prepared. Tianyu's 6-star hotel. Presidential suite. Lu Qin and Lu Yun, the two sisters from the old A8, were holding a tablet computer and chatting away on the 3-meter-wide luxury bed. Because the two of them had just taken a shower, they were only wearing sexy nightgowns and no underwear, so almost everything that should and shouldn't be exposed was exposed to the air. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Qin opened a shopping website on her tablet, then threw all the items she wanted into her shopping cart, and without even glancing at the prices, she directly clicked to pay. At that moment, a hint of envy flashed in Lu Yun's eyes again. Sister, Ono is so generous to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin suddenly put down her tablet, turned around, and said with a half-smile, little sister, just now in the private room you were calling him brother-in-law so affectionately, why are you calling him Xiaoyi now? Sister. Lu Yun's pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly explained, I'm just a little unaccustomed to it. After all, he used to call me Aunt Yun, but now he's become my brother-in-law. It just feels a little strange. Sister, if you really don't want to call him brother-in-law, you can use another term of address. If we don't call him brother-in-law, what else can we call him? Of course, you should call him husband just like me. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Ono is your husband, my brother-in-law. How can I call him husband? Seeing Lu Yun's pretty face turn incredibly red, Lu Qin's playful nature was aroused, and she immediately put her hands on Lu Yun's waist and started tickling her. Who's joking with you? I'm very serious. Sis, stop tickling, giggle. If you marry Jiang Yi too, we sisters won't have to be separated anymore, wouldn't that be better? He. Sister, don't do this. That's all. The two sisters started playfully wrestling and laughing on the bed. Because Lu Qin had a rather fiery personality, while Lu Yun had a rather gentle personality, the younger sister was quickly subdued by the older sister. But Lu Yun did not surrender but chose to fight back desperately. After a bit of playful fighting, and with no clear winner, both sisters' nightgowns were flipped up. The older sister, Lu Qin, wore red lace, while the younger sister, Lu Yun, wore purple lace. Both were openwork designs, making them incredibly alluring and sexy. I'll ask you one more time, will you grant your sister's request or not? Sister, you're a tyrant. Hey! You're about to die, and you still don't know how to repent? I'll teach you a lesson right now. Sister, what are you going to do? To Lu Yun's astonishment and shame, Lu Qin actually took out a bundle of rope and tied her up, then sealed her mouth with tape and even put a blindfold on her. After doing all this, Lu Qin clapped her hands and revealed an evil smile. My dear sister, you'd better reflect on your actions here tonight. When you've come to your senses, I'll untie you. Wa'ada. Lu Yun was immediately filled with both shame and anxiety. She tried to break free, but her mouth was gagged, her eyes were covered, and her hands and feet were tightly bound, leaving her powerless to struggle. Although she knew her sister was deliberately threatening her, Lu Yun still felt a sense of panic and helplessness. Because Lu Qin first took off her nightgown, then covered her with a blanket, and then left the room with a grin. It seemed that she planned to leave her there alone and ignore her. How so? Is my sister serious? But how could I marry my brother-in-law? It's so shameful that two sisters married the same man. Sister, please come back soon. Don't leave me here alone. Wa'ada. On the other side, Jiang Yi hurriedly returned to the Tianyu Hotel. As soon as I entered the presidential suite, I saw Lu Qin wearing a sexy nightgown, holding a cup of coffee, standing on the balcony admiring the city's night view. Ah, honey, you're back so soon? Lu Qin seemed startled when she saw Jiang Yi return, and a guilty expression flashed across her face. But Lu Qin quickly composed herself, a charming smile appearing on her face. She strode over and embraced Jiang Yi with open arms. Whoosh! Smelling the fresh scent of shower gel on Lu Qin's body, Jiang Yi couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her red lips fiercely. Lu Qin immediately wrapped her arms around Jiang Yi's neck and responded enthusiastically. They embraced and kissed. Suddenly, Lu Qin pushed Jiang Yi away and said with a smile, "Honey, you stink, go take a shower." "Where does it smell?" Jiang Yi raised his arm, sniffed his clothes, and a suspicious expression appeared on his face. "Oh dear. Go take a shower first, I'll wait for you in the room." Lu Qin smiled and pushed Jiang Yi toward the bathroom, adding in his ear, "Hee, there'll be a surprise for you later." "No way." Jiang Yi could only go into the bathroom, quickly shower and wash his hair until he was clean, and even sprayed some cologne on himself before hurriedly coming out. At this moment, Lu Qin was no longer in the living room. Tap tap tap. Without a second thought, Jiang Yi turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Squeak. As Jiang Yi gently pushed open the bedroom door, it was pitch black inside, and he could only vaguely see a woman lying on the bed. "Hey! Why aren't the lights on? What game are you trying to play with me? Is this like the blind men and the elephant?" Snap. Jiang Yi gently closed the door, but instead of reaching for the light, he relied on his keen hearing and senses as a martial artist to grope his way to the bedside in the darkness. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yi lifted the covers, climbed onto the bed, and reached out to hug Lu Qin. "You won't know until you hug them, and once you do, you'll be shocked." Jiang Yi never expected that Lu Qin would tie herself up so tightly, and even put on a blindfold and tape over her mouth, as if she were playing the role of a kidnapped respectable woman. Because Lu Qin had previously sent Jiang Yi a WeChat message mentioning ropes, tape, blindfolds, handcuffs, and the like, Jiang Yi immediately assumed that this woman was Lu Qin. Wa'ada. Perhaps it was Jiang Yi's sudden approach that startled Lu Qin. The woman started struggling desperately, and she let out a series of moaning cries for help. "Hee. Little beauty, I'm here." Jiang Yi felt his blood boiling. He hadn't expected Lu Qin's performance to be so professional, perfectly capturing the helplessness and panic of the hostage. Wa'ada. Perhaps upon hearing Jiang Yi's voice, Lu Qin's body suddenly stiffened, and then she struggled even more fiercely. "Ha. Little beauty, go ahead and scream all you want. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you tonight." Jiang Yi thought Lu Qin was acting, so he tried his best to cooperate with her and instantly put himself into the role of a kidnapper. 2 words, exciting. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The bed frame creaked rhythmically. Although Jiang Yi felt something was off, once it started, there was no reason to stop. Now look at Lu Qin. At first, she struggled desperately, but as Jiang Yi unleashed his inner power, she gradually gave up resisting, and the sobs she made slowly turned into a melodious tune. Good rain knows its season, it falls when spring arrives. It slips into the night with the wind, silently nourishing all things. Chapter 43, making it a fait accompli. Late at night. Tianyu's 6-star hotel. Presidential suite. Jiang Yi leaned against the headboard, a cigarette dangling from his lips, staring blankly at the ceiling, his expression seemingly dazed. Wa'ada. A soft sobbing sound came from beside me. There was a woman with disheveled hair and a flushed face, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders heaving, crying sadly, looking as if she had just been violated. "Aunt Yun, what exactly happened?" Jiang Yi stubbed out his cigarette, turned to look at Lu Yun, and said, "Why are you in my bed? Where's your sister? Where did she go?" I. Lu Yun stopped sobbing, her lips trembled several times, but she still couldn't utter a complete sentence. Seeing this, Jiang Yi could only sigh helplessly and then began interrogating Lu Yun again. "Was it your sister who tied you to this bed?" So, all of this was deliberately orchestrated by your sister?" I don't know. So what are you planning to do now? Should we call the police and have me arrested?" "Don't want." Seeing Jiang Yi pick up his phone, seemingly preparing to call the police, Lu Yun instinctively grabbed his arm and hurriedly shouted no. Quiet. The bedroom was completely quiet. Jiang Yi's arm froze in mid-air, a half-smile playing on his lips, a sly glint in his eyes. "Brother-in-law." Lu Yun pursed her lips, feeling both embarrassed, angry, and aggrieved, and said, "Why didn't you turn on the lights when you came in? Even without the lights on, I am me, and my sister is my sister. How could you mistake me for your sister? You didn't do this on purpose, did you?" Lu Yun's 3 consecutive questions immediately stumped Jiang Yi. Zhang Yi scratched the back of his head, a look of innocence on his face, and muttered to himself in a very low voice, I knew it, it feels a little smaller, and the texture is a bit off. What did you say? Lu Yun's eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly, and she immediately raised her head to look at Zhang Yi, a hint of shame and anger flashing in her eyes. It's nothing. Zhang Yi quickly shook his head, then said with a serious expression, Aunt Yun, since it has already happened, it's pointless to try to figure out who's responsible now. Okay, I'll give you two choices. First, I will take you as my concubine, with a dowry of 5 million. From now on, whatever your sister has, you will have too. I will never favor either of you. Secondly, I will compensate you 10 million, and we will pretend that tonight's events never happened. I will still be your brother-in-law, and you will still be my sister-in-law. Think it over. You can come find me anytime you've made up your mind. After saying these words, Zhang Yi immediately got out of bed, seemingly preparing to leave the room. However, just as Zhang Yi put one foot on the floor, Lu Yun grabbed his arm again. Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback, then slowly turned around to look at Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun was tightly gripping Zhang Yi's arm with one hand, while the other hand was clutching the blanket to her chest. Her pretty face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be shimmering with tears. I choose the first one. Under Zhang Yi's gaze, Lu Yun slightly trembled her lips. Although her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, it clearly reached Zhang Yi's ears. Have you thought it through? Zhang Yi's lips curled up slightly, then he climbed back onto the bed and gently lay down next to Lu Yun. Lu Yun lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to look directly into Zhang Yi's burning gaze, but she refused to let go of the hand that was holding Zhang Yi's arm, as if she was afraid that Zhang Yi would fly away. Are you really sure? No regrets? In that case, shall we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate tomorrow? I'll do whatever you say. Looking at Lu Yun's shy and unable to control appearance, Zhang Yi felt his blood, which had just cooled down, begin to boil again. Aunt Yun, how about we do it again? Without any hesitation, Zhang Yi reached his hands out from under the covers and pulled Lu Yun into his arms. Lu Yun was startled and quickly placed her hands on Zhang Yi's chest. As soon as Lu Yun touched Zhang Yi's chest muscles, she felt as if she had touched a hot potato and quickly withdrew her hand. Result. Without any obstacles, Lu Yun suddenly crashed into Zhang Yi's arms, almost getting flattened. Brother-in-law, you... What? You're calling me brother-in-law? Call me husband. Looking into Zhang Yi's burning eyes, listening to Zhang Yi's strong heartbeat, smelling the faint tobacco scent from Zhang Yi's breath, and feeling the warmth emanating from Zhang Yi. At that moment, Lu Yun's face became incredibly hot. She lowered her eyes and nodded slightly, her long eyelashes trembling gently, and her expression was extremely shy. What? You don't want to? Zhang Yi's voice drifted over again. Lu Yun panicked and quickly shook her head, replying, No, I'm willing. Then hurry up. I'm getting impatient. Zhang Yi hugged Lu Yun tightly, rubbing his head against her chest, which immediately made her blush even more. Call. Lu Yun took a deep breath, her red lips trembling several times. Finally, she closed her eyes and called out in a trembling voice, Husband. Husband. Why? Zhang Yi smiled and agreed, then sat up from the bed. Immediately afterward, to Lu Yun's puzzled look, Zhang Yi swept her into his arms and strode towards the French windows in the room. Honey, where are you taking me? Enjoy the night view. But, we're not dressed yet. As long as the lights are turned off, the room will be completely dark, and people outside won't be able to see us. Lu Yun? Lu Yun. Lu Yun. Last night, Lu Qin stood in front of this floor-to-ceiling window, her hands resting on the glass, gazing at the night view outside the hotel. Unexpectedly, tonight, it was Lu Yun who stood here, gazing at the night view outside the hotel in the same way. But the older sister is bold, the younger sister is timid. Throughout the entire process, Lu Yun was constantly looking around, feeling anxious, trembling with fear. If Zhang Yi hadn't been backing her up, Lu Yun would never have dared to stand so high up, pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window, to overlook the night view outside the hotel. Really? Men are a woman's strong support. Whether a woman has confidence or not depends entirely on whether the man standing behind her is strong enough. Chapter 44, A Card for Life and Death. The next morning. A ray of sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw a gentle and beautiful face appear close to him. Oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, delicate nose, and jade-like lips. Still asleep, Lu Yun's pretty face was still flushed, and she exuded a lazy, tired, weak, and charming aura. That's not the point. The key point is that Lu Yun looks like she has become more than 10 years younger, transforming from a beautiful 38-year-old woman into a young 27-year-old woman. That's right. This is all thanks to the golden kidney. Jiang Yi didn't wake Lu Yun. Instead, he thought about the 7 battles he had fought the previous night and then reached out to touch his kidneys. Everything is normal. The golden kidney truly lives up to its reputation as a divine artifact produced by the system. No matter how Jiang Yi tries to make things happen, he never feels tired. 5 stars is a must. Thumbs up. Whoosh. After lying quietly for a while, Jiang Yi still didn't wake Lu Yun. Instead, he opened the system task panel, seemingly wanting to see if there had been any changes to today's daily tasks. Task panel. Daily task, the host can earn 1 game coin by engaging in an intimate kiss with Lu Qin or Lu Yun. 2. Bounty missions, none at the moment. 3. Challenge mission, if the host marries 100 wives and concubines, she will receive 10,000 game coins. Note, daily tasks refresh at 6 a.m. every day, while bounty and challenge tasks refresh randomly and have no time limit. Have there been any changes to the daily tasks? The person I'm being intimate with has suddenly become Lu Yun. Jiang Yi raised his hand to rub his eyes, then carefully reviewed the daily tasks again. After confirming that he wasn't seeing things, he casually closed the task panel. This is a good thing. For a simple example, if Lu Qin is not by Jiang Yi's side, Jiang Yi can still go to Lu Yun to complete tasks. Similarly, if Lu Yun isn't by Jiang Yi's side, Jiang Yi can still go find Lu Qin to complete quests. This is like having an extra backup plan. Oh no, it's like having an extra layer of insurance, which can better ensure that Jiang Yi can do daily tasks. Just then, Lu Yun let out an unconscious moan, her eyelids trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Woke up? Jiang Yi greeted Lu Yun with a smile, and the hand that was originally around Lu Yun's waist began to move up quickly, as if trying to find a more comfortable position to hold her. Quiet. The room was completely silent. Lu Yun seemed not to have fully woken up yet, or perhaps she had just woken up and her brain was still starting up, so she seemed a little slow to react. She stared blankly at Jiang Yi for a good 10 seconds before she suddenly came to her senses. She slept with Jiang Yi last night. For an entire night, Jiang Yi used every martial arts move he knew, as well as hundreds of others that she didn't know, on her. Her face was red and burning hot from head to toe. She felt extremely ashamed, but also extremely excited. My sister is right. Jiang Yi is like a deadly poison, really addictive. So scary. I like it so much. Honey, you're awake too? After a night of getting to know each other, Lu Yun finally opened her heart. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Yi's neck, sweetly called him husband, and immediately buried her head in his chest. The room fell silent. Jiang Yi and Lu Yun embraced each other, listening to each other's heartbeats. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was peaceful and warm. However, as time went by, Lu Yun suddenly felt that Jiang Yi seemed to have changed, and this change made her blush and feel shy, her heart pounding. Whoosh! Just then, Jiang Yi suddenly raised his hands and placed them on Lu Yun's shoulders, with a slight downward pressing motion. Whoosh! Lu Yun's pretty face immediately turned bright red. Clearly, she understood Jiang Yi's meaning in an instant. Call. Lu Yun didn't say a word, but just looked at Jiang Yi with shy eyes, and then immediately crawled into the quilt. Hiss. Jiang Yi couldn't help but gasp, his brows furrowing slightly before slowly relaxing. Not long after, Jiang Yi heard a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your daily task and having an intimate moment with Lu Yun. You have earned 1 game coin. Lu Yun couldn't hear the system's notification sound, so she didn't pause at all and continued to try her best to show her gentle side. Jiang Yi, having lost the initiative, was happy to have some free time, so he opened the system's main page and started the lottery. System, I want to participate in the lottery. As Jiang Yi silently recited the command, the card pool in front of him immediately began to shake, with countless cards flying around rapidly. Approximately 3 seconds later, suddenly, a glittering card jumped out of the card pool and floated quietly in front of Jiang Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a life and death bond card. Ding! The card has been automatically added to your system inventory. Please check it. Life and Death Bond card. After using this card, all of the host's wives and concubines will be 100% loyal to the host. If the host dies, their wives and concubines will also commit suicide to accompany him in death. Put. Zhang Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this what they call being inseparable in life and death? I think it should be called the Total Annihilation card. But, after a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Yi suddenly fell into deep thought again. He wondered, if he were to die unexpectedly one day, leaving Lu Qin and Lu Yun to live in this world, could he really accept the two sisters remarrying to other men and then enjoying their company at their feet? Cannot. I absolutely cannot accept this. I'm a selfish person. You can curse me all you want. Even if Jesus came, he wouldn't change my mind. System, I want to use this card. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yi immediately chose to use the Life and Death Bond card. Whoosh! A golden light flashed before their eyes, and the Life and Death Bond card that was lying in the system inventory immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully used a Life and Death Bond card. Ding! From this moment forward, all wives and concubines legally married by the host will be 100% loyal to the host. Ding! If the host dies, all of the host's wives and concubines will commit suicide to accompany him in death. As soon as the system notification ended, Zhang Yi instantly felt as if a faint, ethereal connection had been added to his heart. This feeling is truly amazing. It's like holding a thread in your hand, and the other end of that thread is connected to a vibrant, life-giving flower. This flower isn't a real flower, it's a lucina type of Chinese lute. Zhang Yi had a strong premonition that if this thread broke, or if he died, then Lu Qin, this beautiful flower, would immediately wither and never be able to survive in this world again. Wow! The wife follows her husband in death. What an amazing bond! I have nothing more to say. Since she has become my woman, spending my money and enjoying my pampering and favoritism, she must bear the responsibilities and consequences that come with it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You can only enjoy without giving anything in return. This is what love should be. A love that lasts until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, a love that will never change until death. Chapter 45 Chairman's Secretary. An hour later. Zhang Yi and Lu Yun, dressed neatly, walked out of the bedroom hand in hand. As soon as I entered the living room, I saw a beautiful woman in a butler's uniform busy preparing breakfast in the dining room. Chairman Jiang, good morning. Perhaps seeing that Zhang Yi had gotten up, Li Wanqing's face lit up with a bright smile, and she immediately swayed her little pert bottom and walked over quickly. However, when Li Wanqing's gaze swept past Zhang Yi and landed on Lu Yun's face, the woman suddenly paused, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. That's right. Li Wanqing noticed that Lu Yun had become younger. Yesterday, Lu Yun was a beautiful 38-year-old mature woman, but today she has become a young woman of about 27 years old. With such obvious differences and changes, how could Li Wanqing, who was not blind, not notice them? But, although Li Wanqing was very surprised, she didn't ask any questions. She simply acted as a good personal butler and didn't pry into her guests' privacy, which was the most basic professional ethic. Butler Li, thank you for your hard work. Chairman, you're too kind. It's my honor to serve you personally. By the way, where's my wife? Hasn't she gotten up yet? Chairman, President Liu has already had breakfast and then rushed off to take up his post. He's probably holding a senior management meeting at the hotel right now. Last night, Zhang Yi issued a notice to Tianyu Hotel, officially appointing Lu Qin as general manager. I didn't expect Lu Qin to be so enthusiastic. She went to take up her post very early this morning. Etc. Is that spendthrift old woman avoiding me? After all, last night, Lu Qin tied up her own sister and sent her to her husband's bed. If I don't run this morning, am I supposed to wait to be interrogated? Zhang Yi shook his head, both amused and exasperated, and then sat down at the dining table with Lu Yun. Just as they were about to enjoy a delicious breakfast, Li Wanqing, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up again. Chairman, there is one more thing I need to report to you. What's up? Miss Ruyan and Miss Monli have also joined our hotel this morning. This appointment was personally approved by General Manager Liu. Okay, I understand. Zhang Yi nodded, his face showing no emotion. Although Lu Ruyan was his ex-girlfriend, and a heartless woman who dumped him, but Lu Ruyan is, after all, Lu Qin's daughter. Out of respect for Lu Qin, Jiang Yi wouldn't make things difficult for her. What's more, she personally called Jiang Yi dad yesterday. How can a father get angry with his own daughter? How can a father not be tolerant of his daughter? Well, how pitiful are fathers everywhere. I always took from you without ever saying thank you, and only after I grew up did I realize how hard you had it all. At that very moment, Jiang Yi caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that Li Wanqing's lips trembled several times, as if she wanted to say something, with an expression of hesitation. So, while eating breakfast, he casually asked, "Butler Li, how long have you been working at our hotel?" "Chairman, I have been working at your hotel since I graduated from university, and it has been 3 years now." Li Wanqing seemed a little nervous and worried, and her gaze towards Jiang Yi carried a complex emotion. She's not a promiscuous woman. As the private butler of the presidential suite at the Tianyu Hotel, she has indeed hosted many wealthy men and playboys over the past 3 years. But she has always strictly fulfilled her duties, never seduced any customer, never had any ambiguous relationship with any customer, and never done anything out of line with any customer. It just so happened yesterday. For the first time, she violated her professional ethics and secretly had an ambiguous relationship with Jiang Yi. If Jiang Yi were just a guest at the hotel, Li Wanqing wouldn't have been so worried. But Jiang Yi bought the hotel and became its new owner. This made Li Wanqing quite uneasy. Seduce your own boss? Even knowing that Jiang Yi was already married and that he had brought his wife with him to the hotel, she shamelessly seduced Jiang Yi. Isn't this just a female ghost seducing a Taoist priest, only to walk right into his trap? Did Jiang Yi think that she secretly made extra money from guests by taking advantage of her position, and that she was actually just a high-class gigolo at the hotel? Wa'ada. How could this happen? I'm innocent. Li Wanqing can swear on her conscience that she is definitely not a woman who does things recklessly. She genuinely just thought Jiang Yi was very handsome. His face had completely captured her heart. That's why she couldn't resist and impulsively engaged in some ambiguous behavior with him. Should we explain this misunderstanding? If Jiang Yi really thinks she's some kind of bad woman, then she'll definitely lose her job. Butler Li, would you be willing to become my secretary? Just then, Jiang Yi's voice suddenly drifted over. Li Wanqing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then a look of wild joy flashed across her face. Chairman, I do. Without any hesitation, Li Wanqing nodded quickly and gave an affirmative answer on the spot. Nonsense. The private butler in the presidential suite earns only about 15,000 yuan a month, while the chairman's secretary earns at least 20,000 yuan a month. Moreover, once you become the chairman's secretary, you'll be second only to him at the Tianyu 6-star hotel. The difference between a personal butler and a company secretary is like night and day. Only a fool wouldn't agree to something this lucky. Okay, I'll talk to President Lu later and officially appoint you as my secretary. Jiang Yi nodded, casually settling the matter, and then focused on the breakfast in front of him. Chairman, I will definitely work hard and live up to your trust in me. Li Wanqing quickly expressed her agreement, feeling overjoyed, but also couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang Yi. TSK. The chairman's face is absolutely incredibly handsome. I'm so envious of his wife. Being able to sleep with such a handsome guy every day, what a blissful thing. You'd probably wake up laughing in your dreams, right? But Jiang Yi didn't criticize me. Instead, he promoted me to chairman's secretary. Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? When there's something to do, the secretary does it. When there's nothing to do, well, you know. Just thinking about the little flirtation that happened between her and Jiang Yi yesterday afternoon made Li Wanqing blush and her heart race, and her mind started to wander. Jiang Yi is so young and handsome, with a great physique, and rich. Moreover, he is the new owner of the Tianyu 6-star hotel. If I could marry him. Even just being his concubine is a dream come true for many women. Come on. Li Wanqing. This is the closest you've ever come to becoming a wealthy socialite, and it's also your best chance to change your destiny. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that countless women would kill for, yet you were lucky enough to encounter it. So, you must seize this opportunity and never let yourself have any regrets in life. Chapter 46. Taking a concubine again. Morning. Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiang Yi skillfully filled out an application form, then took Lu Yun to have her photo taken, and then waited for the staff to verify the information, process the certificate, and stamp it. In less than 30 minutes, Jiang Yi and Lu Yun each had a brand new marriage certificate in their hands. Snap. 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 As soon as she stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Yun took out her phone and took several photos of her marriage certificate. Then she opened WeChat and posted the photos to her moments. After doing all this, Lu Yun carefully put away the marriage certificate, then took Jiang Ye's arm and asked with a smile, "Honey, where are we going now?" Jiang Ye stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Last night, he first ordered a table full of delicacies, spending nearly 2 million yuan. Then he gave Lu Ruyan 5 million yuan as a change of address fee. Finally, he used a forced purchase card to buy the Tanyu Hotel for 1.8 billion yuan. This morning, Jiang Yi transferred another 20 million yuan to Lu Yun. After all, Jiang Yi had promised her that she would get everything Lu Qin had. So, Jiang Yi's bank card currently holds 173 million. Why not just spend all this money and then use a recharge card to replenish the balance in your bank account? Smack! Jiang Yi snapped his fingers and said to Lu Yun, "Let's go buy a house." Buying a house? Lu Yun was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and subconsciously asked, "Honey, why did you suddenly think of buying a house? You and your sister are both married to me, we can't keep living in a hotel forever, can we? Then, should we ask my sister to come along to look at apartments?" Okay, I'll call my sister now. A look of joy appeared on Lu Yun's face, and she immediately picked up her phone and dialed Lu Qin's number. However, the two sisters chatted for quite a while on the phone. Throughout the time, Lu Yun's pretty face remained flushed, and she would occasionally steal a glance at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi could vaguely hear Lu Qin giggling on the other end of the phone, seemingly making fun of Lu Yun. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yun finally ended the phone call, and then said to Jiang Yi with a hint of regret, "Honey, my sister said she has an important meeting this afternoon, so she won't be able to come with us to look at houses." "Did your sister say what kind of house she likes? A large single-level apartment? A duplex? A small villa?" Jiang Yi stroked his chin, while also seriously considering where to spend the 195 million in his bank account. "Honey, do you like the sea?" Lu Yun pursed her lips, her pretty face slightly flushed. She seemed to have asked a completely unrelated question, but Jiang Yi immediately guessed her little secret. "You like ocean view rooms?" Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Lu Yun's eyes lit up slightly, and then she said somewhat shyly, "My sister and I both love the sea. When we were young, we all dreamed of building a house by the sea, facing the ocean, where spring is warm and flowers bloom. I only realized when I grew up that it was really too difficult to realize this dream. We simply didn't have the money to build a house by the sea." At this point, Lu Yun's eyes dimmed slightly, and she seemed a little downcast. He. Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to embrace Lu Yun's slender waist, and said, "Then let your husband help you fulfill this wish. Walk. Let's go to the Emerald Bay Villa area and buy a sea view villa." Emerald Bay Villa District, located near Emerald Bay Beach in the eastern part of Haicheng, is a luxurious seaside villa residential area. The scenery here is exceptionally beautiful, but the property prices are outrageously high. Most wealthy people simply can't afford the villas here. So, the people who can live in this villa area are basically the wealthiest and most powerful people in Haicheng's upper-class elite circles. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Lengyu also lives here. Xiao Family Villa is the #1 king villa in the Emerald Bay Villa District. Squeak! Half an hour later, a blue Bugatti Chiron sped over from a distance and stopped at the entrance of the Emerald Bay Villa sales office. Tap tap tap. Before Jiang Yi even got out of the car, a saleswoman from the real estate agency greeted him with a big smile and stood respectfully by the car door. "Hello, sir." As soon as Jiang Yi opened the car door, the saleswoman's eyes lit up, as if she was struck by his handsomeness. However, the next second, the young lady's eyes widened, her mouth agape, and she stared at Jiang Yi in astonishment, saying, "You are Jiang Yi?" Hearing someone call his name, Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback, then looked up at the saleswoman. "Su Yan?" After Jiang Yi saw the saleswoman's face clearly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. Su Yan is 22 years old and Jiang Yi's classmate in university. Her looks and figure were in no way inferior to Lu Ruyan's. On the contrary, because of her foxy face and her sexy and provocative outfits, countless classmates had spread rumors about her behind her back. Besides that, Su Yan is also Wu Kuan's girlfriend. Because Wu Kuan had been pursuing Lu Ruyan for 3 years and had been rejected by her for 3 years, he was heartbroken and suddenly turned to pursue Su Yan. No one knows how much money he spent to finally win over this gold-digging woman. But Even though Wu Kuan is with Su Yan, he still thinks about Lu Ruyan. Therefore, Su Yan disliked Lu Ruyan even more, and even harbored resentment towards Zhang Yi as a result. All I can say is that a woman's jealousy is truly terrifying. Zhang Yi, is this your car? Su Yan stared at Zhang Yi for a while, then looked at the Bugatti Red Dragon behind Zhang Yi, and a look of surprise quickly appeared on her face. Yes, what's wrong? Zhang Yi nodded generously, then looked Su Yan up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Oval face, almond-shaped eyes, willow leaf eyebrows. Because of the beauty mark under her right eye, her foxy face gained an even more delicate and alluring charm. Not only is she beautiful, but Su Yan's figure is also incredibly stunning. Curvy figure with long, shapely legs. Slim where you should be slim, and curvy where you should be curvy. A standard office lady uniform almost perfectly accentuated her S-shaped figure. Good. Another natural-born gun carrier. Zhang Yi had to admit that Wu Kuan's character wasn't great, but his judgment was excellent. No way? This is a Bugatti Red Dragon, it costs at least 50 million Chinese yuan. Zhang Yi, how could you possibly afford such a luxury car? A look of surprise and uncertainty flashed across Su Yan's face, and the way she looked at Zhang Yi seemed to have changed. He. Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, "Of course I didn't buy this car." "I knew it, how could you possibly afford it?" Su Yan's face immediately showed a look of disdain, but before she could finish speaking, Zhang Yi spoke again. "This car was a gift from someone." Su Yan? Su Yan. Chapter 47 Recharge Card, 2 billion received. Emerald Bay Villa District. Sales Office. Zhang Yi and Lu Yan sat on the sofa, each holding a cup of coffee, sipping it slowly while whispering and discussing something. Sitting on the opposite sofa, Su Yan placed a stack of documents on the coffee table and then silently observed Zhang Yi, occasionally glancing at Lu Yun, a strange expression sometimes appearing on her face. What's going on? Didn't Zhang Yi say in the university classmates group that he had broken up with Lu Ruyan and even married Lu Ruyan's mother? Could the stunningly beautiful woman beside him be Lu Ruyan's mother, Lu Qin? But this woman is too young, she looks to be at most 27 years old, how could she possibly be Lu Ruyan's mother? Also, is Zhang Yi really planning to buy a villa here? You should know that the lowest price for a villa here is 100 million Chinese yuan. How could Zhang Yi, a poor guy who just graduated from university, possibly have that much money? But what's the story behind that luxury supercar parked in front of the sales office? That's a limited edition Bugatti Red Dragon. Even if you rent it, you can't find a luxury car like this in the entire city of Haicheng. Although Su Yan has a large bust, she is not brainless. She is finding it increasingly difficult to understand Zhang Yi, and always feels that Zhang Yi is shrouded in a fog. So, before she could figure out Zhang Yi's situation, Su Yan dared not make any rash moves, much less look down on him. Aunt Yun, which villa have you taken a fancy to? Honey, the houses here are too expensive. How about we look at somewhere else? Hey! Your husband is a billionaire now, how can he live in a cheap house? Well. Seeing that Lu Yun was dragging her feet and couldn't make up her mind, Zhang Yi simply took matters into his own hands, picked up the stack of villa information on the coffee table, and quickly flipped through it. Not long after, Zhang Yi pulled out one of the documents. This set is fine. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lu Yun's heart began to pound wildly. This Ocean View Villa, numbered 27, has 3 floors, 2 above ground and 1 below. It also includes a swimming pool, garden, and detached garage, and is located very close to the beach. In fact, Lu Yun fell in love with the villa at first sight, but the price of 500 million yuan scared her away instantly. That's a whopping 500 million Chinese yuan. Even if Lu Yun worked her whole life, or even sold herself, she wouldn't earn this much money. So, how could she dare tell Zhang Yi that she had her eye on this villa worth 500 million? Aunt Yun, I can tell that you really like this villa. Since you like it, let's buy it. Zhang Yi made the decision almost without the slightest hesitation. He took out his phone and quickly transferred the entire balance of over 170 million yuan from his bank card to his WeChat wallet. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yi silently said in his mind, "System, I want to use a recharge card." Whoosh! As a golden light flashed before Zhang Yi's eyes, the recharge card that was originally lying in the system inventory also instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The next second, Zhang Yi heard a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully used a recharge card. Your bank card balance has been restored to full. Beep beep. Just then, Jiang Yi received a bank transfer notification on his phone. A sum of 2 billion Chinese yuan had been successfully deposited into his bank account. Good. Just like topping up your phone credit, it's simple, convenient, and fast. The cards produced by the system are awesome. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a beautiful smile, but Lu Yun, sitting next to her, froze on the spot. Since you like it, shall we buy it? Is this what it feels like to be rich and carefree? Is this what it feels like to be pampered by a man? You can buy whatever you want without worrying about money. No wonder girls these days would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. It feels so good to marry a rich man. Husband. Lu Yun paused slightly, a look of emotion flashing across her face, and her gaze towards Jiang Yi gradually softened. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly felt an urge to press Jiang Yi down on the sofa, kiss him hard, and try her best to please him, doing everything she could to make him feel comfortable. The moment this thought popped into Lu Yun's head, she was immediately startled. What happened? Why would I have such a shameless thought? Have I already fallen into depravity? Has it already been corrupted by the evil of money? Wa'ada. Turns out, I'm not so different from those gold diggers. At this moment, Lu Yun finally understood why her sister Lu Qin had married Jiang Yi. Marrying a husband who was rich, handsome, generous, and incredibly strong in combat is something I could dream about. Su Yan, let's buy this villa. Pay by card directly, full payment. Jiang Yi handed Su Yan the information about villa number 27, along with his bank card. Jiang Yi, are you sure you want to buy this villa? Su Yan took the bank card blankly, but her eyes were fixed on Jiang Yi, as if trying to judge from his facial expression whether he was joking. Sure. Jiang Yi nodded expressionlessly, then asked in return, is there a problem? Ha? No. No problem. Su Yan awkwardly smoothed her hair behind her ear and said, Jiang Yi, please wait a moment. I'll have the finance department come and swipe the card right away. Although Su Yan remained skeptical, Jiang Yi had already taken out his bank card and didn't seem to be joking. As for whether Jiang Yi actually has money? That's easy. Simply swipe your card to verify its authenticity. Tap tap tap. Not long after, the sales manager personally led several staff members to the sofa area where Jiang Yi was located. The finance lady took Jiang Yi's bank card, swiped it on the POS machine, entered the amount of 500 million yuan, and finally pressed the confirmation button. Drop. Payment of 500 million yuan successfully. As the POS machine announced a loud message, a look of joy appeared on the faces of both the sales manager and the finance lady. Su Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, was immediately stunned. She opened her mouth wide, stared at Jiang Yi with wide eyes, her face full of astonishment, as if she were seeing her own father. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. Mr. Jiang, congratulations on becoming a valued homeowner in our Emerald Bay Villa community. The sales manager was a chubby middle-aged man. He first bowed slightly to Jiang Yi, then turned to Su Yan and said, Su Yan, what are you still standing here for? Hurry up and prepare the contract for Mr. Jiang. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Yan hurriedly stood up, glanced at Jiang Yi with a complicated expression, and then rushed off to prepare the purchase contract. Oh my god. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi actually spent 500 million to buy a seaside villa. How did he become so rich? Could it be? Is he a hidden super-rich second-generation heir? While in college, he kept his wealth a secret. From this perspective, Wu Kuan isn't even worthy of carrying Jiang Yi's shoes. After all, Wu Kuan's family assets combined wouldn't exceed 100 million, while Jiang Yi casually spent a full 500 million to buy a house. Putting these two together is like comparing heaven and earth. No. This is such a super-rich young master, I absolutely can't miss him. Whether you can rise to prominence and become a phoenix depends entirely on whether you can seize this opportunity. Chapter 48. A beautiful woman invites me, I can't refuse her kind invitation. Afternoon. Tianyu 6-star Hotel. Presidential Suite. After lunch, Lu Yun went into her bedroom and fell asleep immediately, looking exhausted and in dire need of sleep to replenish her energy. No way. Lu Yun didn't sleep a wink last night. This morning, Jiang Yi dragged her out of bed for another morning workout. It's a miracle she's managed to keep going this long. As for the sea view villa that Jiang Yi and Lu Yun bought this morning, because the villa was unfurnished with furniture, appliances, and household items, it was not yet ready for occupancy, so Jiang Yi had to return to the Tianyu Hotel. Beep beep. Just then, Jiang Yi's phone received a WeChat message notification. User Su Yan has requested to add you as a friend. Would you like to accept the request? Upon seeing the friend request, Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a strange expression appeared on his face. You and Su Yan are already friends, why don't you go say hello? Jiang Yi accepted Su Yan's friend request, but did not speak to her. Instead, he waited quietly, seemingly wanting to see what tricks Su Yan was going to play. As expected. Less than a minute later, Su Yan sent Jiang Yi a WeChat message. Su Yan, young Master Jiang, you've given me such a huge boost in business today, I don't know how to thank you enough. Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude. After reading the WeChat message, Jiang Yi suddenly smiled in a roguish way and immediately replied to Su Yan with a WeChat message. Jiang Yi, Su Yan, I gave you such a large commission, and all you're doing is treating me to a meal? Su Yan, then what else do you want me to do? Jiang Yi, if it's about a meal, then forget it. I don't need your meal. Su Yan, then, after dinner, shall I treat you to a movie? Jiang Yi, not interested. Su Yan, what if we go to a private cinema? Emoji, shy. Upon seeing the last WeChat message from Su Yan, Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle and say, heh, women. Jiang Yi originally wanted to reject Su Yan directly, after all, he wasn't some junk collector, and he had no intention of ruining someone else's girlfriend. What's more, he has two older sisters, the Big Thunder sisters, at home. Whether you take Lu Qin or Lu Yun out individually, they could absolutely crush Su Yan. However, just then, a new WeChat message popped up, instantly catching Jiang Yi's attention. Wang Monli, Jiang Yi, come to the hotel lobby right now. Wu Kuan is harassing Lu Ruyan again. Wang Monli, photo.png, photo.png, photo.png. Wang Monli not only sent a text message, but also sent Jiang Yi 3 photos in one go. The background of the photo is the lobby on the first floor of the Tianyu Hotel. Wu Kuan was dressed very handsomely, holding a large bouquet of bright red roses in his hands. He then knelt on one knee in front of Lu Ruyan, looking as if he were proposing marriage. What's going on? How did Wu Kuan manage to track me all the way here? Could it be that this guy found out I broke up with Lu Ruyan, so he couldn't wait to come and propose to her? Jiang Yi, Wang Monli, Lu Ruyan and I have broken up, and I am now Lu Ruyan's stepfather. I have no right to interfere in her private affairs, nor am I interested in doing so. Wang Monli, Jiang Yi, Ruyan is your daughter now. Can you really bear to watch your precious daughter being maliciously harassed by a young punk? Put. Jiang Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. My precious daughter? Little blonde guy? This Wang Monli really knows how to think from her father's perspective. Jiang Yi, doesn't the hotel have security guards? Are they just sitting around doing nothing? Wang Monli, then I'll call security right now, immediately, and have them throw this little blonde-haired Wu Kuan out? Jiang Yi, Wang Monli, you are now a full-time employee of Tianyu Hotel. From now on, you can handle these trivial matters yourself. Don't bother me, the chairman, with everything. I'm very busy, understand? Wang Monli, respected chairman, I understand. Wang Monli, I'll have Wu Kuan thrown out right now, and I'll make sure he never harasses your precious daughter again. Wang Monli, emoji, smiling. Jiang Yi. Although Jiang Yi had completely given up on Lu Ruyan and didn't want to have any further involvement or entanglement with her, he could only maintain a father-daughter relationship with her out of respect for Lu Qin. But Wu Kuan is absolutely disgusting. Back in college, this guy openly and brazenly tried to seduce Jiang Yi for 3 whole years, doing everything he could to seduce Lu Ruyan. Fine. Although Lu Ruyan is a gold digger, she is also a looks-obsessed person. Wu Kuan's looks were simply not good enough for Lu Ruyan. Even though he had a little money, Lu Ruyan still looked down on him and kept rejecting and staying away from him. If Wu Kuan were even slightly handsome, Jiang Yi wouldn't be able to guarantee that Lu Ruyan wouldn't cheat on him. These things are in the past, so let's not dwell on them. Nowadays, Jiang Yi had just broken up with Lu Ruyan when Wu Kuan, that bastard, couldn't wait to come and pursue Lu Ruyan, and even made such a big fuss about it. This really made Jiang Yi feel a little disgusted. There's a saying circulating online, if a man pursues your girlfriend even though he knows she has a boyfriend, then he definitely doesn't consider you a human being. For a bastard who completely disrespects you, doesn't take you seriously at all, and doesn't even treat you like a human being, just take him down. Call. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and then opened his WeChat chat with Su Yan. Zhang Yi, you decide the time and place. I'll be there on time tonight. Not long after the message was sent, Su Yan replied to Zhang Yi with a WeChat message. Su Yan, tonight at 7 p.m. AG&C Western Restaurant on Xingfu Road, see you there. Emoji, flying kiss. Zhang Yi, emoji, okay. Zhang Yi had just finished chatting with Su Yan when Wang Manli sent him several messages in a row. Wang Manli, photo.png, photo.png, photo.png. Wang Manli, Chairman, I have ordered the hotel security to throw that blonde-haired Wu Kuan out. Wang Manli, oh my god. I'm so angry. Wang Manli, Wu Kuan, that big idiot, actually wants Ruyan to marry him as a concubine, and even said that Ruyan is second-hand goods and is worthless. Wang Manli, doesn't he even take a piss and look at himself in the mirror to see what kind of person he is? Wang Manli, with that pockmarked, horse-like face of his, I feel like throwing up just looking at him. He actually wants to take Ruyan as a concubine? That's utterly delusional, a pipe dream. It was clear that Wang Manli was very emotional. It was as if she herself was the one being harassed by Wu Kuan. And she was particularly worried about Zhang Yi, looking every bit the part of an emperor who wasn't worried but a eunuch. Zhang Yi shook his head, both amused and exasperated, and quickly replied to Wang Manli with a WeChat message. Zhang Yi, Wang Manli, from now on, do not report anything to me or mention anything about Lu Ruyan, or I will block you. Wang Manli, huh? Zhang Yi, I am a little tired. If you have anything to say, please speak, otherwise, the court is adjourned. Wang Manli, wait a minute. Wang Manli, I wonder if your majesty is free tonight? Your majesty would like to invite me to dinner, and perhaps we can have a casual chat about ideals in life. Emoji, tenderly affectionate. Zhang Yi, I've already chosen Su Yan. Tonight I'll be spending time with her, listening to music, admiring flowers, and drinking wine, so I won't be able to have dinner with you tonight. Wang Manli, Su Yan? You mean Wu Kuan's girlfriend, Su Yan? Zhang Yi, it's hard to refuse such a beautiful invitation. Wang Manli. Chapter 49, The Mysterious Zhang Yi. 3 p.m. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, smoking, and gazing into the distance. Just then, the sound of high heels came from behind. Whoosh! Zhang Yi casually turned around and saw a stunningly beautiful woman walking quickly towards him. She has a classic oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and almond-shaped eyes that sparkle with life. Her hair is gently pulled back, exuding a sophisticated yet alluring femininity. She wore a navy blue short-sleeved blazer, and her impressive bust, at least a D-cup, filled out the blazer, making her very eye-catching. She wore a matching short, tight-fitting bodycon skirt. The skirt stretched across her broad, rounded hips, creating several small folds that sparked the imagination. Her long, slender legs were encased in thin black stockings. Her thighs were shapely, her calves were slender, and her leg curves could easily outshine those of professional models. Especially when she walks, her two beautiful legs in black stockings cross each other, and her small bodycon skirt sways gently, giving people an urge to look under the skirt. Chairman, what are your plans for this afternoon? A faint smile played on Li Wanqing's lips. As soon as her gaze fell on Zhang Yi's handsome face, a hint of girlish shyness flashed in her eyes, and she became nervous. No way. Zhang Yi was already a handsome guy of school heartthrob caliber, and after he learned martial arts, he exuded an otherworldly and ethereal aura. It just so happens that Li Wanqing is also a serious looks-obsessed person. Zhang Yi's charm was simply too irresistible to her. Secretary Li, I need to go pick up a few important things now. Would you like to come with me? Zhang Yi seemed to suddenly realize something, and his expression instantly turned serious. He immediately stubbed out his cigarette, picked up his phone and car keys, and walked out the door. Yes, Chairman. Li Wanqing nodded without hesitation, and seeing Zhang Yi hurrying out, she immediately followed obediently. Soon, the two took the elevator directly to the hotel's underground parking lot. Zhang Yi used the car key in his hand to unlock the Bugatti Red Dragon parked not far away. Beep beep. When the Bugatti Red Dragon's headlights flashed twice and emitted two short horn sounds, a look of astonishment flashed in Li Wanqing's eyes, as if she was shocked by this luxury supercar. Chairman, is this your car? Li Wanqing covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on the luxury supercar, her gaze filled with envy. Like? Zhang Yi glanced at Li Wanqing casually, then handed her the car keys and said, Why don't you drive? Li Wanqing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and quickly waved her hand in refusal, saying, No. I dare not drive this kind of sports car. If I were to crash it, I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I sold myself. It doesn't matter. Jiang Yi handed the car keys to Li Wanqing, then walked over and opened the passenger door, quickly saying, even if it gets damaged, you don't need to pay for it, the insurance company will cover it. After saying this, Jiang Yi quickly climbed into the passenger seat and skillfully fastened his seatbelt. Li Wanqing awkwardly gripped the car keys, first looking at the super cool sports car, then at Jiang Yi who had already gotten in. After hesitating for a moment, she could only grit her teeth, open the driver's side door, and carefully climb in. Close the car door, adjust the seat, adjust the rearview mirror, check the dashboard, fasten the seatbelt. Li Wanqing meticulously completed the preparations before driving. Seeing her so serious expression, Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle, and then said, secretarily, are you adjusting the seat so far forward to feed the steering wheel? Ah. Li Wanqing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then an alluring blush spread across her pretty face, and a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. Chairman, you're so annoying. Although Li Wanqing said she hated it, she was secretly pleased. She even puffed out her chest deliberately, as if she wanted to show off her impressive assets in front of Jiang Yi. However, Jiang Yi didn't look at Li Wanqing. Instead, he turned on the car's navigation system, quickly entered an address, and said without looking up, follow the navigation to this location. Oh well. Although Li Wanqing was a little disappointed, she still nodded obediently and then started the sports car with a slight nervousness. About an hour later, the Bugatti Chiron drove into a dilapidated residential area and parked in front of a rundown apartment building. The elderly men and women who were enjoying the cool air nearby suddenly saw a luxury supercar pull up in the neighborhood and all turned to look in their direction. Chairman, what are we doing here? Li Wanqing glanced around at her surroundings, a look of confusion on her face. I used to rent a place here, and I kept some very important things in it. Now, I'm going to take all these things with me and find a safe place to put them. After selling the house left by his parents, Jiang Yi had nowhere to live, so he rented a cheap house here. Jiang Yi came here today to take away the keepsakes left to him by his parents. However, Jiang Yi didn't explain this to Li Wanqing. Instead, he deliberately acted mysterious, which instantly piqued Li Wanqing's curiosity. Oh my god! The chairman brought me here to retrieve some very important items. Have I gained his trust? The dilapidated neighborhood. Dilapidated residential buildings. In this chaotic and inconspicuous place, something very important is hidden. It felt like a spy from the Republic of China era was conducting underground activities. It's also like he's an undercover police officer, carrying out a particularly dangerous mission. That's pretty exciting. Seeing that Jiang Yi had gotten out of the car and seemed to be about to enter the dilapidated residential building, Li Wanqing quickly got out of the car as well and nervously followed behind Jiang Yi. Tap tap tap. The two walked in the dimly lit and quiet corridor, and apart from the echo of their footsteps, they could not hear any other noise. For some reason, Li Wanqing became increasingly nervous. She had a feeling that countless assassins were hiding in the dark stairwell ahead, and that one of them would suddenly jump out and shoot at her and Jiang Yi at any moment. Whoosh! Almost instinctively, Li Wanqing squeezed next to Jiang Yi and took his hand, her fingers trembling. What? Are you afraid of the dark? Hearing Jiang Yi's question, Li Wanqing couldn't help but blush, and she let out a soft, trembling hum. The next second, Li Wanqing felt Jiang Yi's warm, large hand tightly grasp her small hand, and at the same time, she heard Jiang Yi's voice again in her ear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. This time, Li Wanqing's voice no longer trembled as she answered, as if she could gain a sense of security as long as Jiang Yi was by her side. Soon, the two walked through the dark stairwell and climbed directly to the third floor. Snap! Jiang Yi took out his key, opened the door to room 301 on the left, and quickly walked inside. However, the next second, Jiang Yi's exclamation came from inside the room. Holy crap! What happened? Did a thief break into the house? Oh no! My things. Chapter 50. A thief broke into the house. Jiang Yi never expected this. As soon as he pushed open the door to the rented room, he saw that the room was a complete mess. The wardrobe was overturned on the floor, and the clothes inside were scattered everywhere. The sheets and blankets were also pulled back. Everything on the desk had fallen to the floor. Several drawers were pulled out, and the items that were originally inside were all carelessly thrown on the floor. Upon seeing this scene, the phrase running around like crazy instantly popped into Jiang Yi's mind. Damn it! A thief broke into my house. Ta-da! Jiang Ye's expression turned somewhat grim. He immediately rushed into the rented room and headed straight for his old, worn-out computer. The computer monitor had fallen to the ground, the screen smashed to pieces, but Jiang Ye ignored the broken monitor and squatted down in front of the desk, reaching for the computer case under the desk. "Chairman, what happened?" Just then, Li Wanqing also entered the rented room. When she saw the situation clearly, her heart skipped a beat and her face turned pale. Jiang Ye said he had hidden several very important things here. But the scene clearly showed that the house had been burgled. Could it be that Jiang Ye's hidden items here were stolen because word got out? It's over. Something terrible has happened. The goods that the chairman hid were stolen. Clang. Jiang Ye did not answer Li Wanqing's question. He pulled out the computer case, quickly removed the side panel, and then reached inside, seemingly looking for something. Soon, Jiang Ye pulled out a square box about the size of a palm. Snap! As Jiang Ye quickly opened the box, the contents inside immediately came into view. An old military watch, an ordinary jade bracelet, and a white jade pendant. Call. Thankfully, these items weren't stolen. That scared me to death. Jiang Ye checked the box several times until he was sure that everything in the box was there and nothing was missing, then he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The military watch in the box was a keepsake left by Jiang Ye's father, while the jade bracelet was a keepsake left by Jiang Ye's mother. As for that white jade pendant, the front of the jade plaque is carved with a lifelike dragon, while the back is engraved with the character Jiang in regular script. It is an heirloom of the Jiang family. Jiang Ye's father once told him that even if the Jiang family went bankrupt and all of Jiang's descendants starved to death on the streets, he must never sell this jade pendant. As long as the jade exists, the person lives on it. If the jade is gone, the person dies. This shows just how important this jade pendant was to Jiang Ye. Whoosh! Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then put the jade pendant around his neck. After this theft, Jiang Ye felt that it was not safe to keep the jade pendant anywhere. He would only feel at ease if he kept it on his person. As for the watch and jade bracelet in the box, they were naturally taken back to the Tianyu 6-star hotel first, and then locked in the safe of the presidential suite. After Jiang Ye moves into Villa number 27 in Emerald Bay, he will take his parents' belongings there and lock them in the villa's safe. Tap tap tap. Just then, Li Wanqing walked up to Jiang Ye and asked anxiously and concernedly, "Chairman, are any things missing?" Thankfully, it wasn't lost. Jiang Ye wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and carefully put the box away. What about the other things? A strange expression flashed across Li Wanqing's face, and she hurriedly asked again, "For example, valuables such as gold and silver jewelry, or your private savings, have none of these things been lost?" He. Jiang Ye smiled lightly and said, "I don't have any valuables in this rented room, nor do I have any hidden money. Apart from the box I just saw, there's nothing of value at all." Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Li Wanqing's brows furrowed even more deeply. "Chairman, don't you find this strange?" Li Wanqing's eyes swept around the room again, finally settling on the computer. She then said, "After the thief entered this room, he ransacked the place, seemingly looking for valuables. But the most expensive thing in the whole room is that computer. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Why didn't the thief steal the computer? Instead, he smashed the monitor on the ground, as if he was venting his anger." Upon hearing Li Wanqing's words, Jiang Ye was first slightly taken aback, and then broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. Looking at the entire rented apartment, the most expensive thing was that computer. If the thief really steals this computer, then wouldn't the box that Jiang Ye hid inside the computer case also be stolen? Holy crap! Next time you want to hide something, you must not hide it inside the computer case. This is not safe. Wanqing, do you mean this was a premeditated theft? The thief didn't commit the crime randomly, nor was he after small change. He was looking for something important here? Because he couldn't find the item, the thief smashed the computer monitor in a fit of anger? Jiang Ye's expression instantly turned extremely solemn. If Li Wanqing's guess is true, then the matter has become complicated, and Jiang Ye also sensed a conspiracy. The most valuable thing in this rented room wasn't the second-hand computer, but rather the belongings left by Jiang Ye's parents. Oh no! To be precise, of the few belongings left by Jiang Ye's parents, the watch and jade bracelet were not worth much. Only the Jiang family's ancestral jade pendant was the most valuable. If the thief's real purpose was to find this jade pendant. Holy crap! Who exactly is after this jade pendant? How did this thief know that Zhang Yi had hidden his ancestral jade pendant in this rented room? When did he first set his sights on this jade pendant? Chairman, this is just my guess, it might not be accurate. When Zhang Yi addressed her by her name Wanqing instead of Secretary Li Wanqing's pretty face flushed slightly, and her gaze towards Zhang Yi changed. No. Zhang Yi suddenly shook his head and said, after your analysis, I think there's a high probability that the thief is after what I hid here. Li Wanqing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then a look of joy flashed across her face. Zhang Yi trusts her. She simply voiced her suspicions, and immediately gained Zhang Yi's approval and trust. This feeling made her both happy and touched. That thief is despicable. Chairman, should we call the police? In just a moment, Li Wanqing had already considered herself as one of Zhang Yi's people, thinking from Zhang Yi's perspective and only thinking about protecting Zhang Yi's interests. At this moment, Li Wanqing actually wanted to catch the thief herself and get revenge for Zhang Yi. Need not. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, we didn't lose anything. The police will at most take a statement from us, but they may not necessarily come out to arrest the thief. This will only waste our time. Chairman, what are your plans next? Let's leave here and go back to the hotel first. Okay. Chapter 51. Someone is following us. Boom boom boom. The Bugatti Red Dragon sped along the road, while Zhang Yi, sitting in the passenger seat, kept frowning and deep in thought. Wrong. Something's not right. I'm just a poor college student, spending 800 yuan a month to rent a tiny, rundown room of less than 15 square meters. Under such conditions, how could thieves still break in and steal from me? There were no signs of forced entry on the door. It seems the thief must have entered through the window. The entire room was ransacked. Almost every possible hiding place had been searched. The most valuable used computer wasn't stolen. Nothing else was lost. What exactly is the thief looking for? Isn't the answer already obvious? The other party came specifically for the Zhang family's ancestral jade tablet. But Zhang Yi was absolutely certain that he had never revealed anything about the Zhang family's ancestral jade pendant to anyone. Where did this thief get this information from? How could he be so sure that Zhang Yi had hidden the ancestral jade pendant in the rented room? However, on the other hand, this thief doesn't seem to be very bright. He searched the entire rented house, but he missed the computer case, which Zhang Yi had hidden inside. All I can say is that Zhang Yi is incredibly lucky. Chairman, it seems we're being followed. Just then, Li Wanqing's slightly nervous reminder came to her ears. What? Zhang Yi suddenly turned to look at Li Wanqing, who immediately explained, ever since we left that neighborhood, a van has been following us. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. But I changed my route back to the hotel at the last minute, taking a secluded side road, but who knew that van would follow me? So I got a second thought and deliberately drove around the area in circles a few times. Who knew that the van would follow us in circles? What else could it be but stalking us? Chairman, what should we do now? Zhang Yi hadn't expected Li Wanqing to be so observant, discovering that they were being followed. Zhang Yi quickly turned his head and looked behind him through the rearview mirror. Sure enough, he saw a van following behind them. However, because of the distance, Zhang Yi couldn't see clearly how many people were sitting in the van. Wanqing, find a secluded spot later and park the car on the side of the road. Chairman, what are you going to do? I'm going to meet the people in that van myself. Chairman, this is too dangerous. I suggest we immediately notify the hotel security department and have them send someone to support us. It was clear that Li Wanqing was not only a little nervous and scared, but also very worried about Zhang Yi's safety. But Zhang Yi is highly skilled and incredibly daring. He is now a Shen-level martial artist, and he has also mastered 2 top-tier martial arts, Heavenly Crippled Kick and Buddha's Palm. Ordinary petty thieves would definitely not be his match. Besides this, Zhang Yi now has a lot of questions. Why was the other person following him? Were the people in this van the ones who went to steal from his house? Where did these people learn about the Zhang family's ancestral jade pendant? Wanqing, don't forget, I am a martial artist. I could crush a whole bunch of petty thieves with one hand. Wait a minute, park the car on the side of the road. I'll go and meet them myself. I want to see what they're up to. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, even though Li Wanqing was still a little uneasy, she could only follow Zhang Yi's instructions and find a secluded section of road to park the car steadily on the side of the road. Snap! As soon as the sports car came to a stop, Zhang Yi quickly opened the door and jumped out. He walked to the back of the sports car, leaned against the rear, took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth, his eyes fixed on the oncoming van. As expected, the van stopped when it saw the Bugatti Red Dragon. Zhang Yi even jumped out of the van, walked to the back of the van, and started smoking, as if he was deliberately waiting for them. Squeak! A screech of brakes was heard, and the van stopped less than 5 meters from Zhang Yi. Immediately afterwards, the driver's side door of the van opened, and a mysterious man wearing a baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses jumped out. Tap tap tap. Under Zhang Yi's curious gaze, the mysterious man strode confidently toward him, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Zhang Yi, you knew I was following you, yet you still dared to stop your car. I have to admit, you've got some guts. The mysterious man called out Zhang Yi's name as soon as he spoke, as if he knew him, but Zhang Yi still couldn't recognize who the mysterious man in front of him was. Who are you? How do you know my name? Do we know each other? Zhang Yi's 3 consecutive questions immediately made the mysterious man laugh. The mysterious man didn't answer Zhang Yi's question. Instead, he stretched out his hand and said in a threatening tone, "Hand over your Zhang family's ancestral jade tablet immediately, and I might consider sparing your life." Boom! Zhang Yi was struck dumb by a bolt from the blue. Really? This is the thief who broke into his house. Moreover, he also set his sights on the Zhang family's ancestral jade pendant. Etc. That's impossible. Zhang Yi was absolutely certain that, apart from himself and his deceased parents, no outsider could possibly know that his family possessed an ancestral jade pendant. Where did this mysterious man in front of me learn about this? My patience is limited. If you don't obediently hand over the jade token, don't blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing the mysterious man's words, a faint killing intent flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Are robbers this brazen these days? Just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm some kind of sick cat that's easy to slaughter. He. Zhang Yi sneered and said, I'm curious, who gave you the courage to rob your grandpa like this? No. The mysterious man paused for a moment upon hearing this, then said with a hint of anger, since you refuse to listen to reason, don't blame me for being ruthless. Go to hell. Zhang Yi's temper was also ignited. Before the mysterious man could make a move, he flicked the cigarette butt in his hand hard at him. Court death. The mysterious man was immediately enraged. He slapped away the cigarette butt that was flicking at him, then took a step forward and stood in front of Zhang Yi. At the same time, he spread his right hand and made a claw-like grip on Zhang Yi's neck with lightning speed. However, Zhang Yi, who was prepared, simply raised his left hand and seemingly lightly patted the mysterious man's wrist. But the moment he made contact with the man's arm, he suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, violently breaking the man's move. You. The mysterious man was immediately shocked, seemingly not expecting that Zhang Yi was actually a martial artist, and that Zhang Yi's strength seemed to be quite formidable. You son of a bitch. Zhang Yi didn't care about the mysterious man's expression. After breaking the opponent's attack with his left hand, he immediately raised his right hand and slapped the mysterious man hard across the face with lightning speed. Smack! After a crisp sound, the mysterious man was slapped by Zhang Yi and spun around several times on the spot. The baseball cap flew off. The sunglasses were also flung off. The mask that was originally worn on her face was also knocked to the ground by Zhang Yi's slap. The next second, a face that seemed vaguely familiar to Zhang Yi suddenly came into view. Holy crap! Uncle Lu, it's you? Chapter 52: The Mystery of the Zhang Family. Zhang Yi stood there, stunned. He never expected that the mysterious man in front of him was actually his childhood neighbor, Uncle Lu Biao. This Lu Biao is not only Zhang Yi's neighbor. When Zhang Yi's parents were alive, Lu Biao and Zhang Yi's father were like brothers, and their relationship was exceptionally good. But, for reasons unknown, Lu Biao suddenly moved away from Haicheng and severed all ties with the Zhang family. Even when Zhang Yi's parents passed away, Lu Biao did not return, as if he had completely disappeared from the world. However, today, Lu Biao not only returned to Haicheng, but also found Zhang Yi, and even tried to steal the Zhang family's ancestral jade pendant. What's going on? Could it be that this guy has accumulated a mountain of debt and, in desperation, has resorted to evil deeds, wanting to steal the Zhang family's ancestral jade pendant to pay off his debts? You can't blame Zhang Yi for thinking that way. This is the only reasonable explanation he can think of right now. Etc. Something still doesn't feel right. When did Lu Biao become a martial artist? In Jiang Ye's memory, although Lu Biao's name contained the character Biao, he was kind and not fierce at all. On the contrary, he was very loving and often fed stray cats and dogs. Most importantly, Jiang Yi had no idea that Lu Biao was a martial artist, and Lu Biao had never shown his martial prowess in front of outsiders. So, Jiang Yi was genuinely startled when he saw that the mysterious man was Lu Biao. "Uncle Lu, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Jiang Yi's face instantly turned cold as he looked at Lu Biao, who was in a daze. No matter who the other party is, as long as they dare to covet the Jiang family's ancestral jade pendant, they are Jiang Yi's enemy. Jiang Yi never shows mercy to his enemies. He. Lu Biao covered his swollen cheek, looked at Jiang Yi with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and let out a low laugh. "I never expected this, I really never expected this. That stubborn Jiang Dahai actually disobeyed the young lady's orders and secretly trained you to be a martial artist? Is he pushing you into a fire pit? Does he not want you to live?" Lu Biao's sudden words caused Jiang Ye's expression to change drastically. His previously calm heart began to pound uncontrollably. Jiang Dahai is Jiang Ye's father. Although Lu Biao's words were short, the amount of information they contained was enormous. Did the father disobey the young lady's orders? Who is this young lady? It's not hard to guess from Lu Biao's words that this young lady had once given an order forbidding Jiang Ye's father from training him to become a martial artist. Could it be that Jiang Ye's father was also a martial artist? Besides, why would Lu Biao say that once Jiang Yi becomes a martial artist, it's like pushing him into a fire pit, even putting his life in danger? What exactly does that mean? Uncle Lu, what do you know? Is my father also a martial artist? And who is this young lady you're talking about? Why does my father obey her orders? Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Lu Biao froze on the spot. He stared blankly at Jiang Yi, his mouth opening and closing as he asked, "Jiang Yi, could it be that your martial arts were taught to you by Jiang Dahai?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Broken. I was in such a hurry just now that I blurted out all the questions that were on my mind. If everything Lu Biao just said is true, then it is enough to prove that Jiang Ye's father is hiding something from him, and it is very likely a shocking secret. But Jiang Ye's parents have both passed away. Jiang Yi wants to know this secret that his father has kept hidden, and the only person who knows the truth is Lu Biao. However, Lu Biao is now eyeing the Jiang family's ancestral jade pendant, which clearly puts him on the opposite side of Jiang Ye's father and makes him an enemy of the Jiang family. Jiang Yi couldn't guarantee that Lu Biao would tell him the whole secret. Lu Biao might even use this secret to threaten Jiang Yi and take away the Jiang family's ancestral jade tablet from him. So, the best way for Jiang Yi to find out what he wants to know is to try to get information out of Lu Biao and see if he can get any useful information out of him. Cough, cough. In a flash, Jiang Yi coughed twice, then said without batting an eye, "My martial arts skills were naturally taught to me by my father. Besides, my father specifically told me before he passed away that I should control my own destiny. No one, including that young lady you're talking about, can take away my right to live." As Jiang Yi spoke, his eyes were fixed on Lu Biao's facial expression, as if trying to guess his inner thoughts by observing the changes in his facial emotions. "Did Jiang Dahai really tell you that?" Lu Biao paused slightly again, his expression somewhat strange, his eyes unreadable. Jiang Yi nodded and didn't say anything more. Knowing the principle that too much talk leads to mistakes, he knew that to get information out of Lu Biao, he had to pretend that he already knew everything. Quiet. The scene suddenly fell silent. Lu Biao's face was undergoing drastic changes, turning red, white, green, and purple in an instant. In addition, his eyes were constantly darting around, as if he were pondering some important question. However, 3 seconds later, Lu Biao suddenly raised his head, glared at Jiang Yi, and said, "Jiang Yi, you're kidding me. Jiang Yi? I don't care what Jiang Dahai told you, you must hand over the Jiang family jade token today, otherwise, don't blame me for not showing any mercy to my uncle." Lu Biao's face turned completely cold, and he adopted an offensive stance, seemingly intending to forcibly seize the Jiang family jade token from Jiang Yi. "Uncle Lu, if you tell me everything, I can consider giving you the Jiang family jade pendant." Seeing that his plan had failed, Jiang Yi had no choice but to try another approach. He took out the jade pendant hanging around his neck and prepared to negotiate with Lu Biao. No way. Jiang Yi was just too curious. He desperately wanted to know what his father was hiding from him. What secret is the Jiang family protecting? And why was the Jiang family's ancestral jade pendant so attractive to Lu Biao? However, Jiang Yi never expected this. The moment he took out the jade pendant, Lu Biao's eyes instantly turned red, and his breathing became unusually heavy, as if he had seen mountains of gold and silver. He was so excited that he was about to lose his mind. Quickly hand over the jade token to me. Suddenly, Lu Biao shouted and charged at Jiang Yi again. At the same time, Lu Biao clenched his right fist and then swung a right hook at Jiang Yi. Damn it! Seeing this, Jiang Yi's temper flared up again. I was trying to talk to you calmly, and you had to resort to violence to snatch the jade pendant? Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. Heavenly crippled kick. In a flash, Jiang Yi suddenly twitched his right leg and used the fourth move of the heavenly crippled kick, blood overflowing mountains and rivers. Bang! With a muffled thud, Jiang Yi's kick landed squarely on Lu Biao's chest, sending him flying and causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood mid-air. Bang! After landing, Lu Biao was only dizzy for a moment before struggling to get up. He coughed a few times, clutching his chest, then looked at Jiang Yi with a face full of astonishment and said, You're actually a Shen-level martial artist? That's right, Jiang Yi smiled slightly, just about to rush over and kick him a couple more times before subjecting Lu Biao to severe interrogation. Who knew? Suddenly, Lu Biao lightly touched the ground with his toes, and like an arrow released from a bow, he leaped onto a large tree by the roadside with a whoosh. Immediately afterwards, to Jiang Yi's astonishment, Lu Biao transformed into a light, floating shadow, landing on the nearby field. Then, stepping on the wild grass, he dashed off into the distance with lightning speed. Holy crap! If you can't win, run away. Screw you. Wait. Could this be the legendary Lightfoot skill flying over the grass? Lu Biao, come back here right now. Do you still want our Jian family's ancestral jade pendant? Chapter 53 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy my preference. Jiang Yi was a little depressed. Although he knew a little about martial arts, he didn't know any light-footed skills. So he could only watch helplessly as Lu Biao escaped, his face calm, but inside he was incredibly envious. That's some kind of light-footed skill. Which young man who dreams of martial arts wouldn't yearn to learn a graceful form of lightness skill? Leaping across rooftops and scaling walls, light as a swallow, moving freely, stealing fragrance and jade. In fact, Jiang Yi's initial dream of becoming a martial arts hero was not to be a chivalrous knight-errant, but to be a womanizer who comes and goes without a trace. Today, Jiang Yi witnessed Lu Biao's flying over the grass lightness skill, and his long-hidden dream of picking flowers was instantly activated. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Yi opened the system inventory and quickly locked his gaze on the Learn from Others card. Learn a skill card, designate a target person and selectively learn one of their martial arts techniques, automatically mastering that technique. System, I want to use the Master Skill Stealing card. As Jiang Yi silently recited the command in his mind, the next second, the system's electronic notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Please designate a target person. Lu Biao. Ding! The target is too far from the host and cannot learn from him. Depend on. The system's response was a bucket of cold water for Jiang Yi. I didn't expect the Learn from Others card to have a distance limit. The system didn't say so earlier. It's a complete waste of Jiang Yi's feelings. But after the card failed to be used, the Learn from Others card did not disappear, but remained in the system inventory, which relieved Jiang Yi. Call. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and then immediately took out his phone and dialed Xiao Lengyu's number. Sister Lengyu, I need your help with something. I want you to help me investigate someone. His name is Lu Biao, male, around 50 years old. He was my neighbor when I was a child. He left Haichang about 10 years ago, but recently returned. He is also a martial artist, and his strength should be at the peak of the yellow rank. Besides, I also investigated my deceased parents. I suspect they were hiding something from me. Yes, thank you. Jiang Yi was not polite at all to Xiao Lengyu, his sworn sister. If Xiao Lengyu were useless, how could Jiang Yi have become sworn brothers with her? When adults make friends, there's no such thing as genuine friendship, it's all about exchanging benefits. Jiang Yi was attracted to Xiao Lengyu's family background, while Xiao Lengyu was attracted to Jiang Yi's strength. The two hit it off immediately and became sworn brothers on the spot. What else could this be but an exchange of benefits? Little brother, wait a minute. Just as Jiang Yi was about to hang up the phone, Xiao Lengyu suddenly called out to him, saying, My grandfather said he wants to invite you to dinner tomorrow night at our Xiao family villa. By the way, you don't need to bring any gifts to visit your elders. Your sister has already prepared all of these for you. Also, remember to bring your 2 concubines with you. Jiang Yi knew that the Xiao family was the most powerful family in Haicheng, but he did not expect that the Xiao family was so well informed. He had just registered his marriage with Lu Yun that morning, and Xiao Lengyu immediately knew about it. But the greater the power of the Xiao family, the more benefits Jiang Yi can obtain. It shouldn't be long before the Xiao family finds out Lu Biao's specific situation, and they'll also find out what secrets Jiang Yi's deceased parents were hiding from their son. Half an hour later, the Bugatti Red Dragon stopped at the entrance of the Tianyu Hotel. Just as Jiang Yi was about to get out of the car, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a man holding a large bouquet of roses, quietly squatting at the hotel entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Wu Kuan. This guy still hasn't left? Is he still up to his old tricks and wants to continue harassing Lu Ruyan? Chairman, should I call security to come and get rid of that man? Li Wanqing is really good at reading people's expressions. She glanced at Jiang Yi's expression, then followed his gaze to Wu Kuan, who was squatting at the hotel entrance, and immediately understood what was going on. Need not. Jiang Yi waved his hand and said calmly, "It's their right to pursue love, and we don't need to interfere." But Li Wanqing pursed her lips and hesitated before saying, "That man is pursuing Miss Ruyan. He was just rejected by her at noon today, but he's still not giving up and wants to keep bothering her. So what? When you're chasing a girl, you have to be shameless and persistent, right?" Jiang Yi suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, Li Wanqing was just like a little eunuch by the emperor's side. Before her master could even speak, she became anxious. "Chairman, Miss Ruyan is your ex-girlfriend. Oh no, she's your stepdaughter now. Can you really bear to watch your daughter be harassed by some unknown young punk?" Put. Upon hearing Li Wanqing's words, Jiang Yi almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yi turned around and asked with a strange expression, "How do you know Lu Ruyan is my ex-girlfriend?" That. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Li Wanqing's face. She smoothed her hair and said, "Chairman, have you forgotten? Yesterday, when I was giving you a massage in the room, Mr. Lu, along with Ms. Ruyan, Ms. Monli, and your sister-in-law, suddenly barged in. I heard everything you said." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi suddenly reached out and slapped his forehead, a look of bewilderment on his face. Damn it! This isn't something to be proud of, so how come everyone knows about it? Never mind. As long as you're not embarrassed, then it's others who will be embarrassed. This matter needs to be kept confidential. Chairman, don't worry, I'm always very tight-lipped. Okay, I'll send you a big red envelope later as a reward for your hard work accompanying me on this errand today. Thank you, Chairman. Jiang Yi is a very generous person because he doesn't value money that much. Instead, he values emotional value more. For example, he would rather spend 5 million yuan to make Lu Ruyan call him dad. For example, when he and Lu Yun got married, they became a sister couple, doubling their happiness, so he immediately transferred 20 million yuan to Lu Yun. Furthermore, in order to teach Yang Kai a lesson and to vent Lu Yun's anger, he did not hesitate to use the forced purchase card to buy the Tianyu Hotel. Jiang Ye's actions during this period may seem like he's being taken advantage of, but in reality, it's all for his own pleasure. What was that saying again? I can't buy what I like with 1,000 pieces of gold. Jiang Yi is willing to spend any amount of money as long as it makes him feel good. Beep beep. Just then, Jiang Yi's phone suddenly received 2 WeChat text messages. "Su Yan, young Master Jiang, could you come pick me up? It's not easy for me to get a taxi here. Su Yan, photo.png. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately opened the photo sent by Su Yan. In the photo, Su Yan is wearing a black lace halter neck bodycon dress, which not only reveals a large area of her ample breasts, but the hem of the dress is also very short, just enough to cover her small, pert buttocks. In addition, her long legs were covered with a thin layer of black stockings, which were printed with the Paris World logo and looked like they could be torn off easily. Damn it! One small beaker. Looks like this woman is ready to deliver the goods to your door. Since that's the case, don't miss out on good women, and don't waste bad ones either. Go go go. Chapter 54 Other People's Girlfriends. The sun is setting. Jiang Yi drove his flashy Bugatti Red Dragon to the vicinity of an upscale residential area, following the address Su Yan had sent him. Just as Jiang Yi parked his car on the side of the road, he saw a sexy and beautiful figure at the entrance of the residential area not far away. At this moment, Su-Yen had changed out of her office lady uniform and into a black lace suspender bodycon dress. The dress was very form-fitting, perfectly outlining her curvaceous figure. It was also very short, so short that any child under 1.2 meters tall could see a great view of her. She had long, wavy hair that fell casually over her shoulders. Her makeup was exquisite and alluring, almost perfectly showcasing her foxy face and beaker-like demeanor. A set of pigeon blood ruby jewelry, including earrings, necklace, bracelet, ring, etc., made her look exceptionally alluring. Beneath her long, slender legs and black stockings, she wore a pair of black patent leather high heels, further enhancing her alluring and seductive charm. One word: burn. It burned right to the bone. Just as Zhang Yi was about to get out of the car, he suddenly saw a young man walking confidently towards Su-Yen. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. After all, Su-Yen is beautiful and has a very hot figure. Moreover, she is dressed so sexily. It would seem a bit abnormal if no one went up to chat with her. He. Zhang Yi stopped opening the car door, then took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and sat quietly in the car watching. The bold young man, with a bright and confident smile on his face, greeted Su-Yen very politely, and then cautiously tried to strike up a conversation. Su-Yen, however, kept a cold face and gave a few perfunctory replies with extreme impatience before turning her head away, clearly indicating that she did not want to pay any attention to the other person. At that moment, the young man's smile froze on his face. He stood there awkwardly, rubbing his hands together, seemingly lacking the courage to continue bothering Su-Yen. Then, like a defeated rooster, he drooped his head and left dejectedly. Depend on. Why pretend to be so high and mighty? I'll make you kneel in front of your dad and sing Conquer later. Zhang Yi laughed and cursed a few times, seemingly indignant on behalf of the young man who had tried to pick her up, or perhaps criticizing Su-Yen for being too arrogant, breaking a man's heart in just a few seconds. Really? Beautiful women are all trouble. Especially beakers, they are the worst of the worst. Snap. Zhang Yi opened the car door and got out, silently approaching Su-Yen from behind. He said in a flirtatious tone, "Hey. Dressed so provocatively, who are you planning to hook up with tonight?" Whoosh. Su-Yen thought she had encountered a hooligan, so she immediately turned around, covered her chest with her hands, and looked at Zhang Yi with a very cold expression. However, the next second, her expression changed from disgust to joy, while also carrying a hint of coquettishness mixed with anger. "Young Master Jiang, you're so naughty. You scared me." Su-Yen first patted her impressive assets, then greeted him with a smile, took Zhang Yi's arm, and even put on a shy and demure pose. He. Zhang Yi chuckled softly, deliberately nuzzling Su-Yen with his arm, and asked, "You sneaked out tonight to meet me. Aren't you afraid your boyfriend will find out?" "You mean that idiot Wu Kuan?" Su-Yen didn't mind being rubbed against by Zhang Yi at all. Instead, she hugged Zhang Yi's arm tightly and deliberately puffed out her chest, saying, "He's trying his best to pursue Lu Ruyan. How could he have time to pay attention to me? Zhang Yi, Wu Kuan is your boyfriend. Now he's pursuing other women. Aren't you even a little jealous?" "Su-Yen, Wu Kuan doesn't want to marry me as his legal wife. He said he can only take me as a concubine at most, so..." "Zhang Yi, so what?" "Su-Yen, since I'm going to be a concubine, why don't I choose someone more handsome and capable, instead of hanging myself on this crooked tree?" Su-Yen's last words were practically a direct confrontation with Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi did not respond to Su-Yen. Although Su-Yen has a great figure and looks, and is a natural-born womanizer, Zhang Yi isn't a junk collector. He won't take every woman. Playing around is fine, but marrying her, you have to think about it very carefully. But Zhang Yi did not reject Su-Yen's hints and teasing. If you reject someone before the date even starts, why would they keep clinging to you and foolishly let you play with them? If you behave well tonight, I wouldn't mind taking another concubine. Zhang Yi put his arm around Su-Yen's slender waist, a half-smile playing on his lips. "Young Master Jiang, you're so naughty." Su-Yen playfully patted Zhang Yi's chest, but when her hand touched his strong pectoral muscles, she suddenly froze, a look of surprise and joy flashing in her eyes. "Come on, stop trying to take advantage of me." Zhang Yi first hugged Su-Yen's waist tightly, then quickly moved his hand down and lightly patted Su-Yen's pert buttocks. Whoosh! Su-Yen's pretty face visibly flushed, her body tensed up, and she even shifted her pert bottom uncomfortably, seemingly uncomfortable with this intimate interaction. But Zhang Yi had already put his arm around her waist and walked towards the Bugatti Red Dragon parked not far away. Su Yan's attention was quickly diverted to it. This is a luxury supercar worth 100 million. Su Yan had never ridden in such an expensive car in her entire life. I was fortunate enough to ride it today. Even if Zhang Yi took full advantage of me, it was worth it. Next, Su Yan climbed into the sports car, sat in the passenger seat, and happily fastened her seatbelt. But Zhang Yi suddenly reached out a hand from the side, placed it on her leg, and began to examine her Balenciaga collection. At this moment, Su Yan did not resist at all, and even very sensibly moved closer to Zhang Yi to make it easier for Zhang Yi to carry out his subsequent actions. Good boy. Zhang Yi started the sports car, controlling the steering wheel with one hand, and while driving, he praised Su Yan. Su Yan's lips immediately curled up slightly. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said with a blush, "Young Master Zhang, I'm going to tell you a secret, but you can't laugh at me, okay?" "What secret?" Zhang Yi pricked up his ears, and a curious expression appeared on his face as well. When she was going downstairs, she took too big a step and accidentally tore her stockings. Su Yan lowered her head slightly, nervously rubbing her hands together, and the blush on her pretty face became more and more obvious. "What? Why didn't you tell me sooner about something so important? Let me see, let me check for any other holes in your stockings?" "Hey! Relax, don't be so tense." Su Yan. Chapter 55, won the argument, lost his girlfriend. Night fell. Tianyu's 6-star hotel. Ever since Wu Kuan was thrown out by security, he has been waiting at the hotel entrance, hoping to see Lu Ruyan again. However, he waited from noon until evening, but Lu Ruyan never came out of the hotel. That's not right. It's already 6:30 p.m. Logically speaking, Ruyan should have already left work, right? Could it be that she has already left the hotel through the underground parking lot? Wu Kuan took out his phone and dialed Lu Ruyan's number, but the line went dead. He was blocked by Lu Ruyan. Unwilling to give up, Wu Kuan opened WeChat again and sent a message to Lu Ruyan, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. "I've been blocked on WeChat too." At this moment, Wu Kuan was not only furious, but his face also turned rather ugly. But he did not give up. He logged out of his main WeChat account, logged into a new one, and quickly opened his Moments. That's right. Wu Kuan's alternate account also added Lu Ruyan as a friend. However, Lu Ruyan was unaware that this alternate account also belonged to Wu Kuan, and she had never even sent any messages to Wu Kuan's alternate account. Wu Kuan didn't dare to send messages to Lu Ruyan using his alternate account, fearing that he would be blocked by her again. So he could only use this alternate account to secretly check Lu Ruyan's WeChat Moments. As expected, Wu Kuan had just opened his WeChat Moments when he saw that Lu Ruyan had posted a new update. In the photo, Lu Ruyan is sitting in the restaurant of Tianyu Hotel, with a table full of fine wines and delicacies in front of her, and her best friend, Wang Manli, sitting next to her. So they were eating at a hotel. "You'll definitely leave the hotel after you finish dinner, right? I'll confess my feelings to you again then, and I'm sure you'll be moved by my sincerity." Wu Kuan silently cheered himself on and was about to exit his WeChat Moments when he unexpectedly caught a glimpse of his girlfriend, Su Yan, posting a new update at that moment. "Huh? Where is Su Yan? Who is she having Western food with?" Wu Kuan quickly clicked on Su Yan's post. In the photo, Su Yan was wearing a sexy and revealing halter dress, showing off everything that should and shouldn't be shown. In addition, she was sitting in a high-end Western restaurant, with a tomahawk steak on the table in front of her and a bottle of expensive red wine next to her. Upon seeing this, Wu Kuan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Beep beep beep. Without hesitation, he dialed Su Yan's number, but to his surprise, the phone was hung up by Su Yan after only 2 rings. Holy crap! They actually dared to hang up on me? Wu Kuan's anger flared up again, and he immediately sent a WeChat message to Su Yan. "Wu Kuan, Su Yan, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering my calls?" Wu Kuan thought Su Yan would reply to his message soon, but he waited and waited for a full 5 minutes before Su Yan finally sent a belated WeChat message. "Su Yan, Kuan, I'm having Western food with my best friend. I went to the restroom just now, and when I came back I found out that my best friend accidentally hung up on me. Don't be angry." After reading this WeChat message, Wu Kuan's anger subsided considerably. But when Wu Kuan opened Su Yan's Moments again, it was as if he had suddenly discovered something, and his expression turned ugly again. He immediately sent Su Yan another WeChat message. Wu Kuan, Su Yan, that bottle of red wine on your table is worth at least 50,000 yuan. I just want to ask, where did you get so much money to order such an expensive wine? Su Yan, I sold a villa today and got a big commission. Shall we order a bottle of red wine to celebrate? Is that okay? Wu Kuan, can't you be a little more frugal? You're always spending money like this, I can't afford to support a spendthrift like you. Su Yan, Wu Kuan, what do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to start a fight with me? Wu Kuan, Su Yan, I just wanted to remind you that my money didn't grow on trees. If you marry me as my concubine, I will absolutely not let you spend money so extravagantly. Su Yan, Wu Kuan, I'm not spending your money right now, so what right do you have to lecture me? Wu Kuan, Su Yan, if you still want to marry into the Wu family, you must immediately listen to your husband. Su Yan, Wu Kuan, get out of here. That's all. Wu Kuan and Su Yan started hurling insults at each other on WeChat. As they were arguing, Su Yan suddenly stopped replying, as if she had lost the argument, and then went to sulk in the side. With this level of skill, you dare to argue with me, young master? I'll curse you to death. Wu Kuan sent several sarcastic messages, but Su Yan didn't reply to a single one. At that moment, Wu Kuan thought he had won the argument, and a smug expression appeared on his face. Then, in high spirits, he closed WeChat, put his phone back in his pocket, and continued to wait patiently at the entrance of Tianyu Hotel, hoping to rekindle his love for Lu Ruyan. On the other side, Zhang Yi and Su Yan had already finished dinner. At that moment, the two walked out of the restaurant hand in hand, looking just like a young couple deeply in love. Yan, where should we go to see a movie next? Zhang Yi glanced at Su Yan with a smile, his mind replaying the scene in the car where he personally inspected Su Yan's stockings. The stockings did indeed have a small tear. But that delicate lace pattern inside. The openwork fabric and hot design are great, and the fabric is flexible, comfortable, and breathable. I might consider buying a few for Lu Qin and Lu Yun tomorrow. Young Master Jiang, come with me. Su Yan suddenly gave a mysterious smile, then took Zhang Yi's hand and quickly walked towards the street next to the restaurant. Not long after, Su Yan then led Zhang Yi into a private cinema. She took out her phone, showed the QR code at the front desk, and immediately a staff member led her and Zhang Yi into a luxurious private room. So-called private cinemas are actually just small private rooms for watching movies. These private rooms can accommodate anywhere from 2 to 8 people. They feature large sofas where people can lie down and watch movies, offering a high degree of privacy, making them very popular with young couples. Snap! As soon as the door closed, Zhang Yi and Su Yan lay down on the soft sofa, and a movie started playing on the screen. As for what movie it is, Zhang Yi didn't know, nor was he interested in knowing. Anyway, as soon as the two lay down on the sofa, Zhang Yi pulled Su Yan into his arms and kissed her red lips, his hands moving all over her body. Ring ring. Just then, Su Yan's phone suddenly rang. Su Yan hurriedly pushed Zhang Yi away, her face flushed, and took out her phone. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Caller ID, Wu Kuan. This is so annoying. Su Yan muttered a curse under her breath and was about to hang up the phone when Zhang Yi stopped her. Young Master Jiang, what are you going to do? Under Su Yan's puzzled gaze, Zhang Yi pulled her up and made her kneel in front of him, then said in a commanding tone, Yan, I'm a little short-tempered. Ah? Su Yan was slightly taken aback at first, and then her pretty face turned bright red. Young Master Jiang, please don't do this. What? You don't want to listen to me anymore? No. I'm just worried, what will I do if Wu Kuan finds out? As long as you behave, I'll take care of you from now on. As soon as Zhang Yi said this, Su Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Without hesitation, she nodded and said, Okay, I'll do whatever you say. That's a good boy. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction, then said with a mischievous grin, Yan, turn on speakerphone. I want to hear what Wu Kuan has to say to you. Su Yan. Chapter 56 The Green Grassland. 9 p.m. Tianyu 6-star Hotel. The main entrance. Wu Kuan waited until the roses withered, but Lu Ruyan never came out of the hotel. So he took out his phone again, logged into his secondary WeChat account, and wanted to see if Lu Ruyan had posted any new moments. Result. Lu Ruyan did indeed post a new update. The photo shows Lu Ruyan in the presidential suite of the Tianyu Hotel, sitting on the sofa with Wang Monli, each holding a large pile of snacks. What? Lu Ruyan and Wang Monli are actually staying at the Tanyu Hotel? Then haven't I waited all this time for nothing? Wu Kuan gripped his phone angrily, looking at Lu Ruyan's latest post. He felt like he was holding back a fire, with nowhere to vent it. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Kuan could only throw the roses in his hand into the trash can not far away, then get into his BMW and prepare to leave this depressing place. However, just as Wu Kuan started the car, he suddenly thought of his girlfriend, that spendthrift woman who went out to eat Western food with her best friends, drank wine that cost 50,000 yuan a bottle, and spent money extravagantly. Thinking of Su Yan, Wu Kuan couldn't help but mutter a few curses under his breath. During the time he was with Su Yan, she would only hold his hand at most, and she wouldn't even allow him to kiss, let alone go to a hotel to check in. Su Yan's attitude was very firm. She would only be willing to give herself to Wu Kuan if he married her and they obtained a marriage certificate. Then, while enduring the tension, Wu Kuan discussed the betrothal gifts with Su Yan. Unexpectedly, he raised the bride price to 1 million yuan and promised to give Su Yan 50,000 yuan of pocket money every month after marriage, but Su Yan still thought it was too little and never accepted his marriage proposal. In a fit of anger, Wu Kuan decided to ignore Su Yan for a while. Then, Wu Kuan did not arrange for Su Yan to work in the Wu family's company, and Su Yan, as if in a fit of pique, went to work at the sales office of the Emerald Bay Villa area. According to Wu Kuan's plan, once Su Yan has experienced the harsh realities of society and understands how difficult it is to earn money, she will naturally return to his side and fawn over him. However, for the past month, Su Yan has refused to bow down to him. Instead, she has been living a more and more comfortable life. She even has the money to treat her best friend to Western food and drink red wine that costs 50,000 yuan a bottle. No. I need to have a serious talk with Su Yan. At worst, I'll just increase her dowry a little and raise her allowance a bit. In short, I'll marry her as a concubine first. Call. The thought of Su Yan's seductive face and her incredibly hot figure immediately made Wu Kuan's breathing become heavier and heavier, and a fiery glint flashed in his eyes. Damn it! Lu Ruyan, do you really think this young master can't live without you? Even without you, I still have Su Yan by my side. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll put you aside for now and deal with Su Yan first. Whoosh! Wu Kuan took out his phone and dialed Su Yan's number, while also thinking about how to negotiate with Su Yan and finalize the marriage. Ideally, the marriage should be settled tonight. In this way, he could openly spend the night at Su Yan's house and enjoy playing cards with her. GAA. Beep beep beep. What Wu Kuan found a little strange was that although the call went through, Su Yan never answered. What's going on? Was Su Yan drunk? Or was it too noisy on Su Yan's end, and she didn't hear her phone ring? Just as Wu Kuan was starting to have wild thoughts, the call was finally answered, and Su Yan's hesitant voice came from the other end. Hiss. Wu Kuan, hiss. What's wrong? Wu Kuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and almost subconsciously asked, Su Yan, what are you eating? I'm eating barbecue skewers, it's so spicy. It's almost 10 p.m., and you're still outside? Yeah, hiss. My best friend and I finished eating all these skewers. Hiss. We're going home right away. Yen, eat less spicy food, it's bad for your stomach. Got it. Hiss. By the way, I want to tell you something. Wu Kuan pondered for a moment, then said seriously, Yen, I'm going to give you a dowry of 1.5 million yuan, and after the wedding, I'll give you 70,000 yuan a month for spending money. What do you think of this price? Silence, no words. Wu Kuan did not hear Su Yan's reply. Yen, 1.5 million is already a very high price. You can ask around and see how many people in Haichang can afford such a high dowry when taking a concubine. What's more, I'll give you 70,000 yuan a month as pocket money after we get married. That's enough for you to squander, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing at all. At worst, I'll buy you another car for commuting, but let me make it clear first, the price can only be under 300,000. Wu Kuan rattled off a whole bunch of things into the phone, but Su Yan didn't respond at all. Instead, all he could hear from the other end of the line was Su Yan gasping for breath, as if she was suffering terribly from the spiciness of the grilled skewers. Su Yan, are you even listening to me? Wu Kuan, don't make a fuss, let me finish my skewers first. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuan immediately became furious. He was seriously discussing marriage with Su Yan, but Su Yan kept eating barbecue skewers and didn't pay any attention to what he was saying. Is he, as a boyfriend, really less valuable than a kebab? Su Yan. Do you still want to get married or not? Hiss. Wah? Su Yan, what are you doing? Why are you crying? Wah? I'm crying from the spiciness, ouch. Su Yan, I order you to stop eating barbecue right now, immediately, and answer my question directly. Do you still want to get married or not? Wah? I can't stop. Master. Master will be unhappy. Boom. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Wu Koan was struck dumb. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and he stood there stunned for a long time, unable to recover his senses. However, Su Yan's voice continued to come from the phone, very rhythmic, like shuffling cards, striking Wu Koan's heart hard. Master, Yan Yan was wrong, sob sob sob. When Su Yan's cries came through the phone again, even if Wu Koan were a pig, he would finally react. He was cheated on. Su Yan made him feel like he was being cheated on. Moreover, he also became part of Su Yan's play with other people. Holy crap, you idiot! Wu Koan let out a deafening roar, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his facial features became extremely ferocious in an instant. Ah! Su Yan! You shameless hussy! How dare you cheat on me? And you even dared to call me and broadcast it live? Where are you now? Who is your lover? Damn it! I'm going to kill you too, you scumbags. Chapter 57. Taking a concubine costs money. The next morning, Zhang Yi woke up in the hotel's large bed. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw a naked woman lying next to me. Su Yan. At that very moment, memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave, and Zhang Yi recalled every scene that had happened the night before. Zhang Yi originally only intended to have some fun with Su Yan. Little did anyone know that while Zhang Yi was feeding Su Yan snacks in the private cinema, Wu Koan suddenly made a phone call. Watching Su Yan stammer and fabricate lies, desperately trying to hide the truth of her infidelity, Wu Koan remained completely oblivious. Zhang Yi couldn't help but. After finishing, he hesitated only slightly before taking Su Yan back to the Tianyu Hotel. Next. Whoosh. Zhang Yi didn't bother Su Yan, but instead opened the system page to check today's daily tasks. As expected, there were no changes to today's routine tasks. Daily task: the host can earn 1 game coin by engaging in an intimate kiss with Lu Qin or Lu Yun. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Zhang Yi immediately got out of bed and picked up the various clothes he had thrown on the floor last night. After getting dressed, Zhang Yi went to wash up quickly. The commotion naturally woke up Su Yan, who was still fast asleep. Master, where are you going? Seeing that Zhang Yi had put on his coat and seemed to be preparing to leave the room, Su Yan didn't even bother to put on her clothes. She immediately jumped out of bed and ran over to hug Zhang Yi. Good boy, your master has to go out and take care of some things. You were exhausted last night, so just relax at the hotel today. Zhang Yi turned around, a beautiful smile curving his lips. Master. Su Yan hugged Zhang Yi affectionately and shook him gently, then pouted and asked cautiously, Did Yan Yan behave well last night? Not bad. Master, what is our relationship now? You've already called me master, so of course we're in a master-servant relationship. You're so annoying. Zhang Yi didn't mind taking Su Yan into his harem, since this woman never wanted to be a wife, she only wanted to be a concubine for a rich man. Besides, Su Yan's body was very clean, which made Zhang Yi very satisfied. These are not the main points. The key point is that Zhang Yi used the life and death bond card. Any woman who legally marries him will be 100% loyal to him, and will even commit suicide for him. In other words, Zhang Yi doesn't have to worry about being betrayed by his wives or concubines. Even if the other woman is promiscuous, as long as she marries Zhang Yi, she can become a chaste and virtuous woman after marriage. Alright, I do have important things to do today, let's do it tomorrow. How about I take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate tomorrow? As soon as Zhang Yi said this, Su Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Would. Master, I love you to death. Su Yan tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Zhang Yi's neck, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. He. Then he took out his phone and transferred 5 million yuan directly to her WeChat account. This is your betrothal money. From now on, as long as you. As soon as Zhang Yi said this, Su Yan immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the face several times. It has to be said that Su Yan knows how to make men happy. She can call you every nickname Zhang Yi likes. Zhang Yi has no reason not to like a woman who can provide such emotional value. Soon, Zhang Yi then left the room. Su Yan lay back down on the bed, tossing and turning excitedly, unable to fall asleep. After thinking for a moment, she immediately picked up her phone and pressed the power button. Beep beep beep. To my surprise, as soon as I turned on my phone, I received a series of message notifications. From last night to this morning, Wu Kuan made more than 100 phone calls to her and sent more than 200 WeChat messages. Ring ring. Just as Su Yan was about to open WeChat, her phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Wu Kuan. Upon seeing Wu Kuan's name, Su Yan's hand trembled almost instinctively, and a guilty expression appeared on her face. But after a brief moment of shock, Su Yan suddenly remembered Jiang Ye's promise that he would take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate the next day. In an instant, Su Yan was filled with confidence. Hello? Su Yan answered the call, but after only uttering one word, Wu Kuan's hoarse roar came from the other end. Su Yan! Where did you go last night? You slut! You bitch! Why did you turn off your phone? I'm asking you, did you go to a hotel with someone last night? You shameless slut! How dare you cheat on me? Believe me or not, I'll kill you. Hearing Wu Kuan's angry roar, Su Yan simply moved her phone further away, afraid of deafening herself. I waited for about 10 minutes. Wu Kuan seemed to have calmed down a bit, so Su Yan put the phone back to her ear and said indifferently, Wu Kuan, let's break up. Holy crap! Su Yan, you slut! You bitch! You slut! I haven't even broken up with you yet, and you're already breaking up with me first? Wu Kuan, whose emotions had just stabilized somewhat, was like a powder keg that had been ignited, and he instantly began to fly into a rage again. Su Yan could only move her phone further away again. After Wu Kuan had been cursing for 10 minutes straight and was getting a little tired, she finally put the phone back to her ear. Are you done cursing? After you've finished cursing, let me explain things to you properly. Su Yan's tone was very calm. Before Wu Kuan on the other end of the phone could speak, she immediately said, Wu Kuan, although your family has some money, you are too stingy and miserly. I've been talking to you for over a year. You do the math yourself. How much money have you spent on me in total? When we go out to eat, do we always split the bill? And what gifts have you ever given me for holidays? Please. You're taking a concubine, not marrying a wife. Tell me, which concubine isn't after money? These days, have you ever seen a concubine who's after love? You want to take a concubine, but you're unwilling to spend the money? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Su Yan's blunt words immediately silenced Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan stammered a few times, then replied unwillingly, didn't I say I could give you a dowry of 1.5 million yuan, and an extra 70,000 yuan a month for spending money after the marriage? Isn't that money? Sorry, it's too late. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle and said, Wu Kuan, I've already received a dowry of 5 million yuan, and I'll be going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with my husband to get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Don't bother me anymore. Let's part ways amicably. Chapter 58 Your Majesty, I also wish to serve you in bed. Tianyu Hotel. After leaving Su Yan's room, Jiang Yi immediately headed for the elevator. Because the presidential suite is located on the top floor of the hotel, while the room Jiang Yi and Su Yan stayed in last night was a couple's room on the middle floor of the hotel, the kind of themed room with lots of small toys. So, Jiang Yi reached out and pressed the up button, then waited quietly at the elevator door. Bite. Soon an elevator came up from the bottom and arrived at the floor where Jiang Yi was. After the elevator doors opened automatically, Jiang Yi walked in with his head down, completely unaware that a woman wearing yoga pants was standing inside. Hey! Chairman, good morning. It wasn't until the woman took the initiative to greet him that Jiang Yi realized that the beautiful woman in front of him, wearing a tank top and yoga pants with a curvaceous figure, was actually Lu Ruyan's best friend Wang Monli. Did you go for a morning workout? Jiang Yi glanced at Wang Monli and had to admit that although this woman's looks were not as good as Lu Ruyan's, her figure was absolutely stunning. A model's height of 1.75 meters. Big breasts, small waist, wide hips, long legs. Because she was wearing gray yoga pants, the full curves of her peach-shaped buttocks were perfectly outlined, exuding a strong sense of allure. Simply put, it's another beaker. Yes, I have a habit of exercising in the morning. Wang Monli nodded, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Yi before she asked curiously, Chairman, did you really go on a date with Su Yan last night? Jiang Yi nodded frankly, not intending to hide anything, since he had already promised Su Yan that he would take her to get their marriage certificate tomorrow. Since he was planning to take Su Yan as a concubine, there was no point in hiding it. I don't believe it. Wang Monli rolled her eyes and said with disbelief, Su Yan is Wu Kuan's girlfriend. I heard they've been talking about marriage lately. How could she do something so irrational at this time? What's wrong with Wu Kuan's girlfriend this time? Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and said, as soon as I asked, she immediately came to the hotel with me and then served me diligently all night. Ah? Wang Monli froze on the spot, asking with a suspicious look, really? You're not just bragging, are you? If you don't believe me, go knock on the door of room 1314 and see if Su Yan is sleeping in there. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, a complex expression flashed across Wang Monli's face. She opened her mouth and called out in a resentful tone, Chairman. What's wrong? Jiang Yi's eyelids twitched slightly, sensing that something ominous was about to happen. Just as expected. Wang Monli suddenly moved her feet and came to Jiang Yi's side. Then, she pretended to fall and threw herself into Jiang Yi's arms. Chairman, I've sprained my ankle. Holy crap? Chairman, I can't walk anymore. Can you carry me back to my room? Holy crap. Your Majesty, I also wish to serve you in bed. Holy crap. Just as Jiang Yi and Wang Monli were arguing, the elevator arrived at the top floor and opened automatically with a ding. But standing outside the door was a cool and beautiful woman. The woman was about to enter the elevator, but when she saw Jiang Yi and Wang Monli embracing inside, she immediately froze on the spot. Jiang Yi? Wang Monli? You. As soon as the woman called out Jiang Yi and Wang Monli's names, Jiang Yi and Wang Monli, who were pulling and tugging at each other, were startled and turned to look at the woman. Lu Ruyan? What are you doing here? Jiang Yi's face instantly turned cold, and Wang Monli was so frightened that she immediately let go of Jiang Yi and then took 2 steps back guiltily, widening the distance between herself and Jiang Yi. That's right. The woman standing at the elevator entrance was none other than Jiang Yi's ex-girlfriend and now his stepdaughter Lu Ruyan. Jiang Yi, what are you and Lily doing? After a brief moment of shock, Lu Ruyan reacted as if she had just discovered her husband's affair with his mistress. An angry expression immediately appeared on her face, and a chilling aura emanated from her body. Ruyan, don't misunderstand, Jiang Yi and I are actually nothing. Before Jiang Yi could speak, Wang Monli turned pale with fright and hurriedly began to explain to Lu Ruyan. But before Wang Monli could finish speaking, Jiang Yi suddenly pulled her close and hugged her tightly. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yi raised his head, looked directly at Lu Ruyan, and said slowly, as you can see, Lily and I were having an affair just now. Jiang Yi, you. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, her face paled, and her breathing became heavy. Her ample bosom rose and fell rapidly. Clearly, she had not expected Jiang Yi to give her such an answer. However, Jiang Yi completely disregarded Lu Ruyan's feelings, putting one arm around the stunned Wang Monli while pointing and gesturing at her with the other. Look at Lily. These breasts, this waist, these hips, these legs, in every way are they better than yours? How could I not like a woman with such a great figure? Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Wang Monli couldn't help but blush. While she was secretly pleased, a faint sense of resentment also welled up inside her. It was obvious that Jiang Yi was deliberately trying to provoke Lu Ruyan. Wang Monli was merely a shield pushed out by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, you're the one who got married to my mother, how could you seduce other women? Besides, Lily is my best friend. You mustn't harm her. Lu Ruyan strode into the elevator and reached out to pull Wang Monli, seemingly trying to pull her out of Jiang Yi's arms. However, Jiang Yi raised his hand to block Lu Ruyan, and then said with a serious expression, Lu Ruyan, your mother is just my concubine, not my wife. She has no right to interfere with me. Even if I were to take Lily as my concubine right now, your mother would have no right to refuse, and you, as her stepdaughter, would have even less right to speak. Oh, right. After Lily and I get our marriage certificate, you'll have to start calling her stepmother or auntie. Lu Ruyan, I'm just asking you, aren't you surprised? Aren't you taken aback? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan froze on the spot. She initially thought Jiang Yi was only pretending to be very close to Wang Monli to spite her. However, Jiang Yi suddenly turned his head and said to Wang Monli with a serious expression, "Lily, didn't you want to serve me in bed? Tomorrow I'll take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so you'd better seize it." Lu Ruyan. Wang Monli. Chapter 59. Jiang Yi is angry. Lu Ruyan stormed off in a huff. Although Wang Monli was a little reluctant to leave Jiang Yi, she still hurriedly followed in Lu Ruyan's footsteps. Let's look at Jiang Yi again. This guy actually strode back to the presidential suite with an air of indifference, cursing and swearing all the way. Damn it! How dare a daughter interfere in her father's affairs? This is utterly upside down. After entering the house, Jiang Yi first poured himself a glass of water and scanned the living room, but did not see Lu Qin and Lu Yun. He took 2 sips of water, then walked straight over and pushed open the bedroom door. The next second, the scene in the room came into his view. The morning sunlight streamed into the spacious presidential bedroom through the bay window draped with sheer curtains. On the luxurious 3-meter-wide bed, 2 mature and voluptuous women lay on their sides, both breathing evenly, looking like they were sleeping soundly, sweetly, and deeply. A thin pink blanket was casually draped over the 2 of them, clearly outlining their large S-shaped body curves. Starting from the shoulders, the S-shaped curve suddenly shrinks by more than half when it reaches the waist. As you move down to the hips, the curve suddenly becomes more than twice as exaggerated. As the 2 women slept, their chests rose and fell slightly, and the blanket covering them also rose and fell gently. Whoosh! A hint of mockery flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. He silently approached the bedside and then yanked the blanket off. In an instant, 2 sexy women, dressed only in slip dresses, revealing both what should and shouldn't be revealed, immediately caught Jiang Yi's eye. Slap! Slap! Jiang Yi didn't care which one was the older sister and which one was the younger sister, nor did he care which one was wearing red lace and which one was wearing purple lace. He slapped them both on their plump buttocks. Ah! Ah! 2 exclamations rang out one after the other. Lu Qin and Lu Yun, who were still asleep, jumped out of bed almost simultaneously and looked at Jiang Yi standing by the bed with surprise and fear. Husband? Husband! When they realized that the person who had attacked them was none other than Jiang Yi, the 2 sisters made the exact same move at the same time. Both women patted their chests, their faces showing a mixture of fear and relief. However, just as Lu Qin and Lu Yun were relaxing, Jiang Yi turned around, walked to the bay window, and plopped down on the windowsill. Lu Qin, come here. Kneel down. As Jiang Yi spoke those words in a stern tone, Lu Qin, who was still patting her chest and slightly panting, froze on the spot. Honey, what's wrong? Upon hearing Lu Qin's words, Jiang Yi's expression turned even colder, and his tone became even more stern. Don't make me say it a second time, come here right now and kneel down. Oh. Lu Qin didn't know why Jiang Yi was angry, but she still obediently got out of bed and quickly knelt down in front of Jiang Yi. Quiet. The room was completely silent. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Sitting on the bed, Lu Yun kept her eyes on Jiang Yi and Lu Qin's every move. Although she was very worried about her sister, she dared not say a word. Lu Qin, do you know why I'm punishing you by making you kneel? Jiang Yi stared down at Lu Qin with a very calm expression and unfathomable eyes, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Honey, I was wrong. Lu Qin's body suddenly trembled, and the strap on her left shoulder slipped down without warning, instantly revealing a large expanse of her voluptuous breasts and a deep cleavage. Don't give me that. Get dressed right now. Jiang Yi's eyes widened, and he subconsciously swallowed, his carefully maintained dignified image instantly crumbling. Lu Qin couldn't help but chuckle softly, her body trembling again. The strap that had been hanging on her right shoulder slipped off at that moment. Jiang Yi instantly lost his temper. He covered his forehead, laughing and crying at the same time, and said, "Why did you tie up Lu Yun the night before last and then throw her on my bed?" Husband. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Qin reached out and grabbed Jiang Yi's trouser leg, then looked at him with a resentful gaze and said, "Xia Yun is gentle, virtuous, beautiful, has a good figure, and knows how to take care of men. Don't you like her? I'm giving you a chance to tell me the truth." Jiang Yi's face hardened, and he resumed his previous serious demeanor, staring intently at Lu Qin, making her feel uneasy. "Husband, I'm sorry." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Qin's face. She bit her lip, then sighed softly and said, "I shouldn't have thrown Xia Yun onto your bed without your permission. But I only have one younger sister. She's 38 years old this year. Not only was she abandoned by her husband and became a middle-aged divorced woman, but she's also been a housewife for so many years, and besides washing clothes and cooking, she doesn't know how to do anything else. It's fair to say she's long out of touch with society. I'm really worried. Can she survive on her own? What if she gets bullied by bad people someday? She is my own sister, with whom I share blood. How could I bear to watch her continue to suffer? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's eyelids twitched slightly, and a look of bewilderment and amusement appeared on his face once again. But his tone grew even harsher. So you took it upon yourself to throw Lu Yun onto my bed, making me make a mistake, forcing me to take her as a concubine? To give her someone to rely on? Husband, I'm sorry. Lu Qin lowered her head slightly, not daring to look Jiang Yi in the eye, and her body was trembling, like a little girl who had done something wrong and was waiting to be punished by her father. Call. Jiang Yi suddenly let out a long breath, looked at Lu Qin with a complicated expression, and said, Lu Qin, I can forgive you this time. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. However, Jiang Yi's next words sent a chill down her spine, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. But if there's a next time, I'll divorce you immediately. No matter who pleads for you, it's useless. Did you hear me clearly? As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Since Jiang Yi has decided to establish a harem, he must set forth family rules. If every concubine were like Lu Qin, taking advantage of Jiang Yi's favor to send people into Jiang Yi's harem on her own initiative, where would Jiang Yi's authority as the head of the family be? Wouldn't this family fall into chaos? Honey, I was wrong. I promise I'll never do it again. Knowing she was in the wrong, Lu Qin quickly apologized to Jiang Yi again, patting her chest and promising that she would never make the same mistake again. But Jiang Yi had no intention of letting her off easily. You may be spared the death penalty, but you cannot escape punishment. As Jiang Yi spoke, he took off his clothes and looked at Lu Qin with a half smile, saying, I'm very angry right now. If you don't behave well, I will punish you severely. Ah. Lu Qin was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and a blush immediately appeared on her pretty face. She quickly turned around, glanced at Lu Yun who was sitting on the bed in a daze, and then said to Jiang Yi anxiously and shyly, Husband, don't do this, Xiao Yun is still here. Who knew? Jiang Yi completely ignored Lu Qin, and instead beckoned to Lu Yun on the bed, saying, Lu Yun, come here too. Since your sister made a mistake, you, as her younger sister, must also accept the punishment along with her. Lu Qin. Lu Yun. Chapter 60 Mission Refresh Card. Both Lu Qin and Lu Yun were filial women. They not only took good care of their grandmother, making her plump and healthy, but they also treated Jiang Yi like their precious darling, cherishing her as if she were fragile and delicate. Besides, the two sisters are exceptionally talented, both being one in a million stunning beauties. With just a little guidance, they will surely make great progress in the future. So, Jiang Yi decided to give them a chance. Seeing how well-behaved the two sisters were, Jiang Yi generously took out 2 lychees from the fruit plate and gave one to each of Lu Qin and Lu Yun. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your daily task and having an intimate moment with either Lu Qin or Lu Yun. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 1 game coin. Hearing the system notification in his ear and watching Lu Qin and Lu Yun eating lychees, Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown and let out a soft breath. Why is only 1 game coin awarded? Shouldn't there be 2? Brother Tong, you're being way too stingy. While Lu Qin and Lu Yun were eating fruit, Jiang Yi opened the system's main page and promptly started the lottery. Buzz buzz buzz. Under Jiang Yi's tense yet expectant gaze, the card pool immediately began to shake, and countless cards flew around rapidly. Not long after, a glittering card suddenly jumped out of the card pool and floated in front of Jiang Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a mission refresh card. Ding! The card has been automatically added to your system inventory. Please check it. Task refresh card. Using this card refreshes the host's challenge tasks, resetting the task content. Holy crap! Challenge missions can be refreshed using cards? Want to give it a try? Jiang Yi squinted and opened the task panel, whereupon a 3D virtual projection appeared before his eyes. Task panel. Daily tasks, none at the moment. 2. Bounty missions, none at the moment. 3. Challenge mission. If the host marries 100 wives and concubines, she will receive 10,000 game coins. Note, daily tasks refresh at 6 a.m. every day, while bounty and challenge tasks refresh randomly and have no time limit. Since obtaining the system, Jiang Yi has completed daily tasks and bounty missions, but this last challenge mission is the one he both loves and hates. This is too difficult. Putting aside the time and money it would take to marry 100 wives, Jiang Yi probably wouldn't even be able to remember all their names if he actually married that many wives. Most importantly, Jiang Yi has one strict requirement for women, which is capital must reach level D or above. Jiang Yi has absolutely no interest in women who fall below this standard. But marrying 100 wives of D rank or higher undoubtedly adds considerable difficulty to the mission. Therefore, Jiang Yi has always treated the challenge mission as a mere formality and has never even considered completing it. But the task refresh card that Jiang Yi drew today caught his eye, and a sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. I'm not going to say anything more. We have to refresh this damn challenge right now. I want to see what other crazy challenges the system can come up with. System, I want to use the mission refresh card. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, the task refresh card that was lying in the system inventory immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The next second, Jiang Yi heard the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully used a mission refresh card. Ding! The challenge has been refreshed. Please check the details yourself. Task panel. Daily tasks, none at the moment. 2. Bounty missions, none at the moment. 3. A challenge mission, the host can earn 5 game coins by marrying 5 wives or concubines. Note, daily tasks refresh at 6 a.m. every day, while bounty and challenge tasks refresh randomly and have no time limit. Morning. Jiang Yi made a phone call to his secretary, Li Wanqing. She immediately sent people to deliver all the latest seasonal gowns to the presidential suite for Lu Qin and Lu Yun to choose from. The two sisters carefully selected a new Chinese-style cheongsam dress for each of them. Lu Qin chose a pure white cheongsam dress, while Lu Yun chose a light green cheongsam dress. When the two sisters changed into their dresses and stood together, they looked just like the white snake in Shaoqing from the movie. As for Jiang Yi, although he looks good in anything, he can't dress too shabbily since he's going to visit the Xiao family today. An Armani suit instantly elevates Jiang Yi's aura. The two sisters, Lu Qin and Lu Yun, were instantly captivated by Jiang Yi after seeing him in formal attire. Their eyes glazed over, and their pupils were filled with shimmering tears. How can Jiang Yi be so handsome? If she went out like that, I wonder how many young women, young wives, young sisters-in-law, young aunts, and young widows would swoon over her. If I could have a baby with him, whether it's a boy or a girl, they would definitely grow up to be 1 in a million handsome men and beautiful women. I love it. If it were Lu Qin or Lu Yun from before, seeing the handsome Jiang Yi, they would definitely feel somewhat inferior. But under the nourishment of Jiang Yi's essence of life, both Lu Qin and Lu Yun were rejuvenated, transforming from middle-aged women around 40 years old into mature women around 27 years old. A woman's figure and appearance are her greatest source of confidence. So, at this moment, Lu Qin and Lu Yun not only stood confidently beside Jiang Yi, but also had the idea of having his baby. Jiang Yi has such excellent genes, it would be such a waste not to use them to have babies. Afternoon. Li Wanqing sent someone to invite several makeup artists. Lu Qin and Lu Yun sat in front of the makeup mirror, chatting away while the makeup artist applied their makeup. As for Jiang Yi, he was lounging lazily on the sofa, holding a phone, his fingers flying across the screen, seemingly chatting with someone on WeChat. Chat page 1. Jiang Yi, honey, remember to wear a white shirt tomorrow. We need to take pictures when we get our marriage certificate. Su Yan, got it. Emoji, kiss. Jiang Yi, remember to bring your ID card. Su Yan, Chat page 2. Jiang Yi, honey, remember to wear a white shirt tomorrow. We need to take pictures when we get our marriage certificate. Wang Manli, Jiang Yi, are you sure you're not joking with me? You really want to marry me? Jiang Yi, WeChat transfer 5 million.00, note, dowry money. Wang Manli, payment received. Jiang Yi, tomorrow, you and Su Yan will meet me at the entrance of the Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau. Remember to bring your ID cards. Wang Manli, Wang Manli, emoji, kiss. Chat page 3. Jiang Yi, honey, remember to wear a white shirt tomorrow. We need to take photos when we get our marriage certificate. Li Wanqing? Jiang Yi, sorry, wrong message. Emoji, awkward. Li Wanqing, chairman, are you going to take another concubine? Jiang Yi, Li Wanqing, Chairman, I'm a virgin, and you've touched me all over. Aren't you going to take responsibility for me? Emoji, wailing loudly. Jiang Yi, emoji, sweating. Jiang Yi, WeChat transfer 5 million.00, note, dowry money. Jiang Yi, remember to wear a white shirt tomorrow, bring your ID card, and wait for me at the entrance of the Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Wanqing, payment received. Li Wanqing, honey, I love you, moi. Chapter 61. A visit. 5 p.m. As soon as Jiang Yi arrived at the lobby of Tianyu Hotel with the twin sisters Lu Qin and Lu Yun, they immediately attracted the attention of countless passers-by. No way! Jiang Yi is so handsome. After careful dressing up, Lu Qin and Lu Yun also transformed into stunning goddesses. Coupled with their F-cup and E-cup figures, it was hard not to attract attention. Wow! The chairman is so handsome. I know that President Lu is Chairman Zhang's wife, but is the other woman beside President Lu also Chairman Zhang's wife? Both of the chairman's wives are so beautiful. If I could marry the chairman, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Such beautiful sisters, they're absolutely gorgeous. Chairman Jiang is truly blessed with good fortune. These days, the rich end up together, while the poor just watch. Amidst envious and jealous stares, Jiang Yi led the Lu sisters into a stretched Rolls-Royce. This car was sent by Xiao Lengyu to pick up Jiang Yi and take him to the Xiao family as a guest. In addition to the extended Rolls-Royce, there were 4 Mercedes-Benz S600s filled with bodyguards, escorting Jiang Yi and his entourage. About 20 minutes later, the convoy drove into the Emerald Bay Villa area and arrived at the gate of the Xiao family villa. Xiao Lengyu and Lin Chanshan were already waiting at the door. As soon as they saw Jiang Yi get out of the car, they quickly came to greet him. Little brother, you look so handsome today. Today, Xiao Lengyu wore a black evening gown that perfectly showcased her stunning figure. Her long hair was styled in a bun, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face. Paired with a set of luxurious jewelry, she exuded the noble air of a wealthy young lady. Sis, you look beautiful today too. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a beautiful smile, and without waiting for Xiao Lengyu's consent, he opened his arms and gave her a big hug. Well. Caught off guard, Xiao Lengyu froze on the spot. Who knew? Jiang Yi, however, went even further. With lightning speed, he patted Xiao Lengyu's buttocks and then decisively released her. You. Once she realized what was happening, Xiao Lengyu glared at Jiang Yi with a mixture of shame and anger. A faint blush even appeared on her perpetually icy face. Sister, let me introduce you. This is my first wife, Lu Qin. This is my second concubine, Lu Yun. Just then, Lu Qin and Lu Yun also emerged from the car, and Jiang Yi immediately began introducing them to each other. Qin, Yun, this is my sworn sister, Xiao Lengyu. After hearing Jiang Yi's introduction, Lu Qin and Lu Yun immediately smiled and shook hands with Xiao Lengyu to greet her. Hello, sister. Hello, my 2 younger siblings. Out of consideration for her pride, Xiao Lengyu couldn't vent her anger on Jiang Yi on the spot, so she could only force a smile and shake hands with Lu Qin and Lu Yun. But after greeting him, Xiao Lengyu glared at Jiang Yi fiercely, as if warning him not to take advantage of her as his older sister in the future. Who knew? Jiang Yi not only ignored Xiao Lengyu's warning look, but even brought his palm to his nose and took a light sniff. Then, he showed a look of intoxication. Whoosh! Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Lengyu almost stumbled and fell to the ground, her pretty face instantly flushing with 2 alluring blushes. That's terrible. This younger brother is so naughty. How dare he openly take advantage of his older sister in front of his 2 wives? He even sniffed his own hand? And he even made such a lewd expression? He's such a shameless pervert. Call. Xiao Lengyu took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and then, as if nothing had happened, led Jiang Yi and the Lu sisters into the villa. Grandpa Xiao and his parents were sitting on the sofa in the living room. As soon as they saw Xiao Lengyu lead Jiang Yi into the house, they all stood up and greeted Jiang Yi with smiles. Oh no, you're here? Oh no, come sit here with Grandpa. Oh no, are these 2 young ladies your concubines? They're really beautiful. And Wu, quickly serve tea to the young master and young mistress. Jiang Yi was pulled to sit down next to Grandpa Xiao, while Lu Qin and Lu Yun were pulled to sit down on the other sofa by Xiao Lengyu's mother, Song Shanglun. Xiao Lengyu thought for a moment, then walked over and sat down next to Jiang Yi. Only Xiao Lengyu's father, Xiao Zhang, sat alone on the sofa to the left of the old master Xiao. Oh no, I won't beat around the bush. Since you and Yor have become sworn siblings, then I'll accept you as my godson. From this day forward, you will be the young master of the third generation of the Xiao family, and the entire Xiao family will be your strongest support." Upon hearing old Master Zhao's words, Xiao Zhang, Song Shanglan, and Xiao Lengyu showed no unusual expression. Jiang Yi was only slightly surprised, but his expression quickly returned to calm. On the contrary, Lu Qin and Lu Yun seemed to be startled by old Master Zhao's words, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The Xiao family is the most powerful and wealthy family in Haicheng. The current head of the family, Xiao Zhang, is also the richest man on Haicheng's wealth list. Old Master Xiao is also the former city lord of Haicheng. If Jiang Yi really becomes the young master of the Xiao family, wouldn't his status and position soar to the sky, instantly placing him at the very top of Haicheng's elite circles? Grandfather. Godfather. Godmother. To Lu Qin and Lu Yun's amusement and exasperation, Jiang Yi didn't even bother to pretend. He immediately changed his address, calling Xiao Weigua grandpa, then Xiao Zhang godfather, and Song Shanglan godmother. His abacus beads are practically bouncing off someone's face. Ha 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 ha. I never imagined that I, an old man, would receive such an outstanding godson when I'm practically in my grave. Excellent, excellent. Grandpa Xiao seemed very satisfied with Jiang Yi. The moment he heard Jiang Yi call him grandpa, he immediately burst into laughter. Xiao Zhang and Song Shanglan also laughed, seemingly quite satisfied with Jiang Yi. Only Xiao Lengyu sat silently to the side, a strange expression flashing across her face, and her gaze towards Jiang Yi was also somewhat complicated. Someone come here. Bring up all the gifts I prepared. Old Master Xiao beckoned to the butler, and the next second, several maids from the Xiao family came quickly into the living room carrying trays. Oh no, since you've called me grandpa, I, as your grandpa, naturally can't be stingy. These are some gifts that your grandfather, godfather, and godmother prepared for you. Take a look and see if you like it. As old Master Xiao waved his hand again, the maids lifted the red cloth covering the tray. Grandpa, godfather, godmother, you're too kind. How could I possibly accept your gifts? Although Jiang Yi was saying some polite words, his eyes couldn't help but look at the things on the tray. On the first tray, there appeared to be a transfer agreement. On the second tray was a stack of property ownership certificates. The third tray contained the keys to more than a dozen luxury cars. The fourth tray contained 2 sets of expensive jewelry. The fifth tray contained a men's watch that was quite valuable. On the sixth tray were 3 black cards. But Jiang Yi glanced at it only once before immediately changing his tune, saying, "Since this is a token of my grandfather's, godfather's, and godmother's kindness, I, as a junior, certainly cannot refuse. Well, I'll shamelessly accept these gifts. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Godfather. Thank you, Godmother. Lu Qin. Lu Yun. Grandpa Xiao, ahahaha." Chapter 62 The Uninvited Guest. The Xiao family truly deserves to be called the most prestigious family in Haicheng. The gifts that Grandpa Xiao and his parents gave to Jiang Yi were absolutely extravagant. First, Mr. Xiao transferred 10% of the shares of the Xiao Group to Jiang Yi free of charge. It's important to know that the Xiao Group's market value is definitely over 100 billion, so 10% of the shares is equivalent to 10 billion. Moreover, with these shares, Jiang Yi can enter the management team of the Xiao Group. This 10% stake is certainly valuable. Secondly, Xiao Zhang gifted Jiang Yi an entire building, located next to the Emerald Bay Villa area, Emerald 1, which has a total of 120 apartments, each worth a fortune. Then, Song Shanglan gave Jiang Yi more than a dozen luxury cars and 3 black cards. Each luxury car was worth more than 10 million yuan, and each black card contained 100 million yuan of Chinese currency. Finally, Song Shanglan also gave Lu Qin and Lu Yun 2 sets of jewelry, each set worth more than 50 million. In addition, Xiao Zhang also gifted Jiang Yi a Patek Philippe commemorative edition watch from his collection, which was worth a staggering 120 million. Call. After figuring out the value of the gifts, Jiang Yi suddenly had a strange expression on his face. Logically speaking, he only saved old Master Zhao's life, and even if the Xiao family wanted to express their gratitude, they shouldn't have given so many expensive gifts. Especially the 10% stake in the Xiao Group, which is the foundation of the Xiao family. How could it be given away so easily? Something's not right. Something feels off. Jiang Yi couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. But Jiang Yi quickly realized the reason for this strange feeling. After dinner began, Grandpa Xiao, Xiao Zhang, and Song Shanglan all enjoyed the meal very much. Jiang Yi, Lu Qin, and Lu Yun also enjoyed the meal. Xiao Lengyu sat absent-mindedly to the side, her eyes occasionally glancing at Jiang Yi, her expression somewhat strange. The atmosphere at the scene was originally warm and cozy. But just then, the butler suddenly rushed into the restaurant and whispered something in Xiao Zhang's ear. The next second, Xiao Zhang's expression turned rather ugly. Get him out. The Xiao family is not receiving guests tonight. Before the butler could carry out the order after Xiao Zhang said this, a loud voice suddenly drifted into the restaurant. Mr. Xiao, is this how your Xiao family treats its guests? Are you in such a hurry to kick the guests out before they've even entered the room? No sooner had he finished speaking than a middle-aged man in a suit and tie barged in unnoticed, appearing directly at the restaurant entrance. Quiet. The once bustling restaurant suddenly fell silent. Everyone, including Jiang Yi, turned to look at this uninvited guest. The other person looked to be around 30 years old, with a buzz cut, round face, mustache, slightly overweight, and a bit of a beer belly. But his narrow, small eyes gave him a gloomy look, much like those of villains in movies. Simply put, this guy doesn't look like a good person. Bang! To Jiang Yi's great surprise, Xiao Zhang suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up, then pointed at the man's nose and cursed, Zhao Dezhu. Who gave you the audacity to trespass on our Xiao family's property? Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. Zhao Dezhu glanced at everyone in the restaurant with disdain before his gaze returned to Xiao Zhang. I'm just here to deliver a letter. I'll leave after I've done it. After saying this, Zhao Dezhu coughed twice and then said, Our young master said that in 3 days, he will personally bring betrothal gifts to marry Xiao Lengyu, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. I advise you to be smart and obediently clean up Miss Xiao and marry her as our young master's 13th concubine. If you don't know what's good for you and insist on opposing the Zhao family, then I think your Xiao family has no reason to exist. Threaten. A blatant threat. Upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, the expressions of old master Xiao, Xiao Zhang, Song Shanglan, and Xiao Lengyu all turned ugly. Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown. He had never seen such an arrogant person before, but he had seen one today. Sis, what's going on? Jiang Yi shifted his gaze from Zhao Dezhu and turned to Xiao Lengyu, who was sitting opposite him. Who knew? Xiao Lengyu suddenly bit her lip, then said in a pleading tone, Little brother, could you help me beat him up? Ah. Jiang Yi was taken aback for a moment, then said, I'm the kind of person who doesn't know my own strength. What if I kill him? It would be best if they were killed. Xiao Lengyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said urgently, Little brother, quickly help me beat him up. Even if you can't kill him, you have to cripple him. All right. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, then turned his head and looked at Zhao Dezhu with a malicious gaze. In fact, when Zhao Dezhu broke into the Xiao family, Jiang Yi clearly sensed that this person was exuding a powerful martial arts aura. Zhao Dezhu was a Xian-level martial artist. But although his aura was strong, it was not as strong as Jiang Yi's. Jiang Yi was naturally confident in dealing with Zhao Dezhu. Mr. Xiao, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to oppose the Zhao family? Zhao Dezhu's face instantly turned cold. He trembled as if he wanted to say something. But Jiang Yi made his move without any warning. So noisy. With a cold snort, Jiang Yi immediately raised one hand and unleashed a powerful Tathagata palm strike at Zhao Dezhu. Boom! Suddenly, a golden handprint shot out from Jiang Yi's palm and slammed into Zhao Dezhu with lightning speed. You! Caught off guard, Zhao Dezhu could only cross his arms to protect his chest, but Jiang Yi immediately jumped up, braced himself on the dining table with one hand, and kicked Zhao Dezhu hard with his right leg in mid-air. Boom! The next second, a green footprint shot out and slammed into Zhao Dezhu at an even faster speed. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the golden handprint and the green footprint struck Zhao Dezhu almost simultaneously. The palm print landed on Zhao Dezhu's crossed arms, while the footprint landed on his lower abdomen, specifically the dantian area. Put! Zhao Dezhu, struck hard, was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Clang! With a loud crash, Zhao Dezhu slammed onto the coffee table in the living room, shattering it into pieces. He lay motionless on the floor like a dead dog. Quiet. The scene was completely silent. Neither Xiao Lengyu, nor Old Master Xiao, nor Xiao Zhang and Song Shanglan seemed to have anticipated that Zhao Dezhu would be defeated by Jiang Yi in one move. Jiang Yi himself hadn't expected this. The Tathagata palm and heavenly crippled kick he unleashed with all his might were so powerful that they crippled a Xian-level martial artist in just one exchange. The products from this system are indeed all top-notch. After a brief moment of stunned silence, everyone in the Xiao family broke into a look of ecstatic joy, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Zhang Yi. Well done. Little brother, that kick was so cool. Oh no, well done. Damn it. I've wanted to beat up that Zhao Deju for ages. That felt so good. Chapter 63 Flying Willow and Light Smoke Technique. Night. The Xiao family villa. Song Shanglan, Lu Qin, Lu Yun, and Xiao Lingyu are playing mahjong. Xiao Zhang had some things to take care of, so he left the villa in a hurry after dinner. As for Zhang Yi, old Master Xiao could tell that he had a lot of questions, so he took him to his study and said he wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with him alone. Grandpa, aren't you going to give me an explanation for what happened today? Zhang Yi disliked beating around the bush, and as soon as he entered the study, he couldn't wait to ask questions. Oh no, sit down first and try the tea that Grandpa made. With practiced ease, Grandpa Xiao brewed 2 cups of tea and pushed one of them towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and then stared intently at old Master Xiao, seemingly anticipating what he would say next. Xiao Yi, do you know why our Xiao family has become the #1 wealthy family in Haicheng? Grandpa Xiao took a sip of tea and looked at Zhang Yi with a smile, his expression exceptionally kind, as if he were looking at his own grandson. Because they're rich. Zhang Yi gave his answer without hesitation, and Grandpa Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a moment, old Master Xiao stroked his white beard, nodded, and said, having money is only one reason. More importantly, our Xiao family is the #1 ancient martial arts family in Haicheng. The #1 ancient martial arts family in Haicheng? Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then looked at old Master Xiao again with a suspicious gaze, his face showing disbelief. The night before last, when Zhang Yi was treating old Master Xiao, all the direct and collateral relatives of the Xiao family gathered in this villa. Zhang Yi secretly investigated everyone and found that they were indeed all ancient martial artists, but their strength was all at the yellow level. The only Shen level martial artist was actually Xiao Lingyu's personal bodyguard, Lin Shanshan. That's it? The #1 ancient martial arts family in Haicheng? Who would believe that if I told them? Seemingly sensing Zhang Yi's disbelief, old Master Xiao couldn't help but cough awkwardly before slowly explaining, 100 years ago, our Xiao family was indeed the #1 ancient martial arts family in Haicheng. Back then, our Xiao family was thriving, with many geniuses emerging from the clan. Most of the Xiao family members were Xian-level martial artists, and there were even some geniuses who were D-level martial artists. Our Xiao family patriarch's strength has reached the peak of the heaven level, and he also possesses 2 ancient martial arts techniques, making him famous throughout the martial arts world. At this point, Grandpa Xiao picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, and a proud expression appeared on his face. However, the next second, it seemed that old Master Xiao recalled some unbearable past events, the light in his eyes dimmed, and a look of regret appeared on his face. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Perhaps it's because our family is too powerful, or perhaps we've offended some influential figure, that has led to our Xiao family being besieged by various martial arts sects. It was precisely because of that calamity that our Xiao family rapidly declined, and even one of the 2 great secret techniques left by our ancestors was stolen by others. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, Grandpa, what are the 2 great martial arts techniques left behind by our Xiao family's ancestor? He. Grandpa Xiao smiled gently, a proud and arrogant expression appearing on his face, and said, this first ultimate skill is called the frost palm. This palm technique combines both hardness and softness, and its palm force is as cold as ice. In the martial arts rankings at the time, it would definitely rank among the top 5. As for the second unique skill, it is an extraordinary lightness skill called flying floss and light smoke skill. Light as a flying catkin, fluttering like a thin mist, moving like a bat, shaped like a ghost, drifting everywhere as if without a trace. It can be said that if our Xiao family considers ourselves second to none in the world in terms of lightness skill, then no one in the world dares to claim to be #1. At this point, old Master Xiao couldn't help but sit up straight, puff out his chest, his face filled with pride and self-satisfaction, and his eyes sparkled with a bright light. Let's look at Zhang Yi again. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a flash of wild joy immediately appeared in his eyes. Superb lightness skill? If someone considers themselves second to none, then no one dares to claim the title of first? It's truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. After witnessing Lu Biao's grass-flying lightness skill, Zhang Yi couldn't forget it and was even thinking about where to steal a lightness skill to increase his own strength. It's here. Keep the change, please. Unexpectedly, the Xiao family's ancestral martial arts include an unparalleled lightness skill. Grandpa, you just said. Our Xiao family has suffered a great calamity. One of the two secret techniques left by our ancestors was stolen. I wonder if the stolen martial arts technique was the frosty palm or the flying willow and light smoke skill. Jiang Yi suppressed his inner elation, then stared intently at old Master Xiao and asked the question that had been on his mind in a nervous tone. The Xiao family's secret technique that was stolen back then was the frost palm. As Grandpa Xiao slowly revealed the answer, Jiang Yi's heart raced even faster. He even wished he could pull out his Master Stealing card on the spot and steal the flying willow light smoke technique. Grandpa, is our Xiao family's flying willow and light smoke technique really as powerful as you say? Of course, would Grandpa lie to you? Why is it that all the members of our Xiao family are at the yellow level, and not a single one of them can break through to the profound level? Because the frosty palm is the core of our Xiao family's martial arts, while the flying willow and light smoke skill is ultimately just a lightness skill. Even if you cultivate it to its peak, your strength can only reach the peak of the yellow rank and cannot break through to the profound rank. As if to prove something to Jiang Yi, old Master Xiao suddenly slammed his hand on the table. The next second, he suddenly took to the air, like a bat, and flew around the study quickly before gently sitting back down in his original spot. Throughout the entire process, old Master Xiao did not make a single sound. It really was like a ghost, silently floating around the study, leaving Jiang Yi dumbfounded, his heart pounding in his chest. What amazing light-footed skills! Light as a feather, fluttering like a wisp of smoke, moving like a bat, ethereal as a ghost, drifting about without a trace. I have nothing more to say. Give it to me. Whoosh! Jiang Yi immediately used his mind to open the system inventory, quickly found the Learn from Others card, and then silently said, System, I want to use this card. Ding! Please designate a target person. Xiao Weigua. Ding! The target has been detected to possess 3 martial arts techniques. Please select one to learn from the master. Xiao Weigua's Martial Arts Overview. 1. Flying Willow and Light Smoke Technique 2. Arhat Fist 3. Vajra Palm. I choose the Flying Willow and Light Smoke Technique. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yi made his choice on the spot. Whoosh! A golden light flashed before their eyes, and the Master's Skill card that had been lying in their system inventory instantly vanished in a streak of light. Immediately afterwards, the cultivation method of Flying Catkins and Light Smoke Technique flooded into Jiang Yi's mind, and a series of system notification sounds rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully used a Learn from Others card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for stealing the Flying Willow and Light Smoke Technique from Xiao Weigua and automatically mastering it. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has reached the peak of the profound level. Chapter 60 for the Xiao family's crisis. Jiang Yi was very happy. Unexpectedly, the sister he casually recognized turned out to be from an ancient martial arts family, and she even possessed the peerless lightness skill Flying Willow Light Smoke skill. During his trip to the Xiao family, Jiang Yi not only received an exorbitantly priced gift, but also secretly learned the Flying Willow Light Smoke technique from old Master Xiao, and his own strength was raised to the peak of the profound level. 2 words, a huge profit. Grandpa, you still haven't told me what this young master from the Zhao family in the capital is all about? Jiang Yi suppressed his excitement and asked another question that had been on his mind. Upon hearing this, old Master Zhao's expression immediately turned serious. He picked up the teacup in front of him, gulped down a large mouthful of tea, and then said, Our Dragon Kingdom now has hundreds of ancient martial arts families, large and small, among which the 4 ancient martial arts families in the capital are the best. They are Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, the 4 ancient martial arts families, and also the 4 top aristocratic families in the capital. Zhao Dizhu, who came to our Xiao family today to deliver a message, is from the Zhao family in the capital, and his master is the 3rd young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Zicheng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's brow twitched slightly. He stroked his chin and said, Grandpa, this Zhao Zicheng has taken a fancy to Sister Leng Yu and wants to marry her as his 13th concubine. You don't agree to this marriage, so you have a conflict with him. Old Master Xiao nodded, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. This 3rd young master of the Zhao family is only after our Xiao family's Flying Willow Light Smoke technique, as well as our Xiao family's wealth and power in Haicheng. He wants to devour our entire family. If I really marry Yu'er to him, not only will I be pushing Yu'er into a fire pit, but our Xiao family will also be devoured by the Zhao family until not even bones are left. I'm not senile, how could I possibly agree to this marriage? At this point, old Master Xiao couldn't help but sigh. He poured himself another cup of tea and gulped it down, but after only drinking half of it, he angrily slammed the teacup onto the table. Damn it! If it weren't for the fact that my Xiao family is so small, and that in Yuer's generation, she is the only direct descendant granddaughter. How could our Xiao family be bullied like this? Tick-tock. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Ye's forehead. Grandpa Zhao's personality is truly fiery yet endearing. He'll lash out directly when he's unhappy, even in front of the younger generation. He's completely unpretentious and straightforward. Jiang Yi had to admit that his goodwill towards Old Master Xiao had reached its peak. However, the next second, Old Master Zhao's words left Jiang Yi stunned. Xiao Yi, you're a member of the Xiao family now. Our family is in trouble, don't you want to contribute your share to the family? Yes, Grandpa. Since that's the case, Grandpa will arrange for Yuer to marry you. You two can go and get your marriage certificate tomorrow, how about that? Ah? Jiang Yi was truly stunned. They were having a good chat just now, but the old man suddenly changed the subject and wanted to betroth Xiao Lengyu to him, even urging them to get their marriage certificate tomorrow. What's going on? Are marriages these days treated so lightly? Even if we take a step back and assume that Old Master Xiao wanted to refuse the marriage proposal from the third young master of the Zhao family, there was no need to marry Xiao Lengyu off to someone else. There are actually many other solutions to this problem, and there is no need to go to such extremes. Grandpa, I'm your godson. Sister Lengyu and I are still sworn siblings who burned yellow paper in front of Lord Guan. That joke of yours isn't funny at all. Jiang Yi is a person who closes his heart and locks away his love. If it were just about taking a few concubines to satisfy his physical needs, he would be more than happy to do so. But Xiao Lengyu is the eldest daughter of the Xiao family and the apple of Old Master Zhao's eye. If Jiang Yi were to marry her, it certainly couldn't be as a concubine, it would have to be a proper marriage, with all the formalities to bring her home as his legal wife. The thought of having a wife at home, controlling Jiang Yi every day, preventing him from going out and fooling around, and even forbidding him from taking a concubine, made Jiang Yi feel like he was going crazy. Moreover, Jiang Yi cannot give Xiao Lengyu love. If that's the case, then why marry her and ruin her life's happiness? Oh no, Grandpa is not joking with you. You saw it today too, how aggressively the Zhao family is towards our Xiao family. That Zhao Zicheng even boasted that he would personally come to propose marriage in 3 days. Our Xiao family is no match for the Zhao family. The only way to break this deadlock is to get Yuer married to someone else before Zhao Zicheng comes to propose. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's brows furrowed slightly again. He stroked his chin and said, Grandpa, aren't you afraid of offending the Zhao family to death by doing this, thus provoking their furious retaliation? What's there to be afraid of? The Zhao family wants to wipe out our Xiao family line. Are we just going to sit here and wait to die, handing over our ancestral martial arts and family wealth to them? Besides, this is Haicheng, not the capital. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. If the Zhao family wants to touch our Xiao family in Haicheng, they'd better think twice. Old Master Xiao slammed his fist on the table and glared at the Zhao family, seemingly quite angered by their aggressive behavior. But Jiang Yi asked, both amused and exasperated, Grandpa, why me? With the Xiao family's resources, we could easily find a live-in son-in-law for Sister Lengyu. This way, the Xiao family line can continue, and the Xiao family's ancestral line won't end with Sister Lengyu's generation. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, a bitter smile immediately appeared on Old Master Zhao's face. Do you think I don't want to? Old Master Xiao sighed, a tear welling in his eye, and said, I also want to find a son-in-law to live with Yuer. I don't want the Xiao family line to end with Yuer. But Yuer has never had any male friends since she was a child, and she avoids anything related to men and women like the plague. I even suspect that she may have androphobia. I once mentioned the idea of finding a son-in-law to live with us to Yuer, and guess what her answer was? She said that if anyone arranges a marriage for her without her consent, she will kill the person who arranged it. She will kill one person after another, and even if she arranges 10,000, she will kill them all. This girl is absolutely infuriating. Put. Hearing this, Jiang Yi almost burst out laughing. It's confirmed. She is Grandpa Zhao's own granddaughter. Xiao Lengyu's fiery temper is just like that of Old Master Xiao. But Jiang Yi's smile quickly faded. Because Grandpa Xiao coughed twice, he continued, Xiao Yi, you are the only male friend that has appeared in Yuer's life in the more than 20 years she has been single. This is enough to prove that Yuer has feelings for you. It just so happens that you didn't marry a wife, but only took 2 concubines, and Yuer also likes you. Isn't this a match made in heaven? Jiang Yi. Xiao Yi, you don't want to see our Xiao family devoured by the Zhao family, leaving not even bones and scraps, do you? Given Yuer's temperament, if she were really taken back by the third young master of the Zhao family as a concubine, she would definitely choose to commit suicide, preferring to die a glorious death rather than live a life of dishonor. Can you really bear to watch your sister go to her death like this? Zhang Yi. Chapter 65 Discussing Marriage. The Xiao Family Villa. In the study. Zhang Yi picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip of the tea, and then said to Grandpa Xiao, "Grandpa, may I have a private talk with Sister Lengyu?" Okay. Old Master Xiao seemed to sense that Zhang Yi was somewhat interested, so he immediately instructed the butler to call Xiao Lengyu up, while he himself left the study with a smile. Ta-da! Not long after, the sound of high heels walking came from afar. Immediately afterwards, the study door was gently pushed open, and Xiao Lengyu, dressed in a black evening gown and exuding a noble and aloof aura, walked in. Zhang Yi sat quietly at the tea table, his eyes fixed on Xiao Lengyu, his face expressionless and his eyes calm. "Speak, what do you want with me?" Xiao Lengyu walked over somewhat awkwardly, then lifted her skirt and plopped down opposite Zhang Yi. Put. For some reason, Zhang Yi suddenly found it funny and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Why are you laughing? Xiao Lengyu frowned, glared fiercely at Zhang Yi, and a blush seemed to flash across her pretty face. Grandpa said you're a single dog, ha ha. So what if you're single? What's so funny about that? Grandpa suspects you have androphobia, ha ha ha. I don't. Grandpa also said he wanted to marry you off to me. I know, and I agree. Upon hearing Xiao Lengyu's words, Zhang Yi, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly stopped, his voice abruptly cut off, and his face filled with surprise. But, after a brief moment of shock, Zhang Yi suddenly raised a hand, pointing tremblingly at Xiao Lengyu and said, "Xiao Lengyu, I treat you like an older sister, but you lust after my body? Get out!" Xiao Lengyu's pretty face suddenly flushed red. She immediately slapped Zhang Yi's hand away from mid-air and said with a hint of embarrassment and urgency, "Who's lusting after your body? Don't talk nonsense. Then why did you agree to Grandpa's arrangement? I did this for the family. Then why did you choose me and not someone else? I'm not familiar with other people. Now I finally understand why Grandpa gave me 10% of the Xiao Group's shares. This wasn't a greeting gift, it was clearly a dowry prepared for you." Yes, you guessed right. Xiao Lengyu poured herself a cup of tea, and then, with a very elegant gesture, brought the teacup to her lips and took a small sip. Zhang Yi remained silent. He simply held the teacup quietly, his fingers tapping incessantly on the surface, as if pondering some important question. Silence, no words. Time passed by, second by second. Xiao Lengyu remained silent, and Zhang Yi was deep in thought. The study was very quiet, as if a movie had been muted. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yi suddenly put down his teacup and said to Xiao Lengyu, "I have 2 requests." Xiao Lengyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then put down her teacup and looked at Zhang Yi with curiosity, saying, "Go on." Cough cough. Zhang Yi coughed twice, then said seriously, "First, after you become my legal wife, you cannot stop me from taking concubines for any reason." Heh, men. Xiao Lengyu rolled her eyes, a look of disdain on her face, but after a brief hesitation, she nodded and said, "Okay, I can grant you this request. Secondly, I want Lin Xianxian to be your dowry maid and marry me as well." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Xiao Lengyu's pupils suddenly contracted. She immediately raised one hand, pointed at Zhang Yi, and her lips trembled several times, but she couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Call. After a moment, Xiao Lengyu put her hand down again and took several deep breaths, seemingly trying to calm herself down. Okay. Xiao Lengyu glared at Zhang Yi again, then gritted her teeth and said, "I can grant you this request too. Alright, since you've agreed to both of my requests, I'll reluctantly agree to this marriage." Zhang Yi's lips curved into a beautiful smile, but a hint of excitement and anticipation flashed deep in his eyes. Since breaking up with Lu Ruyan, Zhang Yi felt like he had lost his direction in life and that life had lost its flavor. He was confused, muddled, and couldn't muster any interest in doing anything. However, the Xiao family's involvement in this mess unexpectedly piqued Zhang Yi's interest. It can be said that Zhang Yi knew that the Xiao family was a pit of fire, but he just couldn't help wanting to jump into it. What's this called again? Born rebellious. To put it simply, it's courting death. Zhang Yi felt uncomfortable all over if he didn't do something reckless. Wait a minute, I have a request too. Just then, Xiao Lingyu's voice suddenly drifted over, instantly freezing Jiang Yi in place. You have requirements too? Jiang Yi's brow twitched slightly, his eyes fixed on Xiao Lingyu, a curious expression on his face. You've already made 2 requests, so I'm only making 1 now. That's not unreasonable, is it? Xiao Lingyu sat upright in the chair, her hands naturally crossed on her lap, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yi, her expression somewhat intriguing. Tell me, what are your requirements? Jiang Yi picked up the teacup in front of him again, brought it to his lips and took a small sip of tea. Although he didn't look at Xiao Lingyu again, his ears involuntarily perked up. The first son I have with you must bear the surname Xiao, and he must inherit the Xiao family's business. Put. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yi spat out all the tea he had just drunk, and coughed repeatedly from the choking. You. Jiang Yi quickly put down his teacup, grabbed a tissue, wiped his mouth, and said, You've even thought about what the child's surname will be? Xiao Lingyu couldn't help but blush, her eyelashes trembling slightly as she said, This is my grandfather's wish, and also my parents' wish. The Xiao family line cannot end in my generation. Jiang Yi suddenly asked curiously, What if we have a girl? Xiao Lingyu suddenly turned serious and said decisively, Then keep having children, whether it's a 2nd, 3rd, or 4th child, until you have a boy. You're ruthless. This is a major event for the continuation of our family line, and we cannot be careless. Okay, I'll grant your request. Thanks. After finishing their business, Jiang Yi took out his phone to check the time. He seemed to think it was getting late, so he stood up to say goodbye. Who knew? Xiao Lingyu suddenly said, Don't go back tonight. Stay at my house for the night. It will be convenient for us to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate tomorrow morning. Ah? Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then subconsciously asked, Will I stay at your place tonight? Sleep with you? If you want to sleep with me, that's fine too. Xiao Lingyu pursed her lips, then said generously, Anyway, we're going to get our marriage certificate tomorrow, so it's not impossible to consummate our marriage a day early. Jiang Yi. Chapter 66 From Siblings to Husband and Wife. It was late at night. The lights were all off in every house in the Emerald Bay Villa area. But the living room of the Xiao family villa was lit up, and the sound of mahjong tiles being rubbed could be heard. After Xiao Lingyu left the mahjong table, Lin Xianxian took her place, rolled up her sleeves, and started playing against Song Shanglan, Lu Qin, and Lu Yun. As a wealthy woman, Song Shanglan's biggest hobby, besides shopping and beauty treatments, was playing mahjong. Lu Qin and Lu Yun, these 2 old A8 sisters, are also mahjong enthusiasts. Lin Xianxian seems to have been influenced by Song Shanglan. Besides practicing martial arts, her favorite thing to do is play mahjong. For like-minded women got together, and the mahjong game just wouldn't stop. Lu Qin, if I may ask, are you really 40 years old this year? Godmother, I am indeed 40 years old. Why are you and your sister so well preserved? You look like young women in your 20s. Hee, this is all thanks to my little Yi. Song Shanglan is already over 50 years old. Even though she uses expensive skincare products and frequently goes to beauty salons for treatments, she still can't escape the ravages of time, and her appearance is aging every day. So, when she saw that 40-year-old Lu Qin and 38-year-old Lu Yun looked as young women around 27, she couldn't help but feel curious. Lu Qin, does Ono have some beauty secret that can make women younger and more beautiful? Upon hearing Song Shanglan's words, Lin Xianxian, who was struggling with which card to play, couldn't help but raise her head curiously and stare intently at Lu Qin. Well. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin was slightly taken aback, and an embarrassed look flashed across her face. Not only her, but Lu Yun also had the same expression. The 2 sisters seemed to have thought of something embarrassing, and they stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to laugh or not. We can't just tell Song Shanglan that the reason she and her sister were able to become younger was entirely due to Jiang Yi's life essence, can we? But it would seem rather impolite not to answer Song Shanglan's question. What to do? In a flash, a brilliant idea struck Lu Qin, and she quickly said, Xiao Yi is a master of ancient martial arts. He used his powerful internal energy to help my sister and me cleanse our meridians. Listening to her sister's serious lie, Lu Yun's pretty face couldn't help but turn red, and she was so embarrassed that she almost dug holes in the floor with her toes. What is meant by washing the tendons and meridians? It's clearly just about drinking more milk. What kind of powerful internal energy? It's clearly a matter of immense physical strength and endurance. Can the internal energy of ancient martial artists help people cleanse their meridians and tendons? How come I didn't know that? Lin Qianqian is now a Xian-level martial artist. After hearing Lu Qin's explanation, she immediately frowned and a suspicious expression appeared on her face. That. Lu Qin quickly coughed twice, then pretended to be confused and replied, I don't understand these things either, it's all thanks to Ono. If it weren't for him, my sister and I wouldn't have become so young. So? A woman will only be happy in this life if she marries the right man. Song Xianglan. Lin Qianqian. On the other side, Xiao Lengyu and Zhang Yi had already left the study. The two walked one after the other down the quiet corridor, neither of them speaking, but the atmosphere became inexplicably ambiguous. The black evening gown that Xiao Lengyu wore today not only perfectly outlined her S-shaped figure, but also featured a backless design, making her look extremely sexy and alluring. The evening gown had a very long skirt that reached all the way to her ankles. But as she took a step forward, you could see her black high heels peeking out from under her skirt, and a fleeting glimpse of black stockings on her feet. Looking up, Xiao Lengyu's mature updo was adorned with a black lace hair clip, exuding a touch of mature charm and allure. Looking down, her slender waist swayed in the wind. Looking further down, the full curves of her peach-shaped buttocks swayed and trembled with each step she took, attracting a lot of attention. A killer back view. Zhang Yi had to admit that if he didn't look at Xiao Lengyu's icy face and only saw her from behind, he would definitely think she was a charming and sexy woman. Zhang Yi, you can rest here tonight. A moment later, Xiao Lengyu led Zhang Yi into a spacious guest room. But as soon as Xiao Lengyu turned around, she saw Zhang Yi close the door and quickly lock it from the inside. Zhang Yi, you. Xiao Lengyu panicked and subconsciously took a step back, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Whoosh! Zhang Yi didn't give Xiao Lengyu any chance to escape. He rushed over and grabbed her slender waist with both hands, pulling her forcefully into his arms. Splash! 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 Xiao Lengyu's breathing became rapid, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her heartbeat quickened several times in an instant. Pop! Before Xiao Lengyu could speak again, Zhang Yi lowered his head and kissed her delicate red lips fiercely. At the same time, Zhang Yi's hands were constantly moving, as if he was groping and searching for a way to successfully take off the evening dress. They embraced and kissed. Zhang Yi carried Xiao Lengyu, step by step, staggering and swaying, as if the world was spinning, slowly approaching the large bed in the room. Xiao Lengyu, still half asleep, hugged Zhang Yi and followed him to the bed. Suddenly, she felt a chill and realized that the evening dress she was wearing had slipped to the floor. Zhang Yi, you should go take a shower first. At the critical moment, Xiao Lengyu suddenly pushed Zhang Yi away, then covered her body with her hands, a blush appearing on her pretty face. However, Zhang Yi picked up Xiao Lengyu and threw her onto the large bed. Then he took off his clothes and shoes and hurriedly climbed onto the bed. Zhang Yi, wait a minute. What are you waiting for? You should go take a shower first. I'm perfectly clean, let's go shower together later. Outside the window, the moon had shyly hidden behind the clouds. The atmosphere in the room was enchanting. Faced with Zhang Yi's enthusiasm and unrestrained nature, Xiao Lengyu's usually icy face had become burning hot, and her clear yet beautiful phoenix eyes began to slowly soften. Just as Zhang Yi casually tossed away the last lace-patterned garment, Xiao Lengyu suddenly pressed her hands against his chest again. Zhang Yi, wait a minute. What's wrong now? Zhang Yi, could you turn off the lights? Don't shut it down. Then, can I cover myself with a blanket? Don't cover it. After being rejected twice, Xiao Lengyu was so angry that she immediately bit Zhang Yi on the shoulder. Ouch! Are you a dog? Why are you biting people? Zhang Yi shook his head, both amused and exasperated. He could only grab the blanket next to him and cover himself and Xiao Lengyu with it. Now, even if Xiao Lengyu wanted to continue biting, the audience wouldn't be able to see it. GAA. Chapter 67 Encounter at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The next morning, the magpies were chirping incessantly outside the window. After getting up, Wang Monli didn't go for her usual morning exercise. Instead, she opened her wardrobe, took out all her pretty clothes, and laid them out on the bed one by one. I'm going to get my marriage certificate with Zhang Yi today. What should I wear? The inner layer should be something sexy. When Zhang Yi takes off his mother's clothes and sees her sexy lingerie, he'll definitely love it. But in public, one must be dignified and elegant, displaying a gentle and virtuous temperament, so that others can immediately tell that I am a virtuous wife and loving mother. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After dawdling for more than half an hour, Wang Monli finally chose the clothes she wanted to wear today, and then happily sat in front of the makeup mirror and began to do her makeup carefully. Ring ring. Just then, Wang Monli's phone rang. Caller ID, Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan's name, Wang Monli's hands trembled, almost causing her to smear her lipstick crookedly, and a guilty expression flashed across her face. But she answered the call anyway, and then cautiously asked, Ruyan, what's wrong? Lily, it's almost 9 o'clock. Aren't you coming to work today? When Wang Monli heard Lu Ruyan's questioning voice on the other end of the phone, she realized that she had not asked the hotel for leave today, nor had she told Lu Ruyan that she was going to get her marriage certificate. Ruyan, I have some things to take care of today, so I won't be coming to work at the hotel. When Wang Monli said this, she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Although she felt somewhat sorry for Lu Ruyan, a resolute expression flashed across Wang Monli's face when she thought of the wealth and honor she would enjoy for the rest of her life. She immediately decided to conceal the truth for the time being to avoid any unforeseen complications. Lily, what are you going to take care of? It's just a small matter, nothing serious. Do you need my help? No need, I can handle it myself. Should I ask you to take a day off? Okay, then I'll trouble you. Wang Monli was on tenterhooks during that phone call. Having finally managed to brush off Lu Ruyan, Wang Monli checked the time, quickly touched up her makeup, and then hurriedly left with her bag. 9:30 a.m. Wang Monli took a taxi to the Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as she got off the bus, she ran into an acquaintance at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Oval face, almond-shaped eyes, willow leaf eyebrows. Because of the beauty mark under her right eye, her foxy face gained an even more delicate and alluring charm. Not only is she beautiful, but her figure is also incredibly stunning. Curvy figure with long, shapely legs. Slim where you should be slim, and curvy where you should be curvy. A standard office lady uniform almost perfectly accentuated her S-shaped figure. He's practically a born gun carrier. Su Yan? Wang Monli? At the same time that Wang Monli recognized Su Yan also recognized Wang Monli. After all, they were college classmates and even in the same class, so how could they not know each other? Su Yan, are you here to get your marriage certificate? Wang Monli, are you here to get your marriage certificate too? As the two women asked the same question, an ominous premonition simultaneously arose in their hearts. Su Yan, you didn't come here to get your marriage certificate with Zhang Yi, did you? Wang Monli, you wouldn't be with Zhang Yi. Awkward. Utterly embarrassing. Su Yan and Wang Monli stood there at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, staring at each other, their eyes filled with longing and anticipation, yet they forgot to even look inside. But Su Yan reacted faster. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she immediately walked forward with a smile and took Wang Monli's arm. Lily, from now on we're sisters, please take care of me. Upon hearing this, Wang Monli immediately flashed a bright smile. Yan, you're 2 months older than me, so it seems I'll have to call you older sister from now on. Good sister? Good sister? Vomit. Alright, let's stop pretending, it's too tiring. Ha ha. As classmates for 4 years in college, Su Yan and Wang Monli both knew what kind of people the other was. Su Yan is a gold digger, and so is Wang Monli. Su Yan wants to marry a rich man, and so does Wang Monli. Since the two women share the same goal and have now achieved their wish, why would they care whether they married the same man or not? Whoever can give them enough money will be their husband. Tap tap tap. Just as Su Yan and Wang Monli were laughing and joking, the sound of high heels approached from afar. Immediately afterwards, a pleasant, mature female voice drifted into the ears of the two women. Su Yan, Wang Monli, please guide me in the future. Swish. Swish. Su Yan and Wang Monli turned their heads almost simultaneously to look at the woman who had suddenly appeared in front of them. The other person looked to be around 25 years old, with a stunningly beautiful face, but a very hot figure. She has a classic oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and almond-shaped eyes that sparkle with life. Her hair is gently pulled back, exuding a sophisticated yet alluring femininity. She wore a black mid-sleeve women's blazer over a white shirt, and her impressive bust, at least a D-cup, filled out the blazer, making her very eye-catching. She wore a matching short, tight-fitting bodycon skirt. The skirt stretched across her broad, rounded hips, creating several small folds that sparked the imagination. Her long, slender legs were encased in thin black stockings. Her thighs were shapely, her calves were slender, and her leg curves could easily outshine those of professional models. Especially when she walks, her two beautiful legs in black stockings cross each other, and her small bodycon skirt sways gently, giving people an urge to look under the skirt. Secretary Li? What are you doing here? Wang Manli and Su Yan were both stunned, seemingly not expecting that Jiang Ye's secretary, Li Wanqing, would also appear here. He. Li Wanqing smiled gently and said generously, I'm the same as you. Chairman Jiang asked me to come here today to get my marriage certificate with him. Wang Manli. Su Yan. Just as the three women were staring at each other, their eyes filled with longing and anticipation, a rapid, booming sound suddenly came from afar. Li Wanqing, Wang Manli, and Su Yan almost instinctively looked in the direction of the sound and immediately saw a very luxurious motorcade speeding towards them from a distance before stopping at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Snap! 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 The doors of several Mercedes-Benz S600s at the front and rear of the convoy were quickly opened, and a group of bodyguards dressed in black rushed out. The bodyguards lined up, and one of them jogged over to a stretched Rolls-Royce and respectfully opened the door. Immediately afterwards, a young man in a suit climbed out of the car. Upon seeing this incredibly handsome man, Li Wanqing, Su Yan, and Wang Manli's eyes lit up slightly, and a look of joy appeared on the faces of all three women. Jiang Yi, he's here. We're getting our marriage certificate in a little while. From now on, he will be my husband. I'd be laughing in my sleep if I could marry such a handsome and rich man. Chapter 68. Complete the challenge mission. Noon. The sky was clear and blue. When Jiang Yi walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he not only had 5 brand new marriage certificates in his hand, but also 7 beautiful young wives following behind him. Legal wife, Xiao Lunyu. Concubines, Lu Qin, Lu Yun, Lin Qianqian, Li Wanqing, Su Yan, Wang Manli. In addition, Jiang Yi also clearly sensed that there were 7 ethereal threads connecting him to his 7 wives and concubines. Unwavering loyalty. The wife follows her husband in death. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the challenge and receiving a reward of 5 game coins. Just then, Jiang Yi heard a system notification. He subconsciously opened the system's main page and immediately saw that his game currency balance had changed from 0 to 5. Then, Jiang Yi then opened the system task panel. Task panel. Daily task. The host can earn 1 game coin by engaging in intimate contact with any of his wives or concubines. 2. Bounty missions, none at the moment. 3. Challenge missions, none available. Note, daily tasks refresh at 6 a.m. every day, while bounty and challenge tasks refresh randomly and have no time limit. To Jiang Yi's slight surprise, the bounty missions and challenge missions had not been refreshed yet, while the daily missions had undergone some minor changes. Previously, the daily task was for Jiang Yi and the Lu sisters to have sex, but now it has become for Jiang Yi to have sex with any of the wives or concubines. Very good. Very nice. The daily tasks have become more and more relaxed and humane. I must give Tongzi a 5-star rating. If I find an opportunity to complete today's daily tasks later, I can get another game coin. Then, let's do a 6 pull and see what good stuff we can get. Call. Jiang Yi closed the system page, took a deep breath, and then turned around to look at his 7 beautiful wives. Because Xiao Lengyu has such a powerful aura, and she is the daughter of Haiqing's richest man, the sole heir of the wealthy Xiao family, and the female president of the Xiao group. So, Jiang Yi's 6 concubines followed obediently behind her, each with a cautious expression, not daring to even breathe loudly. Xiao Lengyu seemed to realize that she had been too serious and might have frightened her 6 younger sisters. So she adjusted her facial expression, smiled slightly at the group of women, and said, I'm treating you all to a big meal this noon, and this afternoon we'll go shopping together. I've already ordered the Huayu International Shopping Mall to be cleared out. This afternoon, the entire mall will only accommodate our group. When the time comes, just take whatever you like, and I'll pay for everything. As soon as Xiao Lengyu said this, a collective gasp rippled through the room. They booked out the entire Huayu International Shopping Mall? Are we the only guests available this afternoon? Take whatever you want, and she'll pay for everything? Wow, wow, wow. Sister, you're so extravagant. Sister, I love you to death. Sister is so powerful and domineering. Long live the sister. The 6 women, who had initially seemed somewhat subdued, now surrounded Xiao Lengyu, their faces beaming with joy. Among them, Su Yan and Wang Monli called her sister the most enthusiastically, calling her sister affectionately and sweetly. Jiang Yi couldn't help but think with a wicked sense of humor that if Su Yan and Wang Monli were to call Xiao Lingyu mother at this moment, these two gold-digging girls would probably do so without hesitation. Why don't you try it at home? It must be very exciting, right? GAA. Afternoon. Huayu International Shopping Mall. Xiao Lingyu really ordered the entire shopping mall to be cleared out. All the customers who were shopping were asked to leave, and only their group was allowed to enter the mall. No way. The entire shopping mall belongs to the Xiao family. All the shops in the mall belong to the Xiao family. When the eldest daughter of the Xiao family wanted to book the entire shopping mall for herself, Huayu International Mall naturally went all out to accommodate her. All the mall staff and managers followed her around carefully, not daring to be negligent. This was the first time Jiang Yi had ever strolled around the streets in such a domineering and extravagant manner, and it was also the first time for Jiang Yi's 6 concubines. But Jiang Yi has no interest in shopping. All he can think about right now is completing his daily tasks as quickly as possible, collecting 6 game coins, and then doing a 6 pull. Just then, this group of spendthrift women walked into a women's clothing store and happily tried on all sorts of beautiful clothes. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately followed her into the women's clothing store, then sneaked to the door of the fitting room. The fitting rooms in this store are very spacious, with a total of 5 cubicles. At this moment, apart from Xiao Lingyu and Lin Xianxian still browsing in the store, the other 5 wives all carried the clothes they liked and went into the fitting room. Jiang Yi didn't care about anything else, closed his eyes, randomly chose a room, and then quietly barged in. Snap! Jiang Yi quickly closed the fitting room door and turned around, only to be immediately stunned by the scene before him. A plump woman stood timidly in front of the mirror. The cheongsam she had been wearing had been taken off and hung on the clothes rack next to her. At this moment, she was only wearing a light purple lace lingerie set and holding a white dress in her hands. Perhaps it was through the mirror in front of him that he saw Jiang Yi barge in. Lu Yun was slightly startled and quickly covered her front with the dress in her hand, her pretty face blushing slightly. Honey, how did you get in? It has to be said that although Lu Yun is already 38 years old, she always blushes and acts like a shy young girl whenever she faces Jiang Yi. Whoosh! Jiang Yi didn't answer Lu Yun's question. Instead, he rushed forward and hugged her tightly from behind. Aunt Yun, your figure is getting better and better. No. Where is it? Of course I do. Look at you, with such big breasts, such a slim waist, and such a plump bottom. I love women like you who are a little chubby. Husband, Lu Yun was hugged from behind by Jiang Yi, and she already felt very shy. At this moment, listening to Jiang Yi's shameless praise and feeling his hands moving restlessly, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel her cheeks burning, and her heartbeat and breathing became rapid. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jiang Yi lowered his head and quickly gave Lu Yun a light kiss on the ear. Whoosh! The dress that Lu Yun was holding in her hands suddenly fell to the ground. Her pretty face instantly turned bright red, not only down to her neck, but even her ears were flushed with a charming blush. But instead of bending down to pick it up, she quickly turned around, stood on tiptoe, raised her chin, wrapped her arms around Jiang Yi's neck, and impulsively kissed his lips. They embraced and kissed. They only parted reluctantly when they were almost out of breath. Aunt Yun, I want to. Good. How could you agree before I even said what I wanted to do? Honey, whatever you want to do, I'll do it. Looking into Lu Yun's watery eyes, Jiang Yi couldn't help but gently kiss her forehead, then whispered something in her ear. Whoosh! The next second, the blush that had just faded from Lu Yun's face returned instantly, even becoming a few shades redder than before. But under Jiang Yi's expectant and encouraging gaze, Lu Yun hesitated for only a moment before blushing, pursing her lips, and slowly bending her legs to squat down in a very gentle and obedient manner. Not long after, Jiang Yi couldn't help but close his eyes, his brows slowly relaxing, and he gently exhaled. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your daily task and receiving 1 game coin as a reward. Chapter 69 6 Consecutive Draws. Afternoon. Huayu International Shopping Mall. Having completed his daily tasks, Jiang Yi couldn't wait to find a quiet place to do a 6-pull gacha. Who knew? As Jiang Yi walked out of Lu Yun's fitting room, he noticed that more than a dozen pairs of eyes in the store were all staring at him. Quiet. Complete silence. The air seemed to freeze. Xiao Lengyu, Lu Qin, Ling Shanxian, Su Yan, Wang Mali, Li Wanqing, and several female shop assistants all stared at Jiang Yi with ambiguous eyes, and a strange expression appeared on each of their faces. What's going on? Did we make too much noise in the fitting room and everyone outside heard us? This is a little awkward. Cough, cough. Jiang Yi couldn't help but blush, and quickly coughed twice before saying, I'll go out for a smoke first, you guys continue shopping. After saying that, Jiang Yi pretended to be calm and left the women's clothing store. He then found the smoking room set up in the mall, pushed open the door, and went inside. Call. Jiang Yi sat down on the sofa, composed himself slightly, and then eagerly opened the system's main page. System, I want a 6-pull. As Jiang Yi shouted those words in his mind, the system instantly deducted all 6 of his game coins. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under Jiang Yi's tense yet expectant gaze, the card pool began to shake violently, and countless cards flew around rapidly. Before long, 6 glittering cards jumped out of the card pool and floated in front of Jiang Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a martial arts card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn an antidote card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a pill card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a lost and found card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a teaching and instruction card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a mind's eye card. Ding! All cards have been automatically added to your system inventory. Please check. Martial arts card. After use, the user can randomly learn a profound martial art based on their temperament. Antidote card designates a target and instantly removes all toxins from their body. This card can be used 3 times. Pill card. Using this card will randomly grant you 1 bottle of pills that increase a martial artist's internal energy. Lost and found card designate a target person, and you can instantly return a lost item they once owned to you. Preaching and instruction card. After using this card, you will gain the ability to preach and instruct, allowing you to selectively impart your martial arts skills to designated targets. Note, each target can only receive instruction once per year. Mind's Eye card. After using this card, you will gain the Mind's Eye, which allows you to view the target's cultivation level, martial arts skills, overall strength, specific status, and more. I've struck it rich. This time, we've really struck it rich. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi quickly opened the system inventory and looked at the 6 cards he had just drawn, his body trembling uncontrollably. Whoosh! After a brief moment of excitement, Jiang Yi took a cigarette out of his pocket, put it in his mouth, and then tried to light it several times with a lighter before finally succeeding. Hiss! Whoosh! Jiang Yi took a deep drag on his cigarette to calm his excited emotions. After a moment's thought, his gaze quickly locked onto the martial arts card. I wonder what kind of martial arts I'll learn this time. Can his cultivation level reach a higher level? Never mind. Let's leave it all to luck. Whoosh! Jiang Yi took the cigarette out of his mouth, pinched the cigarette butt between his thumb and middle finger, and then flicked it away, sending the cigarette, which was only a third smoked, flying. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yi silently said in his mind, System, I want to use the martial arts card. Whoosh! The martial arts card that was originally lying in the system inventory immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared, and Jiang Yi also heard the system notification sound. Ding! The host has successfully used the martial arts card and has automatically mastered the advanced martial arts 6 Meridian Divine Sword. What? 6 Meridian Divine Sword? It is a peerless martial art that uses powerful internal energy as a foundation to condense invisible sword energy, which can then be released from the fingertips to launch attacks from a distance or kill enemies. Jiang Yi subconsciously looked at his right hand. It was this hand that had just flicked the cigarette butt away. Besides, just as Jiang Yi was learning the heavenly crippled kick, his leg was broken in an accident. When Jiang Yi learned the Tathagata palm technique, he happened to be hugging Lu Qin from behind, and was even studying Lu Qin's broad chest. Holy crap! I've realized something. So that's how you use the martial arts card. Buzz. Just then, a strange memory, not belonging to Jiang Yi, surged into his mind as if enlightened. The 6 Meridian Divine Sword is one of the most lethal supreme divine skills in the world. It is based on profound internal energy and is launched from the fingertips from a distance, causing it to strike the target at extremely high speed. The 6 Meridian's Divine Sword has 6 forms: the right thumb, the lung meridian of Han Taiyin Xiaoshang Sword. Characteristics: the sword path is powerful and vigorous, with the momentum of earth-shattering and stormy weather. Right index finger, hand Yangming large intestine meridian Shangyang sword. Characteristics: ingenious and flexible, elusive. Right middle finger, hand Juyan pericardium Zhongchong sword. Characteristics: wide and powerful, majestic momentum. Right ring finger, hand Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian Guanchong sword. Characteristics: winning with clumsiness and antiquity. Right little finger, hand Shaoyin Hark meridian Shaochong sword. Characteristics: light and swift. Left little finger, hand Taiyang small intestine meridian Shaozi sword. Characteristics: appears and disappears suddenly, with subtle changes. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yi had completely digested this memory. Immediately afterwards, a surge of warm currents suddenly rushed into his body and completed 81 cycles within him. At last, this powerful warm current sank into his dantian, and the liquid gas that had been stored in his dantian condensed into a golden pill in that instant. Earth-level martial artist. The transformation of internal energy from a liquid state to a solid state is the mark of advancing to the Earth-level martial artist. Ding! Due to the host's mastery of the Advanced Martial Arts 6 Meridian Divine Sword, cultivation level has been raised to Earth-level martial artist. The system notification sounded again in Jiang Yi's ears, and a look of wild joy flashed across his face. His body trembled again. At this moment, Jiang Yi has not only broken through to the Earth-level martial artist level, but has also mastered the heavenly crippled kick, Tathagata palm, 6 Meridian Divine Sword, and Flying Willow Light Smoke skill, all of which are top-tier divine skills in the world. This is absolutely unbeatable. System: I want to use the preaching and instruction card. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using the preaching and teaching card. From this moment on, you will gain the ability to preach and teach. System: I want to use the Mind's Eye card. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using the Mind's Eye card. From this moment on, you will gain a pair of Mind's Eyes. System: I want to use the Pill card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of Great Rejuvenation Pill. This pill is only effective for martial artists below the earth level. Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi. Chapter 70. Jiang Yi and Xiao Lingyu have a heart-to-heart talk. Huayu International Shopping Mall. When Jiang Yi came out of the smoking room, the 7 golden flowers were still happily and tirelessly strolling around the mall. After leaving a women's clothing store, this group of spendthrift women swarmed into a women's underwear store. Jiang Yi's eyelids twitched slightly. He didn't follow, but instead found a public bench nearby and sat there quietly to wait. Jiang Yi just used 4 cards in the smoking room and not only learned the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, the teaching and learning techniques, and the Eye of the Mind, but also obtained a bottle of Great Rejuvenation Pill. Whoosh! Jiang Yi pulled a small, dark green bottle from his pocket. When he opened the cap, he saw that it contained 10 golden pills and emitted a rich fragrance. Damn it! If I had known I could draw the Great Rejuvenation Pill, I shouldn't have rushed to use the martial arts card. We should use the Great Rejuvenation Pill first to raise our cultivation to the earth level, and then use the martial arts card. This way, we can raise our cultivation by a significant margin again. Now, the Great Rejuvenation Pill is useless to me. That was too hasty. Jiang Yi put the small bottle containing the Great Rejuvenation Pill back on, then sighed repeatedly, his face filled with regret. Tap tap tap. Just then, the sound of high heels approached. Before Jiang Yi could even see who it was, he felt a fragrant breeze waft over, and then a stunningly beautiful woman sat down next to him. You're all here sighing and complaining. Is something bothering you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi quickly wiped the regretful expression off his face and turned to look at the woman. A well-tailored suit perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, while her cool and sophisticated makeup, paired with alluring eyes, showcased her unique mature and sophisticated aura. Besides that, the woman was only wearing a black bralette under her blazer. Looking through the open collar of the blazer, you can immediately see a deep cleavage, which is very sexy and charming. But the woman, however, possessed an air of superiority, giving off a cool, arrogant, aloof, and unapproachable feeling. That's right. She is Jiang Yi's legal wife Xiao Lingyu. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Yi suddenly moved closer to Xiao Lingyu, then reached out and picked her up, letting her sit on his lap. Honey, what are you going to do? Xiao Lingyu was startled and almost instinctively reached out to hug Jiang Yi's neck to prevent herself from losing her balance and falling to the ground. We've already registered our marriage, you're my wife now, what's wrong with me hugging you? Jiang Yi rolled his eyes first, then took a deep breath, quickly lowered his head, and rubbed against Xiao Lengyu's chest. Honey, stop it. Just moments ago, Xiao Lengyu had maintained a cool and aloof demeanor, but in an instant, she transformed into a shy young girl. Not only did her pretty face turn bright red, but a deep sense of embarrassment also flashed in her eyes. You weren't so reserved last night. You're too aloof during the day, I prefer you at night. You, stop talking. Seeing Xiao Lengyu blushing from being teased, Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh, then raised his head and stopped using her face wash. But Jiang Yi's hands, however, were firmly locked around Xiao Lengyu's slender waist, seemingly with no intention of letting go of her. Xiao Lengyu struggled several times, but seeing that Jiang Yi still wouldn't let go, she could only helplessly sit on Jiang Yi's lap and let him hold her quietly. Sister Lengyu, I'm very curious. With your looks and qualities, you can choose any man in the entire Haicheng. Why did you have to choose me? Jiang Yi hadn't asked Xiao Lengyu before because he and Xiao Lengyu weren't married yet, and Xiao Lengyu might not tell him the real reason. But Jiang Yi is now married to Xiao Lengyu. Under the influence of the life and death bond card, Xiao Lengyu is 100% loyal to Jiang Yi and will definitely not hide anything from him. As expected, Xiao Lengyu hesitated for a moment before explaining the reason. There are two reasons why I am willing to marry you. First, I do have feelings for you. Honey, do you remember when I accidentally hit you with my car? The way you risked your life to save your girlfriend not only impressed me, but also made me believe that love does exist in this world. Later, you demonstrated formidable martial prowess, displayed exceptional martial arts talent, and possessed miraculous medical skills. In addition, you saved my grandfather's life. These things have made me like you more and more, and before I knew it, I had fallen in love with you. Certainly. Most importantly, you're handsome, which is my type. At this point, Xiao Lengyu suddenly narrowed her eyes, then extended a finger and gently lifted Jiang Yi's chin. TSK tisk. Look at your face, it's just right for me. Before I met you, I never imagined that there could be a man in this world who perfectly matches my aesthetic standards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi seemed to have made a connection to something. He grabbed Xiao Lengyu's hand, his face showing displeasure as he questioned, since you have feelings for me, why were you so cold and aggressive when you came to the hospital to discuss compensation? Xiao Lengyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, speaking of this, it's all your fault. After I hit you with my car, I went back and did a quick check on your background. I learned that the girl you risked your life to save was your girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. Result. When I went to the hospital to find you, as soon as I pushed open the door to the ward, I saw you and Lu Qin hugging and kissing each other. At that moment, the love I had just believed in vanished in an instant. Tell me, should I be angry? Upon hearing Xiao Lengyu's words, Jiang Yi froze on the spot. After a long while, Jiang Yetzai replied, both amused and exasperated, Sister Lengyu, so you weren't angry, you were just jealous. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lengyu's pretty face instantly flushed red. She reached out and patted Jiang Yi's chest, spitting out a small spit as she said, Pa. Who's jealous of you? I wasn't even familiar with you back then, how could I possibly be jealous of you? I just think that you just broke up with your girlfriend and immediately found another woman. You're such a scumbag. Seeing Xiao Lengyu's desperate attempt to explain, Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh and ask, since you know I'm a scumbag, shouldn't you hate me? Whoosh. Xiao Lengyu smoothed her hair and said somewhat shyly, later, when I found out that your new girlfriend was actually your ex-girlfriend's mother, I suddenly didn't dislike you as much anymore. If I can't be my girlfriend's husband, I'll be her stepfather. Hee, I think you're quite an interesting person. Your personality and temperament are very much to my liking, so I've put aside my prejudices against you. Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi. Chapter 71 Lost and Found, Icy Poem. And the second reason? Jiang Yi had one arm around Xiao Lengyu's waist and the other hand on her thigh, gently caressing it with his fingertips, looking as if he couldn't bear to part with her. Don't you already know the second reason? The third young master of the Zhao family in the capital is pressuring me to marry him, but my grandfather, father and mother all disagree with this marriage. I don't want to marry the third young master of the Zhao family and become some kind of 13th concubine. Grandpa told me to quickly find a man to get a marriage certificate with, so that the Zhao family, for the sake of its reputation, would absolutely not allow the third young master of the Zhao family to steal a married woman. I'm not familiar with other men, so... Who else could I marry besides you? As Xiao Lengyu spoke, she smoothed Jiang Yi's hair, seemingly thinking that Jiang Yi looked handsome with any hairstyle. She couldn't help but lower her head and kiss him on the forehead. However, after the kiss, Xiao Lengyu immediately froze on the spot. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Before they got their marriage certificate, she was perfectly fine and seemed perfectly normal. After getting their marriage certificate, she found that Jiang Yi was all she could think about. Whenever she saw him, she couldn't help but want to kiss him, hug him, and cling to him. She didn't want to be separated from him for even a second. It felt like I was hopelessly in love with Jiang Yi, and I couldn't live without him. Could it be? Is this love? How amazing! Sister Longyu, I usually have a very good temper, but once I encounter something unpleasant, my temper explodes immediately. By marrying you this time, I have completely offended that third young master of the Zhao family. He will definitely retaliate against me. Aren't you afraid that in a fit of anger I might kill the third young master of the Zhao family, thereby offending the entire Zhao family and bringing annihilation upon the Zhao family? Jiang Yi was truly determined to kill. Since acquiring the system and becoming a martial arts practitioner, Jiang Yi has been thinking about fighting all the time. Oh no! He wants to have a thoroughly enjoyable battle. Having great martial arts skills but no opponent is truly lonely. Honey, the moment we got our marriage certificate, our Xiao family and the Zhao family became mortal enemies. If the third young master of the Zhao family dares to come to Haicheng, you don't need to have any reservations. Just go ahead and deal with him. Our Xiao family's motto is, we'd rather die standing than live on our knees. At this point, Xiao Lengyu suddenly remembered something. She quickly added, Husband, Grandpa has decided to pass on our Xiao family's flying willow and light smoke skill to you. You'd better hurry up and learn this skill. Even if we can't defeat the Zhao family, we can still use this lightness skill to escape. Where there's life, there's hope. As Xiao Lengyu spoke, she took a booklet out of her bag and handed it to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi subconsciously took the booklet, but his eyelids twitched slightly. Flying catkins and wispy smoke? Grandpa Xiao was actually willing to pass on this family martial art to his grandson-in-law. But I bet Grandpa Xiao never dreamed that Jiang Yi had already secretly learned the art and mastered this lightness skill. Okay, I'll make the most of my time to practice this lightness skill. Jiang Yi didn't say much, but solemnly accepted the booklet. Then, he used his mind to open the system inventory and his gaze quickly fell on the Lost and Found card. That's right. Since the Xiao family treats Jiang Yi sincerely, Jiang Yi will naturally not be stingy. He plans to use this card to help the Xiao family find their lost family martial art, the Frost Palm. System, I want to use this card. As Jiang Yi silently recited the command in his mind, the system notification sounded immediately in his ear. Ding! Please specify a target person and the important items that the target person has lost. Target, Xiao Lengyu. I need to retrieve the Xiao family's lost ancestral martial arts manual, the Frost Palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Lost and Found card and obtaining the Xiao family's ancestral martial arts manual, Frosty Palm. The Lost and Found card, that was originally lying in the system inventory, immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared, and a thick booklet instantly appeared in Jiang Yi's hand. Upon seeing the 4 characters Frosty Palm written in regular script on the cover of the booklet, Jiang Yi's face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but praise in his heart, Brother Tongzi, you're really awesome. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Yi handed the booklet to Xiao Lengyu and said, Sister Lengyu, I also have a gift for you. What gift? Xiao Lengyu hadn't noticed Jiang Yi's right hand, so she naturally hadn't seen how the martial arts manual had ended up in his hand. Xiao Lengyu took the manual from Jiang Yi and casually glanced at the 4 words on the cover. But the next second, she suddenly froze on the spot. This is the Frost Palm? Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, Xiao Lengyu's breathing and heartbeat quickened, and she eagerly opened the manual to examine it. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. About 5 minutes later, Xiao Lengyu turned to the last page of the manual. Immediately afterwards, she suddenly raised her head and stared straight at Jiang Yi, her expression a mixture of shock, suspicion, confusion, and overwhelming joy. Husband, is this really the Frost Palm technique that our Xiao family once lost? That's right. Honey, where did you find this secret manual? Occurred by chance. Honey, this is extremely important. I need to go home right now, immediately, and take this manual to my grandfather. Okay, go ahead. Xiao Lengyu kissed Jiang Yi on the cheek, then happily left with the secret manual. Jiang Yi continued to sit on a public bench in the mall, watching his 6 concubines happily browsing through various luxury stores. Beep beep. Just then, Jiang Yi's phone rang twice. Someone had sent him a WeChat message. Jiang Yi took out his phone and glanced at it. A handsome smile quickly appeared on his lips. Xiao Lengyu, honey, I forgot to tell you something. The villa you bought in Emerald Bay has been fully furnished with furniture, appliances, and household goods. You can move in any time. Jiang Yi, okay, I'll move in tonight. Xiao Lengyu, okay, then I'll move in with you tonight. Jiang Yi, oh, right, there's something I forgot to tell you. Xiao Lengyu, what is it? Jiang Yi, you don't need to practice the frost poem anymore. Tonight, your husband will teach you some peerless martial arts, guaranteed to be much stronger than the frost poem. Xiao Lengyu, really? Then I want to learn the Tathagata poem. Jiang Yi, sure. But, to practice the skill, you must first castrate yourself. Xiao Lengyu, how can I, a woman, castrate myself? Jiang Yi, you can use a razor, hair removal cream, wax, or anything else, as long as you're clean and refreshed. You can cook noodles for me. Xiao Lengyu, get out. Chapter 72 Jiang Yi's Teachings. The sun is setting. Haichang, Emerald Bay Villa District. Surrounded by 6 beautiful women, Jiang Yi opened the door to villa number 27 and walked in first. Honey, is this our new home? What a huge villa. This renovation is way too extravagant. Honey, may I go to the 2nd floor of the villa and choose a room? Honey, I want to choose a room too. Me too. After obtaining Jiang Yi's consent, the 6 women ran up to the 2nd floor of the villa and excitedly began to choose their respective bedrooms. Jiang Yi lay down on the sofa and then took out his phone to browse short videos. Repairing donkey hooves. Squeezing pimples. Ojbula bananas. Sharing a photo of your car's taillights. A great photographer can always capture a masterpiece unexpectedly. Beep beep. Jiang Yi was browsing photos of car taillights shared by various netizens in the comments section of Douyin when he suddenly received a WeChat message. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi, you've taken another concubine? For some reason, when Jiang Yi saw Lu Ruyan's name again, he didn't feel any emotion at all. It was as if he was looking at a stranger, without joy or sorrow, without desire or want. Jiang Yi, Lu Ruyan, you took Wang Monli as a concubine? Jiang Yi, Lu Ruyan, and Su Yan and Li Wanqing, you took them as concubines too? Jiang Yi, Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi, just how many concubines do you want to take? Jiang Yi, we'll see. Maybe 100, maybe more. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi, what happened to you? You can't let yourself fall into depravity and completely indulge yourself just because you were hurt in a relationship. Jiang Yi, are you teaching me how to do things? Lu Ruyan, I just want to remind you that having many wives and concubines is nothing more than fleeting pleasure. Besides love and romance, there are many other beautiful things in this world worth pursuing. Jiang Yi, oh my. I haven't even seen through the illusions of the world yet, but you've already? Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi, can you please stop taking concubines? Reason? Lu Ruyan, I feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yi, the reasons are insufficient. Rejection is warranted. Lu Ruyan. Seeing the ellipsis in Lu Ruyan's message, Jiang Yi decided to ignore her and immediately exited the WeChat chat to continue scrolling through Douyin short videos. Who knew? Not long after, Lu Ruyan sent another WeChat message, this time with a photo. Jiang Yi, being a bit of a glutton, clicked on it out of habit. You won't believe it until you see it. In the photo, Lu Ruyan is wearing a sexy maid outfit, with 2 fox ears on her head, a bell around her neck, black stockings on her legs, and high heels on her feet. In addition, a section of a foxtail was visible beneath the short skirt. She knelt in front of the camera, her pretty face flushed, her eyes filled with shyness, and she held up a sign that read, "Master, I'm sorry." Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi, I sincerely apologize to you and hope you can forgive me. Jiang Yi, is this an apology? You're clearly trying to seduce Dad. Lu Ruyan, didn't you used to always complain about wanting to see me in a maid outfit? Jiang Yi, the past is the past, the present is the present. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi, I really know I was wrong. Can't you forgive me this once, for the sake of our 4-year relationship? Jiang Yi, what's the point of forgiving me or not? Anyway, we can't be together anymore. Don't bother trying to seduce me anymore, I'm not falling for it. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi, you can accept Wang Monli and Su Yan, so why can't you accept me again? Zhang Yi, because we're from different generations. I'm your father now, and you're my daughter. Lu Ruyan, actually, you can eat rice bowls. Emoji, shy. Zhang Yi, Lu Ruyan, don't force me to block and delete you, and then send you to the countryside to feed the pigs. After Zhang Yi sent the last WeChat message, Lu Ruyan suddenly fell silent and did not reply for a long time. Whoosh. Zhang Yi put down his phone, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep drag. Call. As a puff of smoke slowly escaped his mouth, Zhang Yi's thoughts drifted off into the distance. Night fell. Lights were on in every household in the Emerald Bay Villa area. In the living room on the first floor of Villa number 27, Zhang Yi gathered his 7 beautiful wives together, seemingly preparing to impart his wisdom and knowledge to them. Zhang Yi sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by Xiao Langyu, Lu Qin, Lu Yun, Lin Chanqian, Li Wanqing, Su Yan, and Wang Mali. Honey, you said you'd teach us all martial arts? Honey, isn't it too tiring for you to teach martial arts to all 7 of us at once? How about we do it one at a time? There are 7 of us. Even if we do it one by one, my husband can't handle it. How do you know your husband can't handle it? I think my husband is amazing. He can last for more than an hour every time. He's incredibly strong. He. Hey! How did we end up on the highway like that? Hearing the chattering and giggling of the 7 golden flowers, Zhang Yi's forehead immediately broke out in a black line. Cough, cough. Zhang Yi coughed twice, took out a small bottle from his pocket, and gave 1 great rejuvenation pill to each of the 7 golden flowers. Seeing that the 7 beauties all showed curious expressions, and some even trembled their lips as if they wanted to ask a question, Zhang Yi quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't say anything, don't ask anything, just swallow the pill." The 7 beauties simply exchanged glances, then without saying a word, immediately stuffed the great rejuvenation pill into their mouths, their main goal being to obey their husbands. Seeing this, Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction and immediately made a hand seal, thus beginning his teaching and instruction. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly emanated from Zhang Yi's body, and then this aura split into 7, each flowing into the body of one of the 7 golden flowers. Ah! At this moment, the 7 golden flowers couldn't help but widen their eyes and open their mouths, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Because a vast amount of unfamiliar information flooded into their minds. The Tathagata palm is a martial arts technique that the Buddha bestowed upon mortals to save all sentient beings and relieve them from calamities. The heavenly crippled kick is a peerless martial art on par with the Tathagata palm, primarily using leg attacks, created by an unparalleled genius in the martial arts world. The 6 Meridian Divine Sword is one of the most lethal supreme martial arts techniques in the world. It is based on profound internal energy and is launched from the fingertips from a distance, causing it to strike the target at extremely high speed. The flying catkins and light smoke technique is as light as flying catkins, as graceful as a thin mist, as swift as a bat, and as ghostly as a phantom, drifting everywhere without a trace. That's right. Zhang Yi imparted all the martial arts skills he had mastered to the 7 golden flowers without reservation. After all, under the influence of the life and death bond card, the 7 golden flowers are 100% loyal to Zhang Yi, and they also have the buff of following their husbands even in death. Zhang Yi has absolutely no need to worry about them betraying him. In addition, Zhang Yi trained them all to become masters of ancient martial arts, so that when they went out to fight in groups in the future, they would not have to worry about being outnumbered. I think Ta Liang is really a genius. GAA. Chapter 73 Can't Keep a Low Profile. Boom boom boom. The 7 golden flowers unleashed powerful auras, and a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. This is the medicinal power of the great rejuvenating pill taking effect. Hold your breath, concentrate, and clear your mind of all distractions. Quickly follow the operational route of the Tathagata palm technique and refine the great rejuvenating pill within your body with all your might. Don't waste the medicinal effects of this pill. Seeing that the 7 beauties were still standing there dumbfounded, Zhang Yi had to quickly speak up to remind them, fearing that these big-breasted but brainless women would waste such a good pill. Swish, swish, swish. After Zhang Yi's reminder, the 7 golden flowers immediately realized what was happening, and then they all closed their eyes and focused on refining the great rejuvenation pill within their bodies. Seeing this, Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Although none of the 7 beauties were martial arts prodigies, and they were all a bit silly, typical big-breasted and brainless types. But they all listened to their husband, Zhang Yi. Only obedient children get to eat meat. Whoosh! Jiang Yi stretched lazily, glanced at the 7 golden flowers who were meditating, and then quietly left the living room, going alone to the terrace on the second floor of the villa. On this large terrace, there are 4 parasols, under which are 8 lounge chairs. To the left are 2 cradle-style swings, and to the right is a barbecue grill. Jiang Yi lay down on one of the recliners, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then looked up at the starry sky and puffed out smoke. A gentle evening breeze blows, intoxicating each cup. In the lonely nights, I was hurt again and again. To whom do her tender tears fall, for the heartless? The more you love, the more you hate, the more you grieve. Perhaps caught up in the moment, after finishing a cigarette, Jiang Yi suddenly patted his thigh lightly and began humming an online song, shaking his head. This style is all about being relaxed and carefree. Beep beep. Just then, Jiang Yi's phone, which was in his pocket, suddenly vibrated, as if someone had sent him a WeChat message. I am beautiful and charming, yet love has broken my heart. Fate brings us together, fate takes us apart, fate turns to ashes. Jiang Yi didn't stop humming the song. Instead, he continued to shake his head and sway, while casually taking his phone out of his pocket. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi, are you going to the class reunion tomorrow night? After reading the WeChat message sent by Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi first frowned, and then a look of suspicion quickly appeared on his face. Jiang Yi, what kind of class reunion? Lu Ruyan, didn't you see the messages in the class group chat? Jiang Yi, I've already muted the class group chat, how can I know what messages are in the group? Lu Ruyan, why don't you check the class group chat first? Jiang Yi, okay, I'll go take a look. Lu Ruyan, MM. Jiang Yi, by the way, don't call me by my name anymore, call me Dad. Lu Ruyan, okay, Dad. Looking at the last WeChat message Lu Ruyan sent, Jiang Yi's hand inexplicably trembled, and he almost dropped his phone. What's going on? When did Lu Ruyan become so well behaved? Jiang Yi clearly remembered that the life and death bond card only worked on his wives and concubines, and had no effect on his ex-girlfriend and daughter. Damn it! Something unusual must be going on. Lu Ruyan is definitely up to something, but Jiang Yi is no longer the same Jiang Yi. No matter what tricks Lu Ruyan uses, Jiang Yi won't fall for her schemes. She is pure as she is, like a gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge. Let it burn, the bright moon shines over the great river. Whoosh! Jiang Yi opened the university class group chat, browsed through the chat history, and quickly figured out what had happened. In short, it was Wu Kuan who suggested in the group chat that, before everyone went their separate ways, the whole class should have a graduation dinner, just like a farewell meal. In addition, Wu Kuan had already booked a private room at the Tanyu Hotel in advance, and the dinner was scheduled for 7 p.m. tomorrow. In the class group chat, almost all the classmates supported this dinner party. Since Wu Kuan paid for the dinner himself, without costing everyone else, the classmates were definitely happy to come and freeload. Even Jiang Yi's homeroom teacher, a very charming and mature woman, agreed to attend this dinner party. Wu Kuan, I'll take account of the participants for this dinner. Those who want to come, please register in the group chat. Student A, Brother Kuan, I'm signing up. Student B, I'm signing up too. Student C, me too. Student D, count me in. At this moment, Wu Kuan is counting the number of people attending the dinner party, and classmates are leaving messages in the group to sign up. Jiang Yi stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then sent a message in the group. Jiang Yi, I'll sign up too. Shortly after this message was sent, Jiang Yi saw a new message appear below it. Lu Ruyan, I'm going too. It's obvious. Lu Ruyan kept a close eye on the activity in the class group chat. As soon as she saw that Jiang Yi had signed up for the dinner party, she signed up without hesitation. This is insane. It seems like she's chasing after her husband from afar. But Jiang Yi has already been very low-key, but some people are unwilling to let him keep a low profile. Wu Kuan, yo. Our school heartthrob Jiang has finally shown up. Wu Kuan, Jiang Yi, since you're coming to tomorrow's dinner party, why don't you bring your wife along to meet everyone? Wu Kuan, you're the first person in our class to get married. We're all very curious about what your new wife looks like. As soon as Wu Kuan said this, the class group chat immediately became lively. Almost all of Jiang Yi's classmates were egging him on, insisting that he bring his new wife to the dinner party. Class teacher by Jing, Jiang Yi, I'm also very curious about what your wife looks like. Will you be bringing her to the dinner party tomorrow? Just then, Jiang Yi's homeroom teacher also sent a message in the group chat. Jiang Yi rubbed his forehead, both amused and exasperated, and then quickly replied with a message in the group chat. Jiang Yi, teacher Bai, would you like to see my legal wife or my concubine? Quiet. Complete silence. After Jiang Yi sent this message, the class group chat seemed to have been paused, instantly becoming completely silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Class teacher Bai Jing, Jiang Yi, do you mean you not only married a wife, but also took a concubine? Jiang Yi, Class teacher Bai Jing, then bring them all to show the teacher. Jiang Yi, this isn't quite appropriate. Class teacher Bai Jing, what's wrong with it? Were you just bragging? Jiang Yi, there are too many people. If we brought them all, we'd probably fill a whole table. Class teacher Bai Jing? Jiang Yi, 1 wife and 6 concubines, plus me and my daughter, that's 9 people in total. Does that mean we'll fill a whole table? Director Bai Jing. Upon seeing the conversation between Jiang Yi and the homeroom teacher, the class group, which had been quiet for quite some time, suddenly erupted into a frenzy, as if a pot of water had been poured into a frying pan. Student A, holy crap. Student B, really? Student C, bro, you're exaggerating way too much. Classmate D, bro, it's not that I don't believe you, but what you're saying is just too outrageous. Classmate E, 1 wife and 6 concubines? Jiang Yi, you're really daring to brag. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Classmate F, Jiang Yi, you absolutely must bring your wife and 6 concubines to our class reunion tomorrow. Student G, I second that. Student H, seconded +1. Student I, seconded +2. Student J, seconded +10,086. Chapter 74, a major scene of adultery catching. Night. Emerald Bay Villa District. Jiang Yi sent an OK emoji in the class group chat, then logged out of WeChat, put down his phone, and continued slapping his thigh and humming a song softly. From now on, I will never shed a single tear for love. From then on, I could not sleep at night because of money. From now on, I will only be the most heartless ghost in this world. Only by seeing through the hypocrisy of love can one avoid making a fool of oneself. Suddenly, Jiang Yi's ears twitched slightly. Seemingly having heard some strange noise, Jiang Yi immediately stopped humming, sat up from the recliner, and pricked up his ears to listen carefully for a while. Not long after, a strange expression appeared on Jiang Yi's face. That sound. The song was high-pitched and melodious, like a female ghost crying in the middle of the night, or a female demon wailing in a cave. In conclusion, the sound was coming from the villa next door, number 28. Jiang Yi is now a level 1 martial artist, and his hearing, vision, smell, and sense of perception have far surpassed those of ordinary people. You absolutely cannot have misheard. The sound is coming from the neighbor's house next door. Whoosh! Jiang Yi stood up, walked quickly to the edge of the terrace, leaned on the railing, and peered at the neighboring villa, number 28. TSK tisk. Don't young people these days close the windows when they're doing errands? I'm amazed that the sound could even reach my house. Jiang Yi shook his head, both amused and exasperated, and prepared to return to his room, not wanting to eavesdrop on the noise from the young couple next door. Who knew? Just then, a black Mercedes-Benz sped over from a distance and drove directly into the yard of the neighboring villa, number 28. After the Mercedes came to a stop, the door was quickly opened, and 2 bodyguards in black and a young woman in a white evening dress emerged from the car. These are not the main points. The key point is that Jiang Yi clearly saw that the young woman in the white evening dress had a face full of anger and her eyes were so cold that she looked like she wanted to kill someone. Hey! Something's up. Jiang Yi's sixth sense told him that something was bound to happen at his neighbor's house tonight, and there was even a chance that a wonderful show would unfold. Then, Jiang Yi abandoned his idea of going back to his room and continued to lean on the balcony railing, silently observing the situation in the neighboring yard. Just as expected. The young woman waved her hand, then, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, stormed into the villa next door with an imposing air. Not long after. Suddenly, a light came on in a room on the 2nd floor of the villa next door. Immediately afterwards, a cacophony of sounds of smashing, cursing, screams, and wails drifted over. Holy crap! A major adultery catching scene? Such a wonderful show, wouldn't it be a huge regret to leave behind in one's life if we didn't go see it? Jiang Yi rubbed his hands together excitedly, his heartbeat and breathing becoming more rapid. He hesitated for a moment, but could not resist the temptation of catching his wife in the act. Then he used his flying willow light smoke skill to leap from his 2nd floor terrace and land lightly on the 2nd floor terrace of the neighboring villa. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yi didn't rush into his neighbor's house. Instead, he climbed down the wall and quickly approached the window with the light on. Whoosh! Zhang Yi, like a gecko, clung to the window, then cautiously peeked his head out, looking into the room with excitement and curiosity. You won't believe it until you see it, and once you do, you'll be incredibly excited. That's right. Zhang Yi guessed correctly. This was definitely a major scene of catching someone in the act of adultery. The young woman in the white evening gown stood by the bed, arms crossed, fuming, her eyes practically spitting fire. The two bodyguards in black that the young woman brought with her roughly dragged the man and woman off the bed and forced them to kneel on the ground. No need to think about it, the young woman is definitely the original wife. The man and woman kneeling on the ground must be the scumbag husband and his mistress. Because they were caught red-handed, the cheating husband and his mistress hadn't even had time to put on their clothes yet both of them were completely naked, making for a rather provocative scene. Oh dear. This guy looks very strong, but his thing is so small. It looks good but is useless. This mistress is not bad. She has a sweet and lovely face, a curvy figure, and looks very young. I guess she's a female college student? Zhang Ye's gaze immediately locked onto the man and woman kneeling on the ground, since neither of them was wearing clothes, which was quite eye-catching. But after watching the scumbag husband and his mistress, Zhang Yi turned his attention to the young wife. TSK tisk. This first wife is also quite good-looking, with a nice figure, and her looks are in no way inferior to the mistress's. It's a pity she was still cheated on by her husband. The young woman looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. Her stunningly beautiful appearance, combined with her chic and sophisticated makeup, highlighted her unique air of a noblewoman. The white, deep V-neck evening gown she wore not only revealed a large expanse of her ample bosom but also perfectly outlined her S-shaped body curves. This is a perfectly ripe peach. A rose in full bloom. Compared to the somewhat inexperienced mistress kneeling on the ground, the original wife's charm seems to be far superior. Zhang Wei, you bastard. You eat my food, drink my drinks, use my things, and spend my money, yet you secretly keep a mistress behind my back? Beat them. Beat them hard. As soon as the young woman gave the order, the two bodyguards in black immediately took action, punching and kicking her husband and his mistress. The mistress was beaten and cried loudly. The scumbag husband immediately shielded his mistress in his arms and then used his own body to endure the punches and kicks from the two bodyguards. Seeing this, the young wife's anger instantly flared up. Pull them apart. Kill this little bastard first. As the young woman issued a new command, the two bodyguards immediately reached out to pull her away, making the scene even more exciting. Wow! Good show. What a wonderful show. The mistress's face was slapped dozens of times, and she endured countless punches and kicks. Her breasts were practically smashed apart. Well, you are a beautiful woman, why did you become a mistress? Now that you've been caught red-handed by the wife, you can only blame your bad luck. 20 minutes later. The scumbag husband and his mistress were both severely punished, their bodies covered with various marks of beatings, and their faces were swollen. The young woman's anger seemed to have subsided somewhat. She sat down on the edge of the bed, looking down at her husband and his mistress kneeling on the floor, her eyes filled with disappointment. Young miss, why don't you have some water to calm down? Just then, one of the bodyguards pulled out a bottle of mineral water from somewhere and handed it to the young wife with a fawning expression. The young woman didn't even glance at the bodyguard. She took the bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and then drank it in large gulps. Bang! Perhaps still seething with anger, the young woman, after finishing her water, suddenly smashed the mineral water bottle onto the floor and then pointed at her kneeling husband and his mistress, launching into a tirade of abuse. However, as the young woman continued her tirade, her expression suddenly turned somewhat strange. Suddenly, she clutched her chest, turned her head in astonishment, and looked at the bodyguard who had handed her the bottled water. You poisoned the water? As the young woman uttered those words haltingly, the next second, she spat out a mouthful of dark blood, and her face turned deathly pale in an instant. Zhang Yi was startled when he saw this. Holy crap! Is there another plot twist? How did a perfectly good scene of catching adulterers suddenly turn into a poisoning scene? This is so exciting. Chapter 75, Another Plot Twist. Ha 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 ha. Xinxingxuan, you've finally fallen into my hands. Surprised? Unexpected? Inside the room, Zhang Wei, who had been kneeling on the ground, stood up laughing. The mistress, who had been crying, quickly found a piece of clothing, wrapped it around herself, got up from the ground, and then looked at Shin Xuan with a resentful gaze. As for the two bodyguards who obeyed Shin Xuan's every word, they had now stood behind Jiang Wei and were staring at the astonished Shin Xuan with emotionless eyes. The plot twist was so sudden. Shin Xuan never dreamed that her bodyguard would betray her, and she never imagined that everything that happened today was actually a trap set by Jiang Wei. Why? Shin Xuan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looking at Jiang Wei with a mixture of shock and anger, her expression extremely complicated. Why? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Wei also found a piece of clothing, draped it over himself, and then walked up to Shin Xuan, grabbing her by the neck. Shin Xuan, because I have never liked you from the beginning. The only reason I was willing to marry into your Shin family was because I was after your family's wealth, but we've been married for 3 years, and I've worked hard for your Shin family for 3 years, but you've held onto the shares of the Shin group tightly, unwilling to give me even a single share, and you don't even allow me to enter the company as management. Shin Xuan, I am your husband. You treat me like I'm a thief, how can you not make me feel disheartened? As Jiang Wei spoke, his emotions suddenly became agitated, and the hand gripping Shin Xuan's neck tightened, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. Just because of this, that you want to kill me? As soon as Shin Xuan finished speaking, another trickle of dark blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her face grew even paler. That's right. Jiang Wei suddenly released Shin Xuan's neck, slapped her across the face, and said hatefully, I've been so good to you, serving you diligently at home every day, but what have you done for me? In the 3 years we've been married, you've not only refused to share a room with me, you haven't even let me touch your finger. I am a man with normal needs. Since you don't want me to touch you, what's wrong with me finding other women outside? Jiang Wei became more and more agitated and angry as he spoke, as if he had suffered a great injustice, successfully portraying himself as a humble victim. Jiang Wei. Shin Xuan covered her cheek, her eyes filled with disappointment, and said, back then, you knelt before me, begging and crying to marry into our Shin family. I made it very clear to you back then that I'm willing to get married, but I will absolutely not share a room with you. You agreed to it yourself, and now you're blaming me? Upon hearing Shin Xuan's words, Jiang Wei's expression suddenly turned ugly. Shut up! Jiang Wei roared, then said with a gloomy face, if it weren't for the fact that your Shin family is rich, do you think I would agree to such an unreasonable request? He. Shin Xuan sneered, a mocking expression on her face, and said, in the end, you're just after our Shin family's money. These past 3 years of marriage have really been tough on you. You've had to be submissive and obedient in front of me every day. Jiang Wei, you're disgusting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's expression darkened further. But instead of getting angry, he burst into laughter. Shin Xuan, just keep cursing. You're now poisoned and don't have much time left to live. As long as you die, the entire Shin group will fall into my hands. After all, I am your legal husband and have the right to inherit all your property. Jiang Wei became increasingly smug as he spoke, even pulling his mistress into his arms and then, in front of Shin Xuan, giving her a hard kiss on the cheek. However, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to happen. Whoosh! No sooner said than done. Suddenly, the dying Shin Xuan pulled out a hairpin from her hair and, with lightning speed, stabbed it into Jiang Wei's throat. Put! As expected, the entire hairpin pierced Jiang Wei's throat. After Shin Xuan removed the hairpin, Jiang Wei's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. A stream of bright red blood also gushed from his throat. Jiang Wei, there's something else I've been hiding from you. Shin Xuan held the blood-stained hairpin to her lips, then licked the blood off it with her tongue, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Gurgle, gurgle. Jiang Wei covered his throat, his lips trembling several times, but he couldn't utter a single word. Ah! The mistress also noticed Jiang Wei's situation. She was so frightened that she screamed, hurriedly took a few steps back, tripped, and fell to the ground. Young Master Zhang! Boss! The two bodyguards reacted quickly and rushed over to support the swaying Jiang Wei, while also looking at Shin Xuan with wary expressions. You, glug, glug. Jiang Wei finally managed to utter the word you, but blood was gushing from between his fingers as he clutched his neck. It's obvious that Jiang Wei is not going to make it. Jiang Wei, you probably never dreamed that I am actually a martial artist. It's not just me, it's the entire Shin family. Actually, our Shin family is a hidden ancient martial arts family. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. After saying these words, Xin Xingxuang rushed forward with the hairpin in her hand before the two bodyguards could make a move. Put! Put! Two muffled thuds were heard, and Xin Xingxuang's figure, like a ghost, brushed past the two bodyguards, leaving a deep bloody mark on each of their necks. Immediately afterwards, Xin Xingxuang, whose face grew increasingly pale, coughed twice while clutching her chest, spitting out another mouthful of dark blood. But, despite her physical discomfort, she looked at the mistress who was lying on the ground, trembling with fear and still in shock. Splash! 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 At that moment, the two bodyguards fell to the ground one after the other, and Zhang Wei, whom they were supporting, also fell to the ground after losing his support. You can die too. Xin Xingxuang revealed another wicked smile, and then plunged the hairpin in her hand from top to bottom into the mistress's head. Don't want! Xiao San only had time to exclaim in surprise before the hairpin in Xin Xingxuang's hand pierced into the top of her head, the entire hairpin disappearing into her skull. Gurgle! Strands of blood flowed down the mistress's head, quickly turning her into a bright red watermelon. The mistress's eyes widened, her mouth gaped open, her body trembled violently a few times, then her eyes slowly rolled back, and she collapsed weakly to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Yi, who was peering out the window, was startled again. Holy crap! Has the plot taken another turn? Despite being poisoned, the young wife staged a remarkable comeback, killing her scumbag husband, his mistress, and two treacherous bodyguards. This is so exciting. If only God could give me a bag of sunflower seeds right now. Eating sunflower seeds while watching the show. That would be so awesome. Chapter 76 Jian Yi detoxifies Xin Xingxuang. Inside the room. After killing the person, Xin Xingxuang immediately sat down cross-legged on the spot and frantically circulated her internal energy, seemingly trying to force out the poison. Jian Yi, who was watching the show from outside the window, couldn't help but activate his mind's eye out of curiosity and looked at Xin Xingxuang, whose face had turned deathly pale. You won't believe it until you see it. Name, Xin Xingxuang. Cultivation level, peak of profound rank. Martial arts, frost fist, ghost step, assassination technique. Status, poisoned and on the verge of death. Zhang Yi only learned that Xin Xingxuang was a Xian-level martial artist when she suddenly unleashed her martial arts aura. But Zhang Yi never expected that Xin Xingxuang was actually poisoned and was on the verge of death. It can only be said that no matter how skilled you are in martial arts, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. Even the most powerful and unparalleled individuals can die from the insidious schemes of villains. What to do? Should we lend a hand to this poor young woman? Do you, dear readers, think I'm meddling in other people's business? Ding! The host has triggered a bounty mission, cure Xin Xingxuang's poison. You will receive 3 game coins. Just then, a system notification sounded in Zhang Yi's ear. Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback, and a look of bewilderment quickly appeared on his face. All right. Even Brother Tongzi couldn't stand it anymore. Hurry and save them. Bang! Without any hesitation, Zhang Yi suddenly raised his hand and pushed open the window in front of him, then jumped in through the window with a very dashing posture. Whoosh! The moment Zhang Yi's feet touched the ground, Xin Xingxuang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, immediately opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Yi, her face showing a mixture of surprise and confusion. Don't be nervous, I mean you no harm. Zhang Yi knew that Xin Xingxuang was poisoned, and he had already mobilized all his internal energy to suppress the toxins in her body. At this moment, Xin Xingxuang was at her most vulnerable, and any ordinary person could easily take her life. Who are you? Xin Xingxuang remained seated cross-legged on the ground, her beautiful phoenix eyes fixed on Zhang Yi's every move, her face filled with vigilance. I live next door to you, in Villa number 27. I just heard that your family apparently caught someone cheating, so I couldn't resist my curiosity, and secretly came over to take a look. We Chinese are born to love watching a good show. Don't misunderstand, I'm not a bad person, and I'm definitely not a voyeur. Zhang Yi quickly gave an explanation. Throughout the entire process, he remained completely calm and composed, showing absolutely no embarrassment. All I can say is that Zhang Yi has developed an incredibly thick skin. A tree without bark will surely die. A shameless person is invincible. Tap tap tap. Next, to Xin Xingxuang's astonishment, Zhang Yi walked directly to her side and placed a hand on her shoulder. What are you going to do? Don't touch me. Do you want to die? A hint of panic flashed in Xin Xingxuang's eyes. She subconsciously wanted to retaliate, but as soon as she raised her hand, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dark blood. Don't move. I'm saving your life. Jiang Yi frowned in dissatisfaction, and at the same time used his mind to open the system inventory, quickly finding the antidote card. Antidote card designates a target and instantly removes all toxins from their body. This card can be used 3 times. Help me? Do you know what kind of poison I've been given? Furthermore, we are not related, we don't even know each other, so why did you save me? Shen Xingxuan's fierce tone made Jiang Yi's brows twitch slightly. The person was about to die, and they were still so vicious? No wonder her husband had an affair and even tried to kill her to seize her assets. Women are more likely to be gentle and charming to men. I've got my eye on you, and I want to play poker with you, so I couldn't wait to jump out and save your life. As the saying goes, a life-saving grace deserves a reward of one's own body. You should understand this principle, right? Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and silently chanted in his mind, "System, I need to use the antidote card." You. Shen Xingxuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and a faint blush appeared on her originally pale face. Ding. Please designate a target person. Just then, Jiang Yi heard the system notification sound again, so he silently recited in his mind without hesitation, "Shen Xingxuan." Whoosh. To Jiang Yi's slight surprise, the commotion caused by using the antidote card was comparable to that caused by the divine doctor card. Suddenly, a ball of emerald green light descended from the sky, enveloping Shen Xingxuan completely. The next second, Shen Xingxuan's deathly pale face regained its color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, her breathing and heartbeat stabilized, and the black blood stopped flowing from her mouth. This speed, this efficiency, truly worthy of being cards produced by the system. One word, awesome. In the blink of an eye, the green light disappeared, and a series of system notifications rang in Jiang Yi's ears. Ding. The host has successfully detoxified Shen Xingxuan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the bounty mission and receiving 3 game coins. Ding. The antidote card has consumed 1 use. There are 2 uses remaining. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a handsome smile. Although he had used up one of his antidote card's antidote opportunities, he had gained 3 game coins. This deal wasn't a loss. Alright, the poison has been neutralized, I should be going now. Bye-bye. Jiang Yi smiled and patted Shen Xingxuan on the shoulder, then strode towards the window, seemingly eager to leave. Hey! Wait a minute. Seeing Jiang Yi about to leave, Shen Xingxuan, who was in shock, almost subconsciously reached out a hand to try to stop him from leaving. However, Jiang Yi reacted quickly, dodging Shen Xingxuan's pull with a slight dodge. Next. To Shen Xingxuan's astonishment, Jiang Yi not only walked to the window but also jumped out without hesitation. Whoosh! After a brief moment of stunned silence, Shen Xingxuan immediately got up and chased after him, then quickly leaned over the window and stretched her entire upper body out. You won't believe it until you see it. Jiang Yi's figure was like a bat flying in the night sky. He not only flew towards the neighboring villa number 27, but also landed lightly on the second-floor terrace of the villa. Master! Such amazing lightness skill. He is definitely a master of ancient martial arts. At that moment, a bold idea suddenly popped into Shen Xingxuan's mind. She cupped her hands into a megaphone shape, placed them near her mouth, and then shouted loudly at Jiang Yi on the second-floor terrace of the neighboring villa, "Hey! Didn't you want me to repay you with my body? Why are you running away? It's not like I'm not going to refuse you." Upon hearing Shen Xingxuan's words, Jiang Yi, who had just landed on the terrace, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, Shen Xingxuan couldn't help but chuckle, a smug expression flashing across her face. However, the next second, Jiang Yi's infuriating reply came from the second-floor terrace of the neighboring villa. You're too fierce. I still prefer gentler women. Go cause trouble for someone else. Just don't repay my kindness with enmity. Shen Xingxuan? Shen Xingxuan. Shen Xingxuan. Chapter 77 Shaping Cards. Emerald Bay Villa District. Villa number 27. After returning to his room, Jiang Yi immediately opened the system's main page. Card pool. Game coins, 3. Inventory, healing card, miracle healer card, antidote card. Lottery. We absolutely have to participate in the lucky draw. Nothing's more fun than a lottery. System, give me a triple draw. Jiang Yi isn't the type to dawdle or make things difficult. He won't engage in repeated lotteries or try anything thrilling to him, that's a waste of time. He likes to reveal his cards directly, knowing at a glance what he has drawn, and his main appeal is a straightforward and satisfying approach. Buzz buzz buzz. Under Jiang Yi's expectant gaze, the card pool in front of him immediately began to shake, and countless cards flew around rapidly. Before long, 3 glittering cards suddenly jumped out of the card pool and floated in front of Jiang Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a land plot card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a magic weapon card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a shaping card. Ding! All cards have been automatically added to your system inventory. Please check. Land card, after using this card, you will randomly obtain a valuable piece of land based on the host's temperament. Magic treasure card, after using this card, you will randomly obtain a precious magic treasure based on the host's temperament. Shaping card, after using this card, the host's appearance, physique, and temperament can be adjusted and optimized to achieve the standard of a perfect male god, and the physical body will never age. Holy crap! When Jiang Yi saw the land parcel, his face showed no emotion. After all, he was not short of money. Having one more or one less piece of land would have no impact on him. Upon seeing the magic treasure card, Jiang Yi's face showed a hint of interest. After all, the treasures produced by the system are definitely not trash. However, upon seeing the shaping card, Jiang Yi's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Nonsense! This card can optimize your appearance, physique, and temperament, turning you into a perfect male god, and your physical body will never age. The perfect male god. Forever young. Who could resist such temptation? Moreover, Jiang Yi has drawn so many prizes and obtained more than a dozen different cards, most of which have effects based on the host's temperament. In other words, the more Jiang Yi's temperament is enhanced, the greater the effectiveness of the cards will be. I'm not going to say anything more. I'm determined to be this perfect male god. Brother Tonzi, I want to use the shaping card. As Jiang Yi silently recited the command in his mind, the shaping card he had just drawn immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yi was enveloped in a soft golden light, and a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using a shaping card. Ding! Shaping in progress, please wait. In about 3 seconds, the soft golden light that enveloped Jiang Yi slowly disappeared. Jiang Yi blinked and suddenly smelled a sweaty odor coming from his body. He reached up and wiped his forehead, only to find that he was covered in sweat, and the sweat was pale yellow, containing who knows how many impurities. Damn! Why does this sound like a marrow cleansing and meridian treatment? This smell. Ugh! It stinks. Go take a shower right away. Unable to stand the stench on his body, Jiang Yi immediately rushed into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and took a refreshing shower. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi dried his wet hair as he walked to the mirror at the sink, preparing to use a hairdryer to dry it. However, when he looked up at the mirror, he was startled as if he had seen a ghost. Holy crap! Is this still me? How can there be such a handsome man in this world? That's right. Jiang Yi was startled by his reflection in the mirror. Although his appearance remained unchanged, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. If Jiang Yi in the past was a sunny and handsome young man with a touch of roguishness, he was very much like Daniel Wu in his younger days. Jiang Yi can no longer be judged by ordinary standards. Jiang Yi racked his brains, and finally came up with only one line of poetry that could barely describe his current handsomeness. A gentleman as handsome as jade, unparalleled in the world. That face, that figure, that aura, it's simply irresistible to men, women, young and old. It's over. I didn't expect the shaping card to be so powerful. If I go out with this face in the future, I don't know how many young women, young wives, young sisters-in-law, young widows, and young aunts will have their eyes on me. Jiang Yi touched his face, shook his head with a wry smile, and suddenly thought of a serious question. If others knew that I possess some kind of life essence that can restore a woman's youth. Holy crap! Wouldn't all the women in the world go crazy? Just thinking about it made Jiang Yi shudder, and goosebumps rose all over his body. No! The matter of the essence of life must never be known to outsiders. As for that handsome face, why not just wash it with sulfuric acid and destroy it directly? Whoosh! A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. He took a deep breath and then abandoned his absurd idea of washing his face with sulfuric acid. Damn it! Being handsome isn't my fault. Why should I bear the consequences of my damned, irresistible charm that I shouldn't have to bear? I'm the victim here. Call. Jiang Ye took another deep breath, then put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. Brother Tongzi, I want to use the land card. As Jiang Ye silently recited the command, the land card that was originally lying in the system inventory instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The next second, Jiang Ye had a contract in his hand and a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using a land card to obtain land plot number 1 in the southern district of Haichang. Jiang Ye picked up the contract documents in his hand, flipped through them casually, and suddenly discovered that this plot of land, number 1 in the south district, was right in the center of the newly designated key economic development zone by the authorities. Then, Jiang Ye immediately picked up his phone and searched online. Finally, to everyone's astonishment, it was discovered that the price of plot number 1 in the South District had been inflated to 10 billion yuan, and the price was still rising. Its actual value seemed to be far more than 10 billion yuan. But Jiang Ye is no longer interested in money. An extra 10 billion is just another string of numbers in your bank account. Moreover, Jiang Ye's legal wife is Xiao Lengyu, the daughter of Haicheng's richest man and the sole heir of the Xiao family. With such a wealthy wife, how could Jiang Ye possibly lack money? Brother Tongzi, I want to use the magic weapon card. Jiang Ye casually tossed the contract aside and then focused his gaze on the last, magic treasure card. Whoosh! A golden light flashed before his eyes, and the magic treasure card immediately disappeared, while Jiang Ye found a ring in his hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using the magic item card and obtaining a storage ring. Ding! The storage ring is automatically bound to the host. It cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed. Ding! If the host dies, the system will automatically reclaim this magic item. Jiang Ye. Chapter 78 Only Children Make Choices. What is a storage ring? It contains a separate space that can be used to store all non-living items, but its appearance is that of a small ring. It can be opened with just a thought, and then items can be stored and retrieved at will. Whoosh! Jiang Ye immediately put the storage ring on his hand, and then tried to open the ring with his mind. The next second, his consciousness entered the space inside the ring. Wow! What a huge space! It's about the size of a football field. Think of how much stuff it can hold. Jiang Ye's consciousness circled around in the storage ring for a moment before immediately withdrawing. He quickly grabbed the land purchase contract that was lying to the side, and then, with a thought, put the contract directly into his storage ring. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ye had another thought, and the contract was instantly retrieved and appeared in his hand. What a beautiful ring! Jiang Ye excitedly raised his left hand, kissed the storage ring, and then put the land purchase contract back into the storage ring. Next, Jiang Ye walked quickly to the wardrobe, opened the door, and found a safe hidden inside. Jiang Ye skillfully entered a password, opened the safe, and then took out a small box inside. That's right. The box contained the keepsakes left to Jiang Ye by his parents. Receive. With a thought, Jiang Ye immediately put the small box into his storage ring. Then, Jiang Ye touched the jade pendant he was wearing around his neck, hesitated for a moment, and put the jade pendant into his storage ring as well. In addition, Jiang Ye also put the small bottle containing 3 great rejuvenation pills into his storage ring. Call. After doing all this, Jiang Ye let out a soft breath, then lay down on the bed with a smile, fondling the ring with great affection. Snap. Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Immediately afterwards, the crisp sound of high heels walking drifted into Jiang Ye's ears. Who? Jiang Ye quickly looked up and saw Lin Shanshan, Wang Monli and Li Wanqing walking in timidly from outside, each with a faint blush on their face. These are not the main points. The key point is that all 3 women were dressed up meticulously, and each of them was wearing a sexy outfit that made Jiang Ye's blood boil. Lin Shanshan was wearing a flight attendant uniform. A burgundy vest, a pencil skirt, a flight attendant's hat, and thin flesh-colored stockings perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. Especially her long legs. It's really long. It gives the impression that everything below the neck is legs. Wang Monli was wearing a nurse's uniform. A white nurse's cap, a white nurse's uniform, and a heart-shaped cutout at the chest revealing a deep cleavage, paired with white stockings with suspenders. The overall look exudes a sophisticated charm. Night shift ward? Should we give the older brother medicine or an injection? The dress is so short that if you lift your leg even slightly, you can see the white lace pattern underneath. Isn't that too hot? Li Wanqing was wearing a maid outfit. Wearing a maid's headband and a bow choker, with a slender waist and hips wider than her shoulders, paired with black stockings, she exuded a strong alluring charm. Husband, you. After the three women entered the room, their eyes all turned to Jiang Yi, who was sitting on the bed. Each of them showed a surprised expression, as if they found that Jiang Yi seemed to have become more handsome and charming than before. Why are you here? Jiang Yi almost subconsciously activated his mind's eye, instantly seeing through the cultivation levels and strengths of the three women. Lin Qianqian, peak of the profound level. Wang Manli, initial stage of Xian level. Li Wanqing, initial stage of Xian level. Jiang Yi was only slightly surprised to see that Lin Qianqian's cultivation had reached the peak of the Xian level, but he was immediately astonished when he saw that Wang Manli and Li Wanqing's cultivation had both reached the initial stage of the Xian level. Lin Qianqian originally had the cultivation level of the initial stage of the profound realm. After consuming a great rejuvenation pill, it was normal for her cultivation level to rise to the peak of the profound realm. But Wang Manli and Li Wanqing were both ordinary people who had never been exposed to martial arts. Unexpectedly, a single great rejuvenation pill turned them into Xian-level martial artists. All I can say is that the pills produced by the system are truly amazing. Husband. Just then, Wang Manli suddenly gave Jiang Yi a flirtatious wink and quickly said, Sister Ling Yu wants you to choose one of the three of us to sleep with tonight. Swish. Swish. Upon hearing Wang Manli's words, Lin Qianqian and Li Wanqing's pretty faces immediately turned bright red, and their eyes began to dart around. Instead, Wang Manli deliberately puffed out her chest, looking at Jiang Yi with her eyes still alluring, and said, Honey, I have big breasts, so choose me. Put. Jiang Yi almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He asked, both amused and exasperated, where are the others? Sister Lang Yu, Sister Qin, Sister Yun, and Yan Yan, they were playing mahjong downstairs. The three of us couldn't get a seat, so they forced us to come up here. As Wang Manli spoke, she walked over and plopped down next to Jiang Yi, grabbing his arm. Honey, I've noticed, you seem to have gotten even more handsome. As Wang Manli spoke, she slowly slipped one hand inside Jiang Yi's robe, then quickly moved it down to touch his 8-pack abs. Husband. You still haven't said who you've chosen to accompany you tonight? Choose me, I promise I'll take good care of you, okay? Seeing that Wang Manli's actions were becoming increasingly outrageous, Lin Qianqian and Li Wanqing could no longer remain calm. The two women exchanged a glance, immediately abandoning all pretense of modesty, and quickly climbed onto the bed, surrounding Jiang Yi completely. Honey, choose me. Honey, choose me. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh and said, I'm not making a choice. Next. Jiang Yi turned on the very romantic ambient lighting, then turned on the stereo and played a soothing and romantic piece of music. Not long after. Then came the sound of pleas for mercy. Who told her to seduce her husband just now? Now you know to beg for mercy? It's too late. Everyone had a great time that night. A joyful and harmonious family, peaceful and serene times, and a harmonious family brings prosperity. Chapter 79. The whole family are profound level martial artists. The next morning. A ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window. Jiang Yi, lying on the bed, first frowned slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes. Whoosh! He struggled to get out of bed, casually pulled back the covers, and seemed to be preparing to get out of bed. However, the next second, his gaze was drawn to something. Plum blossom. 3 deep red plum blossoms. The once pristine white sheets were now covered in marks of various battles, and 3 very conspicuous plum blossom imprints were left on them. Call. Jiang Yi glanced at Lin Qianqian, Wang Manli, and Li Wanqing, who were still fast asleep, a strange expression flashing across his face. Then he quietly got out of bed and silently went into the bathroom. But as soon as Jiang Yi walked up to the sink, he looked up and was immediately startled by his reflection in the mirror. His handsome face was covered with more than a dozen bright red lipstick marks, and his neck, chest, shoulders, arms, and even his 8-pack abs were covered with hickeys of all sizes. Hiss. That's ruthless. Is this guy trying to eat me alive? Jiang Yi couldn't help but shiver. He quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, wiping away the lipstick marks. Then, he lazily went downstairs in a bathrobe. Greetings, young master. Good morning, young master. Good morning, young master. As soon as Zhang Yi arrived at the living room on the first floor, he saw several maids cleaning. When they saw Zhang Yi come downstairs, they immediately greeted him respectfully. Hello everyone. Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback, and at the same time, he quickly thought in his mind, it seems, maybe, he didn't hire a maid for his family? So who hired these maids? Soon. Zhang Yi then knew the answer. Greetings, young mistress. Good morning, young mistress. Good morning, young mistress. Just then, Xiao Lengyu, wearing only a sexy lace nightgown, looking somewhat languid and yawning, came down from the second floor of the villa. Upon seeing Xiao Lengyu, the maids immediately greeted her respectfully. Xiao Lengyu simply nodded casually, then walked over to Zhang Yi with a smile and took his arm in a very natural way. Good morning, you little rascal. Sister Lengyu, what's going on with these maids? These people are all people I brought from the Xiao family. From now on, they will be in charge of our daily lives. Oh. Zhang Yi nodded, then activated his mind's eye and quickly scanned Xiao Lengyu. You won't believe it until you see it, and once you do, you'll be shocked. Name, Xiao Lengyu. Cultivation level, peak of profound rank. Martial arts techniques, Tathagata palm, heavenly crippled kick, 6 meridian divine sword, flying willow light smoke skill, Arhat fist, Vajra palm. Status, didn't sleep all night, feeling a bit unwell. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lengyu's cultivation level has also reached the peak of the profound level. The great rejuvenation pill produced by the system is really powerful. I wonder what level Lu Qin, Lu Yun, and Su Yan have reached. Could it be? Like Wang Monli and Li Wanqing, the three of them directly skipped the yellow rank and reached the initial stage of the profound rank, right? Husband. Honey, you're up so early? Good morning, honey. Just as Zhang Yi was slightly stunned, 3 beautiful women came down from the second floor of the villa. Although they were all wearing pajamas and had no makeup on, the ethereal and otherworldly aura they exuded made them look like fairies descended from heaven. That's right. They are Lu Qin, Lu Yun, and Su Yan. All 3 women have reached the initial stage of the profound level in cultivation. Tap tap tap. Several women quickly went downstairs and then surrounded Zhang Yi with burning eyes. Although they all wanted to rush into Zhang Yi's arms and act coquettishly, the principal wife, Xiao Lengyu, was present, and his concubines, Lu Qin, Lu Yun, and Su Yan could only stand obediently to the side, not daring to overstep their bounds in any way. No way. This is the difference between a legal wife and a concubine. The principal wife is the mistress of the house, while concubines are merely servants of slightly higher rank. In a large family with many wives and concubines, in addition to the husband, the principal wife also has the power to dispose of the concubines at will. So, in most wealthy families, the legal wives do not treat their concubines equally. Some jealous legal wives even deliberately make things difficult for their concubines. Fortunately, Xiao Lengyu was not a jealous woman. She had also promised Zhang Yi that she would not stop him from taking a concubine, nor would she make things difficult for his concubines. In addition, Xiao Lengyu was of noble status and very generous, willing to spend money on everyone. Therefore, Zhang Yi's 6 concubines respected and admired Xiao Lengyu. Honey, what kind of pills did you give us last night? Shanqian and I have both broken through to the peak of the Xian level. Xinqin, Yunyun, Yanyan, Lily and Wanqing have all actually crossed the Huang level and directly broken through to the initial stage of the Xian level. This is amazing. Xiao Lengyu was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Zhang Yi first retrieved the Xiao family's lost martial arts technique, the Frosty Palm, and then taught it to his wives and concubines, directly instilling peerless martial arts such as the Tathagata Palm, the Heavenly Crippled Kick, and the 6 Meridians Divine Sword into their minds. In addition, the pills Zhang Yi gave to his wives and concubines greatly increased their cultivation levels within just 1 hour. It all feels like a dream. Xiao Lengyu could hardly believe that her husband was a treasure trove, and that he had given her so many surprises as soon as he was opened. Men are attracted to women, while women are attracted to men. Even though Xiao Lengyu is a very aloof and strong woman, she can't change the admiration for strength that is ingrained in her bones. Let's put the matter of the elixir aside for now, husband, there's something more important. Zhang Yi suddenly reached out and hugged Xiao Lengyu, then said with a smile, Sister Lengyu, could you come with me to a class reunion tonight? Sure. Xiao Lengyu nodded without hesitation, then put her arm around Zhang Yi's neck and said with a smile, however, you'll have to come to the company with me this morning. I need to introduce your identity at the board meeting. Okay. Jiang Yi nodded with a wicked smile, then took a deep breath and lowered his head deeply. You brat, stop messing around. Xiao Lengyu blushed deeply, seemingly never dreaming that Jiang Yi would dare to openly use her face wash in public. She's the daughter of the richest man in China, the only heir of the Xiao family, and the president of the Xiao group. Doesn't she have any shame? No, I want it. Jiang Yi's coquettish voice drifted from Xiao Lengyu's arms, making Xiao Lengyu feel both annoyed and amused, helpless and embarrassed. Never mind. How much is one's reputation worth? If Jiang Yi is happy, then let him be. Xiao Lengyu had wanted to push Jiang Yi away a second ago, but seeing Jiang Yi's infatuated and reluctant expression, her heart softened instantly. She then changed her push to a hug and gently embraced Jiang Yi's head. This scene made Lu Qin, Lu Yun, and Su Yan extremely envious. They also wanted to give the face wash to Jiang Yi to use. Especially the Lu Qin. Of the entire Jiang family, she has the biggest breasts. She was 100% confident that she could suffocate Jiang Yi. No, she could make Jiang Yi linger and forget about home. Husband. Look at me. Qin can wash your face for a lifetime. Qin's car headlights will illuminate your path for the rest of your life. Chapter 80. A phone call. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing your daily task. Have an intimate moment with any one of your wives or concubines. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 game coin. Jiang Yi only raised his head when he heard the system notification sound. He was panting heavily, and then said with lingering fear, "Oh my god. Phew. I almost suffocated. Phew." Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Lu Qin, Lu Yun, and Su Yan couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh, while Xiao Lengyu blushed deeply and immediately reached out to pinch Jiang Yi's ear. But Xiao Lengyu's strength was not very strong. She clearly couldn't bear to pinch Jiang Yi's ear hard, afraid of hurting him and then feeling sorry for her husband. Next, Jiang Yi released Xiao Lengyu, then gave Lu Qin, Lu Yun, and Su Yan a big hug, and washed his face 3 times with their face wash. The main idea is to ensure that everyone benefits equally. Now everyone felt at peace, and happy smiles appeared on everyone's faces. 9 a.m. Jiang Yi followed Xiao Lengyu into a Rolls-Royce, and the car immediately drove towards the headquarters of the Xiao group. Throughout the journey, Xiao Lengyu kept flipping through company documents, while Jiang Yi, bored, opened the system's main page. Card pool. Game coins, 1. Inventory, healing card, miracle healer card, antidote card. Although Jiang Yi had completed his daily tasks and received a game coin, it didn't count as a lottery draw. Single pulls are pointless. It's better to save up more game coins and do a 10 pull, 20 pull, or even 100 pull later. That would be much more fun. Ring ring. Just then, Jiang Yi's phone rang, and the caller ID showed an unknown number. Jiang Yi closed the system's main page and answered the call with a hint of confusion on his face. Hello? Is this Mr. Jiang, the owner of Tianyu Hotel? A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Judging from the voice alone, the man's age should not be more than 40. Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Jiang Yi frowned. He had just acquired Tianyu Hotel, and even his own employees didn't know his phone number. So how did the other party find out his contact information? Hello, Mr. Jiang. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Hao, and I am the general manager of Shengshi Group. We have learned that you recently purchased plot number 1 in the south of the city. We are wondering if Mr. Jiang is interested in selling this plot. Our Shengshi Group is willing to pay a high price to acquire it. Listening to Zhou Hao ramble on the phone, his ultimate goal being to acquire the number 1 plot in the south of the city, Jiang Yi's eyelids twitched slightly, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Mr. Zhou, I'd like to ask, how did you get my phone number? As soon as Jiang Yi said this, Zhou Hao's slightly embarrassed laughter came from the other end of the phone. Zhou Hao quickly explained, Mr. Jiang, my uncle is the director of the Changnan Economic Development Zone Industrial Park. Since you purchased plot number 1 in Changnan, a transaction record was naturally left behind. I only found your contact information through my uncle. I'm sorry, but before making this call, I did some unauthorized research on you and learned that you recently acquired Tianyu Hotel in full. Zhou Hao then rambled on, basically saying that he had an uncle who was an official and happened to be in charge of the development project in the south of the city. Jiang Yi obtained the Changnan number 1 plot of land through the system. Since everything was legal and compliant, he naturally left his contact information. It was based on this clue that Zhou Hao was able to trace Jiang Yi's true identity. The purpose of his call to Jiang Yi today was to acquire the Changnan No. 1 plot of land held by Jiang Yi. Mr. Jiang, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner and, while we're at it, discuss the acquisition of the No. 1 plot of land in the south of the city that you own. Zhou Hao extended an invitation to Jiang Yi. Although he spoke politely and used the guise of an invitation, his tone left no room for doubt, as if he was certain that Jiang Yi would sell the land to him, displaying an air of absolute confidence. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I'm not available today. Jiang Yi was indeed busy tonight. He had to attend a classmate reunion. Besides, he wasn't familiar with Zhou Hao, so why should he accept an invitation from a stranger? What about tomorrow night? Zhou Hao was clearly unwilling to give up, and immediately booked Jiang Yi's time for tomorrow. I'll see tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be free. And the day after tomorrow? Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, I'm busy with other things. If you need anything, you can contact my secretary. Boss Jiang. Before Zhou Hao could say anything more, Jiang Yi hung up the phone. The No. 1 plot of land in the south of the city was a reward from the system, and Jiang Yi is not short of money right now, so how could he easily sell the land? Moreover, Zhou Hao investigated Jiang Yi through his uncle, who was an official, abusing his power for personal gain, which Jiang Yi found very offensive. Therefore, Jiang Yi was very reluctant to deal with Zhou Hao. Honey, what's wrong? Perhaps noticing that Jiang Yi's expression was not good, Xiaolingyu put down the documents in her hand and then took Jiang Yi's arm. It's nothing, just a trivial nuisance call. Jiang Yi smiled and shook his head, then reached out and pulled Xiaolingyu into his arms. Stop it, you little brat. Sister Lingyu, I'm really angry right now. No. Honey, we're still in the car, don't make a fuss, let's wait until we get home. I can't wait any longer. Fortunately, there is a retractable partition between the front and rear seats of this Rolls-Royce. Just before squatting down, Xiaolingyu reached out and pressed a button, immediately lowering the barrier. The young female driver, who was driving, seemed to have overheard Jiang Yi and Xiaolingyu's conversation. She couldn't help but blush and kept glancing at the rearview mirror. But the partition had been lowered, blocking not only her view but also all the sounds from the back seats. At that moment, a hint of disappointment flashed across the female driver's face, but she quickly banished the random thoughts from her mind and continued to drive attentively. However, as she drove, the female driver couldn't help but let her mind wander again. The son-in-law is so handsome. Who would have thought that the aloof and cold young lady would actually dote on her son-in-law so much? The young lady always goes along with whatever her son-in-law says, and she's even willing to serve him in the car. Is this still the young lady I know? But then again, if I had a husband as handsome and charming as him, I would be willing to be with him, not just in a car, but even on a busy street. Oops. What am I thinking? It's absolutely so embarrassing. Chapter 81, The Crucial Plot Number 1. Headquarters of the Xiao Group. High-level conference room. When Jiang Yi followed Xiaolingyu in, the conference hall was already full of people. Let me introduce you all. The gentleman standing next to me is named Jiang Yi, and he is my newlywed husband. Grandpa has already transferred 10% of the Xiao Group as shares to my husband's name. From today onwards, Jiang Yi is the third largest shareholder of the Xiao Group. The Xiao Group is a family business. Most of the shares are held by Xiaolingyu's family. Currently, Chairman Xiao Zhang holds 67% of the shares, Xiaolingyu holds 13%, Jiang Yi holds 10%, and Xiaolingyu's second and third uncles each hold 5%. Clap clap clap. To Jiang Yi's slight surprise, when Xiaolingyu announced that he had become the third largest shareholder of the Xiao Group, no one in the meeting room raised any objections. They all stood up and applauded. Oh no, I'm your second uncle. Xiao Yi, I'm your third uncle. You're welcome to come visit me anytime. Your third aunt's cooking is delicious. Xiao Yi, I'm your second aunt. My cooking is delicious, and you're welcome to come to our home. Xiao Yi, I am your third aunt. Xiaolingyu's two uncles and aunts all looked like kind people. Ignoring the fact that the group's board meeting was still in progress, they immediately stood up, walked to Jiang Yi's side, and began to acknowledge each other as relatives. It's a family business. In any case, the Xiao family has the final say. The Xiao family can do whatever they want at the board meeting without having to consider the opinions of other group executives, and no one dares to have any objections. Second uncle, second aunt, hello. Third uncle, third aunt, hello. Jiang Yi greeted his uncles and aunts very politely, and then his second uncle pulled him to sit in the first seat on the left side of the conference table. Xiao Lingyu's uncle and aunt are not fools. Jiang Yi displayed his miraculous medical skills, even curing Grandpa Xiao, who was in the late stage of liver cancer. They are now too busy currying favor with Jiang Yi to possibly put on airs. If they ever get sick and can't be cured at the hospital, they'll definitely come to Jiang Yi for help. So, building a good relationship with Jiang Yi is like having insurance for your health. Besides, Jiang Yi is now Xiao Lingyu's husband, and their future children are destined to inherit the entire Xiao group. If these collateral relatives of the Xiao family wanted to continue to enjoy the benefits of the Xiao group, they naturally had to cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Yi. Next, Xiao Lingyu took the seat of honor and began today's meeting. Because Jiang Yi had just graduated from university, had never worked for any company, and had no management experience, he naturally couldn't understand some of the meeting content. But one point that Xiao Lingyu mentioned at the meeting caught Jiang Yi's attention. Currently, the southern part of the city has been designated by the authorities as a key economic development zone, and the value of most of the land in the southern part of the city has increased more than tenfold. The value of plot number 1, located in the very center, has increased 100-fold. During this period, our Xiao group has launched a full-scale offensive and has already acquired plots number 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the south of the city. However, these 4 plots of land are all scattered. If we can acquire the most crucial plot number 1, we can connect all 4 plots of land we acquired earlier into one contiguous area. Jiang Yi was still a little drowsy, but as soon as he heard the words southern city and land, he immediately woke up. What? Xiao Lingyu has already acquired plots 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the south of the city. The only thing missing now is the crucial plot number 1. If I remember correctly, it seems that plot number 1 in the south of the city is currently in my hands. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Yi immediately took out a document from his storage ring. Next, Jiang Yi quickly flipped through the documents and glanced at them. That's right. It is indeed the acquisition contract for plot number 1 in the south of the city. He. Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly, then stood up and walked to Xiao Lingyu's side, saying, "Sister Lingyu, look at me." However, before Jiang Yi could finish speaking, Xiao Lingyu, who was busy checking documents, immediately looked up, gave Jiang Yi a smile, and said, "Honey, do you find meetings boring? How about this? I'll have my secretary show you around the company. The senior management's lounge area is downstairs, you can go there and relax." No. Honey, I'm really busy right now. Just be a good girl and wait until I'm done before I come to spend time with you, okay? Xiao Lingyu seems to attach great importance to the development project in the south of the city. At this moment, she was focused on the project and didn't give Jiang Yi a chance to explain. She immediately called over her female secretary and instructed her to take Jiang Yi for a tour of the company. Jiang Yi. Seeing Xiao Lingyu lower her head again, quickly flipping through the documents in her hand, and occasionally discussing the plan with everyone, she seemed completely immersed in her work. No way. Jiang Yi felt embarrassed to bother her any further. After all, women who work hard are really attractive. However, just then, a female assistant rushed into the conference room and quickly reported to Xiao Lingyu, "President Xiao, President Zhou from Shengshi Group has suddenly come to visit," and he also said, "What else is there to say? Mr. Zhou said he has already contacted the buyer of the number 1 plot in the south of the city. If Mr. Xiao wants to acquire this plot, he would better go see him now." "Where is he?" "President Zhou is waiting for you in the reception room." After the female assistant finished speaking, she subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yi standing next to her, and an unnatural expression appeared on her face. "The meeting is on hold." Xiao Lingyu hesitated for a moment, then stood up and announced the meeting was adjourned. She then turned to Jiang Yi and said, "Honey, come with me to meet this President Zhou." "Okay." Jiang Yi nodded, then followed Xiao Lingyu out of the conference room. Besides a female secretary, Xiao Lingyu also had a female assistant by her side. Both of them were dressed in OL uniforms and exuded the aura of workplace elites. The female secretary's name was Lu Lanlan, and the female assistant's name was Wang Qianshan. They both looked to be around 25 years old. These are not the main points. The key point is that, along the way, both Lu Lanlan and Wang Qianshan were secretly observing Jiang Yi and Xiao Lingyu, and both women had an unnatural expression on their faces. It seems like they're worried about something. It also seemed like they were just watching the show. Jiang Yi wasn't stupid, he immediately guessed what was going on from the two women's expressions. Bite. Just as the four of them stepped into the elevator, Jiang Yi suddenly asked Xiao Lengyu, "Wife, is this President Zhou one of your suitors?" Swish. Swish. As soon as Jiang Yi said this, Lu Lanlan and Wang Qianqian immediately raised their heads and stared straight at Jiang Yi. The excited light in their eyes was obvious to anyone who wasn't blind. "Honey, you're so smart, you even guessed that." Xiao Lengyu couldn't help but chuckle, then reached out and took Jiang Yi's arm, asking in a slightly coquettish tone, "Are you jealous?" "Of course I'm jealous." Jiang Yi rolled his eyes, then said expressionlessly, "Should I just go up and beat him up? Or should I pretend to be polite first, and then go beat him up?" Thump. Thump. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Lu Lanlan and Wang Qianqian almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Both women looked at Jiang Yi with astonishment, seemingly not expecting their CEO's husband to be so fierce. "Let's exchange pleasantries first." Xiao Lengyu pursed her lips, then smiled and said, "If we can't reach an agreement later, you can go up and beat him up." Thump. Thump. Lu Lanlan and Wang Qianqian almost stumbled and fell to the ground again, seemingly never expecting that Xiao Lengyu would agree to Jiang Yi's unreasonable request. Is this what they call husband sings, wife follows? The air was thick with the stench of rotting love. This sudden display of affection caught us completely off guard. Chapter 82: Xiao Lengyu's Suitors. Xiao Group. Reception Room. When Jiang Yi followed Xiao Lengyu in, the first thing he saw was a large bouquet of bright red roses. No way. 99 roses are simply dazzling. Jiang Yi overlooked the fact that the man holding the roses was a man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an average appearance and build, and completely unremarkable. "Lengyu, these are roses I carefully selected for you. Do you like them?" Zhou Hao moved the roses away from his eyes, preparing to flash a bright smile and greet Xiao Lengyu. However, the next second, his smile froze on his face. Because he saw the woman he longed for was now arm in arm with a strange man, and they looked very intimate. More importantly, this stranger was extremely handsome. He was so handsome that even this man couldn't help but feel jealous, and a surge of urge to tear the other man's face apart rose in his heart. This is outrageous. How can there be such a handsome man in the world? Etc. Why is Xiao Lengyu holding this man's arm? Could it be? "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, I'm already married." Just then, Xiao Lengyu took the initiative to introduce Zhou Hao, saying, "This is my husband. We registered our marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday, so you should take your roses back." Boom! Upon hearing Xiao Lengyu's words, Zhou Hao felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Snap! The roses in his hand fell to the ground. Zhou Hao stared blankly at Xiao Lengyu and Jiang Yi, his eyes revealing 3 parts sadness, 3 parts grief, 3 parts shock, and 91 parts disbelief. "No! Lengyu, you're lying to me, aren't you? You weren't married at all. He was just a temporary actor you hired. You two were putting on an act for me, weren't you?" Zhou Hao panicked. He quickly walked a few steps to Xiao Lengyu and then tried to take her hand. Whoosh! With quick reflexes, Jiang Yi immediately pulled Xiao Lengyu into his arms, while simultaneously slapping away Zhou Hao's outstretched hand. "Mr. Zhou, Lengyu is now my wife. Please have some self-respect." Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown. If he hadn't already agreed with Xiao Lengyu to be polite to Zhou Hao first, Jiang Yi would have already punched him in the face. "You." Seeing Xiao Lengyu being held in Jiang Yi's arms, Zhou Hao's eyes widened, and he angrily said to Jiang Yi, "You fucking let go of her right now. Who gave you permission to touch her?" Whoosh! No sooner said than done. Just as Zhou Hao finished shouting those words, Jiang Yi couldn't help but raise a hand and slap him hard across the face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and Zhou Hao was spun around 720 degrees by the slap before staggering and falling to the ground, even his gold-rimmed glasses flying off. Lu Lanlan. Wang Qianqian. Xiao Lengyu showed no emotional fluctuation, but her secretary and assistant were all stunned by the scene. Wow! The CEO's little wolfdog husband is no joke. He actually dared to hit someone. This gossip today is so exciting. Awesome. Honey, didn't we agree to be polite first? Honey, I've already been polite. I told him to have some self-respect, but he's the one who's being shameless. Okay, honey, does your hand hurt? Yeah, he's so shameless. My hand does hurt a bit. Can you blow on it for me? Watching Jiang Yi and Xiao Lingyu flaunt their affection without a care in the world, Lu Lanlan and Wang Qianqian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Zhou Hao, who had fallen to the ground, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was the one who got beaten up. Result: Xiao Lingyu wasn't concerned about whether his face had been slapped, but rather whether Jiang Yi's pretty boy hand was hurt. Holy crap! This is absolutely insulting. Wa'ada. Xiao Lingyu, you all. Okay. Zhou Hao covered his swollen cheek, struggled to get up from the ground, and then stared at Xiao Lingyu and Jiang Yi with a vicious look. Hey Zhou, this is just a small warning for you. If you dare to lay a hand on my wife again, I'll kill you and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Jiang Yi didn't want to waste any more words with Zhou Hao. He simply raised one hand and lightly slapped a coffee table in the living room. Boom! The next second, a golden handprint emerged from Jiang Yi's hand and then slammed into the coffee table at an extremely fast speed. Bang! With a muffled thud, the marble coffee table shattered into pieces by Jiang Yi's palm strike. Ah! This scene immediately caused Lu Lanlan and Wang Qianqian to widen their eyes and open their mouths, instinctively letting out gasps of surprise, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Zhou Hao was also startled. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and blurted out, You're actually a martial arts practitioner? There are many people in the Dragon Kingdom who practice martial arts. However, those who can be called ancient martial artists are all masters who have cultivated internal energy and whose cultivation level has reached the yellow level or above. Offending ordinary martial artists is not a big deal, because ordinary martial artists are still considered normal people, and weapons such as knives, spears, and clubs can hurt them. But ancient martial arts practitioners do not belong to the category of normal people. Take yellow-level martial artists for example. They can easily dodge bullets, their physical resistance to blows is exceptionally strong, and they can even kill people remotely with their internal energy. Ancient martial arts practitioners have 1,000 ways to take the life of an ordinary person without anyone noticing. So, Zhou Hao's strong reaction stemmed from learning that Jiang Yi was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. As for Xiao Lingyu, because the Xiao family lost their ancestral martial art, the Frosty Palm, and only had the Flying Willow and Light Smoke skill left, the Xiao family members kept a low profile and never revealed their true identity as an ancient martial arts family to outsiders. Zhou Hao was unaware that Xiao Lingyu was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts. If Zhou Hao knew that the Xiao family was an ancient martial arts family, he would probably pursue Xiao Lingyu even more relentlessly. Call. After a brief moment of shock, Zhou Hao calmed down from his anger. His face was grim, and his gaze swept back and forth between Jiang Yi and Xiao Lingyu before he said, Xiao Lingyu, hasn't your Xiao group always wanted to acquire the number 1 plot of land in the south of the city? I know who owns this land, and I have already contacted the owner, who has agreed to transfer the land to me. If you want this land, make that pretty boy next to you kneel down and apologize to me right now. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's words, a murderous glint flashed in Xiao Lingyu's eyes. Smack! Without any warning, Xiao Lingyu suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Hao and slapped him across the other side of his face. Thump! Zhou Hao was spun around 720 degrees by the slap before falling heavily to the ground. You want my husband to kneel down and apologize to you? Zhou Hao, who gave you the guts? I'm giving you 3 seconds. Right now, immediately, kneel down and apologize to my husband, or I'll wipe out your entire Zhou family. Chapter 83: Self-Inflicted Humiliation. Zhou Hao was dumbfounded again. He had just been slapped on the left cheek by Jiang Yi, and less than a minute later, he was slapped on the right cheek by Xiao Lingyu. The 2 sides are now symmetrical. You all. Zhou Hao, slumped on the ground, covered his swollen cheeks and stared blankly at Jiang Yi and Xiao Lingyu. His eyes revealed 3 parts shock, 3 parts shame and anger, 3 parts disbelief, and 91 parts grievance. A moment later, Zhou Hao got up from the ground again, and roared angrily, Xiao Lingyu, don't you want plot number 1 in the south of the city anymore? As far as I know, your Xiao group has already invested nearly 50 billion in the South City Development Project. If you can acquire the most crucial plot number 1, the return on your project will be at least 500%. If you can't acquire plot number 1, the return on your project will only reach a maximum of 200%, and the project cycle will be significantly prolonged. Zhou Hao rattled off a long string of words, with only one purpose, to remind Xiao Lingyu of the importance of the number 1 plot in the south of the city to the Xiao group. Merchants seek profit. In Zhou Hao's view, Xiao Lingyu, as the president of the Xiao group, would never disregard the interests of the entire group for a gigolo. However, he was wrong. Xiao Lengyu smiled indifferently and said, "It's just a piece of land, isn't it? It's just a few 100 billion in profit, isn't it? Our Xiao family doesn't lack this little bit of money, and I, Xiao Lengyu, don't care about this little bit of money either. Zhou Hao, do you think you can easily control me with just a piece of land? I'm telling you right now, even if I hand over this project in the south of the city to someone else, I will never bow down to you, nor will I let you control me." Upon hearing Xiao Lengyu's words, Zhou Hao's expression immediately turned ugly. He knew Xiao Lengyu was very proud, but he never expected that Xiao Lengyu would be so fierce. She would rather be broken than bend. Perhaps they felt they couldn't save face. Or perhaps it's influenced by emotions like jealousy, shame, or anger. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth, then glared at Xiao Lengyu and said, "Fine. You're very good. I'm putting this out there today, unless you, Xiao Lengyu, kneel down and beg me, otherwise. You'll never get your hands on plot number 1 in the south of the city in your entire lives." After saying this, Zhou Hao glared at Jiang Yi and Xiao Lengyu again, then turned and left, seemingly intending to leave the Xiao group. However, he had only taken 2 steps forward when a size 45 foot appeared behind him and kicked him mercilessly in the butt. Thump! Zhou Hao was sent flying 4 or 5 meters forward in a face-first manner, finally landing awkwardly on the ground. Before Zhou Hao could get up from the ground, he saw a pair of feet wearing Armani man's leather shoes suddenly walk up in front of him. "You." Zhou Hao raised his head slightly and immediately recognized the owner of the men's leather shoes as Jiang Yi, the pretty boy next to Xiao Lengyu. However, before Zhou Hao could react, Jiang Yi made an unexpected move. Snap! Jiang Yi raised one foot and stomped hard on Zhou Hao's head, forcing his entire face to press against the cold floor. "Ah! You bastard! How dare you humiliate me like this? I'm going to kill you." This was the first time in Zhou Hao's life that someone had stepped on his head and treated him in such a humiliating way. So, as Zhou Hao struggled desperately, his eyes immediately turned red, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his whole face became extremely ferocious. "Zhou Hao, open your dog eyes and see clearly." Jiang Yi stomped on Zhou Hao's head for a while, then moved his foot away and threw a document in front of him. "Who exactly owns the number 1 plot of land in the south of the city?" Zhou Hao was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and quickly picked up the document, flipping through it for a while. The next second, he suddenly raised his head, his face full of shock and disbelief, and asked, How do you have the purchase contract for plot number 1 in the south of the city?" "Idiot." Jiang Yi looked down at Zhou Hao with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot and said, "You just called me this morning, and you've already forgotten my voice? You. Zhou Hao's eyelids twitched violently, as if he had thought of something, and his expression changed drastically again. "You are Boss Jiang of Tianyu Hotel?" "That's right." Jiang Yi smiled and nodded, then said in a questioning tone, "I just want to ask you, when did I ever say I agreed to transfer plot number 1 in the south of the city to you?" You. By the way, who was it that just said we'd never get the number 1 plot of land in the south of the city in our lifetime?" I. Smack! Jiang Yi squatted down in front of Zhou Hao and slapped him across the face again without any mercy. "You dare to try and fool my wife? I think you really don't know what death means." Zhou Hao was dumbfounded yet again. He never expected that the pretty boy next to Xiao Lengyu was Jiang Yi, the owner of Tianyu Hotel and also the owner of the number 1 plot in the south of the city. Then wouldn't everything he did before become a huge joke? The thought of myself acting like a clown, jumping around in front of Jiang Yi, even using his power to threaten him with what he already possessed, was unbearable. At that moment, Zhou Hao wished he could dig a hole in the ground and disappear into it. "Honey, what's going on?" Just then, Xiao Lengyu also walked over, her eyes curiously looking at the document Jiang Yi had thrown out. "Nothing." Jiang Yi snatched the document from Zhou Hao's hand, then turned and handed it to Xiao Lengyu, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Xiao Lengyu took the document and quickly flipped through it for a while. The next second, a look of surprise bloomed on her face. "Honey, you actually bought plot number 1 in the south of the city?" When did this happen?" "Last night." "Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was both amused and exasperated, saying, "I didn't know you needed this land, and I wanted to tell you during the meeting, but you wouldn't give me a chance to speak, and instead had your secretary take me out to play." "Okay, I was wrong." To Jiang Yi's great surprise, Xiao Lengyu admitted her mistake without saying a word, and even stood on tiptoe to kiss Jiang Yi on the cheek. This scene almost made Lu Lanlan and Wang Chanxian's jaws drop. When did our IC CEO become so cuddly and affectionate? Is this the magic of love? The stench of rotting love is wafting through the air again. Wa'ata. Xiao Lengyu clutched the contract with a look of delight and said without hesitation, "Honey, I'll buy your land at twice the market price. I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you right away. No need, this piece of land is yours for the taking." "You gave it to me? Well, consider it your betrothal gift." "Honey, you're so good to me." Chapter 84 Class Reunion. Zhou Hao slunk away. He felt that he had lost all the face he could in his life today, and if he stayed here, he would only continue to lose face. Xiao Lengyu returned to the conference hall. Next, she will outline the group's strategic guidelines, especially the development project in the south of the city, which will be a key project for the Xiao Group in the coming years. Zhang Yi went home. He couldn't help at all at the company and was feeling bored, so he said goodbye to Xiao Lengyu and then returned to the Emerald Bay Villa area alone. However, as soon as Zhang Yi stepped into the villa's living room, he saw 6 stunningly beautiful women sitting around a mahjong table, playing mahjong and chatting away. The content of the chat was also quite explosive. "Ladies, which of us do you think your husband likes the most?" "Nonsense. Of course it's Sister Qin. Sister Qin has the biggest breasts, and my husband loves her the most. He. Sister Qin, how do you usually please your husband? Sister Qin, do you have some secret tips? Please teach us." Hearing the women's conversation, Zhang Yi initially wanted to greet them, but suddenly changed his mind. Zhang Yi lightened his steps, deliberately concealing his aura, and then used the flying floss light smoke technique to silently drift into the living room. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yi quickly lay down on the sofa in the living room, hiding his body in front of it, and then pricked up his ears to eavesdrop carefully. Cough, cough. Lu Qing coughed twice, then said in a teacher's tone, "If you want to please your husband, you only need to pay attention to 3 things." "What 3 points? Sister Qin, hurry up and tell us." Yes. Stop keeping me in suspense." Amid the urging of the other women, Lu Qing chuckled lightly, then said in a serious tone, "The first point is, you have to watch your husband while you're eating." "Ah." "The second point is, remember to wash your chopsticks after you finish eating." "Ah." "As for the third point, my husband likes a clean and neat little tiger. As the saying goes, a woman dresses up for her lover, so I recommend this permanent hair removal cream." Put. Zhang Yi almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. "I never expected that among these spendthrift women, if one dared to teach, the others would all dare to learn." Cough, cough. Seeing that Lu Yun, Su Yan, Lin Shanshan, Li Wanqing, and Wang Monli seemed to be led astray by Lu Qin, Zhang Yi had no choice but to stand up in time and cough heavily twice. "Husband? Oh. Honey, you're back? Honey, when did you get back? Honey, you must be exhausted. Let me massage your shoulders. Honey, let me massage your legs. Honey, I'll make you a cup of tea." Upon seeing Zhang Yi, the 6 women were slightly taken aback, then threw their mahjong tiles aside and surrounded him. Lu Qin and Lu Yun were the quickest to act. The 2 sisters sat down on either side of Zhang Yi and then very obediently massaged his shoulders and arms. Su Yan and Wang Monli squatted down on either side of Zhang Yi, massaging his legs with great enthusiasm. Lin Shanshan quickly went behind Zhang Yi and gently massaged his head with both hands. Li Wanqing went to make Zhang Yi a cup of tea. When she returned to the living room, she found that there was no extra seat next to Zhang Yi. Then, Li Wanqing simply put down the tea, picked up a fruit plate from the coffee table, and then half-squatted in front of Zhang Yi, carefully feeding him fruit. At this moment, Zhang Yi fully felt the thoughtfulness and enthusiasm of the 6 beauties. "I have nothing more to say. Considering how well-behaved they were. Tonight, I'm taking on 6 of them, none of them will escape." GAA. 7 p.m. Tianyu 6-star Hotel. By this time, many of Zhang Yi's classmates had already arrived at the hotel, and even their homeroom teacher, Bai Jing, was waiting at the hotel entrance early on. "Ms. Bai, you look so beautiful today." Yes. I never expected Ms. Bai to look so good in a dress. By the way, why hasn't Wu Kuan arrived yet? I just called Wu Kuan, and he said he got stuck in traffic but will be there in a few minutes. Where is Zhang Yi? Didn't Zhang Yi say he was going to bring his wife and 6 concubines to the banquet? I think Zhang Yi is probably just bragging. Just then, the roar of an engine came from afar. The students all turned to look, and saw a white BMW speeding towards them from a distance before stopping in front of the hotel. Immediately afterwards, a man dressed in a blue suit, wearing sunglasses, and with his hair slicked back, got out of the car in a very ostentatious manner. Woo Cohen is here. Is this young Master Cohen's car? A BMW X5, the final price after taxes and fees must be at least 1 million, right? As expected of young Master Cohen, even his car costs over $1 million. Unlike us poor losers, we can only be envious. How wonderful it would be if I could become Cohen Xiao's girlfriend. Listening to his classmates chatter, Woo Cohen couldn't help but smile slightly, and a haughty expression appeared on his face. He specially booked a private room at the Tanyu Hotel today and drove a BMW X5, all to show off his skills in front of his classmates. Who knows, he might even win over Lu Ruyan, the class beauty, and take her home tonight. It seems to be working quite well. At least most of his classmates were shocked by his extravagance. Whoosh! Woo Cohen's gaze quickly swept around the hotel entrance. Result: Lu Ruyan wasn't there at all, Zhang Yi wasn't there either, and even his ex-girlfriend Su Yan, who had cheated on him, was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Woo Cohen felt as if he had punched thin air. It seems the pen I used earlier was wasted. But it doesn't matter. Since Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yi have both said they're coming tonight, I can still show off in front of them later. Dear students, we encountered a bit of traffic on the way, sorry to have kept you waiting. Ms. Bai, you look so beautiful today. Let's all go inside. I've already booked a private room at this hotel. Shall we talk inside? Woo Cohen adopted the demeanor of a host, quickly greeting the students and then inviting them into the Tanyu Hotel. However, as soon as the students entered the Tanyu Hotel, four hotel hostesses dressed in cheongsams led them directly to a luxurious banquet hall. The banquet hall was beautifully decorated, with a stage, a large screen, a piano, a buffet, a champagne tower, balloons, ribbons, a cake. A banner was hung in the hall that read Graduation Reunion of Class XX, Department XX, Haicheng University. Wow! What a luxurious banquet hall! Is this the high-class banquet hall of the Tanyu 6-star hotel? Young Master Cohen, didn't you say you booked a private room? Why did you change it to a banquet hall? Nonsense! This is definitely a surprise from young Master Cohen. Young Master Cohen, you really know how to create surprises. You booked the high-class banquet hall at Tanyu Hotel without saying a word. Following young Master Cohen today, I've truly broadened my horizons. Looking at the luxurious banquet hall in front of him and listening to the various compliments from his classmates, Woo Cohen was completely dumbfounded. He remembered that he had clearly booked a private room, so why did the hotel waitress bring them to this banquet hall? Besides, a banner hung in the banquet hall, clearly stating Graduation Reunion of Class XX, Department XX, Haicheng University, meaning that this banquet hall was prepared for their reunion. How so? Did the hotel make a mistake? Should I check with the hotel manager to avoid any misunderstandings? Woo Cohen was initially hesitant, but upon seeing the envious and enthusiastic looks from his classmates, he immediately became elated. That's right. This is the surprise I prepared for everyone. I felt the private room was too small to fit all of us classmates, so I booked the entire banquet hall. When Woo Cohen lies, he doesn't even blush or pant. He thought to himself that since it was the hotel's mistake, even if it was discovered later, it would be Tanyu Hotel's own responsibility. Since it's the hotel's responsibility, why should the customers have to pay for it? So, never mind all that. Let's install this batch of pens first. Chapter 85: The Class Beauty makes a dazzling appearance. Tanyu 6-star Hotel. Banquet Hall Number 1. The female students' eyes were practically shining as they all pulled out their phones and frantically took pictures to post on their WeChat moments. Although the male students were expected to be more reserved, many of them took photos and posted them on social media, and everyone was amazed and full of praise for the luxurious banquet hall. Soon, some snobbish classmates surrounded Woo Cohen, showering him with compliments and flattery. Young Master Cohen, you really are a promising young man. As far as I know, the number 1 banquet hall at the Tanyu Hotel is definitely not something you can book just because you have money. I just searched online. The number 1 banquet hall of the Tanyu Hotel is not open to the public normally. The hotel only uses this banquet hall to entertain certain important figures. We were absolutely stunned to find that young Master Cohen could book banquet hall number 1. Young Master Cohen, you're awesome. Young Master Cohen is awesome. Listening to his classmates' flattery, Woo Cohen felt like he was floating on air. This feeling of being admired and envied was really intoxicating. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Bai Jing, walked over with a glass of red wine. She smiled and said to Wu Kuan, I thought this was just a regular class reunion, but I didn't expect you to book the entire #1 banquet hall at the Tianyu Hotel. You've really gone to great lengths tonight. Wu Kuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and the way he looked at Bai Jing seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Bai Jing, who just turned 30 this year, is definitely a stunning young married woman. She was wearing a dark blue satin bodycon dress, showcasing her classic pear-shaped figure and Barbie Sue's curves to the fullest. She had long, wavy chestnut-colored hair that fell casually over her shoulders. Her exquisite makeup, lips adorned with sexy lip gloss, and alluring yet not seductive eyes exude the charm and allure of a mature woman. For some reason, Wu Kuan suddenly felt a little jealous of Bai Jing's husband. What kind of incredible luck did this man have to marry such a stunning woman? I imagine Bai Jing's husband would hold his beautiful wife in his arms every night, recklessly exhausting his physical strength and vitality until he was completely worn out. If it were me, I would definitely do that too. Hey. Teacher Bai, what are you saying? I'm just providing a place for everyone to gather. Money is no big deal. As long as my classmates have fun, I'm happy. Wu Kuan subconsciously straightened up, revealing what he thought was a handsome smile, while trying his best to act as a gentleman, seemingly wanting to win the favor of the beautiful homeroom teacher in front of him. Who knew? Bai Jing suddenly asked curiously, Wu Kuan, I heard you're dating Su Yan from our class. When will I get to attend your wedding? Upon hearing Su Yan's name, Wu Kuan's smile immediately froze on his face. Teacher Bai. Wu Kuan quickly waved his hand and said, what you've heard are all rumors. I've never been with Su Yan. She's her, and I'm me. We have absolutely no relationship. Yeah? Bai Jing frowned slightly, a look of suspicion flashing across her face. Of course it's true. Wu Kuan quickly patted his chest and said, as everyone knows, the person I've liked for the past 4 years of university has always been Lu Ruyan, so how could I possibly be with Su Yan? Su Yan's last phone call almost drove Wu Kuan to depression. Wu Kuan now wishes he could skin Su Yan alive. Besides, he didn't dare to make it public that he had been cuckolded, so he refused to acknowledge his relationship with Su Yan. After experiencing his girlfriend's infidelity, Wu Kuan suddenly realized that his white moonlight, Lu Ruyan, was still the best, and no other woman could compare to even a finger of Lu Ruyan. Then, Wu Kuan secretly made up his mind that no matter what method he used, even if it meant going through fire and water, he would win Lu Ruyan's heart. Look! Lu Ruyan is here. Wow! The class beauty looks so pretty today. That dress the class beauty is wearing, it must be haute couture, right? The class beauty truly lives up to her name with this makeover, her looks are definitely on par with any of the school beauties. In terms of looks alone, only the school heartthrob Zhang Yi is worthy of the class beauty Lu Ruyan. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi and Lu Ruyan have already broken up. Speak of Chao Chao, and Chao Chao appears. Just as the students were chatting enthusiastically, a beautiful figure walked in from outside the banquet hall and caught everyone's eye. The newcomer was wearing a white evening gown and crystal high heels. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and she exuded an elegant aura, like a fairy untouched by worldly concerns. Tap tap tap. She walked in with a natural, cat-like gait. Although her face was aloof, her swaying figure, the twisting of her hips, and the trembling headlights all exuded a strong sense of allure. At that moment, all the male students present had their eyes light up. That's right. She is none other than Lu Ruyan, the class beauty. A high-class flower that Wu Kuan had admired for 4 years, but could not have. He was tossing and turning at night, his heart was breaking, and he was almost obsessed with her. Whoosh! Wu Kuan immediately left Bai Jing behind and strode towards Lu Ruyan, then gave what he thought was a very gentlemanly smile and said, Ruyan, you've arrived. However, Lu Ruyan glanced at Wu Kuan briefly, then looked around the banquet hall as if searching for someone important. Where is Zhang Yi? As soon as Lu Ruyan uttered Zhang Yi's name, Wu Kuan's face fell instantly, and a deep sense of jealousy and resentment flashed in his eyes. Ruyan, you've already broken up with Zhang Yi, why are you still looking for him? Upon hearing Wu Kuan's words, Lu Ruyan immediately frowned, and a chilling aura emanated from her entire body. What business is it of yours if I'm looking for Zhang Yi? Also, please use my full name or call me classmate from now on, and don't just call me Ruyan. Because, we don't know each other well. After saying these words, Lu Ruyan didn't even glance at Wu Kuan, and turned to walk towards her homeroom teacher, Bai Jing. Wu Kuan. Watching Lu Ruyan's departing figure, a look of shame and indignation flashed in Wu Kuan's eyes. He gritted his teeth, staring intently at Lu Ruyan's swaying buttocks, while secretly making a vow in his heart. Lu Ruyan, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You just wait. Once I finally win you over, I'll make you suffer the humiliation of being crawled between someone's legs. I bet your pleas for mercy will be incredibly sweet to hear. Young Master Kuan, why hasn't Jiang Yi arrived yet? Just then, two male classmates suddenly approached Wu Kuan, seemingly trying to get information about Jiang Yi from him. You know? Wu Kuan chuckled dismissively and said, how dare a poor loser who only knows how to brag come to a class reunion? He even shamelessly claimed that he had 1 wife and 6 concubines? If he dares to attend the class reunion, won't all the boasts he made in the class group be exposed as lies? After Wu Kuan finished speaking, he seemed to see some clown or hear some huge joke, and immediately burst into laughter. However, Wu Kuan had only laughed for 3 seconds when a cheerful voice drifted into the banquet hall and reached the ears of every student. Hee, who said I wouldn't dare attend the class reunion? Wu Kuan, open your dog eyes and see clearly. Dad's here. Chapter 86 Jiang Yi's bombardment-style appearance. Tianyu 6-star Hotel. Banquet Hall Number 1. A dozen or so tall, beautiful young women dressed in white cheongsams walked in quickly from outside and then stood in 2 rows at the entrance of the banquet hall. Immediately afterwards, the waitresses who were serving tea and water in the banquet hall all put down what they were doing and hurriedly went over to stand respectfully behind the ladies in cheongsams. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, all the students present, including their homeroom teacher Bai Jing, turned around and looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Everyone seemed very curious as to why Tianyu Hotel would make such a big fuss. Whom are they welcoming? Could it be that a very important person has arrived at Tianyu Hotel? Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps approached from afar. Amidst everyone's curious and expectant gazes, a stunningly handsome man, so handsome that women all over the world could not take their breath away, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. That's right. Jiang Yi makes a dazzling appearance. Jiang Yi dressed up meticulously tonight, looking handsome from head to toe. His irresistible charm almost made all the women in the room scream. His face was smooth and fair, with sharp, cold features. His dark, deep eyes shimmered with a captivating luster. Thick eyebrows, a high nose, and exquisitely shaped lips all exuding nobility and elegance. His eyes, in particular, were as clear as crystals submerged in water, yet the corners of his eyes were slightly upturned, giving them a touch of allure. The pure pupils and the alluring eye shape miraculously blended into an extremely beautiful charm. This isn't even human. She's practically a succubus from legend. That's not all. Jiang Yi's right hand was gently held by a cold and elegant woman, and behind him followed 6 stunningly beautiful women. That's right. They were Jiang Yi's 1 wife and 6 concubines. Tonight, all 7 beauties, including the legal wife Xiao Lunyu, are wearing sexy and alluring black dresses. Xiao Lunyu, wearing an off-the-shoulder evening gown. Lu Qin, halter neck mesh evening gown. Lu Yun, wearing a deep V-neck evening gown. Lin Shanshan, wearing a high-slit evening gown. Li Wanqing, a halter neck fishtail evening gown. Su Yan, wearing a lace evening gown. Wang Monli, wearing a sophisticated evening gown. Chairman, Mrs. Chairman, good evening. As Jiang Yi and the 7 golden flowers entered, the ladies in cheongsams and waitresses who had been waiting at the entrance of the banquet hall bowed deeply and greeted them loudly. At this moment, Wu Kuan was dumbfounded. Bai Jing was dumbfounded. Every student present was dumbfounded. All the female students present looked at Jiang Yi, while all the male students present looked at the 7 golden flowers. What's going on? Did Jiang Yi really bring 7 women to the class reunion? Could these 7 beautiful women really be Jiang Yi's wives and concubines? Why do I feel like Jiang Yi looks a lot more handsome than before? Yes. It's been a while since we last met, and Jiang, the school heartthrob, seems to have reached an even higher level of charm, almost beyond human comprehension. Wait. Did you hear what those waiters were shouting just now? Are they calling Jiang Yi chairman? No way. Could Jiang Yi be the chairman of Tianyu Hotel? Holy crap. I just secretly asked a waiter, and Jiang Yi really is the new owner of Tianyu Hotel. What? Suddenly, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd, followed by a chorus of exclamations. Everyone was astonished. Everyone seemed to have never dreamed that Jiang Yi not only brought 7 wives and concubines to the class reunion, but that he was also the owner of Tianyu Hotel. In other words, the #1 banquet hall at Tianyu Hotel was actually arranged by Zhang Yi for everyone, and was not booked by Wu Kuanhua at all. As some classmates have said before, the #1 banquet hall of Tianyu Hotel cannot be booked by anyone with money. Wu Kuan is just the son of a nouveau riche. How could he possibly have the ability to book this banquet hall? Wu Kuan is lying. This kid is impersonating Zhang Yi and taking credit for his work. Everything makes sense now. Swish, swish, swish. Almost all the students present turned to look at Wu Kuan, and each of them had a strange expression on their face. At this moment, Wu Kuan's face was extremely grim. He stared intently at Zhang Yi, his eyes blazing with jealousy, while his mind raced with rage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Yi is just a poor loser with no parents. How could he possibly be the owner of Tianyu Hotel? It's all fake. Zhang Yi must have bribed these waiters beforehand and then had them deliberately cooperate with him in putting on a show, all for the purpose of showing off in front of his classmates. Besides, the 7 women following Zhang Yi must be actresses he hired at a high price from some upscale club. Look at these beautiful women. That face, that figure, that aura. If an ordinary man could marry a woman like this, he would be incredibly lucky, but Zhang Yi brought out 7 of them at once. How is that possible? Etc. Wu Kuan's gaze swept quickly over the 7 golden flowers, but the next second, he froze on the spot. Because he saw a familiar face. Su Yan. Su Yan was wearing a lace evening gown and had exquisite makeup on her face. She followed Zhang Yi very obediently, and every time she looked at Zhang Yi, her eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. Boom! A bolt from the blue struck Wu Kuan's heart. Wu Kuan, that pig, has finally learned the truth. It turns out that when he called Su Yan that day, he was having an in-depth conversation with her. The man Su Yan referred to as her master was Zhang Yi. Ah! Zhang Yi, how dare you cheat on me? Holy crap, your ancestors for 18 generations. I'm going to kill you. Whoosh! Wu Kuan clenched his fists and subconsciously took 2 steps forward, seemingly about to cause trouble for Zhang Yi. However, just then, someone exclaimed in surprise. Ah! The woman next to Zhang Yi seems to be Xiao Lengyu, the daughter of Haicheng's richest man and the icy beauty CEO of the Xiao Group. This exclamation not only startled Wu Kuan so much that his legs went weak, but also gave all the students present a huge fright. Swish, swish, swish. Without anyone reminding them, all the students present, even their homeroom teacher Bai Jing, took out their phones and quickly went online to search. Result. As soon as people typed in the richest daughter of Haicheng, a shocking message immediately popped up on the webpage. Xiao Lengyu, the daughter of Haicheng's richest man, and Zhang Yi, chairman of Tianyu Hotel, registered their marriage yesterday morning at the Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau. The news article was accompanied by a high-resolution photo. The man and woman in the photo, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, walking hand in hand on the street, are Xiao Lengyu and Zhang Yi. Wu Kuan. Bai Jing. Students. Chapter 87. Wu Kuan almost peed his pants in fright. Tianyu 6-star Hotel. Banquet Hall Number 1. After learning Zhang Yi's true identity, almost all the classmates surrounded him, raising their glasses to toast him, and various kinds of flattery were heard. Brother Yi, when did you become the owner of Tianyu Hotel? Brother Yi, when did you meet the daughter of Haicheng's richest man? Brother Yi, you're amazing. You became a super rich man without making a sound, and you even married the daughter of the richest man in Haicheng. Stop calling me Brother Wild. Call me Godfather. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Godfather, for broadening our horizons tonight. Godfather, please accept my bow. The owner of Tianyu Hotel and the son-in-law of Haicheng's richest man, either of these identities terrified Zhang Yi's classmates. If any of Zhang Yi takes a liking to a student and adopts them as his godson or goddaughter, they can save at least 100 years of hard work. So, the students called him Godfather with such affection that it sounded like they were speaking from the bottom of their hearts, without any pretense. At this moment, if anyone dares to stop them from recognizing Zhang Yi as their godfather, they will definitely fight them to the death. Ha! Wu Kuan ran away. Someone shouted, and immediately everyone's eyes turned to the banquet hall entrance. Just then, Wu Kuan hunched his shoulders and tiptoed towards the outside, seemingly trying to sneak out of the banquet hall while everyone was distracted. Result. Just now, an unknown classmate shouted at him, and everyone saw his furtive appearance. Clang! Perhaps out of anger or panic, Wu Kuan tripped and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted in the banquet hall. In fact, no one meant to mock him, they simply found Wu Kuan's current appearance comical and couldn't help but laugh. However, these laughs reached Wu Kuan's ears, making him blush with shame and indignation. He even wished he could pull out a rope on the spot and hang himself. How so? How did Jiang Yi become the owner of Tianyu Hotel? How could he marry Xiao Lengyu? I offended him so much before, and I even tried to steal his girlfriend for 4 whole years. Although I didn't succeed, no man could accept something so disgusting. Run! Get out of this awful place right now. If Jiang Yi were to set his sights on us now, our Wu family's meager resources simply wouldn't be enough to withstand his wrath. What is Lu Ruyan, the white moonlight? What is Su Yan, the one with the cinnabar mole? I don't want any of it, okay? As long as Jiang Yi can let me off the hook and spare the Wu family, I will definitely run far away and never appear in your sight again. Wa'ada. Wu Kuan quickly got up from the ground, and then, ignoring everyone's gaze, ran out of the banquet hall without caring about his image. As soon as he rushed outside the hotel, Wu Kuan, with trembling hands, took out his phone and quickly sent a WeChat message to Jiang Yi. Wu Kuan, brother Yi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. After sending the WeChat message, Wu Kuan didn't receive a reply from Jiang Yi for quite a while, so he quickly sent a few more WeChat messages. Wu Kuan, brother Yi, I promise I'll stay away from Lu Ruyan and Su Yan from now on, and I'll never appear in your sight again. Wu Kuan, brother Yi, please, have mercy on me and let me go. Wu Kuan, brother. Godfather. Grandpa. Wu Kuan, you're so magnanimous, you just let me go like a fart. I'll be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Wu Kuan, if you're willing to let me go, I'll do anything for you in the future, even risk my life. Just when Wu Kuan was at his wit's end, Jiang Yi finally replied to him with a WeChat message. Jiang Yi, emoji, okay. Upon seeing the emoji Jiang Yi sent, Wu Kuan finally let out a long sigh of relief, slumped down on the side of the road, and showed a relieved expression on his face. Jiang Yi is now the son-in-law of the richest man in Haicheng. With a flick of his finger, he can bankrupt the Wu family and make them disappear from Haicheng with ease. If you lose a woman, you can find another. Offending Jiang Yi could cost you your life. Fortunately, Jiang Yi was magnanimous and did not hold his petty misdeeds at the university against him, otherwise, he would have become a sinner against the Wu family. Wa'ada. This world is too dangerous. The baby was so scared he almost peed his pants. Baby really wants to go home. On the other side, Jiang Yi, who had drunk too much, took a break to go to the restroom. There are 3 main reasons why he didn't kill Wu Kuan. First, Jiang Yi's status and position are different now than before. He has a higher vision and a broader perspective, and he simply doesn't bother with a nobody like Wu Kuan. Secondly, if Jiang Yi really manages to kill Wu Kuan, it will not only bring no benefit, but will also leave a bad impression on his classmates that he is vindictive, lacks magnanimity, and bullies others after gaining power. Third, Jiang Yi not only stole Su Yan away, but also turned Wu Kuan into a part of his and Su Yan's play, which was extremely cruel and could be considered a severe revenge on Wu Kuan. In conclusion, when Wu Kuan sent an apology and pleading for forgiveness via WeChat, Jiang Yi hesitated only slightly before smiling and letting Wu Kuan go. Splash! After using the toilet, Jiang Yi walked to the sink, turned on the tap, and washed his face with cold water. However, just as Jiang Yi raised his head and looked in the mirror, he was startled by a woman who appeared behind him. The woman wore a white evening gown and crystal high heels. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and she exuded an elegant aura, like a fairy untouched by worldly concerns. She stood quietly behind Jiang Yi, her eyes fixed on him in the mirror, a complex expression on her beautiful face. Lu Ruyan? Jiang Yi suddenly turned around, frowned, and looked at Lu Ruyan, saying, "This is the men's restroom. How did you get in here?" Jiang Yi, I want to talk to you. Screw you. This is the men's restroom. Jiang Yi, I'll only take up 5 minutes of your time, oh no. 3 minutes. Screw you. This is the men's restroom. Jian Yi. Jiang my ass. I'm your stepfather now. Lu Ruyan had been with Jiang Yi for 4 years, so she knew Jiang Yi's temperament very well and was also well aware that Jiang Yi was more responsive to gentle persuasion than force. Then, just as Jiang Yi was about to turn and leave, Lu Ruyan immediately pursed her lips, then pinched Jiang Yi's sleeve with her thumb and forefinger, and showed a cautious and pitiful expression on her face. Dad, I want to ask you for a favor. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Jiang Yi staggered and nearly fell to the ground. What's up? Jiang Yi straightened his clothes, and his expression softened slightly. He seemed quite satisfied that Lu Ruyan was able to recognize his identity. Dad, I want to move in with you and Mom. No. Why? Don't you understand the principle that a daughter should avoid her father when she grows up? Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan. Chapter 88, Sending Teacher by Home. 10 p.m. The class reunion is over, but many classmates still don't feel they've had enough fun. Jiang Yi waved his hand and announced to everyone, "Classmates, tonight, those who want to sing can go to karaoke, those who want to go to a spa can go to a spa, and those who want a massage can go to a massage. Those who don't want to go home can stay at the hotel. In short, all your expenses at the Tianyu Hotel tonight are on the house." As soon as Jiang Yi said this, the entire banquet hall erupted in excitement. Whether they were boys or girls, almost everyone was screaming wildly, and their eyes were burning with desire as they looked at Jiang Yi. Ah! Yi Gu is so handsome. Thank you, Godfather. Godfather, I love you to death. My Godfather is so generous. Long live Godfather. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Yi was surrounded by not only Xiao Lengyu, a wealthy young lady, but also 6 beautiful girls protecting him, the female students present would definitely have pounced on him and taken advantage of him. They'd been wanting to take advantage of the school heartthrob for a long time. However, I never found the opportunity, so it has become a great regret in my life. A few minutes later, Jiang Yi left the banquet hall with the 7 beauties and arrived at the entrance of the Tianyu Hotel. Just then, the hotel driver drove up. There were 3 cars in total. One was a Bugatti Chiron, another a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and the third a Maybach. Just as Jiang Yi was about to open the Cullinan's door, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried high heels behind him, followed by a mature and pleasant female voice. Jiang Yi, wait a minute. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw Bai Jing walking quickly toward him. It must be said that Jiang Yi's university class teacher is definitely a gentle and intellectual beauty. She has a gentle and dignified oval face with fair and snow-white skin, just like a beautiful model in a skincare product advertisement, giving people a flawless feeling. Beneath her arched willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of almond-shaped eyes filled with tenderness and tears. Because the corners of her eyes were slightly upturned, her gaze seemed to be electrifying everyone she looked at. A high, straight nose. The lips are very full and naturally red without any makeup. She has a tall and voluptuous figure, especially her exaggerated hips and thighs, which are typical of a pear-shaped body. Because she was wearing a bodycon dress, her slender waist and exaggerated hips immediately accentuated the large S-curve. Teacher Bai, what's wrong? Jiang Yi stopped opening the car door, then turned to look at Bai Jing, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Bai Jing was voted the most beautiful teacher at Haicheng University. Jiang Yi had to admit that when he first entered university, he did have some messy fantasies about Bai Jing. But at the time, Jiang Yi only dared to think about it, and dared not overstep any boundaries. After all, the other party was a teacher and he was a student. Could he possibly have a teacher-student romance like in online novels? Furthermore, Jiang Yi later got together with Lu Ruyan, so he gradually forgot about the feelings he had when he was young. Jiang Yi, could you please take me home? Perhaps because she had walked too fast, or perhaps because she had drunk some alcohol, Bai Jing's pretty face was flushed, and her eyes had a hazy, intoxicated look, making her appear extremely alluring and seductive. Teacher Bai, won't you play a little longer? No, the students seem a bit reserved if I'm there. How about I arrange a presidential suite for you, and then have 2 spa therapists give you a beauty treatment or something? No, this is too much of a burden for you. Jiang Yi politely tried to persuade Bai Jing to stay, but Bai Jing insisted on going home and did not intend to stay overnight at the Tianyu Hotel. No way. Jiang Yi could only greet Xiao Lengyu and then plan to personally take Bai Jing home. Why did Jiang Yi deliver it personally? Because he wanted to. He'd love to. Honey, be careful on the road and come home early. Xiao Lengyu's gaze quickly swept over Jiang Yi and Bai Jing, and a half-smile appeared on her face. But she didn't say much, but gave Jiang Yi some instructions. Then she took the 6 girls and got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and Maybach respectively, leaving the Bugatti Red Dragon for Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, thank you so much for your help tonight. Bai Jing sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti Red Dragon. As soon as she fastened her seatbelt, she politely thanked Jiang Yi repeatedly. Teacher Bai, you don't need to be so polite with me. I am your student. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know, and I promise I'll be there whenever you call. Jiang Yi started the sports car, controlling the steering wheel with one hand, then stepped on the gas, and his other hand instinctively reached for the passenger seat. The next second, Bai Jing froze on the spot. Jiang Yi was also stunned on the spot. Whoosh! Jiang Yi quickly withdrew his hand, explaining with an embarrassed expression, "Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, it's just a habitual action of mine. Usually my wives and concubines sit in the passenger seat. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Although Jiang Yi was a little embarrassed, he was thick-skinned and could handle the small situation. "It's okay, you, drive carefully." Although Bai Jing blushed a little, she only glared at Jiang Yi and didn't bother to make a fuss. Silence, no words. Throughout the journey, Bai Jing remained silent, sitting quietly in the passenger seat, gazing at the passing scenery outside the window, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Yi didn't know what to say. However, the scene from just now kept replaying in his mind. Ms. Bai's stockings are very soft and elastic. About 40 minutes later. Following the address given by Bai Jing, Jiang Yi drove to a residential area near Haicheng University. Jiang Yi thought the escort mission was complete and was about to wave goodbye to Bai Jing. Unexpectedly, Bai Jing suddenly spoke up, "Jiang Yi, why don't you come to my house for a while? There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Well, Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. After hesitating for a moment, he surprisingly agreed, "Okay." Bai Jing seemed pleased to hear Jiang Yi's answer. After getting out of the car, she immediately led the way, guiding Jiang Yi into the stairwell. Because Bai Jing lives in a walk-up building without an elevator, the two of them have to climb the stairs to get there. Because Bai Jing was walking in front, and she was wearing a bodycon dress tonight, Jiang Yi could clearly see Bai Jing swaying, plump buttocks with just a slight lift of his head. Even when Bai Jing was climbing the stairs, Jiang Yi could see a fleeting glimpse of lace patterns whenever she took a slightly larger step. Bright red? She was wearing something so sexy underneath? Is this the legendary cold exterior and warm interior? Or perhaps, a contrast? Splash! 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 For some reason, Jiang Yi's heart suddenly started beating faster. No! This isn't the feeling of being moved, it's more like a restless body. Since Jiang Yi and Lu Qin got together, he seems to have experienced a different kind of happiness. Now, he is becoming more and more powerless against mature women. That saying on the internet wasn't wrong. Young people don't know how good their aunts are, and mistake a young girl for a treasure.